Matthew closed the report with a solemn expression. However, just as he was thinking, he realized that there was an attachment to the report. Matthew opened the attachment and saw that it was a mini-investigation report. The content was a restoration of the scene of an Abyss deathmatch. It was mentioned in the report. The two girls with Matthew were once trapped in the same blood pool as a group of terrifying demons. These demons included 2 Tier 3 shadow monks, a large number of imps, and several level 20 fallen angels. One of the shadow monks was killed by the elf swordsmanship. This was understandable. Although Bina had just started learning the elven sword hymn, it was an elite class that naturally came with 8 basic levels. To be able to learn the path of sword chant, it meant that Bina was not a weak girl like before. In a desperate situation, she had burst out with extraordinary potential, and it was not surprising that she had killed a shadow monk who was 1 level higher than her. However, how the remaining enemies were killed was very strange. Hood pointed out in his report. These monsters were all killed in 1 hit. Moreover, they were all instantly pierced through the throat or heart by sharp weapons. All kinds of signs indicated that the person who killed these monsters was very familiar with the weaknesses of demons. Her strength was also terrifyingly high. However, what puzzled him was that there was no trace of anyone else at the scene. So, who killed these monsters, especially those level 20 fallen angels? Even Hood himself felt that it was difficult to deal with them without the help of the golem. This had become the most suspicious point in the Blood Nightmare Labyrinth incident, considering that the two girls were related to Matthew. Hood's attachment was also sent to Matthew. Over at the Alliance, they didn't know about this at all. They actually faced so many monsters at that time? Matthew's first reaction was self-blame and fear. He had been too careless. He had thought that a place like Jiliu City would be safe, but he had almost pushed Sif into the abyss. If something really happened to Sif, he was afraid that he would be too ashamed to face Rhaegar. But in the next second, Matthew was puzzled again. So, who killed these monsters for them? It can't be Sif herself, right? Although she has already awakened, Rhaegar's bloodline isn't that outstanding. It can't be a genetic mutation, right? He rubbed his chin and suddenly called Soldier over. He asked seriously. When you found Sif, was there anyone else with them? What kind of scene did you see? Be more specific. Chapter 904 Chapter 904, Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Chapter 904, Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Soldier scratched his crotch in response to Matthew's question. His reaction was a little slow. She is very safe. I know she's safe. Matthew maintained a high degree of patience. He said patiently. But can you describe the scene in another way? Soldier was deep in thought. The enemies are not safe. Matthew choked for a moment and then continued to ask. Who were the enemies at that time? Soldier replied. Demons. Matthew tried his best to provide a more accurate direction. Demon? Big or small? Who knew that Soldier thought for a full 3 minutes before slowly answering. Small. Matthew frowned. Could it be that Sif had killed imps? This doesn't match with Hood's report. But in the next second, there are big ones too. Soldier added slowly. Matthew was furious. However, he could not blame Soldier. After all, the other party's intelligence level was not there. Saying that his intelligence was equivalent to a 5 or 6-year-old child might be a bit of a lie. He seemed to have sensed Matthew's emotional change. Soldier's faint grievance came from the other end of the contract. Matthew quickly adjusted his state of mind and asked from a different angle. Did you feel anything different about Sif that day? Soldier immediately replied. The clothes she's wearing are different from what she usually wears. Matthew's eyes lit up. He quickly recalled that when he found Sif and Bina, the former was not wearing the same clothes as when he came to Jiliu City. Why would she change her clothes when she encountered danger outside? Combined with Matthew's previous experience of fighting alongside Rhaegar, it was probably because Sif had activated her second form. After all, the second form of a demon was usually much larger than its normal form. It was inevitable that her clothes would be torn. That's why there's a high chance that Sif has activated her second form. Furthermore, she has displayed extraordinary strength in the Abyss deathmatch. This might be one of the important conditions for them to get through this crisis. But she is still far from being able to kill a level 20 fallen angel. Matthew pondered as he continued to ask. Do you feel anything else? Soldier stood there in a daze. After a long time, he couldn't help but pinch his crotch. At that moment, his soul fire actually became slightly unstable. Terrifying. Soldier replied. Terrifying? Matthew was surprised. Fear was not a word in the dictionary for undead creatures. If Soldier thought Sif was scary, this meant that her strength was far beyond his imagination. However, this was neither scientific nor magical, and it went against the common sense of the strict hierarchy of demon bloodlines. How terrifying. Is it close to my level? Matthew's curiosity was piqued. Soldier looked at Matthew uneasily. He actually took half a step back and said hesitantly. Even more terrifying than Master. How is this possible? Matthew couldn't help but blurt out. He was very clear about his own strength. Although Matthew was only at the peak of Tier 4, with the support of many domains and abilities, especially the effect of spell leveling, Matthew's spells could easily reach the peak of Tier 5. Not to mention that his signature spell could even face the majesty of a legend. With his current strength, it was not a problem to say that he was a little invincible under the legendary realm. But in Soldier's eyes, he was actually inferior to a little girl who had just awakened her bloodline. This was a little too ridiculous. Of course, bloodline awakening had nothing to do with seniority. It was purely a competition of ancestors and talent. But Matthew pondered. Rieger's ability was just SOSO. Melinda might have some tricks up her sleeve, but she wasn't some powerful expert. The blood of the devil carried a strong sense of order. The probability of a bloodline mutation happening was extremely low. It was almost impossible for an idiot father to suddenly give birth to a genius girl in the demon society. Matthew went through the logic behind this. However, he could only conclude that there was a problem with Soldier's perception. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to be weaker than Sif. It must be like this. Matthew even wondered. Is it because I'm usually too gentle to them that I don't have any dignity in their hearts, which led to this misjudgment? But looking at Soldier's respectful face, he also felt that the possibility of this was relatively low. These contract partners had the deepest understanding of Matthew. It was impossible for them not to know how terrifying Matthew was. And to take it a step further, even if Soldier made a wrong judgment, Sif's second form after awakening must be extremely powerful. Is this related to the Holy Grail of Sin? No, I have to ask Riegar later. Matthew was getting more and more interested in this matter. This feeling was hard to describe. A little girl that he had neglected suddenly became an existence that seemed to be on par with him in terms of strength. Matthew was eager to know the truth behind all of this. He waved his hand to let Soldier leave. The latter retreated into the shadows as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Matthew continued to flip through the report attachment. When he flipped to the last page, suddenly, a golden card slid down automatically. It landed in his palm. Matthew took a closer look and made a surprised expression. It was a foldable card. The front of the card was a standard magic array and a space contract. Chapter 905 Chapter 905, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Chapter 905, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. On the back was a beautiful garden. The depths of the garden emitted a dazzling golden light. The whole scene was dynamic. If one focused their eyes on the golden light, it would be as if they could follow the path of the garden to the depths. In the blink of an eye, Matthew saw a large number of gold coins lying quietly in the treasure chests in the depths of the garden. Hint, you have received Hood's thank you gift, garden treasure chest, spatial foldable card. Accountant, you quickly estimated that the total value of the gold coins in these chests is close to 1 million. Remark, you deserve it. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Hood. 1 million gold coins. Matthew's hand, which was holding the foldable card, trembled slightly. Are all these old fellows so rich? His heart was a little shocked. He guessed that Hood was not a saint. However, he did not expect the other party to be so inhumane. To be able to easily give out 1 million, old Hood's family background was evident. But thinking about it carefully, this was actually very reasonable. Jilliu City was far richer than Rolling Stone Town. It was Jade Court's biggest business partner and almost monopolized the El's external trade. And Hood had been operating in that city for 80 to 90 years. As time passed, the accumulation of wealth was terrifying. It was no wonder that the current governor of Jilliu City wanted to deal with Hood. Matthew had thought that the city lord was simply bewitched. But think about it carefully. This was probably related to the crazy bloodsucking of the Hood clan in Jilliu City. Of the 1 million gold coins, how much of it was legitimate income, and how much of it was from the people? Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't refuse the money that was delivered to his door, not to mention that he deserved it. What made him sigh was that in the past, he would definitely feel extremely disgusted by this money. But now, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment, and it basically did not leave any psychological burden. Matthew could clearly sense the change in his mentality. Perhaps it was because he had gradually seen the cruelty and darkness of this world. Under the contrast of those evil things, the slightly gray area did not seem so repulsive. In the past, he definitely wouldn't cooperate with Blinken. But half a month ago, after Isabel started a massacre in Cross City, didn't he still help her clean up the mess? Matthew had visited the families of some innocent people. Faced with the doubts of some of them, he could only remain silent, or he could only insist that it was the doing of the Witch of the Dragon worship sect. This helplessness that stemmed from reality made Matthew unable to do anything but sigh. Of course, mages were not good people. However, compared to the gods and the evil beings in the outer planes, they were much, much better. The world is like a dirty fish tank. He sighed with emotion. Matthew couldn't help but recall what Soria had once said to him. He then had a deeper understanding. I can only be myself first. In my own territory, try to treat ordinary people better. He secretly warned himself. At this moment, he suddenly realized how valuable Rhaegar was. I'm afraid there's only one lord in all of Aender who supports his own citizens. Matthew smiled silently. He thought for a while. He hadn't been to the city hall for a long time, and he happened to encounter Sif's issues. So he packed up and quickly went to Rolling Stone Town. However, as soon as he stepped into the office hall, what he saw was a chaotic scene. Several groups of soldiers were entering and exiting the Lord's Manor. In the office hall, Rhaegar sat on the sofa dejectedly, holding a letter in his hand. Zeller, on the other hand, was giving orders with a tired expression. When Matthew went in, Zeller said, "After she awakened, my divination spell was ineffective against her. However, a girl who has never traveled far should not be able to cover her tracks. I am gathering experts to track her. We must find her before dark." However, Rhaegar sat on the sofa and did not show any special expression. His reaction was slow. His emotions were filled with frustration. Matthew quickly stepped forward. "Is it Sif?" When Zeller saw him, a rare smile appeared on his tired face. "Yes, Sif ran away from home. She only left a letter." As he spoke, he pointed at Rhaegar. Matthew leaned over. "Can I take a look?" Rhaegar handed the letter to Matthew listlessly. Matthew's gaze became subtle as he hurriedly glanced over. The content of Sif's letter was quite simple. She only said that she had been invited by a magic academy in the northernmost floating city to participate in the entrance examination. Because she had been suppressed for too long. She longed to see the world alone. She even left her planned route in the letter. From Rolling Stone Town, she headed north, past Stormwater City and the Watcher Highlands, through the Cloud Highlands and the Helen Mountains. After arriving in the north, they quickly headed southwest to the Sea Monster Pass, crossed the Troll Kingdom, crossed the Man-Eating Islands and the Dark Sea, and finally arrived at the far north. This plan is a little too ridiculous. Matthew didn't know what to say after reading it. Sif's idea of the route was quite simple and crude. It was the shortest route between 2 points, but the obstacles along the way were like natural barriers. Even Matthew did not dare to cross them. She knows how to play tricks now. Chapter 906, Chapter 906, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Chapter 906, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Matthew reminded. This map might be deliberately misleading us. Zeller looked at Matthew in surprise, but after thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. No matter what, we have to find her. The outside world is too dangerous. Matthew was about to agree. But at this moment, Rhaegar suddenly shook his head and said. So what if we find her? She already has her own thoughts. She won't listen to me anymore. His face was filled with loneliness. I've never seen her like that. She's completely different from the Sif I know. Yesterday, she quarreled with me again. When she turned around and left, her back looked very much like Melinda when she left. She's her daughter, after all. No one can stop them from doing what they insist on. Matthew hurriedly explained. Sif and Melinda are definitely different. I've talked to her. Sif's hatred for her own bloodline is probably more serious than we thought. She's deeply troubled by it. Perhaps the holy grail of sin has also affected her. Rhaegar, don't think too badly of things. She's still your daughter. Rhaegar rubbed his knees with both hands, his eyes lifeless as he muttered to himself. I know. It's all my fault. I was too selfish. I just want Sif to be fixed in a certain moment forever. In my mind, she should always be that obedient daughter. She must live according to my will. I claim that this is a form of protection, but on second thought, the so-called protection has probably caused irreparable harm to her. The ideas I instilled into her became her weapon to resist me. I brought this upon myself. Matthew quietly listened to Rhaegar's confession. He wanted to refute him, but after thinking about it carefully, what Rhaegar said was not wrong. Sometimes, the overprotection of parents would cause more harm to their children. After all, Sif was an individual with her own thoughts. She yearned to grow, to see the outside world, and to have a change in her life. These were all very legitimate needs. Matthew didn't know how the father and daughter communicated in private, but with Rhaegar's previous overprotection of Sif, the quarrel between the two was inevitable. This kind of thing. An outsider like him couldn't interfere. At most, he could only help say a few words. You're already better than most parents to be able to recognize this. Matthew tried to say something nice. Sif actually loves you very much, but her body may be undergoing changes that we can't predict. These changes have aggravated her emotional ups and downs. Running away from home may be a temporary thing. She might be back in 2 days. Rhaegar covered his face with his hands in pain. I know that my daughter will grow up eventually. She will live her own life sooner or later. I just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Matthew and Zeller looked at each other. It was obvious. They couldn't let Rhaegar continue to be immersed in this kind of resentment. Therefore, under Zeller's hint, Matthew encouraged. It's fine. I can ask the prophecy mages in the Alliance to help us find Sif. At least we can guarantee her safety. However, Rhaegar shook his head. I'm not worried about Sif's safety. I don't think anyone can hurt her along the way. In the end, she is indeed different from before. If any stupid evil art master dares to kidnap Sif, he will die very quickly. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. So Sif did awaken a powerful power? What is this power? I suspect that her current strength is close to mine. Rhaegar glanced at Matthew. He suddenly puffed out his chest proudly. Is there a possibility that she's more powerful than you now? Matthew smiled. At this moment, Zeller's extremely serious voice sounded. Is it related to that drop of blood? Rhaegar nodded. Zeller asked in surprise. How is that possible? Did you really find that drop of blood? How long has that drop of blood been on your hand? Why don't I know anything about it? Rhaegar said bitterly. It's Melinda. I only realized after Sif completed her awakening that there was a wisp of Barthur's aura on her. It was speculated that Melinda must have found a drop of Barthur's blood through some unknown means when she was pregnant and fused it into Sif's body. The origin of this drop of Barthur's blood might be related to the necromancer who took Melinda away, but it could also be just my prediction. In short, I was careless at the time and didn't notice this detail. And now, Sif's body has gathered the most evil and powerful devil power in the entire Inferno Hell. Under my influence, she has always hated evil and devils. It's no wonder she's so resistant to awakening. After awakening, she seems to be so emotionally unstable. Barthur's blood? Matthew was shocked. He had once told Margaret about the Suki family. This powerful force that occupied almost half of Purgatory's territory originated from the leader of the Inferno Hell's humans and the demon, Mephisto, as well as the drop of Barthur's blood they found. Chapter 907, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Chapter 907, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Barthur was a terrifying existence who had once unified the 9-tier Purgatory. He was more powerful than any devil in Purgatory, but he was unlucky enough to run into a peak calamity mage and was eventually sealed under the Bridge of All Life. The power contained in the blood essence he left behind was naturally unimaginable. Are you sure that's Barthur's aura? Matthew didn't dare to be negligent. Rhaegar nodded his head lightly. I wasn't sure at first, but after the recent quarrels, I realized that the aura she revealed when she lost control of her temper was exactly the same as my sister's. Well, it was Letitia, the current queen of the Suki kingdom. She had the purest Barthur bloodline of the Suki family. However, compared to Sif, even Letitia's Barthur aura wasn't as strong. I can basically confirm that Sif's body has an extra drop of Barthur's blood compared to the normal Suki members. This drop of blood will give her endless power, but it might also cause her to be consigned to eternal damnation. Only that ambitious Melinda would do such a thing. Damn it. Rhaegar's face was filled with uneasiness and annoyance. At this moment, Matthew finally understood the dilemma in Rhaegar's heart. His daughter had suddenly grown up and wanted to be independent. Facing Sif's sudden power, Rhaegar lost confidence in himself. He was most worried that Sif would go astray. In the end, I'm still too weak. If I had the strength of a legend, I would have the confidence to guide her on the right path, but I don't. I really shouldn't have wasted all these years. If I had worked hard, I might have become a legend by now. Rhaegar hugged his head and cried out. Zeller walked over and kicked him. Wake up. With your talent, if you work hard, you'll only be Liweichi. You might not even be as good as him. Rhaegar protested. Maybe I really have the talent to become a legendary warrior? Zeller rolled his eyes and fell silent. Matthew muttered. If that's the case, Sif's decision to go to the floating city was actually a very correct one. She might be worried that she wouldn't be able to control the power in her body, and she needs a legendary mage or warlock to help lead the way. Rhaegar helplessly slumped onto the sofa. You're right. But I just feel terrible. And I'm worried that she'll suffer if she goes out alone. What if she's like me and has no sense of direction? Matthew immediately interrupted Rhaegar's resentment. So the most important thing now is to find Sif and send her to Floating City through proper channels. Rhaegar gritted his teeth as if he was still unwilling. Zeller came over and patted him on the shoulder. It's time to admit your old age, Rhaegar. You can't tie her to your side. As Matthew said, finding her a better teacher is the best choice. Rhaegar retorted. I'm not old yet. Zeller laughed coldly. Yesterday, you had an affair with the wives of the nobles from Red Mountain in the changing room of the official post house. The average time was less than 7 minutes. And this is under the condition of smearing that sword oil. This will never be the standard you used to have, Rhaegar. Rhaegar's face turned red, and he immediately defended himself. That's because their husbands are nearby. Matthew was dumbfounded. Zeller waved his hand dismissively. Those nobles willingly offered their women to Rhaegar in exchange for some of their inherent interests in Red Mountain. In the beginning, Rhaegar pretended to be unwilling to accept it, but those nobles expressed that it was the custom of Red Mountain to offer their wives to the lord they were loyal to. If Rhaegar could not lower himself, then they would be very afraid and would not dare to stay in Red Mountain any longer. So he happily went along with it. However, from the expressions of those noble ladies after the incident, I'm afraid his performance could only be said to be passable. Rhaegar could not refute. He could only continue sighing. Matthew blinked. So, do you agree to let Sif go to the floating city or not? Rhaegar said dejectedly. So what if I don't agree? Let her go, Matthew. Please find her a good teacher. Just tell me how much it costs. Matthew nodded. Since Rhaegar had spoken, he was naturally willing to help the father and daughter reconcile. But before that, he had to find Sif first. It was not difficult for the mages of the Alliance to find someone, but to find a teacher. Just as Matthew was thinking about who to find to divine Sif's whereabouts, Rhaegar suddenly pulled Matthew's sleeve. Do you think I still have a chance to become a legend if I start working hard now? Matthew wanted to say that it was unlikely. However, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have an invisible title of legendary mentor. So he said, Try it. I think you have a good chance. Rhaegar's eyes lit up. Then I'll start increasing the intensity of the training now. I'll have to leave Sif to you. Matthew agreed readily. Then, he smiled and left the Lord's office. Barthur's blood? This is really something to look forward to. Unknowingly, Matthew quickened his pace. Through the portal of the Cauldron House, Matthew spent a lot of money to arrive at the northernmost floating city for the first time. He did not wander around the legendary floating city. Instead, he immediately found the person he wanted to visit. Chapter 908 Chapter 908, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Chapter 908, The Purgatory's Daughter's Order. Genius Mage Hibbert. Of course, there was no surprise. The female mage, Vivian, who had a child with him, was also beside him. After the incident at Cross City, Vivian's attitude towards Matthew had changed drastically. After listening to Matthew's narration, Hibbert was still in a daze. Vivian said, If it's really the blood of Barthur, then many of the hall mages would be willing to accept her as a student. But before that, we have to find that girl as soon as possible. We can't let anything happen to her. Hibbert can't do this. Let me help you. Half an hour later. Northeast of Rolling Stone Town, in the wilderness only a few miles away from Ghost Granny Castle, a lonely figure was slowly walking north. Her figure was light and agile as if she was indescribably happy. But from time to time, she would also look back at the small town where she had lived for more than 10 years. However, no matter how many times she looked back, in the end, she chose to continue north resolutely. Next is my own path. I want to walk by myself. With such a firm thought in mind, the girl unknowingly arrived near the Scar of the Dead. She frowned and looked ahead. Do I have to take a detour? At this moment, a magic carpet descended from the sky. A beautiful female mage with a gentle tone stood on the magic carpet. Miss Sif? I'm Vivian, a hall mage of Floating City. I've been entrusted by a friend to send you directly to your destination. As she spoke, she showed the identity of the Seven Saint Alliance and the assessment information that Sif had reported to the Alliance. Is the friend you're talking about Matthew? Sif asked curiously. Vivian nodded lightly. He said that if he showed up, you might mistake him for a lobbyist sent by your father. That's why he didn't come. Sif pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Vivian noticed that her forehead was covered in sweat and asked considerately. Do you want milk tea? As she spoke, she conjured a cup of milk tea out of thin air. Sif looked at the scene curiously. Then, she asked in embarrassment. Can I have 2 glasses? Vivian was stunned for a moment before smiling gently. Of course you can. Hence, she made another cup. Sif took the 2 cups of milk tea and apologized politely. Then, she suddenly disappeared from where she was. In midair. On the invisible magic carpet. Matthew looked at Sif in surprise. The latter looked at Matthew with a smile. Her little face was almost touching his nose. I order you to drink my milk tea, she said. Matthew instinctively wanted to refuse, but for some reason, he suddenly found that he had lost his resistance to Sif's words. I'll feed you. Her tone was obedient and gentle, but her words were unquestionable and domineering. Matthew lowered his head involuntarily. Just as his lips were about to touch the edge of the cup of milk tea, the milk tea was suddenly moved away. A pair of soft and sweet lips kissed him. At that moment, Matthew's mind went blank. He hadn't had the time to enjoy that sweetness and gentleness. A sharp pain pricked his nerves. It's all my fault for being too careless. I bit and bled. That was what she said. However, there was no trace of apology on the girl's face. She licked her lips arrogantly. At the same time, her eyes were filled with provocation as she looked at Matthew. In the next moment, Matthew could feel an itch on his waist. A thin tail wrapped around his waist, and the tip of the tail pierced through his robe, quickly carving a brand on Matthew's waist. Then, goodbye, Matthew. Sif suddenly took a step back, and her entire temperament became obedient and gentle. Please apologize to Rhaegar for me. I'll come back. Wait until I find my own path. You have to work hard too. Don't be careless, and let me surpass you. As she spoke, she handed Matthew one of the cups of milk tea. Then, she disappeared from the magic carpet again. A moment later, Vivian's magic carpet slowly rose and flew further away. Matthew sat on his magic carpet in a daze and watched them leave. On the data panel. Hint, you have encountered Sif, the daughter of Purgatory's command spell. Exemption failed. You have received a light attack from Sif. This action is suspected to be flirting. Do you want to change the meaning of the action? You have been marked by Sif, the daughter of Purgatory. Hunter's mark, you have become the prey of the daughter of Purgatory. In a future moment, when she is in a happy mood, she may enjoy you. Chapter 909, Chapter 909, I'm the victim. Chapter 909, I'm the victim. He felt a burning pain coming from his lower back. Matthew couldn't help but take out a mirror to look at himself. The so-called mark of prey. Its appearance was like a scar scratched by a wild beast with 3 claws. It was different from ordinary wounds. The 3 scars were still flashing with a dark red bloody light. Matthew covered it with his hand. It was quite hot. After a very long time. Only then did the burning scar slowly disappear, gradually turning into a tattoo-like existence. Matthew frowned. He could feel that this thing was a bit like Soria's enchantment spell, permanently becoming a part of his body. It seemed to be a little difficult to remove it. At the same time, he also sensed the hidden attributes of the prey brand. Additional effect: when the prey brand is activated, your resistance to command and charm spells of the opposite sex will increase by 100%. At the same time, your resistance to Sif's command and charm spells is reduced to 10% of normal. When any member of the opposite sex has intimate physical contact, mucus contact, or bodily fluid communication with you, the brand will automatically enter the activated state. You can feel a slight pain and receive a temporary focus plus 1 attribute increase. Matthew's expression gradually became subtle. Sif. Are you purely treating me as your private property? Deep down in his heart, there was a sense of dissatisfaction that he had been offended. However, there was a vague feeling. He was interested in Sif, who had changed so much. It is possible that I am also a strong person in my bones. It is inevitable that I will be interested in powerful strength. Matthew laughed bitterly in his heart. If he couldn't get rid of this mark, he would have to lower his head when facing Sif in the future. Barthur's blood is indeed one of the strongest sources of power in Inferno Hell. No wonder I couldn't resist her command spell just now. Matthew's emotions were complicated. This power was indeed terrifying. No wonder Rhaegar was so anxious. His obedient and gentle daughter was suddenly at risk of losing control, and she couldn't control it at all. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. But for Matthew, the biggest reminder of what had just happened was still. In the future, I have to put those 2 divinities in a place where I can get them at any time. If I had those 2 divinities, Sif's command spell would not have succeeded, and I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Matthew scratched his head, suddenly not knowing what to do next. According to the plan he had discussed with Vivian, he planned to secretly escort Sif to the northernmost floating city, but now that something like this had happened, Matthew suddenly felt a little embarrassed to go. So he sat down on the magic carpet. He quickly wrote 2 letters. One of them was for Hibbert, and the other was for Vivian. He gave Vivian more words. Matthew could tell that no matter what he asked Hibbert to do, it would still be Vivian who would help him. Instead of doing this, he might as well trouble Vivian directly. It would also save Hibbert the trouble of relaying the message. The content of the letter was actually quite simple. He explained Sif's situation and hoped that Hibbert and Vivian could find a good teacher for her. As for the cost, Matthew said that if there was anything they could use, they could just ask. He would send it to them when the time came. Of course, Rhaegar was definitely the one who paid for this. When he thought of Rhaegar, Matthew could not help but feel a headache coming on. However, he had to finish what he started. He had already agreed to it, and now that he had sent Sif away, he still had to explain it to the other side. Half an hour later, in the office hall of the Lord's Manor. So, you just let her go? Rhaegar jumped up from the sofa. What else? Matthew licked his injured lips unnaturally. You have to let her learn to be independent, right? Rhaegar clenched his fists. Other than asking you to apologize to me, does she have nothing else to say to me? Matthew thought for a moment. Right now, Sif is like a child who has just entered the rebellious phase. Her emotions fluctuate greatly. There are many things that she would rather hide in her heart than say publicly. This is very normal. As he spoke, he licked his lips again. Rhaegar frowned and sighed deeply. But I still feel bad about letting her leave just like that. Matthew licked his lips for the 3rd time. He had no choice. It hurt a little. It was purely an unconscious action. He continued to console Rhaegar as he licked his lips. You have to let her go out and see the world. Maybe the real world is far from being as beautiful as she imagined. Maybe she will remember her father's goodness when she encounters difficulties. Hearing this, Rhaegar slowly nodded. What you said makes sense. But then he looked at Matthew suspiciously. What happened to your lips? Don't tell me you fell off a magic carpet? Matthew instinctively wanted to hide it. However, he thought about it. Sif had changed too much. As Sif's father and his friend, Rhaegar seemed to have the right to know all this. So Matthew said frankly. Sif bit me. Rhaegar was stunned for a moment. Then, without another word, he went into the room at the back. After a while, he then angrily came out with his sword. You bastard, how dare you take advantage of my daughter? Chapter 910, I'm the victim. Chapter 910, I'm the victim. I'll kill you. Matthew was quite calm at first. He threw a human stop spell at Rhaegar and explained. Calm down first. But in the next second, a red light appeared on Rhaegar's body. His eyes were also burning with scarlet flames. At that moment, he was actually immune to Matthew's immobilizing spell. Wait. You don't have to use the second form to kill me, right? Is this the resistance of the devil bloodline? Matthew was stunned. He quickly took a few steps back, pulled a teleportation gate, and instinctively feigned a shot. Taking advantage of the furious Rhaegar's attention being attracted by the dimensional door, Matthew hurriedly pulled away. He threw a malicious shape-shifting spell at Rhaegar, who was venting his anger on the dimensional door. It was all right. Matthew's malicious shape-shifting was very accurate. During this process, he was even forced to use the spell upgrade effect. Only then did he successfully turn Rhaegar into a goat. However, it was different from the past. Rhaegar, who had turned into a goat, did not lose his offensive ability either. He didn't say a word, and his sharp horn stuck out. It went straight for Matthew's lower body. In a hurry, Matthew couldn't dodge in time and was chased by Rhaegar. The tables in the office hall fell to the ground. Vases and other objects were shattered into pieces. Hearing the voice, Madame Wesley poked her head out from the corridor. Lads, if you feel that your energy is too strong, go find the little girls to vent your anger instead of fighting with each other. Rhaegar, do you think my job is too idle? However, no one could answer her complaint. At this moment, Rhaegar was obviously venting his pent-up frustration on Matthew. A pair of huge goat horns were wildly pointing at him. Matthew didn't spoil him. After being chased for a while, he turned into a moon bear and slapped the goat to the ground. The goat stood up and continued to charge. After Matthew slapped him against the wall twice, the effect of malicious shape-shifting disappeared. Rhaegar once again rushed over with his big sword. Matthew fought him hand-to-hand for a few rounds and finally managed to subdue him. At this moment, he was already drenched in sweat. Rhaegar was also panting. He was pressed to the ground by the huge bear paw, and his eyes gradually regained their calm. Matthew slowly let go. He knew that Rhaegar was just venting. If he really wanted to fight, his moon bear form would not be able to take him down. But on the surface, he still spat angrily. Have you calmed down? Can you listen to me explain the whole story? Rhaegar did not say a word. Matthew said slowly. It was Sif who took the initiative. I was passive the whole time. I'm the victim. Rhaegar's eyes were wide open. Matthew pressed the bear paw back and continued. She's like a different person. She's full of aggression and makes me feel very dangerous. I don't have the ability to fight back at all. Although it sounds a little fake, your daughter does have the strength to fight a tier 5 mage. And you know me. I wouldn't do something like bullying a little girl. The killing intent in Rhaegar's eyes gradually disappeared. After a long time, he pushed Matthew's bear paw away and sat back down on the sofa. So, she kissed you before she left? Rhaegar's voice was filled with dejection. Matthew corrected him. Bite, not kiss. Although there was a moment where it could be considered a kiss, most of the time, it was biting. Rhaegar's eyelids twitched, and his right hand involuntarily pressed on the big sword. Matthew quickly returned to his human form and showed his back to Rhaegar. Look, she even left such a humiliating mark on me. This is all your daughter's doing. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Rhaegar's expression changed drastically when he saw this. A trace of guilt actually appeared in his eyes. This kind of brand is called the slave brand in the purgatory. Usually, only the Devil Queen's lover or male slave is qualified to be marked with this mark. Once you have it, you will never be able to escape her control. Sif, how did she become like this? Rhaegar held his head with both hands. Matthew was relatively calm. He did not believe that a brand could do anything to him. He was a famous mage now, so how could he not escape the control of a little girl? He said calmly, Right now, Sif is full of contradictions, but at least we can see the dark side hidden in her heart. She may hate these things from the bottom of her heart, but she may also vaguely hope for them. Whether she is gentle, obedient, or wild and domineering, they are all a part of Sif. I hope she can reconcile with me as soon as possible, but this requires time and opportunity, as well as her own efforts. We've already done everything we can. There's no need for perfection. Rhaegar, let it go. Rhaegar took a deep breath. I understand. I understand the logic. Then, he looked at Matthew. So, you came to me just to say this? You came to show off in front of a father that you were forced by his daughter? Matthew shook his head. It's not that. He pointed at his lips and waist and said seriously. I just want to tell you that these two places are considered work-related injuries. Chapter 9:11 Chapter 9:11, I'm the victim. Chapter 9:11, I'm the victim. You have to reimburse me. Rhaegar widened his eyes in disbelief, his trembling right hand once again pressing on the hilt of the sword. Matthew laughed and flew away. On the way back to the cemetery, Matthew was still thinking about the expression on Rhaegar's face. He had no choice. Who asked him to be bullied by Sif? He couldn't get back at his daughter. He could only bully her father. Why does this plot sound so strange? Matthew laughed and shook his head. After returning to the cemetery, he ate something and meditated for a while before he had enough energy to continue exploring the domain. After winning the Battle of Gods by using the power of a fox to intimidate a tiger, Matthew obtained a small portion of the reproduction domain. This domain granted him a new ability. Vigorous Halo, the fertility rate of the area you are in will be significantly increased. People would be more eager to reproduce, the pregnancy rate of a single exchange of bodily fluids would be higher, and the probability of contraceptive failure would be 3 times higher. Under the influence of the halo, the child born would grow closer to you. At the very least, they would become your supporters. Some of them would want to acknowledge you as their godfather from the bottom of their hearts. This will help to increase your fatherly authority. But at the same time, you may also be slightly affected by the halo. Warning, detected that you possess the temperance domain. There is a slight conflict with the reproduction domain. Please coordinate within 360 days. Otherwise, you will lose at least one of the 2 domains. How should he describe this exuberant halo? Matthew felt that it was still valuable. In times of chaos or when the population was insufficient, this halo would help increase the population of the territory. Although it would also affect him. But the good news was that this halo could be turned on or off freely through authority. Currently, the halo's range of influence is within a 100-kilometer radius. Rolling Stone Town seems to be quite lacking in population, so let's keep it open for now. Matthew thought about it and happily made a decision. Matthew wasn't surprised by the conflict of domains. The domain of temperance itself was in conflict with many other domains. He was an emissary of balance. If he couldn't even settle this, then he wouldn't have to consider entering several conflicting fields in the future. Matthew wasn't in a hurry to coordinate his domain. Instead, he chose to continue opening up the Tauren domain. In the past, he had chosen to open up vertically, which was to dig deeper into a single element. However, in this War of Gods, when he launched the war, he used the Tauren domain as a base and launched a declaration of domain expansion. In this way, Matthew had no choice. He could only expand horizontally. Hint, your Tauren domain has officially annexed the reproduction domain and has expanded the plunder element horizontally. The current Tauren domain contains the following elements. Reproduction, distorted. Plunder, full. Tauren, race. Instigate, undead. Other, temptation, depravity, seduction. Your Tauren domain has gained a wider definition. In a wider domain, you will enjoy a higher priority. In the process of opening up horizontally, you have obtained a new ability from the plunder element, Snatch Blades. Snatch blade, you can use hand, mage's hand, or equalization hand to perform a tactical action to steal the target's weapon. Prerequisite, to use snatch blade, your hands must not be equipped with any weapons except for gloves. Remark, when the target holds a weapon and attacks you at close range, the success rate of seizing the blade will increase to more than 95%. The closer the distance, the higher the success rate. Detected that you have a similar ability within the domain, lending me to play with it. Do you want to choose ability fusion? Matthew thought for a moment. In the end, he didn't choose to fuse with it. These two abilities were indeed similar. They were both targeted at the enemy's weapons, but their uses were actually different. Lending it to me to play with requires the same type of weapon to be prepared in advance, which is more suitable for taking the initiative to attack. Snatch blade was different. It was more like a defensive counterattack ability. The fusion of domain abilities was a very serious matter. If one of them failed to fuse well, they might lose the characteristics of the two abilities. It was better to keep it. This way, no matter what situation he encountered in the future, Matthew would have his own ability to deal with it. In general, the ability to snatch blades gave Matthew a more relaxed response when facing melee professionals, especially assassins. I'm a mage. It's normal for me to learn how to snatch a blade with my bare hands, right? When he thought of that scene, Matthew couldn't help but look forward to it. The opening of the domain ended here. In the following period of time, Matthew first checked the development of the demiplane. He hadn't checked it for a few days. There were almost no changes to the demiplane. Matthew knew that this was because he had entered a settling period. The only thing that surprised him was, at the edge of the demiplane, a few wooden boxes appeared. Some of these wooden boxes were old, and some were new. The oldest one had already been corroded beyond recognition, and there were obvious signs of being soaked in seawater. The newer ones seemed to have just been made, and the quality looked quite good. Matthew checked. Regardless of whether the box was old or new, it was empty, which disappointed him. These boxes must have accidentally arrived at the edge of my demiplane along the dimensional turbulence. This situation is very normal. The dimensions are filled with erratic turbulence. Some of the things in the turbulence come from collapsed demiplanes, while others come from trash thrown away by mages. However, most of the drifting things are worthless. Chapter 9:12 Chapter 9:12 I'm the victim. Chapter 9:12 I'm the victim. With the continuous expansion of Biosphere 1, there might be more and more of this garbage. I might have to find someone to clean it up in the future. Matthew put away the boxes. He chatted with the nature souls and the other holy oak seeds for a while. He returned to the cemetery. He continued to perfect his protective umbrella plan. Matthew did not forget his promise to Ellen, the winter moon. The problem with Jade Quartz Scar of the Dead was also very prominent. This time, because he had successfully written the domain contract, Matthew planned to upgrade his original plan. The protective umbrella he used in Rolling Stone Town. In other words, the scorched earth of death, which was filled with negative energy, still had the risk of spreading. However, after Matthew's research during this period of time, he thought that he could plant a large number of underworld locust trees around the protective umbrella to alleviate this problem. At the same time, he planned to add tree walls and mushroom gardens around the new protective umbrella to greatly reduce the spread of negative energy. Amongst them, Matthew even planned to use the power of the sack of decay. This thing was a huge consumer of negative energy and could effectively delay the automatic expansion of the scorched earth of death. After that, I'll plant a large number of mushrooms in the mushroom garden. I can even ask Hussman how to further balance. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Matthew's brush flew. He liked the feeling of making plans. Of course, execution was also important. Usually, when Matthew was focused on something, no one dared to disturb him. But today was different. The centaur Obust barged into the cemetery. As he advanced, he shouted, "Lord Matthew, Lord Matthew! We found a group of demons at the edge of the oak forest. Obust's voice startled Matthew. He quickly put down his pen and activated the oak domain. In the next moment, countless whispers entered Matthew's ears. His expression changed slightly. Half a minute later, Matthew appeared in the east of the oak forest. In the buffer zone between the oak forest and the farm area further away. One by one, the demons screamed as they died on the ground. When Matthew rushed over, the last demon's neck was snapped by a slow shadow. Matthew looked at the corpses of the demons on the ground, and his face revealed a shocked and heartbroken expression. The figure slowly turned around. His face was covered in blood, and his expression was extremely tired. His eyes were filled with vigilance. It was only when he saw Matthew that he suddenly relaxed, and his eyes turned red. "Matthew, I've finally made it to you." His voice was very hoarse as if he had not slept for days and nights. Matthew gritted his teeth. He looked at the empty sleeve under the other party's right arm without confidence. "Who caused you to be like this?" Hearing this, the man's eyes turned even redder. He silently turned around and pulled out a small cart from the pile of demon corpses. There were 7 Django bodies lying on the cart. The faces of these corpses were very young. However, his death was especially tragic. "I'm fine. Although I lost an arm, I'm still alive." The future king of the rainforest sounded like he was about to cry. "But they can't live anymore. It's all my fault. I thought this was a very profitable business, so I specially called them out from the tribe. Who knew that I overestimated my own strength and underestimated the intensity of the war? They're all dead, I don't dare to return to the tribe. I don't know how to report my mission. I don't know how to face those women, children, and the elderly. When we set off, I told them that we were going to make a lot of money, but now. I don't know, Matthew." As he spoke, he sat down on the cart. He lay with the bodies of the Djangos. His body twitched as he sobbed softly. He looked at the grief-stricken Lumiere. Matthew slowly opened the healing halo of the oak tree domain. A moment later, Lumiere's sobs grew softer. Matthew asked softly, "Did you bring them to the battlefield at Wild Wolf Mountain? You guys ran into that demon lord?" Lumiere did not answer. Matthew leaned over to take a look. The other party was already in a deep sleep. Matthew sighed softly and ordered his subordinates to dispose of the evil demons' corpses and move them away. Then, he transformed into a moon bear himself and slowly carried Lumiere, who was in a deep sleep. He walked step by step towards the oak forest that was scattered with sunlight and shadows. Chapter 913 The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Questions. Chapter 913 The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Questions. In the small house in the woods, Lumiere was fast asleep. Matthew quietly cast a spell on him, but it only removed about 1/3 of the blood on his body. It was hard to imagine what he had encountered these days. However, Matthew knew that Lumiere had been invited by Golden Lion Barton to participate in the Battle of Wild Wolf Mountain as a mercenary. Matthew speculated. Given Lumiere's formidable strength, he would definitely be fine as long as he did not collide head-on with the Demon Lord. During this time, he did not receive any news about Lumiere, including world events. Therefore, Matthew had thought that Lumiere would be fine. Who would have thought that he would suffer such a serious blow? Matthew sighed softly. He seemed to be partly responsible for Lumiere becoming a mercenary. This guy's understanding of the outside world was very shallow, especially on the level of war. After Lumiere left the rainforest, the first battle he participated in was the Battle of the Moss Hills. Everyone knew. The first time in any war would greatly shape a person's understanding of the war. Naturally, Lumiere was the same. Although there were some twists and turns in the battle at the Moss Hills, it was mostly under Matthew and the Alliance's control. In that battle, the most dangerous moment was when Lumiere charged into the dragon's mouth to save Matthew. This scene was extremely shocking and thrilling at the time. It was just that in hindsight. This battle seemed to have caused Lumiere to misjudge the intensity of the war. He was indeed very powerful, so he was facing the dragon head-on. However, the legendary demon lord. That was a completely different concept. It's also his bad luck. Matthew shook his head. Of course, he also knew that this kind of bad luck was inevitable. With the current situation, no region would be peaceful anymore. Rolling Stone Town had encountered the Dragon Calamity, Cross City had encountered the three evil organizations and the Meteor Shower, and the Dark Shadow Fist sect and the demons had secretly plotted a conspiracy in Jiliu City. More and more life forms were pouring into the prime material plane, and they were getting stronger and stronger. Even if you stay at home, you might encounter an accident. Not to mention the battlefield, a place full of variables. He was one of the main commanders of the battle at the Moss Hills. Matthew knew very well that the seemingly crushing victory of Rolling Stone Town hid a lot of preparations. This included the gathering of information and planning. For example, when fighting against the dragons. Matthew had prepared a large number of resistance potions in advance. These potions had successfully made the members of the elite party immune to the dragon's might, allowing them to unleash their full strength. But the battlefield at Wild Wolf Mountain was different. No one had expected that the lords of the three towns of River Shore would go completely crazy and sacrifice the lives of the entire battlefield to summon a legendary demon lord. If it were an ordinary legendary demon, it would be fine. The Abyssal Lord template possessed by the Demon Lord came with extremely high priority domains such as Chaos, Distortion, and Fear. These domains were completely destructive to those who were unprepared. It was normal for Lion City's army to be completely wiped out. However, Matthew had thought that with Lumiere's ability, he would be able to get out in time. Now it seemed that either Lumiere was unlucky and was very close to the birthplace of the Demon Lord, or the Demon Lord's strength was beyond Matthew's imagination. Ah, hiss! Even in his sleep. This young man, who was strong enough to fight the dragon head-on, could not help but curl up and let out ravings filled with fear. His heart is filled with fear, and he needs to be healed. A gentle voice sounded in Matthew's ear. Matthew turned around. He saw a little boy outside the window of the wooden house. The latter seemed to be standing on her tiptoes and looking inside, her bright and clear eyes sparkling. Husman? Matthew asked curiously. Can you sense his dreams? Husman nodded. It's not just a dream. If you allow me to enter, I can directly see into his mind. His heart is now filled with trauma. He must have encountered something terrifying. Do you need my help? Matthew nodded lightly. Husman obediently left the windowsill and ran to the door of the wooden house. He knocked on the door again, and after getting Matthew's permission again, he walked in an orderly manner. Husman sat by Lumiere's bed. He blew gently in each of Lumiere's ears. In the next second, 2 large mushrooms suddenly grew out of his ears. The mushrooms were white. It was like the purest and softest wool or like the white clouds hanging in the blue sky. Matthew quietly watched Husman's actions. On the data panel. Hint, your partner Husman, Rotten Sack Lord/Nature's Soul, has activated the spore territory. Using the spores as a medium, Husman activated his subdomain, Mind. Husman used the ability of the Mind domain, the Bridge of All Things. Bridge of All Things, Husman can use spores as a medium to enter the dreams and minds of any living being. He can adjust their emotions, including eliminating pain, absorbing happiness, soothing sadness, calming their minds, and so on. Spores could actually contain the mind? Matthew was shocked. However, he quickly realized that the subdomain here was not a concept defined by nature. Chapter 914 Chapter 914, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. Chapter 914, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. It was Husman who defined it on his own. This should be an instinctive action. There was a high chance that when Husman was controlling the spore domain, he had unconsciously infiltrated the mind domain, and a portion of the mind domain had been absorbed into the spore. Hence, there was such a strange subordinate relationship. Can you heal the wounds of the soul? Matthew was getting more and more curious about Husman's abilities. Husman smiled in embarrassment. Yes. The wound on Dudley's heart was much bigger than his. However, it's not a particularly powerful ability. Most wounds on the soul can heal themselves with the passage of time. I just accelerated the process. I'm going to treat him now. Do you want to watch? If you watch from the side, you might be affected by some pain, but with an additional observer, the effect of the treatment itself will also increase. Matthew nodded decisively. In the next moment, Husman plucked the white mushroom from Lumiere's ear and handed it to Matthew. If you eat it, you can help share his pain. Matthew ate the mushroom without saying anything. So bitter. He grinned. Husman scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Ah, but painful memories are all very bitter. Matthew still wanted to say something. However, as the mushroom entered his stomach, his vision began to shake violently. Immediately after, there was a roar that made his soul tremble. Roar, hoo, chee. Matthew opened his eyes, and a strange low voice from the abyss hit his eardrums like drums. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. On the dark battlefield, the human battle formation in front of them suddenly collapsed. A large number of horses broke free from their master's control and fled in all directions in despair. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, forming a huge castle-like block that blocked every ray of sunlight. The ground was rolling. The feeling of the world spinning hit everyone's nerves. The mountains were lifted into the air like the crest of a wave. No one knew what had happened. All the way until the huge crack in front of them, an indescribably terrifying thing suddenly crawled out. It was a terrifying demon that was as huge as a mountain with only part of its body sticking out of the ground. The demon's exposed skin shone with a strange metallic luster. There were many tiny bumps on its skin. Matthew took a closer look. How were those tiny lumps? They were clearly human heads. These heads were densely packed, covering the demon's body like a matrix. In the middle of these human heads, there were many faint white lines hidden. Matthew didn't realize what these white lines were at first. But very quickly, all the white lines became bright and then split up, revealing the bright red flesh inside. Tongues that were as big as dragons stretched out from inside. There was a ring of small tongues on the tongues, and in the folds of the flesh, there were fine saw teeth that looked like steel nails. Matthew knew very well that he was in Lumiere's dream. He also felt a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. No. Not just fear. There was also intimidation and gravity. He could feel his body trembling uncontrollably. There was a mysterious force pulling him towards the demon lord. This was the power of the demon monarch. Matthew put himself in his shoes. If he was the one at the scene, how would he deal with it? The undead were immune to fear. However, it was not immune to intimidation and gravity. The former targeted the soul, while the latter targeted the physical body. It could be said to be an all-round suppression. If it were me, I might only be able to escape in time without using Chen's Vajra fist. Without the support of divinity, I might not even have the courage to approach this monster. Matthew's heart trembled. He did not expect the demon lord that appeared on the battlefield of Wild Wolf Mountain to be several levels higher than the projection of the blood nightmare maze that descended from Jiliu City. How could a demon of this level descend in its true form? Matthew clicked his tongue in his heart. Considering that the time of the incident was very close to the meteor shower incident in Cross City, Matthew had reason to believe that the arrival of the demon lord was closely related to the gods attacking the eternal barrier. The following scene seemed to have been sped up. However, Matthew could barely see Lumiere's exact encounter. Just as he had guessed, Lumiere's team was very unlucky in being close to the place where the demon was born. After the cavalry at the front collapsed, Lumiere realized that something was wrong and wanted to retreat with his clansmen. But it was too late. The Lord, called the Gluttonous Fear Demon, had activated a powerful gravitational field. All living creatures within a 5-kilometer radius Under the effect of the terrifying gravitational field, they were all swallowed by the gluttonous horror demon. Lumiere and his people were not spared. They were swallowed by the gluttonous horror demon one after another. The scene of despair made Matthew deeply shocked and sad. He saw the horse trying its best to escape the scene, but it was chewed into blood clots by the demon's mouth along with the knight, who was overturned. He saw a warlock trying to cast a spell to resist the gravitational field of the fear demon. As a result, he was instantly torn into pieces by the gravitational field. Chapter 9:15 Chapter 9:15, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. Chapter 9:15, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. He saw the soldiers encounter the yellowish-green gastric juice in the stomach of the fear demon. With just a slight touch, their armor and flesh would automatically fall off like tofu skin. At that moment, everyone was running for their lives. In fact, most people didn't even know what had happened. They could only rely on their survival instincts to struggle. However, their struggles could only become snacks before and after the fear demon's meals. Many soldiers died. Only a few lucky or truly strong people were spared. Lumiere was naturally one of them. Matthew saw him use his powerful body to forcefully pierce through one of the gluttonous horror demon's stomach pouches and escape. However, he had only taken a few steps after escaping. Lumiere resolutely burrowed into the stomach of the gluttonous horror demon. Very quickly, he carried the figures out one by one. Those were his clansmen. It was just that these people's physiques were not as strong as Lumiere's. In order to save these 7 people as much as possible, Lumiere was in and out of the stomach of the terror demons. He had even paid the price of an arm. But in the end, he saved them. There were only 7 incomplete corpses. However, Lumiere did not realize this at the time. He hurriedly found a small cart on the battlefield and piled the corpses together before quickly escaping. Speaking of which, he was lucky. At this moment, the legendary mage with the title of Shield of the Gem Mountain had arrived on the battlefield. The latter had successfully attracted the attention of the demon lord. Lumiere and his cart were able to escape. But even so, due to the huge crack that the demon lord had torn open, a large number of abyssal demons were able to enter. One of the demon warlords had his eyes on Lumiere's figure and led his subordinates to pursue him day and night. Originally, with Lumiere's strength, killing the demon warlord wouldn't have been too difficult. However, he had lost an arm, and his strength had been greatly reduced by the fear of the demon lord, so he could only hide from the pursuit. The following content became even more blurry. Matthew could only see Lumiere's approximate trajectory. He had escaped from the Wild Wolf Mountain. They passed by Apple Avenue, Phoenix Forest, and the Wasteland of Resting. They fled and killed along the way. In the end, they killed most of the demons. The badge that Matthew had seen at the edge of the oak forest was most likely the last. The distance between Rolling Stone Town and Wild Wolf Mountain was long. Matthew didn't know how Lumiere had managed to survive. Perhaps it was the purest survival instinct that led him here. I'm afraid only legendary mages can resist such a terrifying demon lord. In Lumiere's dream, I seemed to have seen the legendary mage holding a glowing item in his hand. There seemed to be divinity condensed on it. It was at least a quasi-relic. Unknowingly, Matthew slowly exited Lumiere's dream. His heart was slightly heavy, but fortunately, his will was still firm. Although the feared demon lord had also left a shadow in his mind, this shadow quickly faded away. In the end, I'm just a bystander. Through Lumiere's dream, Matthew also realized the importance of divinity. He thought about it carefully. Although Isabel seemed to ignore him on the surface, every conversation she had would hit the nail on the head, and every gift she gave was extremely valuable. Matthew felt even more grateful and respectful. He glanced at Husman, who was frowning. There were 2 pearls hanging from his eyelashes, and his mouth was pursed. He looked aggrieved and unhappy. It was obvious. As the main healer, Husman was definitely more affected. Matthew did not disturb Husman. He opened a map of the south and drew a crack on the landmark of Wild Wolf Mountain. With this as the center. Apple Avenue in the south, Phoenix Forest in the west, East Coast and Jewel Bay in the east, and Eversong Forest in the north. At least 30 cities or territories were in danger of being invaded by the abyss. The evil demons had clearly planned this for a long time. Matthew drew red circles on these cities. Then, he also drew red circles around Cross City, Gilliu, and Rolling Stone in the south. From the looks of it, the entire southeastern part of the southern land was almost surrounded by dense red circles. Under a disaster, I'm afraid that very few territories can survive. If there's another riot, where will it be? Matthew looked at the map of the south. In the next moment, an eye-catching landmark entered his sight. Jade Court. Matthew quickly typed a small question mark on the landmark. The west is a desert, and the only important place is the fortress at Mount Black Hesso. There was a riot in the Hot Springs prison, and I'm afraid Mount Black Hesso is not at peace now. In the nearby big cities, only Jade Court and Bayen City have been peaceful. Matthew's gaze became profound. It was strange. Bayen City was a place where necromancers gathered. Logically speaking, there should be a problem. Everyone knew that. Many middle and low-level necromancers were part-time sorcerers or simply had an affair with devils and demons. However, Bayen City looked safer than anywhere else, which was really confusing. In the midst of his thoughts, Husman suddenly opened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes with his small hands, and the pearls were still dripping uncontrollably. Chapter 916 Chapter 916, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. Chapter 916, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. What happened to you? Matthew asked with concern. Husman shook his head. I just feel that he's a little too pitiful, as well as those innocent people who died tragically. If only they could all turn into mushrooms. At the very least, mushrooms won't feel pain, nor will they be afraid of death. As he spoke, he wiped his tears and ran out of the room. I'm done. I need to find a place to grieve for a while. You don't have to worry about me, Matthew. My will is very strong, but I'm very empathetic. Dudley, where are you? I'm a little sad, but only a little. Matthew raised his head and saw Dudley coming from the depths of the forest. The Twilight Elf gently hugged the little boy. Soon, Dudley's face also showed a pained expression. However, this scene only lasted for a few seconds. The two of them chatted and laughed as they left. On the data panel. Hint, you have watched a healing process in the mind domain. Your mind +1. Your resistance to pain has increased slightly. Husman and Dudley are really gentle people. Although their thinking is different from ordinary people. Matthew felt lucky. He had only paid a nature soul quota to be able to live next door to such a powerful legendary creature. This might not even be Matthew's luck alone. It was the fortune of the entire Rolling Stone town. Not long after, Lumiere slowly woke up. After he woke up, he felt much more energetic and no longer looked sad. Matthew? What's wrong with me? I seem to have had a very long dream, but it was clearly reality. It clearly just happened, but I don't feel that bad anymore. His tone was filled with doubt. Matthew smiled and said, I found a specialist to treat you. Don't worry, and this treatment won't affect your memory. It will only speed up the healing of time on the wounds in your heart. He explained Husman's treatment method in detail. Lumiere fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, he said gratefully, Thank you. I was on that battlefield. Matthew raised his hand to stop him. I understand what you've been through. There's no need to let the pain repeat itself in your mind. Lumiere's mood was much more stable than before. He gently held his head and said in a confused voice, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do next. Matthew's tone was as stable as ever. It's very simple. Go and ask for money. Lumiere raised his head in astonishment. Matthew said calmly. The people are already dead. Shouldn't we at least get the pension back? They're children, old people, women, you have to take care of them, right? This accident can be said to be your dereliction of duty, but it's inevitable that people will make mistakes. You don't have to completely deny yourself because of one mistake. It's just that after the mistake, you have to bear the corresponding responsibility. I believe that the future king of the rainforest will never run away from his mistakes, right? As he spoke, he slapped a newspaper in front of Lumiere. This is the news from 2 days ago. Your employer, Golden Lion Barton, has now returned to Lion City safely. Although his military strength has been greatly damaged, the newspaper reported that he will visit the nearby Goldwater City and Deep Blue Port in the next few days. Although his defenses will definitely be stricter than before, we should be able to find an opportunity to meet him, right? Since you survived, he will definitely pay for this pension. You have to be prepared. After all, the sooner you ask for money, the better. Matthew spoke very quickly. Lumiere was unable to accept it at first. But after a while, his expression quickly returned to calmness. I understand. This is indeed what I should do. I won't run away. Matthew's face revealed a look of approval. However, he was secretly amazed. He could feel that Lumiere's spirit was gradually returning to him. This was partly due to his own awareness, but the key was Hussman's spiritual treatment. When a normal person encountered such a thing, no matter how good his mental fortitude was, he would still be depressed for a period of time. However, Lumiere was eager to try. I think if I sleep again, I'll have the energy to ask him for money. Matthew nodded. Then, he changed the topic. It shouldn't be difficult to ask for money. The Golden Lion has a good reputation in the south, and the Lion City is rich. It shouldn't be so bad that they'll turn hostile. In comparison, your arm is a more difficult thing to deal with. I have 3 options for you to choose from. Lumiere was stunned. Could it be that my arm can still be saved? Matthew blinked. A friend of mine told me that in this world, as long as you have enough money, you can create miracles. Although I don't completely agree with this statement, with the connections and channels I have now, it's indeed not a fantasy to regrow a severed limb. It's just that the 3 plans I provided may represent different prices. The first is the cheapest. I can buy the limb regrowth potion from Roderick's factory for you. However, the quality of the potion is uneven. I'm not sure what kind of new arm you can get. However, as far as I know, you should also have a healthy and flexible arm. It's just that your strength might not be as good as before. Chapter 917 Chapter 917, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. Chapter 917, The Gluttonous Horror Demon and Isabel's Interrogation. The second price is higher, remember Bobo Wilkins? You can find her or a similar mystical machinist to customize a mechanical arm for you. You can discuss the specific price yourself. It will definitely be more expensive than potions, and the quality of the mechanical arm will most likely be better than the arm regenerated through potions. This kind of arm can give you powerful combat strength. The disadvantage was that it might affect your pace of entering the legendary stage. Moreover, some legendary classes are very resistant to external objects. At this point, Matthew paused for a moment before continuing. As for the third method, that is to find a holy master or priest to help you regrow your limbs. Actually, mages can do it too, but most mages are not good at this. I'm afraid that the arm they give you is not as good as the standard potion in Roderick's factory. There happens to be a powerful priest in Rolling Stone Town, but her price is definitely not cheap. The price I'm talking about here is not just money. She might ask you to do something very difficult for her, such as tomb raiding. I've told you the 3 plans. Do you still have any doubts? Matthew had expected Lumiere to at least ask a few more questions. But who knew that the latter was only 2 or 3 seconds late? He said decisively, I choose the second option. Matthew was a little surprised. Why? I thought you would choose the third option. The first method is indeed unsatisfactory, but the third method will most likely result in an arm that is infinitely close to your original body's strength. Lumiere stared at Matthew, his eyes gradually brightening. His voice was calm and steady. First, I need stronger combat power now. Second, I want to teach myself a lesson. I know it's stupid, but only this way can it be profound enough. If I can't enter the legendary stage because of this, it's my own mistake. Thirdly, I want to come into contact with more new things. I've always been interested in Bobo's class, but I was too embarrassed to mention it before. Fourth, I guess the treatment just now must have cost a lot. I'm afraid that asking that priest to treat me will also require you to expend your connections. I've already troubled you enough. Fifth, this is the choice my intuition made for me. It has helped me avoid danger countless times. Even on the battlefield of Wild Wolf Mountain, I relied on it to survive. Therefore, I choose to continue believing in it. Matthew nodded lightly. Lumiere spoke very clearly. It seemed like he didn't make a rash decision. No matter what decision you make, as long as you don't regret it in the future, it's fine. Matthew said softly. You can rest here for a while. I'll arrange for the custom-made robotic arm for you as soon as possible. However, this matter won't be done so quickly. You might still have to go to the Golden Lion to ask for money first. Lumiere nodded. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Lumiere lay back on his bed and stared blankly at the ceiling, deep in thought. Matthew quietly left the cabin. As he walked, he thought about which channel he should use to customize Lumiere's robotic arms for the occult machinists. One was Bobo. The other was Soria. The former was from Cyberdragon and was currently undergoing the assessment for the occult machinist in Cloud Edge City's Wisdom Palace. There was a high chance that the results would be out soon. The latter's Crystal Palace was right next to the Cyberdragon. From the way Soria sent the reborn Mary to the Cyberdragon, it was not difficult to see that she had a deep friendship with the occult machinists. Logically speaking, the connections of a holy mage were definitely the best choice. However, with Soria's vampire nature, if Lumiere went to her, he might be the next Margaret. This guy still had an entire tribe to feed. Bobo's bomb is indeed very reliable. Her mechanical arm, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Matthew was thinking. Suddenly, a communication crystal ball in his inventory lit up and flew directly in front of Matthew. Matthew only glanced at the crystal ball. His figure immediately disappeared. A moment later. Cauldron House. In the small black room in the starry sky. Matthew looked at Isabel in surprise. He didn't know why the latter suddenly sent a message. In the next second, Isabel went straight to the point. My Patronus told me that you were scratched on the butt. Matthew's face immediately turned awkward. It was an accident. Isabel said forcefully. Let me see. Matthew could only show his back. Isabel looked bored after reading it. So it's just such a low-level brand. Matthew hurriedly asked about the deeper meaning of the brand. Isabel replied disinterestedly. This is just a tattoo that demons use to increase their mood and make female demons more lustful. With your own will, you should be able to avoid it. Moreover, you have the divinity and temperance domain. Unless you don't intend to resist at all. Matthew immediately argued. I can resist. Then it's just bad luck. Isabel asked. So, that girl has an extra drop of Barthur's blood flowing in her body? Chapter 918 Chapter 918 Margaret's Funeral. Chapter 918 Margaret's Funeral. Matthew nodded. That's what her father said. Isabel raised her eyebrows. Then you have to work harder. The blood of Barthur is not so easy to conquer. Whether it's outside, at home, or in bed. I'm sure you've heard of the tyranny of the devil. You wouldn't be willing to let everything be suppressed, would you? Matthew's expression became even more embarrassed. He subconsciously wiped his sweatless forehead. I understand. No. Understand what? Matthew instantly realized that he had fallen into Isabel's trap. He was about to explain. But he noticed Isabel's uninterested expression. Matthew swallowed his words and said, Sif is the daughter of the Lord of Rolling Stone Town. If the Alliance plans to make Rhaegar the king of the Central South, then her identity is very sensitive. He wanted to pave the way and see if Isabel could arrange a good teacher for Sif. However, Isabel's perception was still as sharp as ever. She said calmly, You don't have to worry about these things. Barthur's blood is very precious. The moment she awakened, Soria, Edmund, Chen, and I noticed it. After entering the floating city, there will be people who will observe and train her. According to her own thoughts, there will be mentors who will help her release or shut down her power. Don't forget, the Alliance also has a Warlock Academy. As long as she shows enough potential, the person responsible for guiding her will at least be a legendary warlock. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was also very reasonable. No wonder Soria had given Sif a spot to go to the floating city without any warning. It turned out that these big shots were mostly aware of what was happening under their noses. Barthur's blood was indeed a variable worthy of their attention. Sif's arrangement was not a problem. Matthew could also give Rhaegar an explanation when he went back. However, he still asked doubtfully. Why is there an option to turn off her power? Isabel looked impatient. That's why I said that you haven't read enough books. For a warlock, it's not only by releasing their bloodline that they can obtain power. Choosing to fight against it, sealing it, and then absorbing the power within the seal is also a means of survival. The blood of Barthur is very special. If you simply let it go, it's very likely that you'll nurture a cruel and violent female demon king. You have to seal and absorb this power appropriately. Only then will your little girlfriend not become a murderer. Matthew smiled. He gave up the idea of explaining to Isabel that Sif was not his little girlfriend. The extent to which a holy mage could do things his own way was something that ordinary people could not understand. Something that the other party was certain of. It was better for him not to retort casually. He wanted to ask for more secrets about Barthur's blood. But at this moment, Matthew felt a cool sensation behind him. He looked down. Eh? Is the brand hidden? Matthew was a little surprised. The 3 bloody claw marks had disappeared. Isabel took a look and corrected him. It hadn't been hidden. It disappeared. It seems that the blood of Bartho in your little girlfriend's body is also quite unstable. She is very resistant to this power, so after venting it, she took the initiative to seal it. This is very rare. Matthew looked at his back. So, is this brand ineffective now? Isabel said. That depends on whether she can control the blood of Barthur in her body. If she wants to release her negative energy again one day, your brand will reappear. But you don't have to worry. I'll teach you a way to completely ignore the power of this brand. Have you learned how to transform negative energy? Matthew nodded. Isabel quickly said. Focus the negative energy on the skin covered by the brand, and the brand will naturally lose its effectiveness. If you want it to take effect, you can just remove the negative energy. This method can be used to correspond to any form of enchantment, branding, and tattooing. As long as the enchantment ritual is related to skin, flesh, or even bones, it can be covered with negative energy. After saying that, she also explained the principle of negative energy coverage in simple terms. Matthew was enlightened after listening. Isabel was indeed a master in all fields. Her mastery of spells and the use of various magical energies had already reached the pinnacle, and a little bit of it was enough for Matthew to benefit from. Next is the second matter. After the discussion, Isabel crossed her arms in front of her chest and said solemnly, The Alliance and the Ander continent are likely to face a period of turmoil in the coming period. During this period, we intend to nurture some young mages with good reputations. This plan was called the Alliance Rising Star Plan. There is a name list for the Rising Star project. And your name is at the top of the list. Matthew immediately revealed a grateful expression. Thank you, Alliance. Isabel interrupted. You should be thanking me. Those idiots from the Silver Council said that you're a necromancer and might have a bad reputation, so they have all kinds of scruples. Chapter 919 Margaret's Funeral. Chapter 919 Margaret's Funeral. But I told them that if even the necromancers did good things after joining the Alliance, wouldn't it improve the image of the Alliance? Look, what a reasonable statement. No one here refuted it, so you naturally became the first in line for the Rising Star plan. After that, the Alliance will promote you appropriately. You just need to cooperate. You will receive additional subsidies and a good reputation. However, during this period, you must pay attention to your private life. Matthew hurriedly said. My personal life has always been very clean. Isabel knocked on the table. This is the problem. Your private life is too clean. It's so clean that people think you're a pervert. It's normal for mages to be unsociable with humans, but if a mage is unsociable with both humans and mages, then there's a big problem. In short, you have to change your private life in the future. I'm not asking you to do anything, but you still have to have a necessary life, understand? Matthew scratched his head. Does the Alliance even want to interfere with this? Isabel said calmly. We don't want to create perfect gods who are high above. We just want people to understand some mages who are more down to earth. As a powerful mage, a suitable stain will help you gain the favor of others. According to my observation, compared to an aloof and powerful mage and a playboy, the latter is more popular with ordinary people. Of course, the most important thing is that in the process of exploring the domain, you are constantly breaking the boundaries. You need to experience all kinds of lives and break all kinds of boundaries. If you don't even have the basic attempts, it may become an obstacle on your path to legend in the future. That's why I'm here to give you a small personal mission. Before becoming a legend, you must have sex at least 3 times. Otherwise, I can only find someone to rape you. Matthew was dumbfounded. At first, he thought Isabel was joking, but the look in her eyes told him. She was serious. Matthew couldn't help but ask in fear. Who would you find to carry out such a mission? Isabel seemed to be stumped by Matthew's train of thought. She thought for a moment. Soria's female student was originally a very good match. Unfortunately, she died too quickly, and her age is not suitable. There really aren't many female mages in the Alliance who meet the requirements, but if I can expand the choices, I can entrust many people. I know a powerful female orc overlord in the Flying Land. She has extremely strong gluteus and pectorals. I'm sure you'll be impressed. In the Black Suwa Mountain prison, I once imprisoned a lustful demon, and her skills were not bad either. I'm not saying this for nothing. I once turned into a man and spent the night with her, so my evaluation is highly reliable. If it really doesn't work, I'll entrust Hera to do this. You should know her, right? She is a miracle among automatons. If she were to carry out this mission, I would have to pay her a considerable appearance fee. In the end, this fee will be borne by you. Isabel spoke frankly. The more Matthew listened, the more afraid he became. He hurriedly expressed his loyalty and said, I'll think of a way to solve it myself. Isabel nodded coldly. You better. Matthew braced himself and agreed. Isabel's expression softened. In short, it won't be long before the people from the news department contact you. You just need to cooperate with their plan. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you that the head of the news department is also an old acquaintance of yours. That bard's professionalism is quite outstanding. I'm sure it'll be more pleasant for you to do things. An old acquaintance? Lorraine? Matthew immediately thought of this name. No wonder when he described my origin story, he exaggerated it and portrayed me as a scumbag. I'm afraid my teacher is behind this. Although it was hard to accept at first, Matthew was very adaptable. This world was crazy. If everyone was dancing, then you should at least shake your butt, right? And then there's the third matter. Isabel said seriously. The Scar of the Dead project must be carried out as soon as possible. Your previous thinking was correct, but the completion rate of the Umbrella project is not high enough. You better come up with new results within a week. Otherwise, I'll send you to the Black Sua Mountain prison and find a single room for you. You're not allowed to come out until there's a result. Matthew's heart tightened. Fortunately, he did not waste any time these past few days. Every day, he would take a break from his busy schedule to carry out the idea of upgrading the Umbrella project. Although the upgraded version of the protective umbrella was only a theoretical draft. But at the very least, there were some results. Matthew hurriedly handed the draft over. Isabel flipped through it seriously. It's all right. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. Have you already completed the contract of equalization? Matthew nodded. This contract has already been applied to my right hand and my 2 ritual grounds. The effect is not bad. If it's further promoted, it should be able to neutralize the risk of spreading the scorched land of death. Isabel reminded him. Chapter 920, Margaret's Funeral. Chapter 920, Margaret's Funeral. I've read your previous report. The ashes in the Scar of the Dead will drop their life force after death. This is also worth studying. If we can include it as part of the balance and cycle, we might not only be able to control the Scar of the Dead, but we might even be able to devour it instead. Matthew's eyes lit up. Isabel was indeed a brilliant teacher. Her thinking and reaction were astonishingly fast. However, what she said. It wasn't that Matthew hadn't considered this before. However, he was worried that doing so might completely enrage Yurkus. After all, many documents believed that the Scar of the Dead was a tentacle of Yurkus. The purpose of Project Umbrella was to imprison him. The nature of this thing was different from devouring it. Matthew told Isabel about his worries. Isabel gave a rare look of approval. The fact that you've thought so much shows that you've put in a lot of effort on this project. Yurkus is a worthy opponent, but his tentacle has been dead for many years. Theoretically, it is only left with instinctive spirituality and cannot be controlled by his true self in the void. If you're worried about that, you can try to get in touch with the people from the Order of Calamity. If necessary, you can exchange some benefits with them to ensure that the people from the Order of Calamity won't cause trouble when you're carrying out Project Umbrella. But you have to understand that this is only a temporary measure. The disciples of the Calamity also have evil intentions. Some of them are even greedier than the gods of the Heavenly Palace. When you do these things, it's best not to appear personally. Find an irrelevant spokesperson. Then, if something happens, you can get away with it. Matthew nodded in his heart after listening. But very quickly. He was suddenly a little surprised. Isabel's words to him today, her perspective, her way of thinking, and her methods of dealing with it, why does she appear so much like Edmund? Logically speaking. Didn't his teacher betray the Alliance long ago, clamoring to kill Edmund and overthrow the Alliance of Seven Saints? Why did she suddenly change her mind? The things and content of the instructions were as if they were the leaders of the Alliance. Wasn't this too different from before? Is it because of the massacre in Cross City? Or is it because Edmund has already released her from her imprisonment? She could have been happy and crazy before, but now that Edmund has gone out and it's her turn to be the one in charge, she has changed her mind? Matthew could not understand the game between the master and disciple, so he could only suppress his curiosity. Not long after. Isabel returned the draft to Matthew. Hurry up and verify the feasibility. After the verification, apply for the project. I want to see the results before the end of this winter. Otherwise, I'll see you at Black Sua Mountain. As she spoke, she looked like she was seeing the guest out. Matthew's body tensed up, and he hurriedly left the small dark room. It was already mid-December. Winter in the south would last until the beginning of March. Theoretically, there was still enough time. However, the Scar of the Dead in Jade Court was said to be extremely vast, and it was one of the few territories in the south that was not under the control of the Seven Saint Alliance. Even though Alan was in charge of receiving them. However, Matthew still had to leave more buffer time for himself. The Scar of the Dead has different characteristics in different areas. I can't forcefully copy the experience of Rolling Stone Town to Jade Court, so the feasibility test must be carried out there as well. Matthew thought for a while. Then, he solemnly drafted a few documents. One of the documents was to be submitted to the Silver Council. It was an application for the S-Rank Project umbrella project, Scar of the Dead. As for the other two documents, one was to be handed over to the Willow Branch of Jade Court, which was in charge of diplomacy. After Willow Branch had approved Matthew's application, only then could he conduct magic experiments on the land of the Wood Elves. In the end, the identity of a necromancer was still a sensitive topic for Jade Court. The other was a letter to Wintermoon, Alan. In the letter, he expressed that she was about to visit the Wood Elf's kingdom and hoped that she could help build some connections so that he could obtain permission from Willow Branch as soon as possible. Don't underestimate the paperwork. They had spent at least half a day on Matthew. After he finished writing, he stretched his body tiredly. Looks like I really have to hire an assistant for myself. The undead are really not as useful as the living in this aspect. Coincidentally, the S-Rank project is about to be established. We can take the opportunity to recruit a few apprentices. Then, he summoned the Tauren spirit. He ordered the messenger to deliver the 2 letters from Jade Court. After that, he only needed to wait for the response from Jade Court. Speaking of which, didn't Zeller mention that Jade Court sent a few shadow leopards to take the arsonists? Why is there no news after that? Matthew thought casually. Then, he stretched and went out. It was already winter. There was a chill in the oak forest. He could feel the bleak aura of everything. However, this did not stop Matthew from pulling a few zombie farmers from the team responsible for clearing the wasteland. Before we head to the Emerald Jade Court, try to plant a few more trees. He didn't know why. Although the weather was cold, Matthew's entire body felt warm as long as he held the shovel with both hands, as if he was filled with endless energy. Plant trees mission. Activate. At noon the next day, Matthew sent Lumiere, who had recovered his energy, away. Deep Blue Port and Lion City did not have a portal. Therefore, he sent Lumiere to a teleportation point in the wild north of Deep Blue Harbor through the Cauldron House. This was the Seven Saint Alliance's safe house. After leaving the safe house, Matthew sent Peggy and the Death Knight 47 to accompany Lumiere to ask for money. At first, he had wanted to use his influence to help Lumiere resolve this matter. But think about it carefully. He was not only representing Rolling Stone Town but also the Alliance in a sense. Although they had encountered the tragedy at the Wild Wolf Mountain, Golden Lion Barton's influence in the south was still not bad. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Matthew used a roundabout method. He didn't show up directly. Instead, he sent 2 undeads to follow Lumiere. As long as the Golden Lion King was not an idiot, he would not cause any trouble. Lumiere did not refuse Matthew's kindness this time. He watched as the 3 of them headed south towards Deep Blue Harbor. Matthew left a spell imprint beside the safe house. This way, the next time I want to come to the East Coast, I can directly open the portal without spending money. Speaking of which, the teleportation fee of the Cauldron House is really expensive. However, he did not return to Rolling Stone Town directly. Instead, he used the teleportation portal to return to the Crucible House. In the reception area on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. At this moment, a young, fair-skinned man was already waiting in the booth. Matthew walked over. This was the Alliance Array Master, Lele, whom he had made an appointment with. The 2 of them had met once before. This person was also an array master that Margaret had strongly recommended, and he was extremely skilled in the field of arrays. Before heading to the Jade Court, Matthew planned to set up a super-large magic array that could block the vision of the gods, prevent prophecy spells, and cut off any means of peeping. This kind of thing would have to be done by a professional, and it would probably cost a lot. However, Matthew had plenty of money at the moment. In addition to the 1,000,000 gold coins that Hood had given him, the reward promised by the Silver Council for resolving the incident at Cross City had also arrived. Currently, his pockets were full. Setting up a large-scale array formation should be easy. "Hello." Matthew smiled and went forward to greet him. However, when the other party looked up, Matthew saw that the young array master's face was covered in tears. "Margaret is dead. Have you heard?" Lele's face was filled with sadness. Matthew was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to react. In the next second, however, he heard the other party mutter to himself. "A while ago, I heard that she was killing everyone in Inferno Hell. I'm happy for her from the bottom of my heart. But who knew that in the blink of an eye, she would die at the hands of those hateful demons? How unfortunate. Woo-woo. I used to have a crush on her, but I was afraid that she would hit me, so I didn't dare to say it. After hearing the news of her death these few days, the more I thought about it, the sadder I became. Even the debt she owes me doesn't seem to be that important anymore. By the way, her funeral is the day after tomorrow. Did you receive an invitation to attend the funeral?" Chapter 921 Chapter 921, The Tree Master's Shovel. Chapter 921, The Tree Master's Shovel. Margaret's funeral? Matthew hesitated for a moment before quickly reacting. Most of the people in the Alliance had only heard of Margaret's death, but they did not know that she had been reborn. That's right. The entire process was kept a secret by Soria using magic. The only strange phenomenon that was leaked was intercepted by Lorraine. Not only did he add fuel to the fire, but he also completely concealed Margaret's existence. Matthew was enlightened. As a result, those who paid attention to this incident probably only knew that Matthew and the evil Empress had a confrontation over the divine embryo. As for the details, no one knew. After all, the gods could only pay attention to the battle that was happening in the divine battlefield. As for the evil queen herself, her relationship with the local gods of Aender was only average, and after suffering such a huge loss, it was unlikely that the news would spread. From this point of view, Matthew's image as a scumbag had not only successfully made him famous, but it had also provided space for Margaret to develop again. He came back to his senses. Facing Lele's doubts, Matthew quickly put on a gloomy expression and shook his head. "I haven't received an invitation yet, but there's a high chance that I'll go." Lele nodded and said, "Maybe the invitation hasn't been sent yet. After all, it happened so suddenly, and the funeral committee was just established. However, it's said that this funeral will be hosted personally by Madame Soria. This makes my heart beat a little fast." Matthew looked at Lele in confusion. Lele wiped his tears and whispered, "Don't tell me you don't know? Funerals like this usually have donation boxes. If it's Soria, it must be one of those boxes with sound. It's the kind where everyone will hear how much each person donated. That way, too little definitely won't do. That would be so awkward. I'm also worried now. How much do you plan to donate?" Matthew scratched his head and actively kicked the ball back. "I haven't even received an invitation yet. What about you? How much do you plan to pay?" Lele was in a dilemma for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Based on my relationship with Margaret, I plan to donate 10,000 gold coins to commemorate her." 10,000 gold coins? Matthew was shocked when he heard the number. He seriously sized up the array master in front of him again. This guy's wealth exceeded his imagination. No wonder Soria wanted to hold a funeral. It seemed like she wanted to take the opportunity to collect the money, right? "Do you know who else received an invitation?" Matthew asked calmly. Lele said many names in one breath. Most of them were Tier 5 mages who were slightly famous in the Alliance. Matthew was surprised. There was even Blinken on the list of people attending the funeral. Isn't Blinken a wanted criminal of the dragon worship sect? He can go too? Matthew asked, puzzled. Lele thought for a moment. He's Margaret's ex-boyfriend after all. It's not too much to invite him to attend the funeral. However, with his status, I think 50,000 is too little. It should be at least 80,000. Matthew was completely convinced. In terms of money-making skills, he really had to learn from Soria. He then chatted with Lele about Margaret's funeral. A full 20 minutes later. Only then did the two return to the main topic. Lele's professionalism was still very high. After listening to Matthew's request, he muttered. Therefore, you need a magic array that can envelop the entire Rolling Stone town. Its functions require fog of war, anti-stealth, anti-prophecy, anti-peeping, anti-positioning, anti-directional ultra-long-range spells. That's probably it, right? Matthew nodded lightly. Lele did a little calculation, wrote a list on the paper, and wrote a total number at the end of the list. It's not difficult. These are the materials needed. The cost of this is about 1,200,000 gold coins. He handed the list to Matthew. Matthew's expression remained calm, but his heart trembled slightly. 1.2 million? And it was only the cost of materials? He looked at the names of the hundreds of magic materials on the list. He did not recognize 80% of them. Don't worry, my prices are absolutely fair. As if sensing Matthew's concerns, Lele crossed his arms and said seriously. You can purchase these materials yourself. Later on, during the construction process, you only need to pay me for the labor costs. Lele's expression didn't seem to be fake. Matthew calculated in his heart. This number had already exceeded the budget by too much. It seemed that he had to reduce the coverage area. If I only want to achieve the initial effect near the core area of Rolling Stone Town, and the other areas only need to achieve the effects that are relatively easy to achieve, such as the fog of war, will the price be cheaper? He asked. Lele nodded. Of course, the reason why the materials are relatively expensive is because the area to be covered is too large. If we only set up a multifunctional layout for the core area and reduce the functions of the outer areas, the price of the materials can be reduced by at least half. Matthew frowned. Only half? Lele explained patiently. Some of the materials are fixed expenses. No matter how large the area you cover, these materials are necessary, so this fixed cost cannot be reduced. I can customize a relatively mature plan for you. This plan is called the Fairy Veil. It's a relatively popular large-scale magic array in the Alliance. Chapter 922 Chapter 922, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Planting Mage Shovel. Chapter 922, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Planting Mage's Shovel. After the Fairy Veil is completed, the entire Rolling Stone Town will randomly produce a fog of war that blocks perception. This will greatly increase the difficulty of spies infiltrating and the cost of obtaining information. And in the core area, I will add a secluded valley to the foundation of the Fairy Veil. The so-called secluded valley is a powerful ritual field that will silently devour any sight that seeps in. Within the secluded valley, neither the gods nor the other mages could spy on the situation inside through surveillance spells or prophecy spells. At the same time, you are the guardian and host of the Fairy Veil. You can monitor the area covered by the fog of war through the two beasts. As for the effect of the secluded valley, you can also choose to remove it at any time. Because this is already a very mature business plan, you don't have to worry about encountering inhumane situations when you use it. Lele talked non-stop about the Fairy Veil project. To make it easier for Matthew to understand, he even took out a map of Rolling Stone Town and drew on it. At first, Matthew could understand a little. But later on, when the other party began to speak a large number of words exclusive to the curse field, Matthew could only smile and nod. In the end, it was normal for a necromancer like him to not understand these things. So, how much does the Fairy Veil cost? I mean the cost of the materials. Matthew asked. Lele began to calculate on the paper again. According to the territory of Rolling Stone Town depicted on this map, as well as the definition of the core area, around 600,000 is already the limit. If we continue to cut costs, the array might malfunction. That would not be worth it. 600,000. And it was only the cost of the materials. Matthew's heart ached. However, he knew that he really couldn't save on this stuff. Forget about him. The 2 ritual arenas and the star-weaving robe could more or less block the sight of the creatures outside. However, the entire Rolling Stone town was now completely exposed to countless potential enemies. In this turbulent era, it was a very insecure thing. That's all for the materials. Are there any other fees? Matthew asked. There are also patent license fees and labor fees. Lele introduced skillfully. The fairy veil is a part of Isabel's spell library. If it's used for commercial purposes, a large amount of license fees will be required. However, this is for personal use, so you only need to pay a symbolic fee of 2,000 gold coins. Of course, with your identity and title, you can communicate with the person in charge of the spell library. Perhaps you can even reduce the fee. The rest is the labor cost. In the process of setting up the fairy veil, I need to hire 4 apprentices and 4 assistants, as well as a construction team of 20 mortals. The entire construction process will last 5 to 8 days. The daily cost was around 100 gold coins. Therefore, the cost of this part is about 500 to 800 gold. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. The labor cost was cheaper than he had imagined. But he quickly reacted. And you? The array master smiled. My labor cost is 100,000. For Margaret's sake, I can give you a 5% discount. In other words, all the labor costs add up to about 95,500. After Matthew heard that, he subconsciously touched his forehead where there was no sweat. The difference in labor costs was too big. However, he knew very well that top array masters were very popular in the Alliance. This class required a mage to be proficient in the field of spells, and the direction of specialization was not very related to combat, so the number of array masters was relatively small. However, many large-scale ritual arenas had very high requirements for array mages. This led to the fact that top-notch array masters were indeed very rich. 95,000 labor costs. It was indeed not too expensive. But Matthew still said, "Can it be cheaper?" It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He just hoped that it would be more cost-effective. However, when she heard this, Lele was a little unhappy. I never bargain when I do business. Didn't Margaret tell you this? Sigh. When I think about how Margaret is already dead, I feel that this world is ridiculous. Such a powerful battle mage. He began to ramble again. His words were filled with regret for Margaret's unexpected death and for not being able to confess in time. He listened. Matthew suddenly had an idea. If you can make a small concession on the cost, I can tell you a secret. When it came to money, Lele's expression quickly changed, and he said coldly, "Is it about you and the evil empress?" "I'm a little interested, but only a little. Moreover, that's another matter altogether. Even if you tell me some secrets, it'll be difficult for me to make a big concession on the price. This is a matter of principle. But then again, did you really give birth to the evil empress child? I mean, by sneezing?" Towards the end, his eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Matthew looked at him with interest, but he still pretended to be disappointed. "I'm sorry. Since it's a matter of principle, I won't talk about it anymore." Lele was a little unhappy. However, he still replied very professionally. "It's like this. No matter how curious I am, I won't lower my status. This is my livelihood. This is not negotiable. I'm sorry." Chapter 923 Chapter 923, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Master's Shovel. Chapter 923, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Master's Shovel. Matthew said regretfully. "Looks like I can only keep the secret about Margaret to myself." "Margaret?" Lele's voice suddenly raised an octave. "Are you lying to me?" He looked at Matthew suspiciously. Matthew spread his hands. My reputation in the Alliance should be pretty good, right? Lele thought for a moment. Alright, I choose to believe you, but you have to reveal which part of Margaret's secret is related to you first. Otherwise, I won't be able to give you a discount. Matthew smiled. Margaret isn't completely dead. Lele's pupils instantly constricted as he stared at Matthew. He maintained this expression for a very long time. A moment later, he punched hard and said excitedly, I knew it, I knew it. I can give you a 30% discount. Matthew said slowly. I can also tell you some things that happened after Margaret was killed, as well as some more secretive things. Lele hesitated for a moment. Then 50% off. That's the bottom line. Matthew said patiently. Don't you want to know how Margaret came back from the dead? Lele was even more shocked. Has she been resurrected? I'm not ready for this. 30% discount on labor costs. This is really the bottom line of the bottom line. Matthew took a deep breath and said slowly. Don't you want to know where you can find Margaret, who has been resurrected? Lele slapped his thigh in despair. Tell me everything, tell me everything. I want to know everything about Margaret's incident. Not only will the labor cost be waived, but I'll also try my best to purchase the materials through my own channels. I'll reduce the cost of the materials to around 550,000 gold. Bang! Matthew placed a long-drawn contract in front of Lele and filled in the labor cost of 0, the material cost of 550,000, and other numbers in front of him. The latter's breathing quickened as he looked at the contract, his hands trembling slightly. Promise me that you won't tell anyone about this deal. Otherwise, even if it's for Margaret, I'm not willing to accept it. He looked like he was struggling. Matthew quickly struck while the iron was hot and made a solemn promise. Both parties signed the contract. The moment the contract was signed, a new notification appeared on the data panel. Hint, you have signed a contract with a human mage. Do you wish to use the contract domain's ability Overlord contract to slightly modify the contract? Matthew chose to deny it without batting an eyelid. The Overlord contract should be used to deal with demons or devils. Through Margaret's secret, he had saved nearly 150,000 gold coins. Matthew was already very content. Under Lele's expectant gaze, Matthew cast a soundproof spell and began to describe in detail the whole story of how the evil Empress wanted a child, and Matthew cheated the divine embryo. Of course, the most important part was Margaret's reincarnation. After listening, Lele was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to recover from the huge impact. So, you're Margaret's father now? And Margaret is his own mother? Under such circumstances, is it inappropriate for me to confess to her? He looked a little dizzy. Matthew smiled. It's indeed not suitable because Margaret is still very young. If you really want to express your feelings, you have to wait at least 3 to 5 years. Lele was shocked. 3 to 5 years? Sir, you're... Forget it. I respect your personal orientation, but I can't understand it, and I can't do it. His expression was filled with loneliness. Matthew quickly realized that the other party had misunderstood, so he further explained Margaret's growth cycle. That's about it. If you want to visit her, you'll have to apply to go to Cyberdragon. But according to Lord Soria, it's better for us not to disturb her for the time being. Finally, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. You should understand the importance of this. Matthew concluded. Lele nodded solemnly. He looked a little depressed and shocked. After a long time. Only then did he recover from his daze. Thank you for telling me Margaret's secret. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. In that case, I actually didn't lose anything. Matthew looked at Lele in confusion. The latter blushed slightly. The 10,000 gold coins just now were a lie. I was planning to donate 100,000 gold coins at Margaret's funeral. Now, I plan to make an excuse not to attend this funeral. This money can be completely saved. He seemed to be in a much better mood. Although Matthew felt that there was definitely a problem with the logic, he was naturally happy that the other party was willing to enlighten him like this. "So, when do we start?" He shook hands with Lele. The latter said with certainty, "We'll start tomorrow." Lele's professionalism was still unquestionable. The next morning, he brought Matthew to the Alliance Mall to purchase wantonly. 500,000 gold coins were spent like water, in exchange for a lot of materials that he could not understand. In the afternoon, he personally led his apprentices and assistants to measure the base points of the ritual field in Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 924 Chapter 924, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Planting Mage Shovel. Chapter 924, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Planting Mage's Shovel. Matthew accompanied them for a walk. Since he really couldn't interfere, he left silently. During this time, he went to the office hall. He reported the Fairy Veil project to Rhaegar. He applied for a subsidy from Rhaegar with the mentality of giving it a try. He thought that this guy might not give it because he was in a bad mood recently. Who knew that the other party would only glare at Matthew? In the end, he agreed to bear half of the cost of the Fairy Veil. This made Matthew secretly happy. He also found Rhaegar more and more pleasing to the eye. After settling this matter, Matthew went to ask Zeller about the Shadow Leopard in Jade Court. The answer he received was, when the latest batch of Shadow Leopards approached Jiliu City, they accidentally bumped into a robbery operation of the Silver Frost Brotherhood. The two sides began to fight. The Wood Elves hated the Silver Frost Brotherhood to the bone. The more things got out of hand, the more Shadow Leopard members joined the pursuit of the Silver Frost Brotherhood with the Windseeker. It was then that the Demon Rift incident in Jiliu City happened. Now, this troop was fighting alongside Hood, working hard to clean up the demons in the city. Naturally, they had no time to come to Rolling Stone Town to receive the arsonist. Hearing this answer, Matthew couldn't help but find it interesting. The people from Jade Court were chased them away time and time again. At first, Rolling Stone Town wanted to send the arsonist over to collect the reward. In the end, they traveled for more than half a year, and nothing happened. In the end, not even an arsonist was sent away. This made Matthew sigh. Looks like this group of arsonists is fated to stay with me. However, at the same time, another thought arose in the depths of his heart. Escorting prisoners was a very simple task, but the people of Jade Court just couldn't do it. Were the elves really too weak? Or was it just a coincidence? Or was there another reason behind it? He thought of the distorted contract of equilibrium. Matthew couldn't help but be more vigilant. He had not forgotten. Setrunk was the leader of this gang of arsonists. If these arsonists were chess pieces that the other party had deliberately left in his cemetery, things might not be good. However, considering that these people were under the 24-hour surveillance of the Spectre, their energy was mostly empty. Matthew found it hard to imagine what these people could do. Don't alert the enemy for the time being. Just strengthen my observation. If they are really Setrunk's spies, they will be exposed sooner or later. I can use them to make a fuss and retaliate. With the authority of a loving father, I definitely have a way to remove that balanced contract. Matthew calmly planned a countermeasure. In the afternoon, Sanger appeared in front of Matthew. The Tauren messenger brought back a surprising piece of news. What? Alan said that she ran into a little trouble. Is the willow leaf mechanism still going through the procedure? The Jade Court is considering whether to allow me to enter? Matthew's face was full of surprise. The Tauren messenger shrugged. That's about it. After I delivered the letter, I eavesdropped outside the willow leaf mechanism for a while. Those elven ladies don't have good intentions. During the discussion, they have been slandering you. A few women even said that a necromancer like you is not qualified to enter the Jade Court. Matthew frowned. Were these wood elves corrupt or stupid? From Alan's request for help and Isabel's concern, it was not hard to tell that the problem with the Scar of the Dead in Jade Court must be very serious. They couldn't solve it themselves. And Matthew had a ready-made success story. He had taken the initiative to go over and help, but the other party actually despised him? Matthew looked confused. How do these elves have brains? Sanger scratched his head. It's hard to say. As long as you have a brain, you won't let your queen give birth to a child for an evil god. It was fine if she gave birth to a scar of the dead. They couldn't handle it themselves, yet they refused Master's help. My evaluation is that the elves might already been corrupted by an evil god. Matthew looked at his messenger with interest. Do you know a lot about the scar of the dead? The Tauren spirit nodded and said. I've heard some ancient ghosts in the underworld talk about this before. There was an old woman who would go crazy every time she heard about the scar of the dead. I suspect that she's the elven queen who gave birth to the scar of the dead back then, but something's not right. After the elves die, their souls will quickly reincarnate into light demons. They won't go to the extent of hooking up with us in the underworld. Matthew asked curiously. Do you have a lot of connections in the underworld? Sanger said humbly. Mine is definitely not as good as Viscount Fan. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He only knew that Sanger had a territory in the underworld called the Village of Day. Now it seemed that this messenger had quite a bit of power in the underworld. After all, the opponent was the overlord of the Crow Pavilion Demon Domain, Viscount Fan. If you have time, can you bring me to the Village of Day to take a look? Matthew asked. I'd be happy to. Sanger was beaming with joy. If you can bring the High Priest with you, I guarantee that you will be able to experience unprecedented beauty in the Village of Day. Matthew smiled. Deal. After sending Sanger off, Matthew continued with his daily routine. If Jade Court really refused him entry, then he would not be the one to lose. Moreover, Isabel was quite concerned about this project. Chapter 925 Chapter 925, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Master's Shovel. Chapter 925, Semi-Divine Weapon, Tree Master's Shovel. Matthew couldn't imagine how Jade Court could say no to Isabel. Isn't that too crazy? Matthew thought as he commanded the zombies to plant the trees. Ever since the mother of slaves turned a portion of zombies into farmer zombies, the zombies had become more and more powerful. Matthew discovered that these zombie farmers could not only be used to reclaim farmland and cultivate crops, but they could also master the important skill of planting trees. In this way, Matthew's planting efficiency had increased greatly. He realized that as long as he led the planting of trees, he would still be recognized by the will of nature. As long as the zombies were not idle while planting the trees, it would be fine. Of course, Matthew's income from planting trees with his zombies was lower. The zombies planted 5 trees and only then would Matthew gain some XP. But even so, it also greatly liberated Matthew's productivity. He looked at the group of diligent zombies behind him. Matthew looked north. A sense of pride and ambition suddenly surged in his heart. It won't be long. The endless wasteland between Rolling Stone Town and Jilliu City will become an endless forest. Wherever the zombie farmer goes, it will be within the radiation range of the life sanctuary. Thinking of this, he swung the shovel even faster. From evening to night, from night to dawn, Matthew didn't sleep or rest, and the zombies followed him. Just like that, they waved the shovels in their hands with all their might and buried the saplings of oak trees and pine trees that they had accumulated some time ago in the deep pits. After that, he used an extremely skilled spell to rapidly grow and spread the ripening green liquid that he had recently purchased from the Earth Society. Very quickly, oak trees rose from the ground. This went on for 2 days and 1 night. Matthew tirelessly plowed the fields as if he had returned to the time when he first came to Rolling Stone Town. Until all the saplings were consumed, Matthew stopped planting. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a strange power surge out of his body. That power was full of vitality. It was the oak tree domain that he was extremely familiar with. Hint: you have completed an explosive tree planting. You have planted more than 3,000 oak trees. Current number, 3032. You have completed the hidden advancement target of the main mission, plant trees. You have obtained recognition for the will of nature and the oak tree domain. You have explored the oak tree domain more deeply. You have received the common reward of the will of nature and the oak domain, power of nature. Power of nature. This power will grant you a random item, turning it into a semi-divine weapon in the nature domain. Matthew was surprised to sense the force of nature that was entangled around his waist. He was still thinking about what item he should take out to contain this power. In the next second, a large amount of green light shone in front of Matthew. These green lights were like countless whispering fairies. They flew and flew. Suddenly, they sank. Immediately after, all of the green light poured into the chipped shovel in Matthew's hand. Hint: power of nature has been successfully infused. Your item, damaged shovel, has been upgraded to semi-god equipment, Tree Master's Shovel. Tree Master's Shovel, Strength +1/Perception +1. When you use this item to dig a hole, the speed will be 3 times faster than normal. In addition, this shovel also had the following special effects. Invincible: when you use this shovel to violently collide with other items, it will be able to directly shatter other items in most situations. Remark: the quality of this shovel is 33 points, which is much higher than the average quality of a semi-god equipment by 20 points. Remark 2: this special effect is equivalent to physical disintegration. Please use it with caution. Remark 3: theoretically, you can use it to break a divine persona. Average quality of divine persona is 30 points. Justice immunity: you can use the metal surface of the shovel to block or nullify most physical damage, targeted spells, and divine spells. Remark: theoretically, it can be used to block all damage that cannot penetrate 33 points. Hint: you possess the first self-cultivated semi-divine artifact. Do you wish to compile an origin story for it and spread it to the public? This would increase the probability of the Tree Master's Shovel becoming a famous weapon. You can also entrust a bard to create and polish the origin story. Chapter 926. Chapter 926, What a Necromancer Should Do. Chapter 926, What a Necromancer Should Do. This thing, can it be a quasi-relic? Matthew looked at the shovel in his hand suspiciously. Despite the blessing of the power of nature, the appearance of the shovel did not seem to have changed much. Even the hole created by the collision with the rock when he was shoveling the soil was clearly visible. Other than the faint layer of mysterious green light flowing on its surface, it was still a little strange. It looked like an ordinary shovel. Matthew touched it up and down for a while and decided to test its strength with his hands. Kung king king. He waved the shovel at the wasteland in front of him. Yes. The feeling of digging a hole was very smooth. It was like cutting butter with a knife, as if it had become a form of enjoyment. The digging speed had also increased significantly. Matthew felt his movements getting faster and faster. He couldn't help but fall in love with the feeling of digging a hole. Driven by instinct. Until his wrist started to feel sore. Matthew suddenly stopped digging. In the next moment, he looked up. He realized that the soil he had dug out was piled up all around him. And this pit was already 7 to 8 meters deep. How long have I been digging? He turned around and asked the mother of the slaves who had been following beside him. The mother of slaves thought for a moment. There's still some time. Almost 3 minutes. Matthew gently rubbed his wrist. His physique was not high, so digging holes had always been challenging for him. It was a major factor that restricted his efficiency in planting trees. Ever since he had zombies, the situation had changed. He almost didn't dig a hole himself. I haven't dug a hole for a long time. My technique is a little rusty. Matthew secretly blamed himself. However, he was quite satisfied with the strength of the shovel. Perhaps the biggest drawback of this thing was that no matter what it dug, it was like digging out butter. He dug and dug. He would lose his strength. Matthew estimated that if he wanted to maximize the effect of this semi-divine weapon, his strength and vitality would have to be at least 22 points. Of course, it was enough for now. However, it felt like it was a waste. Looks like I have to strengthen my physique in the future. I wonder if the Alliance has any medicine to improve my physique in this area. Matthew thought to himself. At this moment, he saw half of the hard diamond exposed in the pit he had dug out. He gripped the shovel tightly, held his breath, and with a whoosh, the shovel passed. Whoosh. The diamond was cut into two. Matthew went over and touched the cross-section. It was slightly hot, but it was still quite smooth. This is truly cutting through iron like mud. Matthew was ecstatic. He had discovered a hidden attribute of this semi-divine weapon that was not reflected in the data. That was sharpness. In addition to its extremely high quality, the sharpness of the tree-planting shovel was also ridiculously high. It was so easy to cut stones. It would be even easier to use it to cut off a head. Matthew subconsciously gripped the shovel in his hand. The appearance of this thing was indeed ordinary. However, it was too practical. Not only could it be used to plant trees and dig graves, but it could also be used to break rocks in the Undercity. In the case of close combat. This was also a very confusing self-defense weapon. If the enemy underestimated the quality and sharpness of this weapon, it was very likely that they would pay the price with their lives. He studied it. In addition to its simple and crude attributes, the tree mage's shovel also had growth potential. This thing could resonate with a specific domain. While Matthew was exploring certain domains, it could convert the domain ability that was about to be obtained into domain power and pour it into it in exchange for the growth of the quasi-relic. Doing so was actually very profitable. Most powerful quasi-relics could condense their own divinity. As Matthew's semi-divine weapon had just been born, it only showed signs of condensing divinity. It needed to be formed naturally. That would take a long time. As for Matthew, exploring domains was as easy as eating and drinking. When the time came, he would grind a few more exploration points. By continuously strengthening the quality of the weapon, if he really condensed a trace of divinity, it would be a bloody profit. Other than that, Matthew discovered that the tree-planting shovel was a main weapon. In other words, when using it, one needed at least one dominant hand, or even both hands, to unleash its power. For other mages, this requirement meant that the shovel could only be a backup weapon. After all, most magic staffs, magic books, and crystal balls were also the main weapons. He needed to use his hands to grasp it. Matthew was the only exception. His current casting medium, the Skull of Augustus, was a magical weapon that could cast spells automatically without using his hands. In this way, as long as Matthew was focused enough, he could use both the skull and the shovel. Imagine that scene. A skull that looked like a comet was spinning around Matthew, and he was holding an ordinary shovel like an old farmer. Magical. Physical. He could take care of both. I now belong to the legendary dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Matthew played with the shovel excitedly. After playing for more than an hour, he reluctantly let go. This thing was a little too long. The quasi-relic itself could not be stored in ordinary storage equipment. Matthew had to find a magic rope from his magical method backpack and tie it to his back. Chapter 927 Chapter 927, What a Necromancer Should Do. Chapter 927, What a Necromancer Should Do. It made him look a little strange. But Matthew didn't care. As for the origin story of this weapon, Matthew naturally planned to outsource it. Considering that there weren't many reliable bards, Matthew happened to know the one with the strongest professional ability. This mission naturally fell on Lorraine's head. He immediately wrote a letter to Lorraine. The letter described in detail the relevant information and the birth process of the planting shovel. Then, he entrusted the other party to write a touching story for his quasi-relic. As for the tendency of artistic processing, Matthew wanted to tell him not to write himself as a scumbag. But when he thought of Isabel's words, in the end, he could only tell Lorraine in the letter, try not to be too trashy. As for whether the latter would listen to him, it was all up to the heavens. After doing all this, Matthew gave himself a small holiday. He hid in the cemetery and slept for 14 hours. He woke up. He felt refreshed. The cemetery was still peaceful. But there seemed to be a loud noise coming from the oak forest. Matthew went up the stone stairs. When he passed by the mushroom garden, he greeted Husman, who was also looking at him curiously and peeking out from behind the fence. When he arrived at the forest, he could clearly hear the cries of the small animals. "It's snowing, it's snowing. Come to Bogard, there's a warm treehouse there. We can live with the centaurs this winter. We shouldn't be frozen." Matthew blocked the chatter in his ears. The forest instantly fell silent. Only feather-like snowflakes slowly fell on the oak tree branches. According to the past, the oak forest was probably showing signs of a large-scale fall of leaves. However, due to the life sanctuary, the cold resistance of the oak forest had been greatly improved. It was still lush and green as far as the eye could see, but there was a touch of snow on the crowns of many trees. Matthew quietly felt the changes of the seasons and the changes of the elemental field. A northern wind blew against his face. It was as cold as a knife. At that moment, he understood. Prompt, you have sensed the arrival of winter. You have been reminded by the will of nature, Frost Fury. Frost Fury, for the next 3 months, Rolling Stone Town will enter a period of severe cold. During this period of time, any act of planting trees may cause the will of nature to be disgusted. Winter had arrived. It was the same every winter. Although Matthew was deeply loved by the will of nature, he could not go against the laws of nature. Other than the land that was like spring all year round, no crops were allowed to be planted in other places. And that piece of land, Matthew planned to use it to grow crops. No wonder I suddenly went crazy and planted a wave of trees yesterday. Matthew smiled. Did my subconscious sense that the cold season is coming, so it's an instinctive reaction? No matter what. This year's planting of trees ended here. Matthew had an oak forest with more than 3,000 oak trees and a pine forest about 2/3 the size of the former. 3 years ago, he did not even dare to think about it. Winter is the season for accumulation. If we can't plant trees, we can use the extra time to study spells and make undead creatures. I remember that during the coldest few days, it seems that it can be used to summon a special type of undead. I haven't tried it in the past years because I didn't have enough materials, magic power, and energy. I can give it a try this year. Matthew quietly admired the snow for a while. However, the snow was very light. It only snowed for a short while before it disappeared. The white color on the tree crown also gradually faded. Except for the gradually deepening chill, the snow did not leave any traces behind. He went to the spring-like land and told Maya Saksai to speed up the progress. He peeked at the lonely zombie again before returning to the cemetery. It's so warm in the cemetery. This was Matthew's first reaction after he came down. In fact, the life sanctuary also had the ability to adjust the temperature. But for some reason, the cemetery was warm in winter and cool in summer. Perhaps it was because it was built underground. Perhaps it was because Matthew saw that the skeletons were all shirtless, so he did not feel so cold anymore. In the studio, Matthew activated his domain again. In the previous accumulation, he still had one more temperance domain that he had not explored. This was the abstinence reward he had received when he resisted natural childbirth. Matthew immediately focused his attention. He slowly opened this extremely unique domain. Suddenly, he felt a slight dizziness. Immediately after, 3 golden paths appeared in Matthew's vision. There was a stele at the beginning of each road. On them were written, "The path of asceticism. The golden mean. The path of greed." The 3 paths represented the 3 branches of the temperance domain. Matthew understood this. Next, he had to make a choice within the domain. This choice had to be made very carefully. This was because once he chose a path that was not in line with his own practice, his exploration of the domain might not advance but instead deteriorate. First, he ruled out the path of asceticism. It was obvious that this path was to control and abandon everything. Matthew was obviously not such a person. He was considering whether he should take the path of the golden mean. Chapter 928 Chapter 928, What a Necromancer Should Do. Chapter 928, What a Necromancer Should Do. After all, the word golden mean was somewhat similar to equilibrium in some contexts. But in the end, Matthew gave up on it. He chose the path of greed. Because I've always known that my abstinence is for greater greed. I'm not a person who restrains for the sake of restraint, nor am I a person who restrains for the sake of balance. I chose the domain of temperance for no other reason than because it can bring me benefits. This is the true reflection of my heart. After experiencing so many explorations in the domain, Matthew already had some experience in his heart. He had to face his own feelings and thoughts truthfully, regardless of whether he looked unrighteous or even a little dirty. In the next second, the other two paths disappeared. And the path of greed in front of Matthew became incomparably broad. The surrounding scenery seemed to fly backwards. Matthew understood. That was because he was advancing by leaps and bounds. Hint, you have conducted an in-depth exploration in the domain of temperance. You have obtained a miniature authority, temperance, pledge. Temperance, oath. You can use this authority to bind others or yourself with an oath to obtain certain attributes as a reward. Miniature authority? Matthew felt a little regretful. He thought that he would be able to obtain the complete authority. The so-called miniature authority was actually a part of the puzzle of the complete authority. The power and effect of this thing were far inferior to the complete authority. Loving Father might sound crazy. However, the effects and range of Loving Father authority were much more powerful than the oath of control. For Matthew, this miniature authority was somewhat useless. He would not make an oath easily. Because he knew very well that a small oath was not very useful and a big oath could easily lead to mistakes. Forget it, I'll just play with it. At least it's better than nothing. Moreover, in the contract domain, there is also an overlapping effect. Matthew thought. An item in his inventory suddenly lit up. Hint, stimulated by the authority of temperance, oath, your mystical item 4 symbols card has become active. Do you wish to use this authority to activate the 4 symbols card? 4 symbols card. It was a treasure that Matthew had picked up from the ground near Setrunk. This thing was also one of the items on the Earth Society's list of stolen items. To activate the 4 symbols card, one had to hold the authority of the Earth domain. Matthew had tried to activate it with the authority of a loving father, but it had failed. Perhaps it was because that power had been distorted. He had thought that he would not be able to open this treasure in the short term. Who would have thought that the miniature authority he had unintentionally obtained from the temperance domain would become the key to opening the 4 symbols card? Is it because the domain of temperance resonates with the monk's vows? He thought about it. Matthew immediately activated it. In an instant, 4 cards floated in front of him. On it, the spirits of the 4 symbols, earth, fire, air, and water, were drawn. The 4 cards lit up one after another. Matthew quickly understood that because he did not have enough authority, he could only open one of them. In other words, he had to choose one out of 4. To Matthew, the spirits of the 4 symbols did not have any special meaning, so he randomly chose one. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Matthew caught one of the cards with both hands, and the other 3 cards flew back into his inventory. He focused his eyes. The spirit of air, wind-crossing dragon, was smiling and winking at him. In the next moment, a white light flashed on the card, and a portal appeared in front of Matthew. He sensed it. He realized that the portal led to a folded space. It wasn't even a half-plane. So there is a world inside the 4 symbols card, and every card has a folded space inside? Matthew came quickly and cautiously. He sent a few skeleton soldiers to scout the way. After confirming that they were safe, he put on his star-weaving robe and other equipment and slowly walked in. He passed through the portal. A huge monastery appeared in front of Matthew. Not far away was the outer wall of the monastery. The walls were painted with bright yellow paint, but under the ravages of time, the color blocks on the walls had become mottled. Yellow, red, and black were randomly sprinkled on the walls, like oil paintings that had been overturned. There was a messy but penetrating beauty. Matthew walked around the monastery. Then, he found the door. On both sides of the porch, there were engravings of the spirit of Chi, the majestic and domineering image of the azure dragon crossing the wind. It left a particularly deep impression. After passing through the gate, the buildings in the monastery had a strong style of the Far East. It was said that this style was influenced by the Sioux. The hall near the gate had already collapsed. Matthew had to go around it. There was a winding bridge ahead. Above the curved bridge was a square. In the middle of the square stood huge stones of different shapes. On both sides were murals. Matthew looked at the stone sculptures patiently. Soon, he extracted some information from the murals and a few words. All the murals described the process of the tough battle between the four symbol sect's martial monks and a powerful demon lord and his subordinates. The demon lord's name was Paimon. It was said that he was one of the top 10 feudal lords of the Abyss and had a significant influence on the Abyss during the era of the story. In the mural, Paimon was a meatball that could not be killed, and it seemed to be able to turn others into meatballs. Chapter 929 Chapter 929, What a Necromancer Should Do. Chapter 929, What a Necromancer Should Do. Its appearance was ferocious and terrifying, like a tumor. In order to fight against this demon lord, the monks of the Four Symbol sect had sacrificed a lot, and many members of the monastery had died. In the end, they succeeded. At the end of the mural, Four Symbol sect sealed demon Paimon, but their overall strength was greatly damaged because of this. Yes, we lost a lot of people, but for the world, for peace, it's all worth it. This sentence appeared in the last mural. It seemed to be written by a highly respected monk. The mural stopped abruptly. Matthew frowned. If the Four Symbol sect had defeated Paimon as described in the murals, then why was this monastery included in the card world? When Matthew came in, the place was empty and uninhabited. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. However, he observed the daily necessities in the monastery. Many of them had not been tidied up in time. The original owners seemed to have left in a hurry. Where did those monks go? In my impression, at least the southern part of the Ander continent does not have the inheritance of the Four Symbol sect. In fact, it was not just the Four Symbol sect, but all of the monks were clearly declining in the Ander continent. The reason for this? It was also because the Far East, the birthplace of the monks, had suffered a serious invasion from the outer gods and demons. That place had become the playground of the evil monks, and it was also the backyard of the Twilight Creator, Galen, and the evil queen, Baba Shah. Under the interference of the outer layer creatures, a large number of inheritances had been cut off for hundreds of years. The monks had evaporated into thin air one by one, making people wonder where they had gone. Was it related to the destruction of the Sioux country? Matthew thought a lot. There was a large cluster of buildings behind the square, but when Matthew approached it, he felt an obvious resistance. He quickly realized. The folded space in front of him was made up of 4 cards. He had only activated the spirit of Chi. Naturally, he could only explore a quarter of the space. Immediately, he focused his gaze on the huge rocks in the square again. These stones are very problematic. Matthew didn't dare to get close to those rocks. Because once he got close, his thoughts would start to become chaotic. This was an extremely dangerous sign. Therefore, he walked around the edge of the square a few times. He did not walk in. Even though he saw some sparkling treasures among the boulders. This place is quite strange. There is no need to explore it for now. Let's retreat first. Matthew had always been decisive. Hence, he lifted his feet and walked towards the teleportation gate. but at this moment, a breeze brushed past his face. Immediately after, an extremely miniature dragon appeared in front of him. Your cautiousness is amazing, but you're right. If you rashly barge into the giant stone array because of greed, the mental demon lord sealed inside will make you suffer eternal damnation. Matthew looked at the spirit of air calmly. The four elements all had spirits, and the azure dragon was just an external form of the spirit of air. In fact, for different cultural backgrounds, the elemental spirits would change into different appearances to cater to the needs of specific areas. In essence, elemental spirits were earth gods of a lower level. Matthew knew that activating the card could summon the elemental spirit. There must be something fishy about the other party not appearing. Therefore, he was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the spirit of air. Peeping at the guests from the side is not the behavior of a good host. The mini old dragon crossed its claws in front of its chest. This is a test for you. If you can't even pass this. Matthew smiled and left. Wait, don't you want to obtain the four symbol sex inheritance? The spirit of air shouted. Matthew pointed at the shovel on his back. I'm just a tree farmer. I'm not interested in anything else. As he spoke, he walked to the door. The spirit of Chi quickly flew over. He tried to block the gap of the portal with his smaller body, and his tone became humble. Sir, I was joking with you just now. The four symbols sect urgently needs an inheritor. I think you are very suitable. Matthew shook his head. But I'm not joking with you. I'm telling the truth. The spirit of Chi was dumbfounded and stuttered. But, can't you help me find a martial monk who can inherit the four symbol sect's ultimate technique? I'm willing to become your summoned creature, and I'm even willing to blend with you. Matthew's hands flashed with the image of the four symbols card. You're already my summoned creature. The spirit of air said aggrievedly. So what if I'm already your summoned creature? Can't you help me? If the four symbol sect still can't find a successor, I'm really done for. Matthew smiled. Why didn't he use this attitude to speak earlier? He pointed at the stones in the middle of the square and asked. These stones are used to seal Demon Lord Paimon? The spirit of Chi hurriedly nodded. Yes, that mental demon lord is very terrifying. Not only can he interfere with the thoughts of others, but he can also change their bodies. The monks of the Blue Dragon Monastery spent nearly 30 years to seal him. Don't cause trouble. If you release that lord, you'll be in trouble. Matthew asked again. So where did the people of the Four Symbol sect go after that? The spirit of air shook its head. I am only a projection of the true Azure Dragon Dufeng. It is used to leave behind the inheritance of the Four Symbol sect. My memory is only a very small portion. However, I have a strong premonition that as long as I can find the successor of the Four Symbol sect, I will be able to recall many things. Chapter 930 What a Necromancer Should Do. Chapter 930 What a Necromancer Should Do. Matthew couldn't help but laugh. Should he say that this little guy is cunning or innocent? Wasn't this roundabout way too easy to see through? Matthew couldn't be bothered to dwell on this. He was more curious about the huge rocks in the square. This is the Heartless Stone, produced in a half-plane of the abyss. It was discovered by a senior monk of the Four Symbols sect. This stone can very well restrain heart demons. In fact, most demons hated heartless stones. This was because this stone could calm them down and stop them from becoming so violent. And we all know that the power of evil demons comes precisely from the violent genes in their bloodlines. There are many such stones behind the monastery. If you are interested, you can move some of them. Of course, don't touch this part of the square. The spirit of Chi explained everything it knew. Matthew nodded calmly. However, he started pondering in secret. If heartless stones were as useful as the spirit of air said, then he could indeed consider taking a batch of them with him. Whether it was wild wolves on the battlefield or Hood's Jiliu City, there were cracks from the abyss. This meant that for the next period of time, dealing with demons would probably become a common occurrence. This thing could become a surprise attack. I want to take a portion of the Heartless Stone for research, Matthew said. Of course. The Spirit of Air was overjoyed. So what about the inheritance of the Four Symbols sect? Matthew said calmly. I will try my best to help you find a suitable candidate, but you also have to know that there are not many people who are willing to become a monk these days. Moreover, the Four Symbols sect seems to be ranked last among the many sects of monk. The Spirit of Air blushed. However, he could not refute it. It was because what Matthew said was the truth. The Four Symbols sect was at the bottom of the warrior monk sect. Matthew went around to the back of the square and quickly picked up a few stones. He left the card world. Matthew realized that the little Spirit of Air had followed him out. Do you plan to follow me? Matthew asked. What else? The Spirit of Chi put his hands on his hips. If I don't follow you, who will protect you? Do you have other summons? Matthew silently glanced at the other shadows in the cemetery, not knowing how to explain it to him. The Spirit of Air still seemed to be feeling good. Aren't you a tree farmer? Why is this place so eerie? Forget it. Let's not care about this for now. I'll let you have a taste of blending with me first. This is a perfect experience that other summoned creatures and even other elemental spirits can't provide. As soon as he finished speaking, the miniature dragon suddenly pounced on Matthew. In the next second, Matthew felt like he had become a feather. Hint, the Spirit of Air, the projection of the Azure Dragon Dufeng, has fused with you. Your movement speed will be increased by 3 times in any situation. Note, this movement speed bonus has an independent multiplication area and is the final judgment. You can use spells, potions, and other methods to increase your basic movement speed and obtain a higher movement speed bonus. Hurry up and give it a try. I can't hold on for too long. The Spirit of Air roared in Matthew's body. Matthew didn't hesitate either. He gave himself a foot rub and drank some haste potion. In the next second, he flew out of the cemetery. He turned into a bolt of lightning in the oak forest. Damn, it's really fast. Within a few breaths, Matthew ran hundreds of meters away. If it weren't for the fact that this was his ritual ground and Matthew could sense every oak tree, he would have crashed into a tree. Wait, I wonder if this level of movement speed bonus can be stacked with tree leap. Thinking of this, Matthew's figure disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. Leaves fell from the oak trees on both sides. At this moment, a black peacock walked out from behind the tree. As he walked, he vowed to the shy grouse behind him. See, I've already told you that humans are also mutating, and the rate of mutation is very fast. If we don't work hard, we will be eliminated by this world. So, are you willing to be my wife, even if I'm a peacock and you're a grouse? In the end, Matthew was still unable to verify whether the tree leap could stack the excess movement speed provided by the Spirit of Air possession, because the latter would soon lose his energy. When the little black dragon came out of Matthew's body, he realized that the possession of the Spirit of Air consumed a lot of energy. He needed to absorb the energy outside to recover. This process was rather long. It would take at least a week. But even so, the Spirit of Air showed its special value as a summoned creature. Matthew began to look forward to the benefits he would get when other elemental spirits possessed him. 2 days later, a letter from Jade Court was sent to Matthew's cemetery. The letter was signed by the Willow Branch. Matthew opened it and was amused. Willow Leaf Agency actually refused to let me in. The reason is because I'm a necromancer? Because of Bayan City, the Wood Elves have always hated necromancers to the bone. They refused to let me enter cause it might disrupt the peace. Matthew couldn't even be bothered to distinguish whether the reply was arrogant or stupid. Very quickly, he received another letter. This letter was written by Alan. Wintermoon expressed her apology in the letter and said that she was still trying to communicate with the Elders Guild and Willow Branch. She believed that she could convince these people to let Matthew deal with the scar of the dead. Matthew did not disagree. Looks like the wood elves are also in a mess internally. Matthew pondered for a moment and immediately wrote a decent reply to Alan. Then, he wrote a report on this matter and handed it to the Silver Council and Isabel. After that, Matthew found Rhaegar and Zeller. If someone from Jade Court comes to ask about my whereabouts after some time, remember to tell those wood elves to prepare 1,000,000 gold coins before coming to find me. I plan to go on a long journey. Rhaegar's eyes lit up. Can I ask them for 1.1 million gold coins? Zeller asked with concern. What are you planning to do? Matthew shrugged. Go and do what a necromancer should do. Lady Camilla is currently living in the official post house, right? Which room is it again? Chapter 931, The Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Chapter 931, The Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Rolling Stone Town's official post house. In suite number 3. After a long 4-hour conversation, Matthew left the room satisfied. During the chat, he and Camilla had reached a high level of consensus on the things that necromancers should do and the search for ancient aura. It was only after he had a deeper understanding of the situation that Matthew realized Camilla knew more about the tomb than he did. Even though Matthew had already entered the domain of tombs and had mastered a lot of tomb knowledge. But compared to Camilla, it was still dwarfed. If it wasn't for the fact that the ability Pierce Sense didn't take effect automatically, Matthew would even suspect that she was a necromancer, archaeologist, or even a grave robber. All in all, this blessed of the god of the new moon had already reached the peak of her understanding of tomb raiding. But Matthew's intuition told him Camilla's understanding was purely theoretical. This meant that this knowledge was most likely imparted to her directly by the god of the first moon. So, was the god of the first moon the real king of grave robbers? Matthew guessed without any ill intentions. This conjecture was not without reason. In some countries full of history, many of the rising stars among the gods had done a lot of research on tomb raiding. After all, this was a shortcut to increase one's wealth or strength quickly. In this pleasant conversation, the two of them formed an underground alliance. Just as Matthew was excitedly planning to make a combat plan, Camilla told him that they needed to recruit at least one more partner. On the one hand, it was because there was a rule about archaeology that had been passed down since the Ether Star Alliance era. There are many people entering the ground, only 3 in a row. The meaning of this proverb was simple and clear. It meant that there could be many people going to the tomb, but the number of people who actually arrived at the tomb and acted together should be 3. Camilla explained further. Actually, a multiple of 3 was also fine, but that would involve more people and things would become more troublesome. Therefore, 3 was the most suitable number. The number of people here did not include the summoned creatures, so Matthew's plan to pull a few underlings to make up the numbers was put on hold. Although it was somewhat absurd to apply the rules of the Kingdom of First Moon to the archaeological operation on the continent of Aender. But Camilla insisted. Matthew agreed. On the other hand, although the two of them had rich theoretical knowledge, they lacked practical experience. The underworld of Aender was not as simple as it seemed. They needed an expert with actual archaeological experience to cooperate. It would be best if this expert were a thief. After all, in the tomb, traps were everywhere, and removing traps was a necessary part of the archaeological process. Matthew could use the cannon fodder skeletons to fill the gap. However, something like a tomb's mechanism could sometimes affect the whole body. It was best to remove it manually if possible. It was better not to destroy it wantonly. Camilla expressed. As long as the last member joined, the Underground Alliance's archaeological operation could officially begin. As for the location of the first operation, Matthew had wanted to set it in the tomb in the Helen Mountains. However, Camilla suggested that they could find a smaller tomb to practice and improve the tacit understanding between the 3 of them. It was also during this process Camilla revealed her true purpose for living in seclusion in Watchman's Highlands. To the east of the Watcher Highland was the Court of Fallen Leaves. It was also the old capital of the Wood Elves. According to her description, in the depths of the Court of Fallen Leaves, there was a tomb with an extremely dense ancient aura. Camilla had basically explored the entrance to the tomb. The tomb itself was not very dangerous. The reason why she hadn't taken action yet was that the tomb was close to the nest of an ancient green dragon. The good news was, the green dragon had long disappeared. The bad news was, there was an adult green dragon that seemed to be a direct descendant of the immemorial green dragon that was still active nearby. That was the green dragon Fat Tina that Matthew had heard about many times before. She and the Wood Elves were locked in a fierce battle. The cunning former had been using guerrilla warfare to pull the elves in their direction, causing Jade Court to suffer. And the tomb that Camilla mentioned. The entrance was located near the main battlefield of the green dragon Fat Tina and the elf Windchaser. Therefore, theoretically, there was a risk of being affected. Matthew was quite optimistic about this. With only 3 people, it was very easy for him to hide his aura with his ability. What he was more curious about was the identity of the owner of the tomb. The tomb was located in the Court of Fallen Leaves, which meant that its identity was related to the Wood Elves. However, the elves did not have funeral rites. After all the Wood Elves died, regardless of their status, they were all sent into the light transformation pond. Within 3 days, the corpse would turn into a light spot and enter the forest. After a period of time, it would transform into a light fairy or other elven life form. However, if the deceased were an elf who had committed a crime that angered nature and was severely rejected by the myriad world tree ocean, the elves would be killed. Then, the pool of light would not be able to send his corpse away. His soul would be forced into the underworld like a human. Even so, the companions of the deceased would also burn the remains, not leaving behind a memorial building like a tomb. As a qualified history teacher, Matthew was very sure that the Wood Elves had never built a tomb for their own people in history. Chapter 932 Chapter 932, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Chapter 932, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Therefore, the owner of the tomb could only be an outsider. His relationship with the Wood Elves was bound to be very close. He searched in his mind for a long time, but he could not find any clues. He asked Camilla for the details. The latter only smiled. As long as you find a third companion, I will share the identity of the tomb owner with you. This isn't to guard against you. It's also a ritual to search for the ancient aura. Before I officially take action, I must keep this secret to myself and not share it with anyone. Otherwise, it might leak out and attract the attention of the netherworld or even the evil existences hidden in the deeper parts. At first, Matthew thought that she was just patronizing him. But very quickly, Matthew remembered the 300-meter rule of the Alliance of Seven Saints when excavating underground space. He recalled the incredible legends about the Underdark. Perhaps in the depths of the lands of Aender, there were indeed some unexplainable but extremely terrifying evil existences hidden within. Their threat index was no lower than the creatures in the outer planes. Camilla's concerns might be true. However, when he left the door of the post house and hurried towards the cemetery, Matthew couldn't help but worry. So where can I recruit a third like-minded partner? He pondered carefully. There didn't seem to be any other bandits in Rolling Stone Town, right? At the northwest corner of the first underground floor of the cemetery, the Rogue Courtyard. This was a complex building complex made up of more than 10 stone houses. The building was surrounded by low and short walls. Others might be able to see a little when they passed by, but they could only see scales and claws, and it was difficult to see the whole picture. The building was built at Richard's own expense after getting Matthew's permission. There was only one goal. That was to provide a good training ground for the 1,000 transformers who did not want to leave the cemetery. The underground floor had become the place where Matthew buried his corpses. Therefore, no one would disturb them here. It was a very suitable place for quiet cultivation. Matthew slowly walked into the training room. Soon, he found Richard and Chuka, who were training. Matthew did not disturb them. Instead, he watched quietly from the side. After a while, he saw something. Richard was teaching Chuka the high-level rogue skill, Gale Steps. This was a combat skill that had extremely explosive power and the ability to escape from battle in actual combat. This ability required the learner to have extremely strong balance, explosive power, and flexibility. Many low-level rogues would never be able to master the trick in their entire lives. Chuka looked stupid too. No matter how patiently Richard taught her, it looked like she just couldn't learn it. If Richard were a little anxious, she would also show an expression of wanting to cry. This made Richard feel helpless. He could only start over again and again, patiently imparting the essence of it. What was interesting was, during this process, Matthew realized that Chuka had already learned Gale Steps. She was just pretending to be stupid to make fun of Richard. Immediately after, Matthew realized that Richard had already realized this. He knew that his student had learned it. However, as long as she continued to pretend that she didn't know how to do it, he would continue to teach her seriously. This scene lasted for a very long time. Matthew clicked his tongue in wonder. There were many details that were worth pondering. First, from Richard's perspective. Under normal circumstances, a student who liked to act stupid or play tricks would have been abandoned by him long ago. But Chuka was different. She was not only a student that Richard had worked hard to get, but also 1,000 transformers. Matthew guessed that it was because Richard saw a lot of traces of Setrunk in Chuka. Back then, Richard had sent Setrunk to the Wood Elf village, and he had become the creator of the tragedy in Poplar Village, Shanair's disciple, and the leader of the Silver Frost Brotherhood. Coincidentally, Chuka, who was also 1,000 transformers, had been taken in by the Night Elves when she was young. However, she had been chased out by the Night Elves early on, and later on, she had gone astray and joined the Withered. Until Matthew took her in. The two of them had similar childhood experiences and inherited the same bloodline. This caused Richard to be compensated fully when facing Chuka. Perhaps he had regretted it countless times. If he hadn't sent Setrunk to that small village back then and had chosen to raise him personally, this son of an old friend definitely wouldn't have become like this. However, time could not be reversed. Richard could only use this compensation thought on Chuka. This was also the reason why he was so patient. From Chuka's perspective, Matthew guessed that she was extremely lacking in love. As an orphan who had been abandoned when he was young, Chuka could only rely on her talent as 1,000 transformers to roam among dangerous people. Her precarious life had nurtured her relatively strong personality. However, this did not mean that she did not have a desire for beautiful things. She must have enjoyed the feeling of being pampered. On the surface, she was deliberately trying to anger Richard, but in fact, she was just repeatedly testing her position in Richard's heart. This was not because she was fearless. It was a sign of an extreme lack of security. Richard is the only one who can maintain such a good demeanor for such a long time. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have turned around and left long ago. Chapter 933, Chapter 933, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Chapter 933, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Matthew sighed inwardly. Although this pair of master and disciple did not seem to match on the surface, they had already accepted each other. This unique way of getting along was perhaps the most suitable way for them. Matthew could clearly sense it. Chuka's Gale Steps were many times better than that of an ordinary rogue. He believed that it wouldn't be long. She could grow into an outstanding rogue. However, right now, the two of them were still arguing over the details of how to use Gale Steps. After a while, Chuka was probably getting bored. She suddenly turned into Richard, and then imitated the other party's movements and used a few extremely exquisite wind steps. Richard showed a look of approval after reading it. He first praised Chuka's imitation ability. Then, he said seriously, "You are very talented, especially in the domains of disguise, imitation, transformation, and so on. But you must remember that transformation is just a method. Don't let it become your survival reliance, and don't let yourself get lost in it. Chuka was still wearing Richard's face. She opened her big eyes and asked, "What if I'm really lost? I mean, other than being able to transform, I've always felt that there's nothing special about me. I'm not as good looking as Sif, I'm not as good at cooking as Peggy, I'm not as good at planting trees as Matthew, I'm not as good at dancing as Soldier, and I'm not even as good as those zombies. Some zombies even gnaw on the graves that look pretty. Such a mediocre me, such a lack of talent, under the contrast of other identities, it's only a matter of time before I get lost, right?" Richard didn't say anything. But his expression became very serious. Chuka shrank back, but she still insisted on asking. "I didn't mean to argue. I'm really confused about this. I actually don't like to change into someone else's appearance from the bottom of my heart. However, once I get used to the convenience brought by this ability, it will be very difficult to go back. I'm actually quite scared myself, Mr. Richard. If, one day, I'm really lost in other identities, what should I do to find myself?" After listening, Richard answered seriously. "I'm really glad that you can think of this. In history, most of the 1,000 Transformers who lost control were extremely arrogant. They thought that the ability to transform was beneficial to them. In fact, just as we discussed, the outstanding transformation ability of the 1,000 Transformers could very likely lead to the loss of self. As for how to prevent it, I don't have a standard answer. There's a common practice that originated from the Druids. In order to not confuse themselves with various beast forms, they usually set one or two things that can only be done in human form, and these things are very enjoyable for them. Every time they transform back into human form, they are eager to carry out these few tasks. For example, I once had a druid friend who was good at transforming into all kinds of birds. He spent at least half of his time flying in the sky. And the unique human hobby he set for himself was fishing. Every time he turned back into a human, held a fishing rod in his hand, and began to enjoy the wonderful joy that fishing brought him. A large number of relevant memories will emerge in his brain. Whether these memories are positive or negative, they can strengthen his identity as a human. Following this line of thought, you can think about what your greatest hobby is." Richard guided her patiently. Chuka pondered for a long time and shook his head dejectedly. "I don't seem to have any hobbies." Coincidentally, at this moment, a bell beside the rogue's courtyard rang. Hearing this voice, Chuka was instantly energized, and her eyes shone brightly. "It's time to eat. Peggy said she would make sweet and sour fried fish bones for me today, hee hee hee." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure quickly disappeared from where she was, and then she rushed towards the second underground floor where the kitchen was at an extremely fast speed. They watched as Chuka left. Matthew came to Richard, who was deep in thought. "Excellent Gale steps, isn't it?" Richard smiled. "This child learns very quickly, but she doesn't have a sense of security. That's why I care more about her mind than her talent." Matthew pointed at the bell beside him. "At least you don't have to worry about her getting lost." Richard laughed. "That's true. Lady Peggy is indeed a great chef." Then he looked at Matthew. "Is there something?" Matthew asked. "Are you interested in exploring the ancient aura together?" Richard was stunned for a moment and then shook its head. He patted his tuxedo and raised the gentleman's cane in his hand. He said subtly, "Rolling Stone Town can't do without me. Don't forget, I'm the backbone of the Committee of Five." Matthew laughed. There was nothing wrong with what Richard said. As a legendary rogue, he was indeed the one who did the most practical things in the 5-member committee. Other than the daily government affairs and the support of the rival artists, Matthew also gradually realized how much Richard had contributed to the security of Rolling Stone Town. It was very difficult to find a decent thief in Rolling Stone Town, because they had been captured by Richard when they first came in. As a result, Rolling Stone Town was probably the only city in the entire South that did not have any cases of theft. Chapter 934, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Chapter 934, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Forget about the South. This sort of security was probably unique in the entire Ander continent. I can only open some locks, but I'm not good at removing traps. Exploring tombs is not my specialty. If you want to find a professional, I can give you a list, but the people on the list are really dangerous. If you work with them, you have to be prepared to be betrayed at any time. Richard added. Matthew nodded. Since the other party was unwilling, he could not force it. After a while, Richard wrote a list and handed it to Matthew. There were some names, nicknames, and specific contact information written on it. Matthew frowned after reading it. These people are not good people. He could not help but complain. Richard put the pen back into its chest pocket and said with a smile. It's hard to define the moral standards of those who are keen on finding the ancient aura. Of course, I definitely believe that you did it for academic purposes. Matthew was speechless. He smiled and shook his head as he kept the list, but he did not intend to contact anyone on the list. The people Richard recommended to him were all professional grave robbers. This was a type of advanced profession for rogues. Most of the people on the list were scoundrels who did bad things, and some of them were even comparable to Setrunk. Matthew did not intend to cooperate with them. Thus, he had to find someone else for the third candidate. Matthew was not in a hurry. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. And in theory, he had all the free time of the long winter to spend underground. The premise was that there was no turning point in the situation at Jade Court. Even if there is a chance, the Wood Elves will have to act according to my wishes. Matthew had already figured it out. Since he could be misunderstood as having ulterior motives if he helped for free. In that case, it would be better to turn this project into a fee-based project. In the end, the Scar of the Dead was a tragedy created by the Wood Elves. Matthew's biggest regret now was, the price of 1 million seems to be too cheap. 3 days later, Matthew gritted his teeth as he walked out of the newly renovated cemetery restaurant. As he walked, he complained. Who invented the sweet and sour fried fish bones? I admit that the thick tomato juice poured on the fried golden crispy fish bones has a different flavor. But why is it this dish for 3 days in a row? Peggy spread her hands. Because people never get tired of eating this dish? And recently, the zombie girl caught a lot of fish from an underground river. We have to get rid of them, right? The zombie girl that Peggy was referring to was Renesm. Ever since the mother of slaves obtained the command of a large number of zombies, Renesm's status in the cemetery seemed to be somewhat sidelined. She no longer liked to compare slaps with the undead. Instead, she ran to the Undercity with the Scarlet Nightmare all day long. This batch of fish was one of the unexpected gains. But what about other fish dishes? Where's the fish meat? Matthew questioned. Hey! I didn't try to be harsh. The fish that zombies brought back every time were only like this. There were bones but no meat. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Peggy led Matthew to the kitchen. The renovated kitchen was more than 3 times bigger than before, and there were more than 10 water tanks in one corner. Matthew looked at it. Good heavens! The water tanks were filled with these kinds of white bonefish. Are they undead? Matthew was a little uncertain. Peggy shook her head. The bones of the undead can't be fried until they are so tender and crispy. Matthew glanced at her. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. However, he did not dwell on this. Instead, he continued to observe the white-boned fish in the tank. He quickly confirmed it. This was indeed a creature, not an undead. At the same time, this kind of fish was not naturally without meat. There were strong traces of magic modification on their bodies. Where is the underground river from? According to the information provided by Peggy, Matthew compared it to the map of the Underdark that the Crimson Flame Nightmare had found before and found that the underground river was located more than 30 kilometers south of the cemetery. They ran really far. Don't eat this fish for now. If you encounter this unknown creature in the future, can you bring it over for me to test first? Matthew rubbed his stomach worriedly. Peggy waved her hand casually. Don't worry. With me around, you won't have diarrhea. Every time I give you fresh food, I'll taste it myself before giving it to you. It's fine. Matthew held his forehead with one hand. After all, it would be his fault if he did not have the immunity of the Terran skeleton to poisonous food. Matthew called over a few zombies. He moved a tank of bonefish to his workshop and prepared to study it. A day passed. Matthew couldn't find anything. On the contrary, the spells he had taken the time to learn had made new progress. Hint, you have successfully learned and mastered a new spell, Disgust/Care, Tier 4. You have obtained a small amount of enchantment domain essence. Your new spell resonated slightly with your domain, Undead. When you use a new spell to enchant an undead or yourself, the spell will automatically gain the effect of instant cast. Matthew revealed a satisfied expression. Disgust and Care were a pair of extremely practical twin spells. Now that they resonated with the undead domain, the effect became even stronger. Chapter 935 Chapter 935, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Chapter 935, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Even if it was only for himself, it could also have the effect of a life-saving spell. Take the spell of Care as an example. Considering Matthew had the ability to upgrade spells. This spell was the effect of a peak Tier 5 spell. If he suddenly used this spell on himself at a critical moment, in the perception of others, he would be equivalent to turning from an annoying enemy into a disgusting pile of feces that emitted a strong stench. Or something even more disgusting. Under such circumstances, most creatures were unable to resist their instincts. They would stay far away. This was just one of the scenarios where the disgust spell could be used. From this, one could see the potential of this spell. I heard that there was an evil mage who had been single for many years. In order to take revenge on his love rival who took away the person he liked, he especially went to learn the disgust spell. And on the day of their wedding, he secretly used this spell. The bride suddenly broke down and cried as she fled the wedding scene. After that, the evil mage found the bride in satisfaction and confessed his love to her, forcing the bride to choose between herself and the groom. Who knew that the bride would eventually choose the groom despite the effects of the spell? From this, it can be seen that spells are not omnipotent. He recalled an illusion he saw when he was learning this spell. Matthew couldn't help but feel emotional. Of course, he was more interested in how ugly is that evil mage that he can't even beat the groom who has been cast with the disgust spell. A few days passed. It was mid-December. There was still no news from Jade Court. Alan did send a few letters, but there was nothing substantial in them. This winter moon was mostly complaining about the Elders Guild and other high-ranking members in the letter. Alan's identity was actually very sensitive. She was a member of the Wood Elves, but she was also a member of the Seven Saint Alliance. When the relationship between the two forces was harmonious, she was the perfect bridge. But recently, the relationship between the Alliance and Jade Court seemed a little awkward. Matthew deduced from the words in Alan's letter. The Wood Elf elders seemed to think that they had found a way to deal with the scar of the dead. They wanted to solve the problem alone. It was not dependent on humans. In other words, they were not targeting Matthew but all humans. It was not hard to understand. Back then, the Wood Elves were forced to cooperate with the humans. Jade Court was the most friendly city to humans, so it might be a disgrace to the elves. Arrogance was something that was carved into their bones. If there were a chance, it would solidify and sprout again. Matthew couldn't even be bothered to comment. Anyway, he had already reported it to the higher-ups. How to deal with Jade Court was the Silver Council's business. Of course. It wasn't that there wasn't any good news in the past few days. Yesterday afternoon, Matthew successfully brought Lumiere and his two subordinates back to the cemetery. This debt collection trip was quite smooth. However, when they first entered Deep Blue Port, they encountered a small disturbance, but it was quickly settled. Lumiere found the Golden Lion Barton. The latter also complied with the mercenary contract and paid a high pension. He even offered to help Lumiere repair his arm. But Lumiere refused decisively. After returning to the cemetery, Lumiere looked at the heavy cash and sighed. I had a hunch that if it wasn't for Peggy and your new companion, Barton might not have been so easy to talk to. Matthew smiled. He told him not to think too much. After that, Lumiere decided to bring the corpses of his clansmen back to the rainforest and settle their families. This time, Matthew asked Lara to accompany him on this trip. Previously, Lara had been promoted to the Shadow Walker with Isabel's help, completely breaking free from Galen's control. Matthew was more assured of her. On this trip back to the rainforest, apart from accompanying Lumiere, she would also resume her old business. Although the profits from running a business were insignificant to Matthew now, no matter how thin a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Matthew would never mind having more gold coins. After sending Lara and Lumiere off, Matthew immediately wrote a letter to Bobo, asking him about the robotic arm. If Bobo didn't have any connections. In the end, he could only ask Soria for help. After settling some miscellaneous matters. After making a new week schedule, Matthew stretched and was a little distressed. Where can I find a like-minded third party? There are no thieves in Rolling Stone Town. We can't just make an announcement to recruit them, can we? I still have to ask the others if there are any thieves I know that I can work with. In the midst of his thoughts, Matthew suddenly picked up his pen, and a light flashed in his eyes. I got it. He planned to write another letter to Lorraine. It just so happened that the letter regarding the origin story of the weapon had not been sent out yet. He would send all the letters out at the same time. In the waters north of Deep Blue Harbor. Sea Light, Mage Tower. In a magnificent office with a news department sign hanging on the door. A blond man in pajamas, with a large amount of chest hair exposed, was sprawled on his desk, writing furiously. His hair was a little messy and hung on his shoulders. The veins on the back of his hand that was holding the quill popped out, and he seemed to have used too much force. His eyes were bloodshot as if he hadn't slept for days. Chapter 936, Chapter 936, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. Chapter 936, A Like-Minded Third Party and the Tragic Lorraine. In front of the office desk, there was a black-haired woman in a fitting uniform. She had an unusually hot figure, but her eyes and expression were like an iceberg. The woman stared intently at the blond man's work. Occasionally, he would look up at the gold watch on his wrist. Done. The golden-haired man suddenly let out a strange cry. He slammed his palm on the table, and a large number of scrap papers suddenly flew into the air. 2 weeks, no, 3 weeks. I'm finally done. The black-haired woman glanced at Lorraine's desk. There was no lack of such titles in the neatly arranged documents on the rightmost side. Shocking. 12 things that Matthew and the evil Empress must not say. Behind the meteorite, a conspiracy from beyond the heavens. Shouldn't reincarnate. The contents of what the war god said to me while crying after drinking. Girl in pain, I'm not a slave to desire. Thank you for your hard work. The woman in black bowed slightly. In less than 20 days, you personally wrote the press release for the 2 major events in Cross City and Jiliu City. You wrote a total of 13 versions of the story, analyzing these events from different angles. While establishing the image of the Alliance wizards, you also successfully dispelled the people's fear of the gods and evil gods. Minister, you did very well. Lorraine's face was thin, and her eyes were red. So, can the news department hire a few more people? We can't let the minister do everything, right? The woman nodded slightly. I'm recruiting. But it's not easy to find an excellent bard like you. You have to understand the slow progress of recruitment. Lorraine looked incredulous. He rubbed his yellow-blonde hair with both hands and complained. So this is the reason why you locked me in the small black room and made me write nonstop? I can't take it anymore. I want beautiful women, I want good wine, I want to have a party. He roared hysterically. The woman in black's eyes and expression were still cold, and her tone was businesslike. Lady Isabel has instructed that as long as you can complete your work on time, you can do whatever you want. Lorraine stared at the woman in front of her. I want to do. You. The frosty woman began to undress without hesitation. Sure. However, just as she unbuttoned the first button of her uniform, the hooting of an owl suddenly came from the top of the office. Please wait a moment. The woman stopped and quickly left the office. A moment later, she walked in with 2 letters in her hands. Can we continue? Lorraine asked. The woman shook her head. Sorry, you have a new job. Lord Matthew has sent a letter. He hopes that you can write a brilliant origin story about the quasi-relic that he just obtained. Lorraine's eyes widened. We can do this later, right? I know if you ask Matthew personally, he won't force me to continue working overtime. The woman in black gently slapped one of the letters on the desk. Lady Isabel said that everything related to Lord Matthew is the first priority. Just like before, in order to make it easier for you to focus on your work, the entire office will be disconnected from the outside world. I'll prepare coffee and potions to increase your energy and inspiration for you. Please work hard. After saying that, under Lorraine's despairing gaze, the woman in black walked out of the office swiftly. Bang! The office door was locked. One could only vaguely hear a desperate cry. Matthew. Chapter 937, Chapter 937, The Girl Who Brought Calamity. Chapter 937, The Girl Who Brought Calamity. In the office, Lorraine, who was on the verge of collapse, began to go crazy. He began to try all kinds of strange actions, like stripping naked and running around naked. He hugged the solid wooden table and chewed on it. He curled up on the floor and pulled out his hair one by one. One-handed handstand. Push-ups. He did push-ups and pulling his hair at the same time. No inspiration. No inspiration. Lorraine pressed his thumbs against his temples. Even so, his originally bright eyes were still extremely gray. Origin story, shovel, plant trees, Matthew. Scumbag. Black history. His lips trembled from time to time. Words popped out one after another. Gradually, his face was completely drained of blood. However, there was a hint of life in his bloodshot and slightly protruding eyes. I got it. He smiled cruelly. Matthew, don't blame me for being heartless. This is the last bit of inspiration. Follow this clue. This is the direction of development. He sat on the floor. He began to twist his thigh muscles excitedly. He could feel it. He had already touched the most critical edge of inspiration. With just a light touch, he would have the opportunity to quickly complete this beautiful and cruel story. However, at this moment, just as Lorraine's inspiration was within reach, bang! The office door was pushed open. Mr. Lorraine. The woman in the black uniform said as she walked. However, Lorraine interrupted her angrily. Shut up. You're squeezing my inspiration. Don't talk, he's right here, right under your feet, don't move. As he spoke, the deranged Lorraine was like a reptile, circling around the woman on the floor. The woman raised her eyebrows but did not say anything. However, Lorraine had circled around her several times, and the inspiration that was just right in front of her had disappeared. No. Lorraine scratched his head in pain, tears and snot flowing down her face. He was naked and crying like a child. The floor was covered in an unknown liquid, and the entire office gave off a dispirited feeling. The black-clothed woman's nose twitched slightly. She nimbly cast a cleaning spell on Lorraine and then used other methods to make the entire office look brand new. In the blink of an eye, the dispirited atmosphere in the office faded a lot. Mr. Lorraine. The woman in black was about to speak. However, at this moment, Lorraine, who had been wailing just now, suddenly jumped up like a wild beast. His hands were like iron hoops as he pressed down on the woman's shoulders and pushed her back. Bang! The woman was pressed against the wall, and her eyes revealed a painful expression. "You've ruined my inspiration." Lorraine seemed to have lost his mind. "You have to make up for it." His body continued to approach the woman in black. However, the latter just calmly pushed up his glasses. She gently whispered into Lorraine's ear. "If I don't agree, I can sue you for rape." In the next second, Lorraine, who had been as hard as a rock just a moment ago, suddenly went limp. He slumped to the floor again like a mollusk. He refused to get up no matter what. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lorraine." Seeing this scene, the woman in black, who had always been cold, couldn't help but smile. "I didn't mean to disturb your creation, but I came here mainly to bring you good news." As she spoke, she waved the other letter in her hand. Then, she said apologetically, "I just read the first letter and hurriedly arranged the following work for you. But in fact, Mr. Matthew invited you to explore the ancient aura together in his second letter. Do you intend to go?" Lorraine, who was sprawled on the floor, raised his head with a confused expression. "I don't remember." "Wait. I've done a lot of research on ancient auras." Lorraine's tone suddenly became excited. He jumped up from the floor and looked at the woman in black expectantly. "I can leave this place?" The woman pushed her glasses up again. "Since it's Lord Matthew's invitation, I definitely have no reason to stop it. However, it's best if you really have some research on the ancient aura." Lorraine patted his chest confidently, and his chest hair trembled rapidly. "Of course. I've always been known for my honesty." The woman crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze subtle. "Theoretically, deceiving demigods can indeed be known for their honesty. However, we don't care about these details. Mr. Matthew is the #1 person in the Alliance's new star plan. He has the highest priority in our news department, so you can leave now. But you have to find him as soon as possible. Don't let us find out that there's an extra delay. You know the situation in the news department. It's difficult to operate without you." Lorraine said with a frown. "If a department can't function without one person, is there really a need for this department to exist?" The woman in black said coldly. "This is not a topic that I can get involved in." "Didn't you personally talk to Lady Isabel back then?" Chapter 938 Chapter 938, The Girl Who Brought Disaster. Chapter 938, The Girl Who Brought Disaster. "She told me that you volunteered to be the head of the news department, didn't you?" Lorraine replied with dull eyes. Yes, I volunteered." The dark-skinned woman nodded as if it was natural. "It's fine as long as it's voluntary. The rules of the Alliance are very strict. It's not allowed to hire involuntary employees. If you announce that you didn't do it willingly, Lady Isabel will find it difficult." Lorraine revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "That's all then. In view of Mr. Matthew's invitation, you will have 3 days off. During these 3 days, nothing will disturb you." The woman in black wrote something in a yellow diary as she spoke. "But after 3 days, please be prepared to work part-time. Please keep this book of Hebrews with you at all times. I will gather all the necessary information, and you will need to organize this information into a manuscript. Once the work begins, please reply as soon as possible. After all, you don't want me to disturb you personally, right?" As she spoke, she handed Lorraine a thick notebook with a black cover. Lorraine took a deep breath. "I understand. It's good that I can be out. I want to leave this damn place, even if I have to work part-time outside." The woman in black nodded. "You can leave now." Thus, Lorraine swaggered out of the office. As he walked, the woman in black noticed that he was still naked, so she thoughtfully used magic to change Lorraine into a set of appropriate clothes. Lorraine turned around in surprise. The woman met his gaze calmly. "You're welcome. The money for the clothes will be deducted from your salary." Lorraine suddenly became interested. What's your name? Rosie Herta. The woman informed him openly. Lorraine stared at her beautiful and handsome face. Herta? Is it the Herta family from the Maritime Kingdoms? Rosie nodded gently. But I have nothing to do with my family. My family is not rich, and I have just paid off my loan to the Academy of Magic. So, you don't need to expect to get a lot of money by hitting on me. The girl was very straightforward. Lorraine took a few steps forward and looked into her eyes. His voice was soft and subtle, with an indescribable bewitching tone. If I had forced myself, would you really sue me for rape? Of course not. Rosie shook her short hair. Lorraine's eyes flashed with pride. But in the next second, Rosie took out a glowing magic pen from her pocket and said, I will use the weapon that Lady Isabel gave me to complete the painless sterilization in 0.1 seconds. Of course, I believe that this item will definitely not be of use in the end, right? Lorraine took 2 steps back. Then, he smiled embarrassedly. Of course. I never force myself on a girl. Rosie put on a professional fake smile. I'll believe it for now. Then, have a good holiday, Mr. Lorraine. As she spoke, she went to the hall outside and walked quickly to her small office with a pile of documents in her arms. Dong dong dong. Her soft black leather high heels made a pleasant sound as they stepped on the mahogany floor. Lorraine looked at Rosie's young and beautiful back and forgot to say anything for a moment. Until Rosie walked to the door of the small office. Then, as if he suddenly came back to his senses, he shouted loudly. Happy holidays, Rosie. Also, when I'm not around, remember to recruit a few more capable people. I hope Lorraine will bring good news. In the outer area of the second underground floor of the cemetery, Matthew thought as he used negative energy to heal the wounds of a harpy monster. The reason why he suddenly thought of Lorraine. It was because the latter had signed his name in the first letter he sent to Matthew as an amateur grave robber. Considering the special class of the Dusk Chanter, Matthew suddenly realized that Lorraine was very likely an expert in grave robbing. He had the mentality of giving it a try. He immediately sent out an invitation. If Lorraine was not interested, Matthew hoped that he could recommend 1 or 2 reliable, professional thieves to him. With Lorraine's connections on the East Coast, he believed that this would not be a difficult task. As he was thinking, Matthew turned his attention back. There were obvious signs of battle on the harpy monster, but there were no monster corpses nearby. This meant that this harpy might have encountered a scout with extremely advanced movement techniques. After a brief entanglement between the 2 sides, the other party successfully escaped. From the traces of battle, Matthew could roughly determine that the scout would not be lower than level 14. Looks like the enemy targeting the cemetery this time is quite skilled, Matthew thought. After returning, he planned to strengthen the patrol and defense in this direction. During this period of time, the Fear of Death graveyard was attacked by 3 waves of wandering forces in the Undercity. The first 2 waves were wiped out by the harpy monsters. Death Knight 47 wiped out the 3rd wave. These fugitives did not cause any damage to Matthew's cemetery. Instead, it slowly and steadily increased the legend of the cemetery to a certain extent. Currently, there was already a small rumor about the Death Fear graveyard in the Underdark. This undoubtedly attracted more attention to the cemetery. Chapter 939, Chapter 939, The Girl Who Brought Disaster. Chapter 939, The Girl Who Brought Disaster. In the past few days, Matthew could clearly feel that the line of defense formed by the Harpies was being investigated and probed more frequently. He was not afraid of this at all. With the current strength of the cemetery, if not for the few major forces in the Underdark, they would all be here to give experience points. Of course, Matthew was not careless. Before the Underground Alliance was formed, he put most of his energy into the construction of the cemetery. On one hand, he increased the intensity of the development and began to excavate the 3rd floor of the cemetery. There were not many undead units in the cemetery at the moment. The 3 low-level soldiers, the ghosts, skeletons, and zombies, occupied most of the pits. There were only a few dark warriors in the intermediate army to support the scene. This was far from enough for Matthew. Next, he would try to create and summon intermediate undead whenever he had time. The 3rd level of the cemetery was about to be developed. It was the pit that Matthew had reserved for vampires, mummies, banshees, and even some high-level undead. On the other hand, Matthew also strengthened the guards outside the cemetery. Other than the additional ghost patrol team, Matthew also gave each harpy monster a small ghost face. Speaking of the little ghost face, this was the unexpected surprise that the negative energy beacon had brought to Matthew in December. A few days ago, the negative energy beacon had recruited a brand new elite undead, and it was a very rare unit. Ghost face. The ghost face was a mid-level undead and was on par with the vampire banshees. However, in terms of rarity, the ghost face was even stronger than the bone dragon and was comparable to a lich. It was an undead creature with a huge human-like face. Its appearance was terrifying. When people saw it, their legs would tremble, and they would want to escape. Other than the terror effect, this level 17 elite ghost face's true trump card was Devour. The ghost face could send the swallowed person into the negative energy plane through the devouring action, until the latter was assimilated by the negative energy plane. Its soul would give birth to a new ghost face in the stomach of the ghost face. This was the origin of the little ghost face. The number of little ghost faces depended on how many lives the primordial ghost face devoured. They were the slaves of the original ghost face and could not live alone. As long as the primordial ghost face died, the little ghost face would also turn into ashes. The origin of the ghost face was a mystery even to necromancers. Therefore, this thing was very rare. After the ghost face entered the cemetery, it showed a very respectful attitude towards Matthew. Matthew had also made a deal with him. That was why the ghost face became a part of the cemetery. This primordial ghost face had more than 30 small ghost faces. It wasn't a lot. However, Matthew discovered that these little ghost faces had super fast movement speed and the ability to pass through walls. So they were appointed as adjutants of the harpy troll. On the one hand, the little ghost face could make up for the harpy's slow movement. On the other hand, the little ghost's face could quickly escape through the wall and report any unexpected situation. Because every little ghost face had a good ability to summarize and express information, Matthew was even considering training them as messengers in the future. However, all of this required the cooperation of the primordial ghost face. The other party had just arrived. Matthew still had to test the new comrade's consciousness and loyalty. But overall, Matthew was very satisfied with the arrival of the ghost face. Especially after the latter joined the cemetery, he immediately gave Matthew a treasure. It was a red mask with a cheeky expression. Laughing mask, advanced magic item / consumable. You can chant an activation spell on a target and throw the mask away. After that, the laughing mask will stick to the target's face. During this period of time, the laughing mask would perform a willpower check on the target every 3 seconds. If the exemption failed, the opponent will laugh wildly for 30 seconds. Even if the immunity was successful. If the other party tried to take off the mask by force, the skin on his face would be torn off. You can remove the mask of laughter from the target by chanting a spell. If the laughing mask was stuck on a target's body for more than 10 minutes, the laughing mask will disappear. The target will be transformed into a smiley face monster. Smiley monster attribute, unknown. Remaining uses, March 7th. Note, you must target a humanoid creature to use the mask. In Matthew's opinion, this was a very evil magic item. Evil. But it might be very useful. In order to prevent it from spreading and harming others, Matthew had no choice but to accept it. In his hands. At the very least, there would not be such a cruel thing as turning a living person into a smiling monster. Speaking of which, the negative energy plane is indeed a treasure trove. Many of the undead carry magic tools from when they were alive. Under the erosion of negative energy and time, those that can still maintain their effectiveness must be top grade. If you are bored this winter, I can also visit Filey. After reassigning the work of the outer defense, Matthew walked briskly back to the cemetery. When he passed by the rogue courtyard, he found that Richard was teaching Chuka an ancient thief spell. Frog Bomb. This was actually an illusion in the mage system, but after it was integrated into the rogue system, it was added with a huge amount of poison by the thieves, so it became fatal. Richard's demonstration was quite skillful. He grabbed a frog in his palm and then used a brush to brush the venom on the frog's skin. He then chanted an incantation, and the frog's skin flashed with a light purple magical glow before disappearing in an instant. Chapter 940, The Girl Who Brought Disaster. Chapter 940, The Girl Who Brought Disaster. That's it. Remember, after the frog bomb is made, it will last for a maximum of 4 hours. After 4 hours, the frog will be poisoned and die, and you will lose the effect of the mobile bomb. Look, I can control the direction of the frog's movement through the movement of my fingers. In very ancient times, frog bombs were a very effective assassination method. Richard moved his fingers agilely. The frog suddenly jumped at Chuka, who dodged it hastily. Bang! The frog exploded. A large amount of venom filled the air. Chuka looked nervously at the venom in the air. Richard smiled and said, "This is just ordinary honey water. We can only use real poison in actual combat. Come on, try making a frog bomb yourself." As he spoke, he took out a cage wrapped in black cloth from the room next door. There was a piercing sound. The black cloth was torn apart. A series of croaking sounds came from inside. There was a look of resistance on her face. "I hate frogs." Richard shrugged, and then he took out a second cage from the room and placed it in front of Chuka. He said with a pleasant face, "Spiders are fine too." As he spoke, he was about to remove the black cloth. Chuka quickly stopped him. Forget it. I'll stick with a frog." As she spoke, she opened the wooden cage and took out a frog. She frowned and began to practice. This was the first time she had studied Richard's ability so seriously. Matthew saw this scene. He looked at Richard and smiled. At this moment, he felt something and turned around to look at the steps. At the entrance of the cemetery, a golden-haired man rushed in. "Lorraine?" Matthew was a little surprised. Lorraine went straight to Matthew and asked directly, "When are we leaving?" "Leaving?" Matthew was a little stunned, but he immediately realized that the other party was talking about grave robbing. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Matthew said with concern. "You don't look too good. You seem a little tired. Do you want to rest for 2 more days?" The other party shook his head decisively. "I've never been more energetic than I am now. You've come to the right person to find me for exploring the ancient aura. I'm better at eliminating traps than most thieves." As he spoke, he even inadvertently glanced at Richard. Richard commented leisurely, "The class of Dusk Chanter can only be obtained by people who often work in the fields." Lorraine raised his eyebrows. "So, how many corpses of your peers have you stepped on to achieve your current achievements?" "Great Silver Snake?" Matthew had a headache. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time, but they still quarreled when they met. He was about to open his mouth to ease the atmosphere. Suddenly, a sneaky frog jumped over and approached Lorraine. However, Lorraine reacted quickly. He grabbed the frog and looked around calmly. Then, under Chuka's shocked gaze, Lorraine suddenly raised his right hand, which was holding the frog, and opened his mouth. Bang! He stuffed the frog into his mouth and chewed it vigorously. Bam! 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 Green juice flowed out from the corner of Lorraine's mouth. The latter even smiled at Chuka. This scene was so horrifying that it scared Chuka into hiding behind Richard. Matthew glanced at the data panel and couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lorraine. Let's go and have a meal first. He planned to take Lorraine away. Lorraine shook his head. Take me directly to the priest you mentioned in your letter. Matthew hesitated. She's a little difficult to deal with and has high requirements. Do you want to prepare first? Lorraine shook his head confidently. Thus, the two of them left the cemetery and headed straight for the official post house in Rolling Stone Town. Until the two of them disappeared on the stairs at the entrance. Only then did Chuka move her head from behind Richard. That hairy man is so scary. He ate my frog bomb. Richard seemed to be in a good mood. He chuckled and explained. When he was catching the frog bomb, he used the rogue's method of removing the trap. Then, he used a special ability of the bard called the scapegoat. In the end, you saw him chewing the frog bomb. It was actually the most commonly used illusion of mages. Bards are like that. They know a little about everything, but they're not proficient in anything. He's just scaring you. A sudden realization appeared on Chuka's face. So that's how it is? The girl asked. What about the frog bomb that I secretly released at the beginning? Where did he throw it? Richard shrugged. I don't know about that. The shifting range of the blame-shaking spell won't exceed 300 meters, so it should be nearby. The frog bomb isn't coated with real venom, so it will self-destruct very soon after it goes out of control. However, there aren't many people nearby, so it shouldn't cause any accidental injuries. You did well just now, but you still need to continue practicing. Chuka's face fell. She could only continue to catch frogs unwillingly. At the same time, in a corner of the oak forest on the surface, after a loud bang, the black and white bird-type creatures stared at this scene with their mouths agape. After a while, only then did the black peacock come back to its senses. He said to the slimmer grouse next to him. See, I've said it before. It's not just humans that are mutating. Almost all living things in this world are mutating. The frog has learned how to self-destruct. What else is impossible? Accept my confession and be with me. Let's enter a new chapter of bird life together. Miss Grouse looked a little shy. She hesitated and said. But. You just confessed to my sister a few days ago. And she accepted it, right? The black peacock said without changing its expression. Yes, she did. So let the three of us enter a new chapter of our lives together. Is there anything I can't do? At the official courier station. Room 3. Although Mr. Lorian is not a professional thief, but as far as I know, he has skills that are not inferior to professional experts in this aspect. Madam, please believe in my friend and me. In order to convince Camilla, Matthew had prepared a lot of excuses along the way. However, he had only spoken a few words. Camilla nodded happily and said. Sure. This man will do. Matthew was stunned. He had thought that persuading Camilla would be a very troublesome matter, but he did not expect her to agree faster than him. Facing Matthew's confused gaze, Camilla took the initiative to explain. My God told me that the ancient aura on this bard is very thick. According to what ordinary people say, he must have done many wicked things. Hearing this, Lorraine was unhappy. Can we talk nicely? I hate hucksters the most in my life. I'm willing to cooperate with you because of Matthew. You'd better watch your words. Speaking of which, do priests really exist in the Ander continent? What else did your God tell you? He asked with interest. The bald red-robed priest raised his eyelids and calmly replied. My God also told me. You are falling in love, and that girl will bring you a disaster in the future. Lorraine's expression changed drastically. His gaze at Camilla became very serious. Chapter 941, Chapter 941, The Gods Play? Chapter 941, The Gods Play? Catastrophe? Lorraine snorted. Do you mean that my hair will fall out like yours? Camilla's eyes narrowed. Your bad attitude and tasteless jokes are just to hide the panic in your heart. Lorraine laughed dryly. Did your god tell you this too? Camilla shook her head decisively. No. This is the conclusion I came to after my own observation. To be honest, I like people like you. You're secretive and not honest enough. Because you are too afraid of losing anything, you simply wrap yourself in layers of camouflage. On the surface, you look like you are living a carefree life, but in fact, you are a coward who doesn't even dare to say the truth or admit it. However, you've done a great job in practicing the legendary path. As a deceiving demigod, you must have successfully deceived yourself and carried out your own pursuit. Matthew shook his head. Lorraine was naturally not a pushover, but Camilla was not a pushover either. The red-robed priest's words made Lorraine's expression change. Matthew had thought that Lorraine and Camilla's relationship would develop into what he and Richard had. However, in the next second, Lorraine, whose face was ashen, suddenly smiled in relief. You're right. It seems that the god behind you is indeed capable. But everyone has their own way of life. It's shameful to escape, but it's useful. If being a coward can make me live a happier life, then why not? After all, isn't it a kind of self-deception to believe in religion and place your hopes on the greatness, mercy, and kindness of others? I can feel that you and I are actually the same kind of people. Camilla frowned. But this time, she didn't retort. She only said indifferently. You don't understand the greatness of the god of the first moon, so you naturally don't understand where my faith comes from. But you're right about one thing. There are indeed similarities between us. I might also be an escapist, although I don't remember it now. A hint of melancholy flashed in Camilla's eyes. I often wonder why there are so many brothers and sisters in the church, people who are more outstanding than me, more devout than me, and more talented than me, but why am I the only one alive? Is there a possibility that a great disaster happened in our country before I fell into a deep sleep? Everyone died in the face of that disaster, but I chose to live in disgrace, and only then did I revive in this era. I can't rule out this possibility. There's even a premonition in the depths of my heart that I'm able to come to this world not because I'm special but because of something else. Her tone was downcast. Matthew could actually understand Camilla's feelings. It had been tens of millions of years since he woke up, and the companions who had fought side by side had disappeared. Even his own memories were incomplete. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that he would be disappointed. He seemed to have sensed Camilla's low mood. Lorraine's aggressiveness was also greatly reduced. He looked at Camilla subtly. You don't belong to the main world? Camilla nodded. I come from a period of history that almost no one knows about. I want to find the ancient aura because I want to find evidence that I once existed. Lorraine rubbed his chin, his eyes shining. You're not the only one who doesn't belong to this world. There's no need to feel so lonely. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lorraine also knew about his origins? But Camilla quickly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Let's sign the contract first. Lorraine agreed. Matthew took out the contract and prepared it. Then, he looked at the two of them in surprise. So you guys have already acknowledged each other? The two of them said in unison. Still far from it. However, this did not prevent them from signing their names on the alliance contract drawn up by Matthew. Along with the sound of the quill pen swishing, the smell of the magic potion spread throughout the room. The effectiveness of the contract was also rapidly taking shape. Hint, you have signed an underground alliance contract with Lorraine and Camilla. From now on the journey to find the ancient aura, the three of you will see each other as allies. You will always help each other and not harm each other. If there is a breach of contract, they would suffer the backlash of the power of the contract based on the breach of contract. At the very least, they would lose the right to enter the tomb forever. At the very least, they would forever become the target of the Eternal Order demons. The members of the Underground Alliance were generally informed of each other's situation. Lorraine, level 20 Bard, level 2 Dusk Chanter, Deceiving Demigod. Camilla, level 20 priest and level 3 first moons blessed. Matthew, level 16 necromancer. Since the contract was drawn up by Matthew himself, this publicity segment was also added after careful consideration. Based on his understanding of the contract domain. The more allies knew each other, the more efficient the contract would be. However, once the results were announced, Matthew suddenly felt a little awkward. 2 legendary masters bringing a level 4 little brother? It seemed like he was going to do nothing this time. Your level is higher than mine? Lorraine looked at Camilla in surprise. Camilla was very calm. Level isn't everything. Besides, I've lived for so long and have the blessing of the god of the first moon. Isn't it normal for my level to be higher? Chapter 942 Chapter 942, The Gods Play? Chapter 942, The Gods Play? Searching for the ancient aura isn't just based on level. Domain, knowledge, and skills are all very important. She was right. However, only the highest level people were qualified to say this. After the announcement, the 3 of them reconfirmed the contents of the contract. In the end, the Underground Alliance was formed. Then, we can make a plan for our next move. Matthew took out a pen and paper and was about to write something. However, Camilla was swift and decisive. The plan has been formulated. We have to act first. Let's go. Let's take a look at the place where I live in seclusion. If there's nothing unusual, we'll go straight into the ground. Lorraine raised both hands in agreement. Seeing this, Matthew naturally did not dawdle. He then led the 2 into the cauldron house. Through the Alliance's teleportation portal, the 3 of them arrived at the northern part of the Guardian Highland. Matthew was no stranger to this place. He had just been here, but he was heading southwest to Cross City. Now, the 3 of them were heading east. Over there was an area called East Lake. That was the buffer zone between the Watcher Highland and the Court of Fallen Leaves. To the east of the East Lake was a small black forest. That was where Camilla had lived in seclusion. In order to hide their tracks. After leaving the teleportation circle, Lorraine used a spell to summon 2 horses. He and Carmela rode quickly on 1 horse each. Matthew summoned his flying horse, Ollie. His riding skills were very average. If he rode on an ordinary horse, even if he had a saddle, he would feel uncomfortable under his crotch. Sometimes, he would even feel like he was being torn apart. But Ollie was different. When riding this Pegasus, Matthew could experience the most perfect feeling. Her back was as soft as a sponge, and when she walked, it was as if she was walking on flat ground. She was steady and would not cause any bumps. More importantly, Ollie had the ability to disguise herself as an ordinary horse. Matthew cast a magic trick on himself to make himself look like an ordinary person. Just like that. The 3 of them walked in the direction of East Lake in an orderly manner. The road from Watcher Highland to East Lake was a small one, and the horses were not moving fast. Along the way, they encountered many refugees, many of whom were sallow and emaciated, with dull eyes. When a few of them saw the 3 of them riding past, a hint of hostility flashed across their eyes. But in the end, they did not have the ability to attack the people riding the horses. Matthew also bumped into a few guys who were suspected to be robbers, but these robbers had some eyesight and did not attack the 3 people who passed by quickly. It was already noon when they arrived at East Lake. Although Camilla and Lorraine were both in the legendary realm, they were not tireless machines. They also needed to rest to maintain their peak condition. Therefore, they had a quick lunch by the lake. The main dishes were pre-baked potatoes and butter bread. Matthew also brought a few portions of mushroom soup and bacon that Peggy had prepared in advance, as well as some other food. Of course. As a mage, milk was a must. It's been a long time since I've tasted Peggy's cooking. I'm a little regretful now. I should have stayed in the cemetery for another day. You don't know, but I haven't had a good meal recently. Lorraine chewed hard while complaining crazily. The way he ate was rather ungentlemanly. Breadcrumbs fell to the ground, and his chest hair trembled. He looked as if he had just been released from prison. Matthew was curious. Didn't you just take over the news department? Could it be that the dining conditions in the news department are not satisfactory? Lorraine immediately wiped the corners of his mouth and squeezed out a stiff smile. In theory, it's not convenient for me to say anything bad about the news department. After all, I volunteered. Seeing Lorraine like this, Matthew was even more curious. However, since Lorraine was unwilling to say it, it was not convenient for him to ask. After lunch, just as the group was about to set off, a group of bats suddenly came from afar and quickly swept across the water. Matthew sensed the malice of these bats. However, before he could do anything, Camilla had already cast Dispel. Under the strong light of the Dispel spell, the bats retreated. In the next moment, they flew to the black forest on the east side of the lake and disappeared. Those aren't ordinary bats. Lorraine's eyes were sharp. They are the blood sacs of a high-level vampire. Matthew nodded. The so-called blood sac was equivalent to a vampire using its own body to make moving claws and teeth. It was inconvenient for vampires to move during the day. Therefore, these minions would take their place in hunting during the day. These bats could suck blood. However, most of the blood they absorbed would be stored in their bodies and would have to be handed over when they returned to the nest. Hence the name. The blood sacs were active, which meant that there was a high-level vampire living nearby. East Lake was close to the Watcher Highland and could barely be considered as the edge of civilization. The Seventh Saint Alliance had been suppressing evil creatures, especially the blood breeds, over the years. There were traces of vampire activity here. It was actually very unusual. Matthew looked at Camilla. The latter nodded lightly. There are indeed some vampires living here, but they are not aggressive. Even the blood sacs just now usually only absorb the blood of some cattle, sheep, or other wild animals. They rarely do anything life-threatening. Chapter 943, Chapter 943, The Gods Play? Chapter 943, The Gods Play? Lorraine's ears twitched. He seemed to have noticed something and clicked his tongue in wonder. It's rare for vampires to have such self-control. Are the vampires here related to the mother of vampires? Camilla said as she walked. A little. Let's go into the forest first. I'll see if I can find an old friend to help. That way, we can quickly return to my previous residence. As they spoke, the group released their mounts and walked into the black forest by the lake. It was early winter. Although the forest was bathed in sunlight in the afternoon, it was still not warm at all. Large patches of leaves fell and covered the thick soil. Matthew gently stepped on it, and a pleasant rustling sound immediately came from under his feet. The forest was very quiet. The group of bats had already flown away without a trace. Matthew breathed in the slightly chilly air. Quietly. The ability Ask Nature had been activated. Hint, you have arrived at the Forest of Ruins. You have temporarily fused with nature and obtained information within a 3-mile radius. You have discovered the underground church, Elite Vampire X2. You understand the topography of the nearby area. You have discovered the underground cave of the Order of Natural Calamity, abandoned. You have discovered a road demon, 500 meters northeast. You have learned about the general distribution of the specialty of the ruined forest, the jumping mushroom, available for picking. You have discovered a moonlight goddess altar, abandoned. Warning, information correction. Under the protection of the will of nature, you have seen through the disguise of the altar of the goddess of moonlight. This was an altar that pointed towards the witch queen of desire, Gracia. Once you offer anything on the altar, you could all become Gracia's captives. You have discovered the whereabouts of the rare magical creature, the unmat white tiger. For a moment, all sorts of information flooded Matthew's eyes. His brain was slightly sluggish due to the influx of too much data. At first, Matthew was a little embarrassed. After all, this sudden daze might make his companions feel puzzled. However, he soon realized. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was in a daze. Lorraine's ears were moving, and his eyes were changing with the frequency of his ears. Although his pupils were not out of focus, he still looked absent-minded. On the other hand, Camilla's condition was worrying. She stood upright in the forest that was covered with fallen leaves. Her eyes kept rolling up, revealing large patches of white. Matthew knew that this was a sign that she was communicating with her god. However, this scene was too terrifying. But it's also a coincidence. The three of us have very powerful intelligence-gathering abilities. I asked about nature, Lorraine had groundless rumors, and Carmela was directly an oracle. There shouldn't be anything unusual that can hide from our eyes. Matthew thought. The other two also finished searching for information. Lorraine did not reply. There was probably nothing interesting about it. Camilla's expression was a little solemn. I tried to communicate with my old friend just now, but I failed. Matthew was a little surprised. Is that old friend of yours a native of the Forest of Ruins? Camilla nodded gently. Not only that, he is also the soul of nature here. With his help, our next operation will be much smoother. It's actually thanks to his protection that I was able to live in seclusion here before. Otherwise, I would have to face those troubles sooner or later. Matthew was surprised. He didn't even bother asking how a priest like Camilla knew how to communicate with the nature soul. What really surprised Matthew was, can a nature soul be born in such a small black forest? Camilla said. Theoretically, no. But my friend is a little special. His name is Mosen, and he might be the only existence in the world which has advanced to the soul of nature as a vampire. Vampire nature soul? Matthew immediately recalled the one he had seen in the underground cave of the Order of Calamity. Morrison isn't here. The danger in this forest is the same for everyone. It might just be some trouble for us, but it will delay some time. Anyway, let's go in first. We'll talk as we walk. Camilla led the way. Matthew and Lorraine followed behind at a certain frequency. Her voice came from the front, along with the cold wind in the forest. Mosen is a very special vampire. Before he became a vampire and a spirit of nature, he was a very famous priest and ranger in this area. According to him, before the wood elves gave up on the Court of Fallen Leaves, the Forest of Ruins was actually very prosperous. There are several small towns at the edge of the forest. The largest town is located in the north of East Lake. It's close to the lake and can trade with the elves. It's developing very well. That was a very ancient era. The elves hadn't moved their capital yet, and the ancient nature gods were still watching over this land in a friendly manner. One day, when the ranger, Mosen, was chasing an injured reindeer in the forest, he accidentally saved a dying mole. The kind Mosen brought the mole home and patiently treated it for nearly half a month before it recovered. And just as Mosen was about to set the mole free, the other party actually spoke in human language. He claimed to be the spokesperson of the ancient nature god in the human world, saying that he took a fancy to Mosen's kind character and devout faith. Chapter 944 Chapter 944, The Gods Play? Chapter 944, The Gods Play? That mole told Mosen that when Mosen died naturally, he would automatically be promoted to the soul of nature and become a part of the forest east of East Lake. Mosen was very happy to hear that. Since then, his faith has become firmer and he has become kinder. He spent his whole life helping others, but his life was not good. He treated the poor for free and became famous in several nearby towns. But even so, due to his poor family background, Mosen has never been able to get married and have children. This is always a pity for him, who has a conservative personality. Things took a turn for the better when he was 49 years old. In the summer of that year, Mosen saved a girl who accidentally barged into the forest. At that time, the girl was being chased by a black bear. When Mosen retreated, he found that half of the girl's face had been scratched by the black bear and was completely disfigured. After that, Mosen took the girl back to his hut and took good care of her, just like how he treated the mole. The girl recovered quickly, but there was a scar on her face. She told Mosen that she was dissatisfied with her parents' arrangement of the marriage, so she ran away from the marriage. Once she ran away, she would never be able to go back. She hoped that Mosen would take her in. Mosen said that it was difficult for him to support himself, much less another person. However, the girl didn't care. Under the girl's bold attack, Mosen's heart fell. On one hand, he was attracted by the girl's innocent vitality. On the other hand, he felt that if he had arrived earlier, the girl might not have been disfigured by the black bear. Therefore, it was his responsibility to take care of her. Just like that, the two of them became husband and wife and lived a happy life in the forest. However, this happiness did not last long. Soon, Mosen found that he began to have bad luck one after another. He would be attacked by wild animals from time to time while doing his daily work. This was something that would never happen in the past. Because of his identity as a forest ranger, he had become friends with many wild animals, and very few animals would attack him. What was worse was that rumors started spreading in the nearby human towns. Some people were jealous that Mosen was so poor, yet he could still be with a young girl. They had compiled many stories that slandered the young girl. These stories were well made up. Mosen was so angry that he started fighting with those idlers. Although he had won all the fights, not long after that, those idlers encountered accidents one after another and died suddenly. This added new material to the rumors. After a long time, Mosen's relationship with many people in the town had become distant. Mosen was annoyed by this. However, he did not know what to do. He firmly believed that his wife was a gentle and kind girl. He also hoped that he could protect her through his own actions. He had even considered moving. However, before Mosen could take action, another priest of the ancient nature god in the town suddenly announced that Mosen had betrayed his faith. His wife was a terrifying evil creature. On a moonlit night, under the organization of the priest, many young adults in the town raised their torches and surrounded Mosen's hut in the forest. They demanded that Mosen hand over his wife. Inside the house, his wife, whose face was full of scars but still beautiful, hugged Mosen tightly. "Will you hand me over to them?" she asked. Mosen only shook his head. Hence, his wife smiled gently. "If you don't let me down, I will definitely not let you down." Mosen was extremely touched. He was about to say something, but his wife's next sentence shocked him. "Those people outside want to separate us. They're bad people. I'll go kill them all and accompany you." In the next second, his wife disappeared from the room. When Mosen pushed open the door of the small wooden house with a cold sweat, there were already hundreds of corpses piled up outside. He saw his wife raise her head from a corpse. The lower half of her face was filled with filthy blood, and 4 sharp canine teeth protruded out. Her expression was gentle and terrifying. At that moment, Mosen felt as if he had been electrocuted. The dying priest lying beside him grabbed Mosen's sleeve and questioned him with all his might. "How long has it been since you went to church?" Mosen was enlightened. He vaguely remembered that the last time he went to listen to the teachings of the ancient nature god was before he met his wife. Mosen was on the verge of collapse. He didn't expect his wife to be an evil being. He wanted to commit suicide. However, his wife easily stopped him. The latter gently said to him, "You have no way out. Join me and become a higher life form like me." Then, his wife used the first embrace on Mosen. It was a ritual used to transform a human into a vampire. Because of his wife's special identity, Mosen was told that he would not become a vampire immediately but would transform into a high-level vampire after a normal death. After finishing all of this, his wife left, satisfied. Mosen completely collapsed. He was determined to die and ran through the forest, but the wild animals in the forest were unwilling to lay their hands on him. After a long time, Mosen then met the hunter clan in the north. The people of the god of hunting showed no mercy to Mosen and cut off his head in a few moves. Mosen died as he wished. Chapter 945. The Gods Play? Chapter 945, The Gods Play? At the moment of his death, Mole's blessing and wife's embrace took effect at the same time. He had actually become a very special existence. He was both a high-level vampire and a nature soul. However, it was also a very sad existence. He was hated by most of the nature domains, and only the dark forest was willing to take him in. At the same time, he was also despised by the vampires. The vampires thought that he was not qualified to be a higher life like them. After being resurrected, Mosen had the ability to live forever. He had become the master of the Forest of Ruins. However, he was not happy. He wanted to get away from all of this. He frantically tried to find traces of the mole and his wife. But these two, even after 1,000 years, they had never appeared again. Just like that. A vampire was now the soul of nature in the Forest of Ruins. He was kind and helpful by nature. However, he had been living in pain from the beginning to the end. He had always hoped to be freed. However, it was obvious. He had not found peace. Camilla's narration stopped abruptly. Lorraine's comments immediately followed. Not a bad bedtime story. It's also suitable for traveling. If you write it without a good ending, you might be scolded by others. But I also adore cliffhangers. Camilla turned around and glanced at him. His eyes were filled with confusion. Lorraine coughed. I'm sorry. My occupational disease has been a little serious recently. I just used my ability to investigate. The main character in the story should have become a stage for the ancient nature god and the mother of vampires to compete. As the saying went, when gods fought, mortals would suffer. Under normal circumstances, the ancient nature gods would definitely not tolerate such a degenerate. However, neither side withdrew their power from Mosen. Don't you think it's strange? Matthew said thoughtfully. You mean, because of the conflict of faith, both sides went all out, so they didn't withdraw the power from Mosen? But Lorraine shook his head violently and said. Quite the opposite. Didn't I make it very clear just now? During that time, the ancient nature god and the mother of vampires were fighting. In other words, the two of them were in love at that time. From the heavenly palace to the prime material plane. The variety of their play was beyond your imagination. Mosen and the girl in the forest were just one of their ever-changing playstyles. In reality, during the time they spent together, Mosen and the girl only had very little consciousness and memories. Most of the time, the ancient nature god and the mother of the vampires cast their mental imprints on their puppets. Hee hee. Back then, divine descent was not as difficult as it is now. Matthew was dumbfounded. So the tragedy of a mortal was just a part of the play between two gods who were on opposite sides on the surface? Camilla stared at Lorraine. Is that true, or did you just make it up? Lorraine shrugged. He was about to say something when his ears twitched. The wind in the forest has brought me news. Lorraine said quickly. Several wind chasers are coming in our direction. Camilla's eyes turned white. They are being chased. Lorraine added urgently. Camilla's voice then took over everything. Those who are chasing after them, it's a pack of giant frost wolves. There's no time to dodge. We must be prepared for a frontal battle. As soon as he finished speaking, her eyes returned to normal, and her body began to glow with white light. Immediately after, in the forest ahead, suddenly, a beautiful white tiger jumped out. Chapter 946, Chapter 946, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. Chapter 946, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. A wood elf was riding on the back of the white tiger. She was wearing the leather armor of a wind chaser and holding a longbow in her hand. The quiver on her back had long been empty, and her exposed thigh had a few wounds. This is the moonlight of the wind chasers. The relevant knowledge quickly appeared in Matthew's mind. The wind chasers were the troops of Jade Court that were in charge of external warfare, maintaining the peace of the territory, and resolving conflicts at the borders. Moonlight was a very special group of elites among the Windchasers. They were made up of rangers and scouts. They spent at least 2/3 of their time wandering around the borders of the territory. Their main job was to capture stowaways and human traffickers and monitor the movements of evil forces around the forest. It could be said that it was very hard. The moment Moonlight, who was riding the white tiger, appeared. Behind her, 2 other similarly dressed rangers jumped out of the forest. However, their grades were clearly lower than the elf woman on the white tiger's back. The mounts under their feet were only 2 panic-stricken mountain cats. The 3 elves were obviously being hunted. However, when the leader of the Moonlight tribe saw the shadows of Matthew and the other 2, she immediately patted the white tiger's neck and ordered sternly, "I'll lure the enemy away. Quickly take those innocent people and leave." The remaining 2 Moonlight didn't hesitate either. They immediately carried out the white tiger elf's order and ran towards Matthew and the other 2 at an extremely fast speed. And in the process of running, the Moonlight leader turned around and looked at the direction they came from with a serious expression. At this moment, a wolf howl sounded. Everyone who heard this howl could not help but have goosebumps. Immediately after, one by one, the huge beasts violently smashed through the bushes and some short trees. They surrounded the leader of Moonlight. Frostwinter Giant Wolf. Matthew's eyelids twitched. This was a giant beast that was active on the Yunsheng Highlands. Its average height was more than 2 meters, and its body length was more than 4 meters. It had very terrifying physical strength. The Frostwinter Great Wolves were level 20. This was a terrifying existence that could even make a dragon of the same level retreat. It's time to start the battle, right? Although Matthew was already prepared for battle, he still asked for Camella's opinion before doing so. After all, this was Camella's territory, and she was the one who led this trip. He would listen to whoever led the way. This was one of the basic terms of the Underground Alliance contract. Of course, I can't leave them in the lurch. Camella's voice sounded in their hearts. But I'll do it alone. Don't expose yourselves. Remember to disguise yourselves. Don't show off your strong combat strength. Lorraine smiled. Bards don't need to pretend. I'm not good at fighting. Let me see what I can do. Well, let me blow a flute for you guys to liven things up. Matthew looked at him in confusion. The latter happily took out a brown instrument from his waist. This instrument was somewhat similar to the green piccolo he used to use, but there were many differences in the details. This is a new musical instrument that I've just learned. It said that it originated from the Sioux country. Lorraine said as he bragged. Since he had agreed to disguise himself, Matthew did not take out the skull of Augustus. He just stood beside Lorraine and held the shovel firmly in his hand. Among the 3 of them, the only one who went all out was the cleric, Camella. She strode forward, her hands spread open as she mumbled. A few seconds later, countless lights that symbolized divine spells fell on Camella's body. Her body size had increased by 1.5 times, and her already dazzling bald head was even more eye-catching. What was even more terrifying was that her muscles bulged under the enhancement of divine spells, giving people an extremely explosive feeling. Immediately after, the divine light fell again. Layers of buff halos and extremely thick heavy armor appeared on Camella's body. A pair of thick and long flails appeared in her hands. Great God of the first moon, Camella will always fight for you. Her body was burning with a golden light, and the haze of the entire black forest was dispelled by this golden light. Seeing this scene, Matthew couldn't help but glance at the data panel. Hint, your ally Camella has used the legendary divine spell, 10 Protection. Camella used the legendary divine spell, the armament of the God of the first moon. With the support of his current state, you can sense that Camella's strength is as high as 26 points, and her armor is as high as 24 points. What kind of human tank was this? Matthew was stunned. Of course, Matthew was not the only one who was shocked. The 2 Moonlight who were rushing over were even more shocked by the change in Camella's body. But very quickly, A look of ecstasy appeared on their faces. It's Master Camella. We are saved. Lord Molly, this is not anyone else. It's Master Camella. The two Moonlight's voices had just sounded. The sound of footsteps completely covered it. Camella's activation was like a tank with a huge sound wave. Her speed wasn't very fast, but every step she took was very far, so she was able to reach the side of the Moonlight leader in an instant. Compared to the Frostwinter giant wolf, Camella was still a head shorter. However, she didn't fear anything as she pounced forward and pulled out the flail in her hand. The end of the flail had a special effect of lightning, and there was a crackling sound in the forest. Chapter 947 Chapter 947, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. Chapter 947, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. The first round of meetings. A giant wolf that couldn't dodge in time was slapped by Camella until its skin was torn open. It cried and dodged. However, under the paralysis effect of the lightning, the giant wolf would fall every 3 steps. Soon, it crashed into an ancient tree powerlessly. Its hard fur became soft, and it clearly lost its ability to fight. Awoo! The great winter wolves warned the others. They quickly distanced themselves from Camella, but it didn't seem that easy to make them retreat. Master Camella. The elf on the white tiger looked at the godlike priest beside her in surprise. Camella nodded gently. Chase these beasts away to their own land. As she spoke, she charged towards the tallest wolf pack. It was the leader of the Frostwinter wolves. Camella's train of thought was very clear. The most correct way to deal with the wolf pack was to capture the leader first. As long as they could kill or even injure the leader of the wolf pack, then, the opponent's desire to fight would be severely affected. Camella's aura was quite shocking. The alpha wolf was obviously also suppressed by this aura. Its eyes were evasive. It obviously did not dare to fight the priest head-on, so it could only choose to retreat a little. At the same time, the alpha wolf even ordered the other giant wolves to cover for him. However, the more it retreated, the more Camella forced him. She swung the flail in her hand one after another, and the air was filled with the burnt smell of lightning on the wolf's fur. Very quickly, none of the great winter wolves dared to approach Camella. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion as they looked at the heavily armored priest. During this period of time, in fact, several giant wolves had tried to attack various parts of Camella's body. However, even though Camella did not dodge, the giant wolves also returned empty-handed. Because they couldn't bite through Camella's heavy armor at all. On the other hand, the lightning flail in Camella's hand had an obvious suppressive effect on these wild beasts. Just like that, Camella approached. The giant frost wolf retreated. The others followed behind. Seeing this scene, even Matthew could not help but feel emotional. So is this how top-tier priests fight? Isn't this better than some dull tank class? No wonder Camella told him and Lorraine not to do anything. This person's combat strength was completely comparable to a legendary dragon. Compared to the leisurely Lorraine and Matthew, the 3 Moonlight were much more nervous. They followed closely behind Camella as if they were worried that she would be ambushed. But in Matthew's opinion, the elves were worrying too much. Camella was obviously holding back. She seemed only to want to drive away the giant wolves, not kill them. If she really wanted to kill, the giant wolf that was attacked first would definitely not survive. Wait a minute, where did the giant wolf that was attacked first go? Matthew was alarmed. Immediately after, he sensed a cruel gaze staring at him from behind. Matthew did not hesitate. He turned around and cast a monster stop spell. Silently, the giant wolf that was hiding behind the tree and had just revealed half of its body was firmly fixed in place by Matthew's spell. This guy still wants to ambush us? Matthew's gaze was unfriendly. He raised his shovel and wanted to give the other party a blow, but he awkwardly realized that this guy was really too tall. Even if he jumped up, he would still not hit his vital parts. Fortunately, at this moment, Lorraine, who was playing the flute seriously, threw a note at him. The orange-yellow note landed on the giant wolf. The latter instantly shrunk by many times. It had become the size of a puppy. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly came in front of the shrunken giant frost wolf. Then, he stretched out his hand. He pressed down on the wolf cub's head, which was still trying to resist. Hint: you have used animal taming on the Great Frost Winter Wolf. Taming failed. The Great Frost Winter Wolf refuses to become your close companion. 8 more seconds. Lorraine reminded. Matthew knew that he was talking about how much longer his power could last, so he nodded lightly and mercilessly smashed the shovel on the wolf cub's head. Matthew used the back of the shovel. Although it didn't hurt anyone, it was still extremely painful. The wolf cub was beaten until it cried out. However, there was still a hint of defiance in its eyes. Helpless, Matthew had to hold the wolf with one hand and use the sharp edge of the shovel to press against its neck with the other. The beast's instinct was temporarily in effect. The wolf cub's eyes suddenly became much friendlier. Matthew used beast taming on it again. The wolf cub howled. Then, it weakly agreed. Hint: you have successfully tamed a Frostwinter giant wolf. Frostwinter giant wolf's loyalty to you is insufficient. Currently, it cannot be promoted to an intimate companion. Warning: the Great Frostwinter wolf may betray you at any time. In the next second, Lorraine's shrinking talisman was about to lose its effect. The wolf cub actually wanted to run away from Matthew's hands. This guy didn't hide his betrayal at all. Matthew sighed. In an instant, he raised the shovel high and slashed down. It pricked. A neat cross-section appeared on the neck of the Great Frostwinter wolf. The former's head rolled on the ground and quickly grew bigger. His brain matter splattered all over the ground until it hit a tree. Why bother? Isn't it good to be my partner? Do you want to be an undead that much? Chapter 948 Chapter 948, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. Chapter 948, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. Matthew skillfully took out the body bag and stuffed the head and body of the giant winter wolf into it. It stuffed full. Matthew felt a sense of satisfaction. The corpse of the Frostwinter giant wolf was indeed huge. One wolf was as big as a dozen people. After finishing all of this, Matthew looked ahead again. Fortunately, the elves did not notice the commotion behind them. Perhaps the battle between Camilla and the wolf pack was too eye-catching, attracting all the moonlight's attention. They quickly moved to the side. Occasionally, they would use arrows and spells to harass the alpha wolf. The wolf pack's retreat and the sound of the flute in the forest made the alpha wolf upset. It had thought that the strange priest in front of it was the biggest problem. However, it soon noticed that the reason why the wolf pack was slower than usual in terms of battle organization was all because of the harassment of the bard behind them. The other party's flute cut off the communication between the alpha wolf and the other giant wolves. Sometimes, his command was even twisted by the music into the opposite meaning. This situation made the alpha angry and panicked. After dodging Camilla's lightning flail once again, the alpha could no longer hold back its temper. It jumped onto the branch of a big tree nearby and let out a piercing roar. It was gathering all the great Frostwinter wolves nearby to gather around it. However, this howl did not last long. A white light lit up on Camilla's body. The bald, red-robed priest also opened her mouth. "Get out of this forest." Her voice was extremely loud, directly suppressing the wolf's roar. What was even more terrifying was, every syllable she uttered turned into a sound wave. These sound waves targeted the great winter wolves. At that moment, all the giant wolves revealed painful expressions. Their ears began to bleed. Seeing this, all the giant wolves began to retreat. Camilla did not stop them. She only raised the weapon in her hand high and continued to exert a deterrent force on the wolves that were retreating in a hurry. Very quickly, Most of the giant wolves had already retreated. Only the alpha wolf was still standing on the huge branch. It faced the crowd and actually spoke in human language. "The god of hunting will remember you." After saying this, only then did it turn around and leave in a hurry. Hint: you have been marked by the leader of the Frostwinter Great Wolves. You have received the attention of the god of hunting. The god of hunting's attention, the god of hunting and the hunter clan living on the Cloud Highlands will view you as an enemy. When you approach their territory, you may be attacked by the hunter clan and the Frostwinter Wolf clan regardless of the cost. Your knowledge, God, has received new information. Hunter clan. This was a very ancient humanoid race. They lived in the perilous Cloud Plateau, fighting against all kinds of terrifying monsters on the plateau day and night. The creed of the hunter clan was "life lies in hunting." For this reason, regardless of gender, age, everyone in this tribe was on the road to hunt stronger monsters. This was a crazy race that would change ordinary people's expressions. And behind this fanaticism for hunting was the god of hunting's unceasing protection of his people since ancient times. Yes. It never stopped. Even after the ascension of the heavenly palace. In order to be able to respond to the sacrifices and prayers of the hunter clan in time, the god of hunting was the only one among the gods of the heavenly palace who took the initiative to lower his divinity. He decisively reduced himself to a demigod and escaped the blockade of the Calamity Mage. This boldness was indeed extraordinary. It was also because of this that the god of hunting was one of the few gods in the heavenly palace who had a wide range of believers in the prime material plane. He could respond to the prayers of the hunter clan in time. This was much stronger than the other gods. Although the hunting god, who had been reduced to a demigod, didn't dare to be too presumptuous under the suppression of the Seven Saint Alliance, the activities of the hunter clan never stopped. This was also related to the fact that they had been hunting in a remote place. In this context, the hunter clan had a series of impressive characteristics. They were strong and tenacious, cruel and aggressive. They were extremely xenophobic, so xenophobic that they might kill anyone who was not from their own clan. In fact, other than the great Frostwinter Wolf and his own people, the hunter clan viewed all life in the world as prey. The only difference was the strength of the prey. In recent years, the hunter clan's range of activity was getting closer and closer to the civilized settlements of humans and elves. This was because a part of it was connected to the Cloud Highlands. The Court of Fallen Leaves had become a highly populated area for hunter clans. They had already treated this territory as their hunting ground. Anyone who intruded would become their prey, be it elves, humans, or other races. Who? Matthew blinked and quickly freed himself from the knowledge that flashed through his mind. He saw that Camilla had returned to her normal form. The three elves from Moonlight were following behind her as they walked towards the two of them. "Master Camilla, it's all thanks to you. After I complete this report, I will definitely visit to thank you." The leader of the Moonlight tribe, who was riding a white tiger, thanked her profusely. She had a beautiful face, but she looked a little haggard because she was out and about all year round. Camilla waved her hand. "It's nothing, Captain Molly." Chapter 949 Chapter 949, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. Chapter 949, Meeting in the Same Profession, Extremely Jealous. The white tiger elf scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. "Just call me Molly. I'm still just an intern captain." At this moment, her eyes suddenly sized up Matthew and Lorraine. "Who are these two?" Camilla replied calmly. "They are all my patients." "Patient?" Molly looked surprised. "But they all look healthy." Camilla smiled. "Many diseases are invisible to the naked eye. Although the two of them look very healthy, they are actually terminally ill. I have to bring them back to my herbal garden as soon as possible. Only then can I save their lives." Molly was still a little confused. "Is that so?" The white tiger under her suddenly growled at Matthew. Molly hurriedly patted the white tiger's head to calm it down. The white tiger glared at Matthew for a few seconds before it stopped. I'm sorry, Master Camella. We have a rule that any unfamiliar faces that appear near the Court of Fallen Leaves have to be registered. Molly said, a little embarrassed. It's all right. Just register them. They're all my patients. Their backgrounds are very clean. Camella appeared extremely calm. Molly instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She immediately waved her hand, and the two Moonlight behind her walked towards Matthew and Lorraine respectively. Just register your basic information. Molly reminded. Name, occupation, purpose of visit. A Moonlight asked Lorraine. Lorraine blinked. My name is Eli, and I'm a bard. Obviously, I'm here to treat my illness. Matthew almost choked when he heard this. Fortunately, he did not speak in unison with Lorraine. Coincidentally, he also wanted to use the alias Eli. What about you? The other Moonlight looked at Matthew. Matthew quickly replied. My name is Lumiere, profession. My occupation is. He was still thinking about it. That Moonlight looked at the shovel in his hand and very considerately helped him round it up. Are you a farmer? Matthew was stunned. More or less. You're here to see a doctor like this bard, right? Moonlight quickly wrote on a huge leaf. Matthew nodded repeatedly. Probably because of Camella, the two elves were just going through the motions. Soon, it was time to say goodbye. You must be careful when walking in this forest. When we were on a mission, we encountered an ambush from the Hunter clan. That's why we were chased here by the giant winter wolf. This area has become very unsafe. We've heard that the Order of Natural Calamity has occupied many of the underground caves nearby, and they seem to be conducting some very evil experiments. Ever since Mr. Morrison disappeared, the vampires in the south have become restless. Recently, there have been several abnormal deaths of animals. For the time being, we haven't found the mastermind, but I suspect that it has something to do with those vampires. Also, we were on the way to evacuate when we accidentally heard the wind from the Forest of Ruins tell us that a group of grave robbers with ill intentions were approaching this area. Their goal is very likely to be. At this point, Molly suddenly paused. She seemed to realize that she had said something she shouldn't have, so she could only change the topic stiffly. Be careful. Then, goodbye, Master Camella. The three elves quickly left. They watched as their backs disappeared into the black forest. Lorraine couldn't help but ask. The group of grave robbers they're talking about can't be. Camella suddenly made a shushing gesture. Lorraine reacted quickly. He shut his mouth in time. A few seconds later. Under Matthew's curious gaze, light footsteps came from the direction where the elves had disappeared. The elf riding the white tiger returned. To Matthew's surprise, the other party was actually coming for him. When the elven woman came up to him with a red face, the white tiger under her couldn't help but let out a low growl. Hello, Mr. Lumiere. Molly said bluntly. I noticed that you looked a little uncomfortable just now, so I especially came back. I have something to tell you. My grandfather was a human, and he was also a farmer. I don't think there's a distinction between high and low in any profession. You don't have to feel inferior just because you're a farmer. This amulet is for you. I wish you a speedy recovery. As she spoke, she took out a crescent-shaped jade pendant that was shining with white light from her chest and handed it to Matthew. Matthew subconsciously took it. The talisman felt warm. There was also a faint fragrance. Roar. The white tiger suddenly let out a strange cry. I know. Molly blushed and said to Matthew. Miranda said that she likes you very much. I also think you're very handsome. So, after Master Camella treats you, can you go on a date with me? Matthew didn't expect this and didn't react for a moment. Because of this, Molly misunderstood. She lowered her head and thought for a few seconds. Then, she said shyly and courageously. The Enmat clan that I'm from is a branch of the Wood Elves. They don't really prohibit intermarriage with humans. Although I'm only Moonlight's trainee captain now, I reckon I'll be promoted very soon. I've saved up a sum of money, so you don't have to worry about financial problems. Oh right, oh right. Moreover, I also like children very much. After we get together, we can have a few children. Her voice became softer and softer. She buried her head in her chest. Roar. The white tiger seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. What is it? Snatch him home? That won't do, Miranda. You're too much. Molly slapped the white tiger's neck with a flushed face. I should go, Mr. Lumiere. In short, don't lose this amulet. I'll come and find you. After saying these two sentences, she gently stroked the white tiger's head, and the latter reluctantly carried the elf girl and left again. The three of them looked at each other. Matthew looked at the amulet in his hand with uncertainty. The elves shouldn't be playing pranks, right? Camilla shook her head. Captain Molly is a good girl. She has many good qualities, hardworking, gentle, and capable. I don't object if you want to develop a relationship with her, but it has to be after this operation. Lorraine sighed. Poor elven girl. It's rare for her to fall in love with a human. In the end, that scumbag even gave her a fake name. Wait, I suddenly have inspiration. Matthew's face darkened. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly stopped. Immediately after, his eyes also became slightly unfocused. What's wrong? Lorraine and Camilla asked at the same time. In the next moment, Matthew quickly came back to his senses. His expression became very serious. Something is wrong. The elf girl named Molly just now, the grave robbers with malicious intentions she mentioned, wasn't referring to us. On the data panel. Hint, your ability peer-to-peer scent is in effect. You have detected the presence of a high-level necromancer, 2 apprentice magicians, and 4 tomb raiders. You have obtained the coordinates of your companions, 9.9 kilometers away. You have received a new side mission, meet a peers, be extremely jealous. Mission objective, kill or expel this group of grave robbers from Bayan City. Quest reward, ability Nature's Giant Spirit and a small amount of XP. Nature's Giant Spirit, you can choose a wilderness form, allowing it to gain the effect of super size for 30 seconds. Chapter 950, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. Chapter 950, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. After reading it, Matthew accepted the mission without hesitation and reported the exact information of his peers to his 2 companions. The 2 of them revealed surprised expressions at the same time. You also have the oracle spell, Gossip? Matthew smiled modestly. I can't compare to your intelligence ability. I just have a little sense of smell directed at my peers. Lorraine asked with interest. The ability to gather intelligence on peers? So, did you learn it from Silver Fox? However, if you only sense it after entering 10 kilometers, you still haven't grasped the essence. I heard that guy can smell his peers from hundreds of kilometers away. Camilla corrected him. If it's a necromancer, it should be a fishy smell, right? Lorraine asked. Is there a big difference? Camilla said seriously. I believe that accuracy in words is the most important part of expression and communication. If you continue to treat words with such a casual attitude, then God will take back your talent sooner or later. Lorraine had an exaggerated expression. Fortunately, I don't believe in any God. To be honest, I think you have more say than me in the field of heavy soldiers and close combat. But, are you trying to compete with a legendary bard in literary attainments? Camilla said seriously. I came from the choir and received a few years of training in art and literature from the church. I don't mean anything else. I'm just stating the facts. The 2 of them exchanged a few words and quickly changed the topic. The more Matthew listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. The 2 of them started from simple words to human art and aesthetics, and soon they talked about cosmic astronomy and art education. As they chatted, the smell of gunpowder between the two of them faded a lot. On the contrary, they even chatted with a sense of mutual appreciation. This made things difficult for Matthew. He felt like an NPC standing beside them. Moreover, there was no obvious trend in their conversation. If there was one thing that Matthew couldn't understand. Wait, can you stop? Matthew could not help but say. Don't you care about the people I mentioned just now? Camilla blinked. It's all right. Lorraine laughed. Do I need to care? Matthew, you've already seen this lady's combat strength. Even if that green dragon came over, he would have to give her a cigarette as a bribe, let alone a few of your peers. At this point, Lorraine suddenly asked. Do you smoke? Camilla refused righteously. The clergymen of the Church of the First Moon are not allowed to smoke. A trace of regret appeared on Lorraine's face. Camilla said softly. Do you have cigars? I can have some. Lorraine was overjoyed. He pulled out an exquisitely wrapped box from her pocket. He took out 2 cigars from the box, handed one to Camilla, and lit it with the fire of magic. The red-robed bald priest took the cigar skillfully and took 2 deep puffs. Her eyes became even more radiant. Lorraine smiled and lit one as well. For a moment, the two of them puffed out smoke and chatted even more happily. So clergymen can smoke cigars? Lorraine asked with a smile. Camilla replied seriously. If the church doesn't forbid it, then you can smoke. Besides, I don't smoke often. It's mainly because I often use herbs to treat patients. In order to familiarize myself with the medicinal properties of various herbs, I personally taste various plant ingredients. A cigar is just one of them. Lorraine nodded. It's understandable. The pressure on the clergy is actually quite high. I met a priest a long time ago. He also loved cigars. The reason he gave was that smoking a good cigar would bring him closer to his God. Camilla asked curiously. What happened after that? Lorraine shrugged. Because of the Seven Saint Alliance's suppression of the Heavenly Palace, the priest ran the church poorly. In the end, the church closed down and he couldn't afford to smoke cigars anymore, so he changed his profession and became a thief. Many years later, I saw him again. He was already a famous hero thief in the local area. Camilla asked. So he gave up on his god just like that? Lorraine shook his head. His god fell in the 2nd year after the church closed down. There are countless weak gods in the Heavenly Palace who ended up like this. To be honest, I don't like the huckster. Perhaps it's because of the era. In my life experience, anyone who has faith has a miserable life. The god they believe in also died helplessly in a lonely and cold realm. I can't interpret these things from a perspective that transcends the era. I just feel that this is an era that is not very friendly to gods and believers. But for others, isn't this a blessing? Camilla nodded thoughtfully after listening. However, this era is not the entire history of humans or other intelligent creatures. It may change in the future. Lorraine flicked the cigarette ash gently. Who knows? Camilla took 2 more puffs and changed the topic. The cigar tastes good. Where did you buy it? Lorraine said. I made it at home. Camilla asked in surprise. Your family sells tobacco? No wonder you became a bard. An orphan like me is destined to only walk the path of a priest or a monk. Seeing the two of them suddenly chatting fervently. Chapter 951 Chapter 951, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. Chapter 951, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. Matthew, who couldn't stand the smell of tobacco, also walked away silently. He had already calmed down. He had already reacted. Due to his previous experiences and habits, Matthew always liked to arrange everything properly before every incident. But this operation was different. The one in charge was a legendary priest, and the other follower was a legendary poet and a deceiving demigod. He did not need to worry so much. He just had to follow behind the big boss. They must have their reasons for not caring about their peers. Matthew didn't need to think so much. On the other hand, he wasn't that eager to rob tombs. To put it bluntly, this operation was Matthew's temporary meal replacement for the obstruction of his trip to Jade Court. Regarding how much he really wanted to rob a tomb. At most, he would only think that if a necromancer didn't try to rob a tomb, his career would be incomplete. Just treat it as an outing. It was not bad to gain some knowledge. A few minutes later, Lorraine and Camilla finished smoking and came to Matthew's side. The former asked, "What are you doing?" Matthew waved the shovel in his hand and replied, "Remove the weeds around these trees. Did you see that? This kind of weed, called thorn blood, has an extremely strong hindrance to the growth of trees. These trees have almost been sucked dry of nutrients. In the long run, death is an inevitable outcome. Since I saw them, I might as well help them." As he spoke, Matthew cleaned up the ground nearby. Very quickly. The thorn blood near the black pine trees was cleaned up. Under the astonished gazes of the two, Matthew also put the thorn blood into his inventory. "Do these weeds have other uses?" Lorraine asked curiously. Matthew explained. "These weeds are very useful. On one hand, they are very suitable for raising pigs, cattle, sheep, horses, and other animals. On the other hand, after the thorn blood is burned to ashes, it can be used to make a hemostatic ointment. This ointment can promote the self-healing of human tissues." Camilla couldn't help but say, "You're a necromancer, and you're only fiddling with these things all day? No wonder you don't have the stench of an ordinary necromancer." Lorraine immediately interrupted. "I still think that coquettish smell is more appropriate." Camilla raised her eyebrows. Lorraine didn't budge. Matthew sighed and carried the shovel to weed the black pine tree on the other side. He was weeding. He also thought about the white tiger elf Molly. "That white tiger of hers is really beautiful," Matthew thought enviously. 40 minutes later. East of the Forest of Ruins, in front of a 2-story wooden house. Matthew and the other two stood side by side. Although Lorraine and Camilla had been bickering along the way. Fortunately, their journey was not delayed. This was where Camilla lived in seclusion. Matthew noticed that in addition to the cabin itself, there was a sizable herb garden next to it. The periphery of the herb garden was surrounded by a simple fence, and the shadow of a large number of herbs could be vaguely seen. "You actually planted so many herbs?" Lorraine looked surprised. Camilla snorted. "You didn't think I made up an excuse to cheat you of your cigars, did you? Besides, I can't rely on just divine spells to save people. Come in." Camilla led the two of them in. However, they did not enter the small house. Instead, they entered the medicinal garden beside it. Camilla strode ahead. Matthew followed suit. And during this process, he keenly discovered that there was a large number of hallucinatory potions planted in the herb garden. Other than some drugs that might be used for anesthesia. Most of them were extremely addictive hallucinogenic drugs. In the lush greenery, Matthew even saw a familiar plant. "Colin tobacco?" He could not help but snort. Camilla, who was in front, replied casually. "Yes, do you want it?" Matthew waved his hand. "I'm just curious why you would grow this kind of forbidden items?" "For research, Mr. Matthew." Camilla replied solemnly. "Other than being a clergyman, I'm also a herbalist. The reason why the Wood Elves Moonlight and I have a good relationship is because I have a close personal relationship with their commander. A long time ago, the higher-ups of the Jade Court entrusted me with concocting a formula that can alleviate the symptoms of those who have lost their hearts. In order to achieve this goal, research on Colin tobacco leaves was naturally unavoidable." Although she said that, the seriousness on Matthew's face did not fade. The main reason was that the Colin tobacco leaf was too famous. It was a magical plant from purgatory. It was originally a terrifying species created by the Lord of Nine Hells, Barthur, to corrupt the elves. The effect of this thing was After consuming it, it will immediately produce a slight hallucinatory effect. After about 15 minutes, the user will be able to break the limit of the number of spells. Everyone knew. In Ander, almost all spells were calculated by the number of times they could be used per day. After exceeding the limit, even the most brilliant mage would find it difficult to cast the same spell. This was actually a limitation of the human body. This was because magic, or ether, was highly corrosive. It could trace the source of any spellcasting power when it was out of control. If you use the same spell in large numbers on the same day. Chapter 952 Chapter 952, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. Chapter 952, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. Then, your brain might be locked in reverse by the ether field, forming a fixed infection circuit. Time passed. Etherization of the brain was inevitable, uncontrollable, and insurmountable. Even the gods used a method that was close to cheating, using their divinity to replace themselves to resist the trend of ether. Therefore, in ancient times, the first group of people who came into contact with magic, mainly trolls, elves, and humans, paid a heavy price. A few of the top masters among them set a bloodline restriction on their descendants. This bloodline restriction spread rapidly in the reproduction process of humans and other races. After tens of thousands of years, it had formed a self-protection mechanism for the human body. Colon tobacco could completely destroy this mechanism. However, the reason why this thing was so targeted was mainly because if humans only smoked once or twice, they would not be addicted. They needed to smoke many times before it would take effect. But the elves were different. Colon's tobacco leaves were 100% addictive to all elven creatures. Back then, Barthur almost used this thing to control all the elves. Fortunately, the gods stopped him in time. Later on, there were a few other purgatory lords who used Colon tobacco leaves to infiltrate the wood elves or night elves. Although the impact was not as serious as the first time. However, there were still many heartless active near the Scar of the Dead in Jade Court. They were the victims of Colon's tobacco. So, how did you study the Colon tobacco leaves? Matthew was still very curious about Camilla's research method. Unexpectedly, the latter tore off a large handful of Colon's tobacco leaves and began to chew. It's similar to smoking a cigar. Let yourself get addicted first, then we can solve the problem. I already have some solutions, but some of the drugs will have to wait until spring next year. Matthew was stunned. Although humans weren't that addicted to Colon tobacco, they would definitely become addicted to it after eating so much at once, right? Of course, even if I'm addicted, as long as I want to quit, the god of the first moon can grant me the strength to completely quit all kinds of addictive things. Camilla smiled and explained. Rather than saying that the god of the new moon helped me get rid of my addiction to other substances, it's better to say that my faith itself is the most addictive thing. Moreover, he has a strong sense of repulsion and does not allow other addictive things to occupy my body and mind. So if your friend has bad habits, you can send him to me and let him believe in the god of the first moon. Maybe there will be a good ending. Lorraine immediately interrupted. Don't listen to her. If it's possible to get rid of addiction through faith, then the brainwashing of necromancers is also possible. Camilla glared at him. However, the three of them had already arrived at the end of the medicinal garden. He saw Camilla nimbly move away a potion. The soil underneath quickly fell off. A dark hole was revealed. Is this the tomb? Matthew was a little excited. Camilla shook her head. This is the path to the Green Dragon's Nest, and the Green Dragon's Nest is coincidentally built outside the ruins of the Emerald City, the old king city of the Wood Elves. Because of an unknown mutation many years ago, the Wood Elves evacuated from the Jade capital city overnight. When they left, they set up an impassable ritual barrier around the Jade capital city. The only gap in this barrier was occupied by an ancient green dragon. After the ancient green dragon built its nest here, it passed the nest to the green dragon, Fat Tina, who is now active near the Jade Court. I lived in seclusion for half a year. Other than investigating the origins and details of the tomb, I spent the rest of my time digging this tunnel. It can help us sneak into the Green Dragon's nest and Jade Capital City through that crack. The entrance to our destination is the underground palace of Jade Capital City. Hearing this, Matthew couldn't help but ask. Who is qualified to build an underground palace in the capital city of the elves? Camilla shook her head and said. Not a human. It's a giant devil. I've studied the history of Aender. In the Dark Age, before the gods descended, the trolls established an unprecedented empire in the southern lands. At that time, humans and elves were just vassals of the trolls. The emerald capital city of the Wood Elves was also part of the territory of the Troll Empire. Therefore, buried under the underground palace of the emerald capital city was a powerful royal mage of the Troll Empire. That mage is suspected to be related to the origin of the Night Elves. This is the oldest tomb I can find in Aender. I believe there will be a lot of ancient aura inside. Just thinking about it makes me excited. So it was the underground palace of the giant demons. Matthew was enlightened. The group entered the tunnel. Camilla introduced them as they walked. The green dragon Fatima is a person who doesn't live at home. In fact, she doesn't like this ancient dragon's nest. Occasionally, she would return to this place to avoid the pursuit of the Wood Elves. She wasn't very strong. The elves couldn't do anything to her because she was cunning enough and never liked to fight. On the other hand, the elves could not get close to the nest. In fact, it was not only the nest that they could not get close to, but also the Jade Capital City. Chapter 953 Chapter 953, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. Chapter 953, The Troll Underground Palace and the Evil Crown. I suspect that there's something in Jade Capital City that can greatly weaken the elves' power and make them extremely weak. This power leaked out and gathered in the dragon nest, causing the Jade Court to be helpless against this nest. The tunnel was not spacious. Camilla's voice echoed softly. As they walked, Matthew suddenly had a strange expression. What if there's someone in the dragon nest? Camilla answered piously. Then we'll improvise. I believe that the god of the first moon will point me in the right direction. Matthew couldn't help but rub his temples. Was this how Camilla did things? He swore in his heart that if there were a next mission in the Underground Alliance, he would personally take control of the plan. Lorraine came over. Is there any news from your peers? Matthew nodded. They're all in the dragon nest. Lorraine exclaimed. It's just a few necromancers. They shouldn't be a problem, right? Matthew blinked. The situation has changed. Now, we don't only have one team. To be precise, there should be 4 teams traveling together. They are all at the same coordinates of the Green Dragon's Nest. Normal people wouldn't dare to enter the dragon's nest so ostentatiously, right? So is there a possibility that the owner of the dragon nest invited them in? On the data panel. Hint, you have discovered more peers. Peer sent, you have discovered 4 different teams, all of which have experienced grave robbers. These 4 teams were from Bayan City, Jewel Bay, Swordwinter City, and the Underdark. Your quest, meeting a peer-to-peer, extremely jealous, has been updated. For every additional banishment or killing of a team, your nature giant spirit will last for 10 seconds. After listening to Matthew's narration, Camilla rolled her eyes without saying anything. Lorraine's ears were also twitching. A few seconds later, the 3 of them looked at each other. There was indeed an accident. I don't know what's wrong with the green dragon, Fat Tina, but she actually used her own network to recruit grave robbers everywhere. She seems to want to take away an ancient item called the Evil Crown from the giant demon's underground palace. The peers you noticed should have been invited. Camilla muttered. Matthew leaned against the stone wall of the tunnel and asked. So what should we do now? Lorraine suggested. Why don't we kill the dragon first before robbing the tomb? Camilla shook her head. Fat Tina has a very deep background. Killing her might not only attract the ancient green dragon that has disappeared for a long time, but it might also offend a few lords of purgatory. Besides, slaying a dragon is too ostentatious. It's easy to attract some strange gazes. As for what we should do. She thought for a few seconds, then slapped her head. We can join them. 10 minutes later. In the green dragon's nest. After exiting the secret passage, the three of them jogged all the way to the hall in front of them. As they wished, they bumped into the green dragon Fat Tina, who was lecturing the four teams. Unexpectedly. Fatina's external appearance was that of a slim young girl with two sharp canine teeth, wearing a green dress. Who are you guys? The green dragon looked at the three people, who suddenly appeared confused. Camilla immediately replied. We're here to rob tombs. Fat Tina scoffed. Nonsense. Could it be that you're not here to rob tombs but to slay dragons? What I mean is, you're late. Forget it, forget it. Hurry up and stand still. What I said earlier is not important. Just listen to the rest. The three of them, who had gone through different disguises, quickly entered the line. In the hall. Some malicious gazes were cast over. Matthew was also secretly sizing up his peers. The one from Bayan City looked like a necromancer with a poor aura. The people from Jewel Bay were dressed like a group of merchants, and all of them were smiling. They did not look like grave robbers at all. The ones from Swordwinter were very strong and looked like mercenaries. Matthew couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the people who passed through the north were all barbarians? As for the Underdark, it was even more special. This was simply a group of dense kobold people. If it weren't for the fact that the leader of the kobolds looked a little special and was level 20, no one would have taken their peers in the Underdark seriously. I don't care what you've done inside. You can cooperate or fall out with each other once you enter, but you must bring out what I want. Do you see this? This is the evil crown. Look carefully. Theoretically, it should be on the 3rd floor of the underground palace, but it could also be on the 5th or 7th floor. It definitely can't be on the even-numbered floor. Do you understand? The green dragon transformed into a young girl and walked in front of everyone with a portrait raised high. After displaying the portrait, she then ordered a draconid servant to distribute the initial rewards to the 5 teams. Unexpectedly, Fat Tina was unusually generous. The 4 teams, including Matthew, were rewarded with 1,000 gold coins per head. It was only when he faced the group of kobolds. Fat Tina shouted. You have too many people. I'll give you 5,000 gold coins. Whoever finds the crown, I'll give him 200,000 gold coins directly, and everyone in his team can choose a treasure from this nest. Now, everyone, follow me. The green dragon girl was very efficient. 3 minutes later. The 5 teams arrived at the bottom of the dragon nest, in front of a huge underground crack. The other side of the crack was filled with a green barrier. Only a small gap appeared in the barrier where the suspension bridge led to. According to the order of first come, first served, each team will set off one by one. There will be a 5-minute interval between them. Hurry up. Fat Tina quickly made arrangements. The grave robbers did not have any objections and carried out the plan one by one. Matthew and the others were the last to arrive, so they could only set off last. When his peers crossed the suspension bridge, they were looking at a group of murals on the other side of the suspension bridge. The shape of the mural was a little strange. The main composition was a column that rose into the sky. There was an expansion bulge on the top of the column, which seemed to make people easily have strange associations. Not far from the top of the pillar, there was also a huge circle drawn on it. The circle and the cylinder shook and corresponded, and there was a tendency to attract each other. This mural looked simple, but for some reason, it fascinated Matthew and the other two. This is a mural left behind by the trolls. An extremely old voice suddenly appeared beside them. Matthew turned around. It was the kobold warlock. The latter said indifferently. The troll empire has a very strong worship of reproduction. Your naked eyes aren't wrong. The bottom of the mural is a penis, and the top symbolizes the vagina. I'm Clint Will. Let's get to know each other. Chapter 954, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. Chapter 954, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. The change in expression on Kobold Will's face made Matthew quickly realize that his judgment was correct. The group of kobolds in front of him wasn't a single individual but Will's doppelganger. There were slight differences in the appearance of these kobolds. Some had an extra mole on their foreheads, some had 2 scars on their cheeks, and some had a shorter neck. For those who didn't understand the kobolds or didn't observe them carefully, it was indeed difficult to tell that their images were all from Will himself. It was just a slight change. In fact, Matthew couldn't see this detail with his naked eye. It was the ability of balanced perception that allowed him to see the truth. Previously, when he was observing in the dark, Matthew realized that Will was much stronger than ordinary kobolds. The vertical pupils in his eyes were more obvious, and fine scales had appeared on his forehead and neck. This was a sign that the thin, true dragon bloodline in the kobold's body had been awakened. Without a doubt, Will was a genuine dragon disciple, and his level was between levels 18 and 20. But what interested Matthew the most was Will's doppelganger. This is not an illusion. This is a type of true shape-shifting spell. Matthew could feel the slight throbbing of the transformation domain. The secret legend mentioned by Margaret when she explained the true transformation appeared in his mind, and he could not help but compare it with the kobold in front of him. It shouldn't be wrong. However, what made Matthew wary was that even if one had high attainments in the domain of transformation, one had to be at the legendary level to master this true shape-shifting spell that could create a large number of clones for oneself. Even though the kobold in front of him was obviously hiding part of his strength, it could be inferred from Lorraine and Camilla's reactions that he was not a legend yet. Then how did the other party do this? Matthew was very curious. Therefore, when Will came over to chat, he simply exposed the other party's background. The kobold warlock looked deeply at Matthew, then suddenly turned around and left. I was being presumptuous. He walked very quickly and moved to the other side of the suspension bridge. Matthew looked at the back of the kobold and snorted softly. This dog-headed man is something. Lorraine added. But not much. He actually asked us to do the idiot test. It can be seen that he is the real idiot. Matthew smiled. He understood what Lorraine meant. The so-called idiot test was to find out the other party's background through some seemingly stupid conversations. The cooperation that Will had just proposed was a rather stupid suggestion. In the Undercity, it was a big taboo to team up with unknown people. Especially when they were moving around in the tomb. Triggering a trap could cause everyone to be wiped out. Therefore, the reliability of teammates became very important. Only trustworthy people could act together. The kobold warlock probably did this because he thought that Matthew and the other 2 looked easy to fool and wanted to try his luck. In the end, he didn't expect to be seen through. This guy was quite straightforward. After realizing that Matthew and the other 2 weren't easy to deal with, he immediately withdrew. The 2 sides did not clash because of this. Speaking of which, how did this guy achieve true shapeshifting? Matthew was still observing Will. Camilla, who was pretending to meditate, suddenly reminded him. Look at the crotch. Lorraine glanced at it. It's indeed bulging. It doesn't look like the size of a kobold. Did he take drugs? Camilla said calmly. Look inside. Use X-ray vision. Lorraine shrugged. I only peep, not see through. X-ray vision is so boring on humans, let alone a kobold. Matthew, on the other hand, used the blessing of the god of the new moon, the clear eye. This ability included the ability to see through things thrice a day. Not to mention the kobold's tiny underpants, it could even see through a 5-meter thick wall. In the next second, a somewhat horrifying scene appeared in Matthew's vision. However, the kobold warlock's bulging crotch did not have the big thing that Matthew had imagined. In its place, they were actually balls of black and white silk. These threads grew outward like furry balls. They coiled around the kobold warlock's waist, crotch, and thighs, almost reaching his knees. It was also at this time that Matthew noticed. The black and white fur on the kobold's chest was not chest hair but silk that had been modified. That's fungus? Matthew was a little uncertain at first. However, when he quietly opened the spore domain, he instantly felt a strong resonance. Clint also looked at Matthew in surprise. Did this guy also sign a contract with a fungi-type creature to obtain the clone effect of true shapeshifting? Looks like the spore domain is indeed showing signs of rising. Other than Hussman, there are other fungi experts. Matthew was even more curious about the origins of the kobold warlock. If the conditions were met, he was even willing to recruit them to join the Spore Society. But at this moment, it was Will's turn to walk the suspension bridge. Under the urging of the Green Dragon Girl, Will took the lead while the kobolds behind him lit candles. Hundreds of candles were lit up. Chapter 955 Chapter 955, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. Chapter 955, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. The darkness above the suspension bridge was instantly dispersed. The kobolds were like a well-disciplined army as they successfully crossed the suspension bridge and disappeared at the entrance of the green barrier. The other two teams were also amazed. After that, everyone passed through the suspension bridge. Sob sob. There was a burst of mournful music coming from the side of the suspension bridge. The music was filled with the meaning of sending them off. Everyone turned around. They found that it was a guy who looked like a bard playing. The people walking on the suspension bridge were from Swordwinter. One of them, who looked like a mercenary, could not help but curse. "You scared me. Why are you playing the flute for no reason? Also, who plays the flute vertically?" The Green Dragon Girl stood at the bridgehead and cursed. "You guys go on your way. Hurry up. And what do you know? He's playing a shao, not a flute. It's a completely different musical instrument." As she spoke, Fat Tina turned around and looked at Lorraine. An expression of admiration appeared on her face. The Green Dragon Girl walked over. "You seem to be very artistic. Are you interested in becoming my art and treasure consultant? Of course, the premise is that you have to come back alive." Lorraine agreed readily. "Of course. Don't stop." Fat Tina revealed a look of infatuation. "I like this tone, and I like this song. Can you finish playing first?" Lorraine said regretfully. "I'm sorry, but there's no second half of this song." The Green Dragon Girl was a little annoyed. "Why not?" Lorraine said sadly. "This is a piece of music composed by my late wife. Unfortunately, she passed away before she could finish composing the piece. I'm not that talented. I can't help her finish the rest of the song. I can only play it occasionally as a tribute." Matthew rolled his eyes in his heart. However, the Green Dragon Girl seemed to fall for it. Her eyes were immediately covered with a layer of mist, and her tone became gentle. "Is there such a touching story?" "Woo-woo. I'm sorry. I don't mean to look down on you. I just think that you must love your wife very much, and she must love you very much." Lorraine's eyes were filled with tears. "Of course. In fact, the reason why I joined this tomb raid was that I hoped to find the legendary music score of nature that was lost in the Jade Capital City. I heard that this book has the ability to compose music automatically. As long as the first half of the song is written in the music score, it will automatically complete the remaining half. If I can really realize this dream and complete the song that my late wife composed, then I won't have any regrets in my life." Lorraine finished. The Green Dragon Girl was already crying. She sobbed and said, "How touching, why can't I meet a man who treats me so well? But I've never heard of any music score of nature in the Jade Capital City, so I can't help you. Why don't you stay? Jade Capital City is very dangerous. If you go, you might not be able to come back. Why don't you stay with me? I'll recruit some powerful musicians for you. We'll definitely be able to complete this song." Lorraine smiled sadly. Thank you, kind-hearted Miss Fat Tina. But I've made up my mind. If I can't find the music score of nature, I'll die inside. The green dragon girl clenched her fists in front of her chest and exclaimed. Please don't. Why don't you guys not go? She seemed to have sensed the puzzled gazes of Matthew and the other two. Fat Tina thought of something and quickly changed her words. Never mind. You still have to go. If only you could find the evil crown. How about this? I'll give you a forced teleport magic ball. If you encounter danger, just crush the magic ball, and you and your companions will immediately return to the dragon nest. In short, be careful. Lorraine immediately showed a grateful expression. He grabbed the green dragon girl's hands as if he was subconsciously expressing his gratitude. This made Fat Tina blush. She stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Her face was red from ear to ear. Matthew had sharp eyes. Slight scales had already appeared on Fantina's forehead, and the tail behind her but had also torn part of her skirt and mischievously crawled out. This was a sign that the human shape-shifting spell could fail at any time. Is this guy capable of charming any species? Camilla's voice sounded in Matthew's mind. Matthew waved his hand. He glanced at the data panel. Hint, your ally, Lorraine, has set the green dragon Fat Tina as a target. Lorraine used the bard's professional ability, Love Fantasy. Love Fantasy causes a target to fall into a love fantasy, causing the target to lose judgment. Lorraine activated the empathy domain. Lorraine used his bluffing and flirting abilities on Fat Tina. Fat Tina's favorability towards Lorraine had greatly increased. Lorraine had received Fat Tina's gift, the Forced Return Orb. Lorraine used his self-created ability, Forced Strategy. Forced Strategy, you can use this ability on your target. It can greatly increase their favorability towards you in the short term. However, its drawbacks will be exposed over time. Fat Tina's favorability towards Lorraine had greatly increased. She added a new gift. Chapter 956, Chapter 956, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elf King. Chapter 956, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elf King. Rebound Helmet, able to reflect all spells below Tier 5. Strong Vest, Strength +1, Constitution +1. Griffin Sword, summon a griffin to fight for you or to become your mount. At the same time, this sword is exceptionally sharp. Dragon Scale Bracers, provides the wearer with an additional 8 points of armor and increases the recovery speed of energy. Dragon Breath Potion, throwing object, after throwing, it will summon a dragon breath in the target area, destroying all living things in the area. Cloud Climbing Shoes, greatly increases movement speed and grants the wearer the ability to jump twice. Lorraine quietly wiped his tears and easily swindled a large number of treasures from the green dragon, Fat Tina. Matthew and Camilla were stunned. If you had this ability, why did you rob the tomb? He would just trick all kinds of dragon girls every day. A few minutes later, Lorraine had more than 10 magic items and equipment in his hands. He couldn't take it himself, so he threw it to Matthew and Camilla. The two of them were like Lorraine's servants, carrying large and small bags with numb expressions. On the other hand, Fantina seemed to be still immersed in sadness. She wanted to give Lorraine more things. She was afraid that something would happen to him. However, during this process, Matthew also realized that her movements were becoming slower and slower. It was obvious. This was Fantina subconsciously resisting Lorraine's strategy. However, Lorraine was clearly an expert in this field, and he had an extremely accurate grasp of the situation. We should go, dear. Lorraine grabbed Fantina's hands, and the group came to the suspension bridge. He gave Matthew and the other a look, indicating that they should leave first. It was only after they had walked a long way that Lorraine suddenly let go and hugged Fat Tina. Under the green dragon girl's surprised gaze, Lorraine smiled and gently kissed Fatina's forehead. The latter revealed a blissful expression and almost fainted on the spot. At this moment, Fat Tina could no longer maintain the human shape-shifting spell. Her body continued to grow longer and longer, quickly turning into a genuine green dragon. "Don't go, I still want to kiss you." The green dragon did not budge. He looked at the monster covered in green scales. Lorraine kissed her professionally. He kissed Fantina's mouth and nostrils 3 times before he endured the discomfort in his heart and quickly rushed across the suspension bridge. The 3 of them disappeared from the other side of the bridge. Only then did Fantina slowly turn her head back to her senses. "Just now, why do I feel so happy? Why don't I remember what that man looks like? Wait, I don't even remember his name. Am I being charmed by a human?" The green dragon lay on the edge of the cliff in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, she raised her head, and the entire underground space echoed with Fantina's angry and shrill voice. "My treasure! Damned human, how dare you play with my feelings? When you come out, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." On the other side of the suspension bridge, at the entrance, the 3 of them hadn't gone far, so they heard Fantina's roar. "I have no choice but to slay the dragon." Matthew sighed. Camilla glared at Lorraine as if she was looking at a scumbag. The latter distributed the stolen goods to his companions and said innocently, "Don't tell me you 2 think she's really an innocent girl? As far as I know, the green dragon Fantina loves to seduce bards with the persona of a person who loves literature and art. There are at least 30 bards who have been toyed with by her. Most importantly, she often invites down-and-out poets to play the zither and flute in her lair, but she never pays them. Yes, on the surface, she actually paid for it, and she was quite generous. However, the gold coins that Fantina gave to others were all enchanted by the secret spell of the gold-seeking technique. It won't take long for these gold coins to grow wings and automatically return to her hands. I'm upholding justice for the other bards. And I'm guessing she put the same spell on the reward she gave us in advance." Matthew took out a gold coin. He did not find anything after sensing it. Then, he used a spell to identify it, but he found nothing. In the end, he used his balanced perception to discover that the gold coin had been tampered with at the level of the elemental field. A very powerful and hidden draconic magic. "Even if I put the money in the portal item, will they fly away automatically?" Matthew asked. "Not only that," Lorraine emphasized. "These gold coins that have been cast with the gold-seeking spell will not only fly away by themselves, but they will also activate the other gold coins on you and fly away together." Matthew's heart tightened. He had a lot of gold coins on hand now. If his money were really abducted by Fantina, then it would not be a problem that could be solved by slaying a dragon. Camilla also took out a gold coin and sensed it carefully. He's right. This should be a spell created by the ancient green dragon. It's a branch of dragon language magic and seems to be related to Feyzibin's spell. Was the immemorial green dragon related to Feyzibin? Matthew secretly noted it down. "So what should we do with these gold coins that will fly away?" he asked. "Just a beating will do," Camilla said calmly. Lorraine was even more relaxed. "Do you have a crucible?" Matthew nodded. Which proper mage would not bring a crucible with him when he went out? Chapter 957 Chapter 957, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. Chapter 957, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. Although he was a necromancer, he also had a good-looking crucible. "Just throw it into the pot and melt it." Lorraine snapped his fingers. "But we're not in a hurry yet. According to my observation, the secret spell of the gold-seeking technique will take effect at least 3 to 5 days later. It's too slow to boil it in a crucible. Maybe we can find a big furnace and stew it in one go." As he spoke, he took out a box of matches from the pile of magic items that Fantina had given him. In the dark space, Lorraine gently slid a magic match over. A bright yellow light flashed. Someone seemed to be chanting a spell in the darkness. Immediately after, 3 streaks of fire flashed above their heads. 3 magical creatures wrapped in flames appeared from the void and surrounded Lorraine humbly. Matthew saw it clearly. They were 3 high-level fire demons. The fire demon lit up the road ahead, and the 3 of them instantly had a much wider field of vision. Matthew saw that he was now in a deep alley. At the end of the alley was a pile of ruins. In front of the ruins, there was a road that connected the east and west. On both sides of the alley stood tall walls, which were covered with wet moss and strange barbed vines. The space here was extremely cramped. From time to time, the sound of water dripping could be heard from not far away. A damp feeling assaulted his senses. Many footprints could be seen on the ground, and a considerable number of them had just been left. Clearly, they were the footprints of their peers. Let's go. After entering the Jade capital city, Lorraine consciously took on the role of a rogue. He took the lead with 3 fire devils. Matthew and Camilla followed behind him. Lorraine turned around and asked as he walked. When I was charming the green dragon just now, I sensed a strange threat. I turned around and realized that it was you. Matthew, did you have any strange thoughts just now? Matthew quickly shook his head in denial. He couldn't possibly tell Lorraine that the Tauren domain suddenly resonated when the other party was charming the green dragon. Matthew could sense that if he had interfered at that time, he might have made a leap in the Tauren domain. Fortunately, he restrained this urge. This was completely unnecessary. Moreover, Matthew wasn't confident that he could snatch her away from the deceiving demigod. It's good that you didn't. It seems that I've been rushing a lot of manuscripts recently. I've been living too depressed, so much so that I'm hallucinating. At this point, Lorraine seemed to have recalled some bad memories and hurriedly shook his head. The 3 of them successfully arrived in front of the ruins. Lorraine looked at the footprints on the ground seriously. The dense footprints on the top should belong to the kobold. He went west, which is the entrance to the underground palace of the giant demon. That's where the people from Swordwinter City went as well. In the east, there are some particularly large footprints. This should be an ordinary person who deliberately wore oversized shoes. The people of Jewel Bay are quite particular. This direction should lead to the core area of Jade capital city. Yes, I should be right. I found some bone powder. The necromancers of Bayan City are also heading in this direction. Lorraine stretched and stood up. So, east or west? He looked at the 2 of them indifferently. Camilla was silent for a moment before turning to Matthew. You decide. I have difficulty choosing. Matthew looked at the bald priest in surprise. Don't you have an oracle spell? Camilla said helplessly. After entering the Jade capital city, my connection with the god of the first moon became intermittent. Although I could feel the divine power he gave me, the oracle was no longer clear. Without the guidance of the gods, I do have a very serious problem with choosing. So you decide. Matthew thought for a moment and finally looked in the direction of the bone powder. Let's send off our counterparts from Bayan City first. The ruins of the Jade capital city. In a relatively spacious space on the west side of the Dream Corridor, a group of people from Jewel Bay was making a ruckus. One of them, a man and a woman, quickly took off their loose uniforms and the stuffing inside them. They also threw away their extra-large shoes. The man took off his clothes and cursed. Whatever you say, I've had enough of pretending. I'm a proper archaeologist, but I have to disguise myself as a grave robber to enter the Jade capital city. This is a disgrace to mankind. Don't stop Daisy and me, Stanley. I don't care what you say, I'm going to the Elven Palace first. I want to take back everything I have, not go to the west to explore the underground palace of the trolls. To tell you the truth, I have no interest in the giant demon underground palace. I only want to pursue the culture and art of the elves. That is true beauty. The middle-aged man's voice was very sharp, especially when he was cursing. It made people feel uncomfortable and disgusted. The remaining 3 immediately frowned. Their expressions were very ugly. Especially the leader of the grave robbers named Stanley. However, he was still suppressing his anger and trying to persuade the other party. We had an agreement, Mr. Linden. You must help us find the evil crown first. After that, you can go anywhere you want. This is the condition for our team to cover you and your wife, Madame Daisy, to enter the Jade Capital City. Chapter 958 Chapter 958, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. Chapter 958, Lorraine's Strategy Guide and the Reincarnated Elven King. This is what we agreed on beforehand. Lyndon cursed. We agreed beforehand? Do I have any other choice but to cooperate with you? No. Since I have no choice, I was forced. Since I was forced, I can go back on my word at any time. Stanley, the famous tomb raider of Gem Bay, and his two subordinates were dumbfounded when they heard this. Are you trying to cheat? He watched as Lyndon took off his clothes and retreated step by step. Stanley was furious and grabbed his wife, Daisy. He glanced at Daisy. Although this woman was in her 40s, she had a good figure and was still charming. When she was grabbed by Stanley, the other three tomb robbers couldn't help but tremble. Let me tell you, Lyndon, if you don't cooperate with me, I'll kill your wife first and then annihilate her. However, Stanley hadn't finished his sentence. Lyndon took out a sprint scroll from somewhere and tore it open. His body emitted a faint blue light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Stanley and the other two were dumbfounded again. Only Lyndon's voice was still echoing in their ears. I believe Daisy can understand my actions. This is all for the sake of art. I will witness the miracle of the elves, the greatest work of art they left behind in this world. No, I'm the greatest piece of art they left in this world, ha 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 ha. One of Stanley's men tugged at his thick disguise and asked. Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Professor Lyndon has escaped. We don't have the professional knowledge to go to the underground palace of the trolls. Stanley cursed. How many times have I told you not to call me brother-in-law outside? The subordinate shrunk his head. Okay, sister. Boss. Stanley looked at Daisy fiercely. Your husband left you behind and ran away. What else do you have to say? Daisy blinked. Why don't you change the order and savor me first before killing me? As she spoke, she shook her shoulders, revealing a large area of her snow-white chest that was only wearing a vest. Stanley and his two subordinates' eyes hurt. No, your husband abandoned you and ran away. Aren't you shocked or sad at all? Stanley couldn't understand. Daisy was very calm about this. I know what kind of person he is. Of course, I'm not surprised. His passion for history, especially the history of the elves, is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The subordinate who had spoken earlier could not help but complain. But Mr. Lyndon is too irresponsible. Daisy smiled. That's right, but he's my husband. Do you have cigarettes? The subordinate took out a few cigarettes. Stanley glared at him. Have you forgotten our professional principles? You can't smoke in the tomb. It's disrespectful to the dead. Daisy rolled her eyes at him. This is only the ruins of the Jade King. What kind of tomb is this? Give me one. Stanley thought for a moment. I can fulfill your conditions, but you have to tell me what exactly is going on. Especially the part about Lyndon. I really need his historical knowledge. The lackey handed it over in time and even helped light the fire. Daisy puffed for a while, and her eyes gradually blurred. You mean Lyndon? He's a guy who's obsessed with history. He used to be a history teacher and a mage apprentice for a while, but he didn't have the talent to become a mage, so he was expelled by the mage tower. Since then, he has become cynical. He believes that his human identity limits him. If he were an elf, everything might be different. It was probably because of this obsession that Lyndon had many fantasies. He actually felt that he was the reincarnation of an extremely powerful elven king. This fantasy became more and more intense, and soon, a set of self-consistent logic was formed in Lyndon's mind. After that, he devoted all his attention to the history of the ancient elves. He once paid a visit to the Jade Court, but his words were deemed to be an insult to the Wood Elves, so he was ordered never to enter the Jade Court. Of course, he was unwilling. He told me that as long as he could enter the Jade Capital City, he would be able to find a treasure and restore the Elf King's power. He even said that he wanted to make me his princess consort. Daisy's narration was very restrained and calm. However, Stanley and the other two felt their scalps go numb. So, is Lyndon actually a lunatic? Daisy nodded. More or less. Stanley looked at Daisy in disbelief. Then why did you marry him? Daisy narrowed her eyes. Maybe it's because he takes care of my business more, or maybe it's because I occasionally pretend to believe in his fantasies. In short, we're together just like that. What's wrong? A slut and an old bodyguard can't get married because of love, right? At this point, she threw away the cigarette butt and skillfully tugged at her vest. Didn't you say you were going to ravage me? Who's going first? The two subordinates gulped. The person who spoke earlier said in a low voice. Brother-in-law, it's not convenient for you. Let me do it. I'll take revenge for you. Stanley was so angry that his blood was boiling. He wanted to say something. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the direction where Lyndon was running. Let's go over and take a look. Stanley gave the order, and the three of them immediately went over. Daisy had no choice but to follow. But in the process of running, she suddenly felt a warmth on her shoulder. It was Stanley who had taken the time to put his coat on her. They ran past a street corner. The four of them found Lyndon. There was also a mummy that was lifting him up with one hand. Not far away, there were also 3 necromancers with cold eyes. Chapter 959, Chapter 959, Hero Bandit and New Star of Civil War. Chapter 959, Hero Bandit and New Star of Civil War. Be careful. Stanley raised his hand to stop the others, signaling them not to move forward. Then, he carefully looked at the necromancer in the middle. It was obvious. He was the leader of this gang of grave robbers from Bayan City. This was a high-level necromancer. The two behind him looked like apprentices, and not far away stood 4 intermediate thieves. Except for these living people. These necromancers had also summoned 4 mummy warriors, more than 20 zombies, and even more skeletons. These undead were like an army, guarding behind them in an orderly manner. The two sides only met. Stanley could feel the undisguised malice and the unique oppressive aura of the undead. Let me go, let me go. How dare you blaspheme an elven king in the holy land of the elves? I'm about to regain my glorious identity. If you don't let go of me, I'll... Lyndon, who was being carried by the mummy, was still struggling violently. In the next second, he was slammed into the wall by the mummy warrior. Boom! With a muffled sound, the wall that had been in disrepair for a long time cracked like a spider web. Lyndon's face turned pale, and his eyes bulged violently as if he was about to suffocate. Put him down. The senior necromancer said indifferently. Only then did the mummy let go. Lyndon collapsed under the wall and panted heavily. With your physique, I would find you weak even if you were a zombie. The high-level necromancer looked at Lyndon with disdain. Hand over the money. And you guys. Then, he turned to look at Stanley and the others. Stanley said with a serious expression. We haven't even seen the shadow of the evil crown. Isn't it too early for us to fight each other now? The necromancer sneered. Is your brain okay? Don't tell me you really want to work for that green dragon? The gold coins she gave us were enchanted with the gold-seeking spell. Sooner or later, they will fly back to her. Instead of that, why don't you give the gold coins to me for safekeeping first? Stanley frowned. This place is not far from the dragon nest. The necromancer asked mysteriously. Then guess why that green dragon girl didn't come in herself? I'm sure that the so-called evil crown is just an excuse. Her real goal is to trick us into coming here. There's a high chance that she wants to trick us into the 3rd level of the giant demon underground palace. As for what's waiting for us there, why don't you go over and take a look yourself? But before that, you can leave the gold coins here. Stanley retorted seriously. If she only needs to trick people into coming in, then why did she specifically ask for a grave robber? If she lowers the threshold, won't Fat Tina be able to deceive more people? It was the necromancer's turn to frown. I can't be bothered to communicate with idiots like you. Stop talking nonsense and pay up. Whoosh. The mummy warriors drew their swords and pointed them at Stanley and the others. Before Stanley could react, Lyndon, who was on the ground, recovered his strength and took out a huge pocket from his shirt. This was not a storage item but a folding item with similar functions. Walala. The gold coins hit the wet ground with a crisp sound. Let me go. I'll give you all the money. Lyndon said anxiously. Don't waste my time anymore. I can feel the Elf King's power awakening in my body. Pa. The mummy warrior pulled Lyndon to the side like he was dragging a dog, but he didn't let go. On the other side, one of the two apprentices behind the necromancer went forward to collect the gold coins while the other untied the crucible on the back of a zombie. They set up their cauldrons and set up their magic flames. Very quickly, the gold coin was thrown into the crucible and melted into dazzling gold water under the effect of high temperature and magic. Under the guidance of the spell, the gold water was finally poured into a spherical mold. After a while, the two acolytes completed the task. It was not difficult to see from their proficiency that they had already smelted all the gold coins on them. It's your turn. The high-level necromancer stared at Stanley with malicious intentions. Brother-in-law, what should we do? The subordinate asked. What else can we do? Fight. Stanley snorted. I hate people who don't follow the rules the most. As soon as he finished speaking, the three figures disappeared into the air at the same time. Daisy was left standing alone. She looked at this scene in a daze and couldn't help but wrap Stanley's coat tightly. In the next second, under the cruel gaze of the high-level necromancer, a mummy warrior rushed towards Daisy with cold-blooded and ruthless steps. He suddenly took a few quick steps forward. Then, he raised the staff in his hand high up and raised his hands like an eagle spreading its wings. Tier 3 spell, Death Blast. Following this action, with him as the center, 3 waves of negative energy quickly hit the side. Wherever the airwaves went, all the objects were being pushed. Aya. 2 figures appeared beside the necromancer, one after the other. These were Stanley's 2 subordinates. Seeing that his invisibility ability was broken, one of them exclaimed, Brother-in-law, save me. When he shouted, his eyes could not help but look at the blind spot on the right behind the necromancer. Chapter 960, Hero Bandit and the Rising Star of the Civil War. Chapter 960, Hero Bandit and the Rising Star of the Civil War. Trash. The necromancer smiled contemptuously. He loved enemies who inadvertently sold out their teammates. It was also because of this. He never had teammates, only servants. In this direction? No wonder he wasn't pushed out by my deathquake explosion. You're quite cautious, but unfortunately. The necromancer waved his staff. The remaining 2 mummy warriors and 4 grave robbers immediately surrounded that direction. Immediately after, all the undead units were mobilized as well. In just 2 to 3 seconds, they had surrounded the area. I want to see where you can hide. Reflection dust. The necromancer shouted, and an acolyte immediately rushed over with a small sack. The acolyte rushed to the area that was surrounded by the undead and crazily scattered the white powder in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The white powder fell down. The necromancer glanced at it and asked in a somewhat furious manner. I asked you to mix some flour into the reflection dust. How much did you mix? The acolyte replied in fear. Didn't you want me to mix in more? The anti-stealth effect is about the same, right? So I mixed in more than half of it. What a waste. The necromancer gritted his teeth and cursed. Remember to mix in at most 1/4 next time. Don't you know that developing dust is very expensive? The acolyte was stunned for a moment before nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. However, as soon as the area was sealed by the dust mixed with flour, Stanley's figure did not appear for a long time. The necromancer looked ahead in confusion. In the next second, the sound of wind whistling came from behind him. Not good, I've been tricked. Sensing the cold light behind him, the necromancer made a prompt decision. He grabbed another acolyte and pushed him behind him. The latter immediately screamed. A sharp blade pierced through the acolyte's heart. Stanley's figure slowly appeared. Without a word, he pulled out his sharp blade and chased after the necromancer. The distance between them was very close. At the critical moment, the necromancer's cheeks bulged, and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. Just as Stanley charged forward, the necromancer opened his mouth. Tier 4 spell, tooth break. Walala. The bloody teeth shot out like steel balls from a shotgun. It hit Stanley's body mercilessly. The latter grunted. His body was like a thin piece of paper that had been punched into a sieve. However, before the necromancer could smile, he was surprised to find that this Stanley was just a clone. And the real Stanley had appeared by the wall. He raised his sword and chopped off one of the mummy warrior's arms. Then, he grabbed Lyndon, who had fallen to the ground and disappeared again. Immediately after, he and the other two thieves appeared beside Daisy. Brother-in-law, my acting is quite realistic, right? The subordinate asked proudly. Stanley gave him a thumbs up. He gently placed Lyndon on the ground, and the latter immediately began to scream and grimace. Not far away, the high-level necromancer looked at Stanley in surprise. You did so many things just to save him? Didn't he defect from your team? Stanley said lightly. I brought him in. I can't let anyone hurt him. This is my rule as a grave robber. Lyndon shouted on the ground for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he patted his butt and stood up. Thank you, Stanley. Your character surprised me. As he spoke, he glanced at Daisy. But I only left for a few minutes, and Daisy put on your coat. I just want to ask. Is my wife useful? There was a crisp smack. A palm print appeared on Lyndon's face. Daisy looked at Stanley in surprise. The latter's face was filled with anger. Stanley grabbed Lyndon's collar. I've never seen a man as shameless as you. However, Lyndon didn't seem to care. He looked at Stanley with a strange smile. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't you want to borrow the knowledge in my mind? Don't pretend that you have a noble character. A grave robber is a grave robber. If someone calls you a chivalrous robber, you won't take it seriously, right? As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But you did save my life, so I changed my mind. I promised to find the evil crown for you first, but after that, you have to escort me to the core area of the Elven dynasty. How about we call it even after that? Stanley glared at Lyndon. After a moment, he said coldly. Sure. Can you move your clothes away from my wife now? Lyndon shouted. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind sharing Daisy with you. I just heard that you already have a wife. If word gets out that you're having an ambiguous relationship with a prostitute, it might damage your reputation as a hero bandit. Before Stanley could do anything, Daisy had already handed his coat over silently. Lyndon wanted to say something. The high-level necromancer couldn't hold it in any longer. Don't tell me you're still thinking of leaving? As he spoke, the group of undead quickly rushed over. Chapter 961, Chapter 961, Hero Bandit and New Star of the Civil War. Chapter 961, Hero Bandit and New Star of the Civil War. Stanley took a big step forward. Immediately after, a lantern that was emitting a green light suddenly appeared in his hand. The lantern appeared. All the undead took 2 steps back. Lost lantern? The necromancer was shocked. Are you Viscount Fans, man? Stanley didn't say anything. He just stared at him coldly. The necromancer looked conflicted as if he was weighing the pros and cons. After a while. Only then did he reluctantly say. For Viscount Fan's sake, I will let you off. But that woman has to stay. The necromancer's eyes were burning with fire. I like her body very much. Stanley's expression turned serious. Instead, Lyndon showed a gloating expression. So what does our hero bandit Stanley plan to do? It might be reasonable to go against a necromancer for an archaeologist with a rich history, but is it worth it for a prostitute? At this moment, Daisy suddenly said leisurely. So you really didn't notice that one of your mummies was missing? She was talking to the high-level necromancer. The latter was slightly stunned. His gaze swept across the troops of the undead, and his heart trembled. Indeed. One mummy was missing. And the one missing was the mummy warrior he had sent to kill Daisy. So, are you also an expert adventurer? The necromancer looked at Daisy with uncertainty. Daisy burst out laughing, inadvertently revealing a myriad of flirtatious expressions. She casually adjusted the straps on her tank top and licked her lips. I am indeed an expert under certain circumstances. For example, in the bed. Lyndon laughed strangely. I can prove that the sofa, kitchen, and toilet are all not bad. Even the carriage is interesting. You guys. The necromancer seemed to feel that he had been played and was instantly angry. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed that the mummy had reappeared within his perception range. He suddenly looked to his left. On the street where they came from, the mummy flew backwards as if it had been kicked by someone. It crashed into the wall and collapsed. Immediately after, 3 leisurely figures appeared in front of everyone. At the front was a pretty boy with a shovel. Behind them was an ordinary-looking bald priest and a weak bard. Seeing this combination, the necromancer heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to say something, but in the next second, his nose twitched slightly, and he looked at Matthew in surprise. Are you a necromancer too? Have I been discovered? Matthew was also surprised. Camilla stretched her neck behind him. I told you, necromancers have a fishy smell. Lorraine spread his hands. I still think it's a coquettish smell. The two of them began to argue endlessly again. Only Matthew continued forward. The necromancer narrowed his eyes and sized Matthew up. After a moment, he suddenly asked. You're a necromancer. Why are you using a hoe? Matthew looked down with a dumbfounded expression. This is a shovel. What's the difference? The necromancer said fiercely. Shameless scum. I hate necromancers like you who have no sense of collective honor. Since you're not from Bayan City, don't blame me for being impolite. In the next second, he raised his staff and quickly chanted. 3 seconds later, he waved his staff with all his might, and a golden ball of light appeared in front of his chest. After hovering for half a second, it went straight for Matthew. Immediately after, a gray ray followed behind the golden ball of light and attacked silently. What a sinister fellow. If he hadn't activated his spell identification ability in advance, he might not have noticed the death ray that was hidden behind the phosphorescent bomb. That was a Tier 4 spell. It had an extremely powerful, lethal effect. However, Matthew didn't dodge these 2 spells and directly collided with them. The golden ball of light hit his chest, and a unique frequency of arcane radiance immediately surged. Then, the ball of light let out a sorrowful cry and quickly disappeared into the air. This was the sign that the counterspell was in effect. Seeing this scene, the necromancer smiled proudly and explained to the remaining apprentice. I knew that my peers would at least have a counter. Not only can the magic phosphorescent bomb conceal the existence of the death ray, but it can also break the counterattack. This is really a textbook. However, his smile soon froze on his face. Because at that moment, the death ray hit Matthew's shoulder, and as if it had hit a mirror, it turned around and shot at himself. That was spell rebound. How is this possible? The Necromancer was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. If counterspell and spell rebound were to be used at the same time, they would theoretically be triggered by the same spell. Didn't he just throw a cantrip? Before the Necromancer could figure out why the phosphorescent bomb could only break the spell counter but not the spell rebound, he had to find a solution. The reflected death ray had already pierced through his ribs. The intense pain stimulated the Necromancer's nerves. However, a few seconds later, he still had an ugly smile on his face. It was all right. The instant death judgment did not take effect. Chapter 962 Chapter 962, Hero Bandit and New Star of the Civil War. Chapter 962, Hero Bandit and New Star of the Civil War. He was alive. Matthew was not surprised to see this. Necromancers dealt with negative energy every day, so their resistance to instant death was indeed stronger than others. It could only be said that he was unlucky that he did not kill him in an instant. He was quite satisfied with what he did just now. Matthew had indeed prepared counterspell in advance, but he had cast counterspell on himself the moment the phosphorescent bomb broke through counterspell. This was something impossible for ordinary people. But Matthew was different. Thanks to Saria's enchantment, his spell rebound could be cast at any time and place. This was the power of transformative spells. Kill that scum. After the sneak attack failed, the Necromancer on the other side shouted and tried to order all the undead to charge forward. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He turned around and found that the mummies, zombies, and even the lowest-level skeletons were all standing still. Kill him. The Necromancer pointed at Matthew hoarsely. However, the strange scene in front of him continued. Not a single undead responded to his command. Instead, Matthew said, "Wait a minute." The Necromancer asked in fear. "Wait for what? Who exactly are you?" Matthew said. "Just wait a moment." On the data panel. Hint, you have used the ability All Strike on all summoned creatures of the high-level Necromancer Kunsa. Ability assessment was successful. All of Kunsa's Undying went on strike. In the state of strike, you can better instigate the undead to rebel. You are using your natural spellcasting ability to instigate defection. No, no, no. What are you doing? Don't take away my beloved mummy. At this moment, Kunsa finally understood the evil deeds of this fellow with a shovel in front of him. However, he had no way to resist. He could only watch helplessly as Matthew pried away what originally belonged to him. Those undead who had such a close connection with him in terms of soul. The undead who were loyal to him. Now, they were becoming Matthew's playthings one by one. How could he not feel heartache? Cough cough cough. Under the attack of anger, Kunsa started coughing violently. But he did not give up. He stared at Matthew with unprecedented ferocity. Then, he raised the snake-shaped staff in his hand again. "All of you, come here." "Ah!" Kunsa roared hysterically. An invisible force field enveloped the acolyte beside him and the 4 grave robbers who followed him. Immediately after, the 5 of them were sucked to the top of Kunsa's head by the force. They exclaimed as they were arranged into a strange shape. The 5 of them had their heads facing inwards and their feet facing outwards, forming a ring filled with evil intent. Go to hell. Due to the aftereffects of the teeth-breaking technique, Kunsa's mouth was leaking heavily when he said these words. This made the scene strange and funny. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the 5 people exploded one after another, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Immediately after, the blood flowed into the tip of the snake-shaped staff. They seemed to have transformed into a blood snake that coiled around Kunsa's right arm. Extreme evil blood curse? Matthew could tell at a glance that the spell Kunsa was using was an evil spell in the domain of the undead that was used to greatly enhance the effect of spells. Under the activation of the blood curse, all spells related to negative energy would be strengthened by at least 1 full tier. Kunsa himself was a level 17 necromancer. Under the blessing of the blood curse, All of his spells were powerful enough to surpass Tier 5 and infinitely approach legend. Of course, it was still far from the true might of a legend. Matthew did not panic. He also wanted to use this opportunity to test his strength. Therefore, when he saw Kunsa chanting the next spell, he also started chanting. A few seconds later, 2 giant claws made of tentacles appeared between the two of them. Astrid's Claw. This was the spell that Necromancer Kunsa had chosen when he was staking everything on the line. Matthew wanted to use the same spell to clash with the other party. In the ruins of the Jade Capital City, the 2 ferocious and terrifying Astrid claws involuntarily extended their tentacles in the air like octopuses. The suckers on the tentacles wriggled and rolled rapidly, and the black luster emitted from them revealed a soul-stirring power. The only difference was, at least half of the Astrid claws that Kunsa summoned were covered in sticky blood. Matthew's Astrid's Claw had been strengthened by the ability spell upgrade. Therefore, the size was a little bigger than Kunsa's. Shit. Kunsa waved his staff with all his might. The blood-colored Astrid Claw pressed down with unusual ferocity. Matthew's claws also went over. For a moment, the 2 huge claws of negative energy began to fight on the spot. Matthew and Kunsa exchanged blows across space. The 2 of them seemed to be arm wrestling, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the front, sometimes to the back. Rumble. The place where the giant claw had fought fiercely. Even the ruins were razed to an even more tragic flat ground. It is indeed a little strong. They exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Matthew had an idea. Kunsa was indeed a necromancer with insufficient strength. The other party was using Astrid's Claw to fight with him. Under the support of the blood curse, Matthew really could not take him down for a while. Chapter 963, Chapter 963, Hero Bandit and New Star of the Civil War. Chapter 963, Hero Bandit and New Star of the Civil War. More importantly, because Matthew was focused on the battlefield. Therefore, the efforts to instigate the rebellion of the Undying against Kunsa were greatly weakened. This is under the decline of the other. Some of the undead in Kunsa actually showed signs of recovering from the strike. Without a doubt. Based on his battle experience and on-the-spot decision-making, Kunsa was already a strong necromancer. However, for Matthew, this was far from enough. In the next second, under Kunsa's somewhat stunned gaze, an ordinary staff suddenly appeared in Matthew's hand. This staff was a souvenir given to Matthew by Hibbert when he went to Floating City. In essence, it was a magic staff that the freshmen of the Floating City Magic Academy used for practice. There were 3 sentences carved on the staff. Dear new students, please focus on casting your spells during your school days. Don't fall in love. For guys, believe me, most women will only affect your spellcasting speed. For girls, believe me, most men just want to sleep with you. Edmund. At that time, Matthew only thought that this staff was interesting, so he kept it. He did not expect it to come in handy so quickly. Immediately, as Matthew was distracted, Kunsa immediately controlled Astrid's Claw to crush over. However, the light of dawn in Kunsa did not last long. In the next moment, Kunsa suddenly heard a short voice. Lend me some to play. Then, he felt a chill in his hand. When Kunsa looked down, he was shocked to find that his snake-shaped staff had turned into a novice training staff. An extremely bad feeling rose in his heart. So he looked up at Matthew. Then, he saw a scene that almost made him faint. Matthew was casually stabbing the ground with his snake-shaped staff. It looked like he was testing the quality and hardness of the staff. No. At that moment, Kunsa's eyes turned red. He helplessly opened one of his hands. Stop. I can't even bear to use the staff so harshly. There was a soft pop sound. Without the support of the powerful snake-shaped staff, the quality of Kunsa's blood curse was greatly reduced. Matthew's Astrid Claw successfully scattered the other party and then ruthlessly slapped Kunsa's head. In the blink of an eye, This powerful necromancer was turned into a dried meat shell. Hint: you have successfully eliminated your peers in Bayan City. You have completed the mission, meet your peers, and you will be especially jealous. You have obtained the ability Giant Nature Spirit. You have completed a perfect duel between necromancers. You have successfully entered the battle, Mage, domain by relying on the Civil War element. You have obtained a new combat ability, Civil War Rising Star. Civil War Rising Star increases damage dealt to necromancers by 15%. Hint: you have obtained a chance to gain a title. Do you wish to use the ability Civil War Rising Star as your title? After this, you will gain greater influence in the field of necromancers and receive an additional 15% increase in damage. Note: titles can influence and expand the path of legend. New Star of Civil War is a title that can grow. If you obtain this title and continue to win more civil wars, this title may be upgraded and obtain new effects. In the end, you may obtain the title of King of Civil War and authority in related domains. Chapter 964 Chapter 964, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. Chapter 964, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. Matthew chose to confirm. Such a simple and crude upgrade was naturally something that he had to obtain directly. Although it was not very nice to be called an expert in Civil War, it was nothing compared to a direct increase in combat strength. So a title is also a part of one's combat power. No wonder Lorraine has so many titles. Matthew was deep in thought. He did not have many titles at the moment. The only ones with a certain level of legend were Tree Mage, Dragon Slayer, Nature's Teacher, and Civil War Rising Star. Among them, only the Civil War Rising Star had the most obvious effect. 30% increase in damage. This thing ignored magic resistance and armor. In this way, Matthew, who was already very proficient in the Civil War of Necromancers, had more confidence in fighting against other necromancers. Other than the increase in combat strength, taking this opportunity to enter the battle domain was a pleasant surprise. The only thing he regretted was that he had entered the battle domain limited to mages and not the battle domain of all classes. This was equivalent to entering a subdomain. There was still room for improvement in terms of priority. Other than that, perhaps it was because he entered with the elements of the Civil War, he did not have the right to choose one of the 3 domain abilities. What was more gratifying was that this ability had a chance to evolve into authority after being titled. To a certain extent, it was more beneficial than the freedom of choice. After successfully killing the necromancer Kunsa, Matthew's ability to instigate rebellion was like a hot knife through butter as he took over all the remaining undead troops of Kunsa. Hint: your abilities Instigate, Consecutive Instigate, and Enhanced are in effect. You have obtained a temporary summoning team. You can perform the following actions on this summoned creature formation: Disbanded, Destroy, Control, Transformation. Disbandment meant that this undead group would become ownerless. Destruction was to destroy the existence of the undead directly from the level of the contract and soul. Control was to gain temporary control over them and give them orders for a period of time. And the transformation was to take these undead for his own use. Matthew did not hesitate and chose to transform. The undead left behind by Kunsa was quite useful. Especially the 4 mummies. Matthew touched them left and right, looking as if he couldn't put them down. Mummies were excellent undead soldiers. They were extremely powerful warriors with impressive saber techniques and strong head-on breakthroughs. The bandages wrapped around their bodies gave the mummies high magic resistance. Matthew checked and found that the 4 mummies of Kunsa were directly immune to most spells below Tier 4. The mummies' bandages had many attributes. Some could be suddenly released to bind the enemy, some could pull the enemy towards them, or they could shoot themselves towards the enemy. There were even some bandages that could be eaten to recover the HP of the undead. Other than that, the mummy also had decent natural armor and an outstanding HP bar among the undead. It could be said that it was the most perfect existence among the middle-level undead. To a certain extent, this thing was also the bane of spellcasters and a sharp weapon in the civil war between peers. It was a pity that they had encountered a rebellion. Otherwise, it would probably cause a lot of trouble for Matthew. I must bring these 4 mummies home. Kunz's storage item is a grey ring. Unfortunately, it's locked with a secret technique. I have to bring it back to Richard to take a look. In the midst of his thoughts, Matthew took out a huge tombstone and placed it in the middle of the road. Then, he ordered the temporary summons to touch the surface of the tombstone one by one to complete the transformation ritual. This was the registration gravestone. Using this as a medium, Matthew could include this group of summons in the formation of the cemetery. The current Fear of Death graveyard already had the ability to accommodate summoned creatures. This ability was linked to Matthew's strength and the level of the ritual ground. At present, the maximum number of summoned creatures that could be held in the cemetery formation was 480, which was the same as Matthew. In other words, with the cemetery, Matthew could maintain a total of 960 single-type summoned creatures. This was already a very powerful existence among non-legendary necromancers. Unfortunately, other than the mummy, the quality of the other zombie skeletons is much worse. Matthew looked regretful. However, this trace of regret quickly disappeared. Anyway, these zombies will be handed over to the mother of coolies to train. They don't need to fight in the war. It's a pity that the skeletons are not as talented. Although the skeleton assassins brought by Soldier are useful, there are too few of them. It's not feasible to promote them on a large scale. I wonder if the mother of slaves can train the skeletons as well. At this moment, Lorraine walked over with a complicated expression. He looked at the undead who were queuing up to register their accounts and then looked at the corpse of the necromancer Kunze. He could not help but sigh. Looks like you've really learned from the silver snake. Matthew smiled and asked. Can't I be the one who taught myself this trick? Lorraine also laughed. Then I'm going to suspect that Rolling Stone Town is a place of outstanding talents that specializes in training Civil War experts. The red-robed priest walked over and said seriously. If you want to reach the peak of your respective fields, then becoming the king of the Civil War is also a necessity. This is the natural result of the selection in the domain. It's not something worth laughing at. I don't believe that you don't have any tricks up your sleeve to deal with your peers. Chapter 965 Chapter 965, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. Chapter 965, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. Lorraine spread his hands. I don't have any small tricks. But I have a lot of trump cards. Camilla rolled her eyes. Matthew took the mold that contained the golden water and the crucible beside it. This crucible can also be sold for some money. Matthew patted the mold gently and listened to the echo inside. There seemed to be more than 4,000 gold coins in here. At this moment, among the people from Jewel Bay who were watching from the sidelines, Lyndon suddenly took a step forward and said to Matthew, There are 1,000 gold coins in here that are mine. Matthew and the other two turned their heads and sized up Lyndon and the others with interest. Stanley's face tensed up. He pulled Lyndon and reprimanded him in a low voice. What are you doing? Lyndon smiled and said. My perception tells me that they look like good people. Especially that pretty boy carrying the shovel. He won't do anything to me. As he spoke, he continued walking forward. Hey, give me back my money. A few steps later, a red shadow suddenly flashed past. Camilla suddenly rushed in front of Lyndon, grabbed his right arm, and pressed his shoulder with her other hand. Then, she pulled him down forcefully. An extremely terrifying scene appeared. The sound of bones breaking and clothes tearing rang out at the same time. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched a large amount of blood spurt out from Lyndon's shoulder. In the midst of Lyndon's screams, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, the red-robed priest actually forcefully tore his arm off his body. Quiet, said Camilla. Lyndon remained in the same position, howling, but his voice disappeared instantly. Everyone was terrified. Camilla flicked her finger, and a white light enveloped Lyndon's wound. The latter was sweating profusely and still looked in pain, but the bleeding had stopped. "You're injured now. You've lost an arm. But you're lucky to have met me. I happen to be a priest. I can help you reattach this arm, but you have to pay for it. I won't ask for an exorbitant price. How about 1,000 gold coins?" Camilla looked into Lyndon's eyes with a serious expression. Fear appeared on Lyndon's face. He was sweating profusely as he nodded his head. His lips seemed to be saying something, but unfortunately, due to the silence, no one could hear him. "Very good." Camilla pressed the arm back onto Lyndon's arm expressionlessly. In the next second, the white and flawless divine light bloomed again. The fracture on his arm matched perfectly with the injury on his shoulder. Half a minute later, other than his coat and sleeves being torn apart, Lyndon's body had already returned to its original state. Everyone silently looked at the injury that was completely invisible, and they were all amazed by the magic of the divine art. Lyndon looked at Carmela fearfully and quickly retreated behind Stanley. "Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this?" Lorraine walked over. Camilla said calmly, "Is there a problem? I hate this kid's face, and I hate being called a good person even more. His words just now triggered some bad memories in me. Although I'm indeed a good person, this doesn't mean that he can use this identity to threaten me." Lorraine shook her head. "What I mean is, you can totally put on his clothes upside down when you reattach that arm. Then we can take the opportunity to collect another 1,000 gold coins and turn it around. Don't worry. Being a good person won't tie me down. Besides, if I had your amazing medical skills, this kid wouldn't just have his arm removed." As he spoke, he looked at Lyndon with ill intentions. Lyndon was so frightened that he took another step back. This time, he simply retreated behind Daisy. When Matthew saw this scene from behind, he could not help but reveal a gratified smile. The wicked still need to be dealt with by the wicked. They had already seen the dispute and encounter between the people from Jewel Bay. The two legendary characters were already annoyed. However, Camilla's method of governance was also ingenious. Matthew knew that if it were him, he might not have such a good method to deal with Lyndon in a short period of time. He couldn't really turn him into an undead, right? That would be so unrefined. Looking at the menacing trio, Stanley, the leader of the Jewel Bay team, felt a wave of pressure. He protected everyone behind him and said in a deep voice, "Let us go, and we can pay." Matthew walked over and shook his head. Stanley's expression tightened. "Must you force us into a dead end?" Matthew smiled amicably. "It's not like that. We just want to cooperate with you." Just like how Lyndon's character disgusted the three of them, Stanley's actions were unanimously approved by the three of them. It was rare to see such a particular thief these days. Of course, the reason why Matthew and the other two planned to cooperate with the other party was that the white-robed hero bandit Stanley was an old acquaintance of Lorraine. Under Stanley's puzzled gaze, Lorraine removed his disguise. "Loselin, is that you?" Stanley looked at Lorraine in surprise. The latter's expression was also a little complicated. He took the initiative to extend his right hand to Stanley. "Long time no see. Is Julie okay?" Stanley hesitated for a moment, then shook Lorraine's hand reluctantly. "She's fine, she's pregnant. We already had 2 children before this. This is the third." Chapter 966 Chapter 966, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. Chapter 966, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. His voice sounded a little nervous, and his gaze towards Lorraine was filled with vigilance that he had never shown before. "Don't be nervous. I won't steal your girlfriend." Lorraine laughed. "To be honest, I've almost forgotten what Julie looks like. I only remember that she has bigger breasts among my ex-girlfriends." Stanley's eyes gradually became unfriendly. Lorraine coughed. "She has good taste. She will indeed suffer less if she follows you. But why are you here?" Grave robbing is a high-risk job. It's not a job that a good husband and father should do. Stanley's eyes were open. Living always costs money, doesn't it? I don't have any other skills. The money I earned before I retired was distributed to the poor. If the job I'm doing now is just to support Julie and me, of course, it's more than enough. But if I want to raise a child, the land in Jewel Bay is not enough. Then, he changed the topic. What about you? Young master of the Launchy family, I heard that you have already advanced to legend, but both Cyberdragon and Cloud Edge City are after you. I was still worried about you before, so why did you come here? Lorraine smiled. Wanted? What you said is in the past. I've joined a large organization now. My status is different from before. You don't have to worry about me. My life now is extremely happy. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thick notebook with a black cover suddenly flew out of Lorraine's collar. The book opened automatically. A cold female voice came from the book. Mr. Lorraine, I'm sorry to disturb your vacation. I've already compiled the content that needs to be sorted into the Book of Hebrews. Please complete no less than 1,000 manuscripts in 3 days within 2 days. The smile on Lorraine's face froze. He cleared his throat. I'm on leave, Rosie. The other party said calmly. Yes, I know. That's why I apologized in the first sentence. Veins were popping on Lorraine's forehead. So, just apologizing is enough? What else do you want? The cold female voice continued. If you can't complete the task within the stipulated time, then the publication that we have previously planned will still be published as scheduled. However, the quality may not be guaranteed. Uh-huh. Lorraine snorted coldly. So, what does it have to do with me? Rosie said lightly. In order to prevent this from happening, I plan to replace the original manuscript with a photo of you jerking off in your office. If you don't want this to happen, please work hard to write your article. Goodbye, Mr. Lorraine. I wish you a pleasant overtime. Bang! The Book of Hebrews fell heavily to the ground. It was quiet all around. Everyone looked at Lorraine with different gazes. Stanley looked at Lorraine with a hint of sympathy. You're not thinking of killing us to silence us, are you? Camilla glanced at Lorraine. In the next second, Lorraine expressionlessly took out a green piccolo and placed it on his lips. Beautiful music sounded. An extremely strong sense of dizziness began to stimulate everyone's brains. Matthew hurriedly took out the divinity. With the power of divinity, he successfully avoided Lorraine's music. Camilla lowered her head and put her hands together. A faint divine light emerged from her body, and she successfully resisted Lorraine's hypnosis. However, the others were not so lucky. Everyone, including Stanley, fell into a deep sleep. 3 minutes passed. When Lorraine put down the piccolo, relieved of a burden, they suddenly woke up. What happened, brother-in-law? I had a dream just now. I dreamed that I was attacked by a group of monsters. The young man beside Stanley was rambling on. The rest of the people also revealed expressions as if it was a lifetime ago. Losalin? Stanley stared at Lorraine nervously. Did you hypnotize us just now? What did you do to us? Lorraine waved his hand casually. It's just a necessary confidentiality measure. Let's continue our conversation. We want to cooperate with you to explore the underground palace of the giant demon. I noticed that there is a talent in your team who is proficient in history. I hope he can share all the information he has with us. He should be willing to cooperate with us. After all, the 3 of us are good people. He even smiled at Lyndon. Lyndon was so scared that he took 2 steps back, but this time, Stanley didn't give him a good look. He grabbed Lyndon to prevent him from escaping, then said to Lorraine. Sure. I'll ask Lyndon to translate everything he sees about history on the spot, but I want your people to protect us properly during the entire exploration of the underground palace and not harm our lives in any way. Lorraine nodded readily. No problem. but Stanley still looked skeptical. I hope you can keep your promise. Your reputation wasn't that good in the past. Lorraine smiled warmly. I've already cleared my name. Of course, my credit is impeccable now. Speaking of which, how's Jewel Bay recently? I've heard some negative news. Stanley shrugged. Chapter 967, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. Chapter 967, Lorraine's Dark History and the Secret of the Sin Crown. The security in some areas is a little unstable, but it's still generally calm. People only care about their lives in front of them and don't care about the disaster that seems to be far away. By the way, last week when I went to Fazy Bar, the owner told me that he missed you very much. He said that he hasn't met such an outstanding stripper like you in so many years since you left your job. Wait, what are you doing? He felt the strange gazes from everyone. Lorraine once again placed the piccolo to his lips expressionlessly. After a lullaby, Jewel Bay's group woke up in a daze again. Brother-in-law, why do I seem to have another dream? The dream this time became more realistic and terrifying. The monsters in the dream turned into a bunch of fat women. His subordinates were still chattering. Stanley was already one step ahead of Lorraine. What did you do to us? Lorraine said bluntly. Since we've already agreed to cooperate, it's time to head to the giant demon underground palace. Don't forget that we have 2 other teams with us. If we're late, we might not even get a share of the soup. Let's go. Stanley looked at Lorraine suspiciously and finally agreed to the request. Thus, the group walked west along the wet street. One after another. They could see the ruins on both sides of the street. There were green vines and black and purple moss everywhere. The sound of dripping water could be heard. Occasionally, they could see elven words and some totems, but because the walls had been corroded, it was difficult to distinguish their specific directions and meanings. They walked on the street. Other than the sound of footsteps and water droplets, they could not hear anything else. Time seemed to have frozen here. Even the wind was frozen. They did not encounter any monsters along the way. It was as if this was just a city forgotten by time. At the end of the line, Matthew controlled the newly obtained undead to scatter in the surroundings in order to deal with a potential surprise attack. He glanced at the people in Jewel Bay. He then elbowed Lorraine and said in a low voice. So, is it true that you're a stripper? Lorraine glared at him in dissatisfaction. It's just collecting materials. Writers need inspiration. What do you know? At this moment, Camilla walked past the 2 of them leisurely. She took out a gold coin from somewhere and twirled it around her thumb. Then, she firmly pinned it on Lorraine's belt. Dance for us. Lorraine's face darkened. 1 gold coin is not enough. You have to pay more. Half an hour later. In the underground space that was filled with a damp and rotten smell, the group arrived at the end of the street. They were already in the suburbs of Jade Capital City, far away from the core area. Therefore, the main structure of the roadside ruins had quietly changed. From the elves living in the easily rotting treehouses, it turned into many stone houses made of older and more durable materials. This is the area where the trolls once lived. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the Troll Empire's camp in the Jade Capital City. After entering the stonehouse area, Lyndon became unusually active. He introduced as he walked. Just like how Jade Vermilion has an entire Windchaser encampment in Jiliu City, the Troll Empire was at its peak in the past. It had its own encampment in the main cities of all major races and even had its own army stationed there. Its influence far surpassed any race or faction that came after it. Unfortunately, due to the curse of the gods, there are very few historical materials passed down from the Troll Empire. Only people like me who have the ability to listen to the echoes of the long river of history have the opportunity to see the scales and claws of the Troll Empire back then. Matthew listened to Lyndon's story patiently. This person's face was indeed ugly, and the fantasy in his mind was more like a madman. However, Matthew had to admit it. He was a true historian. Lyndon's perception and intelligence were both very high. In fact, only people with more than 15 points of intelligence had the chance to break through the puzzle and perceive the true history. Matthew could even understand Lyndon's madness to a certain extent. After all, history was a very unpopular subject in the continent of Ander. Other than Rolling Stone Town, there were no history classes in schools. Archaeologists and history teachers were rare and strange existences in society. When ordinary people heard the names of these two classes, they would even have to think about what they were for. Usually, these two classes would be part-time jobs for mages. Matthew was a good example. And people like Lyndon, who had the ability to come into contact with history but didn't have the qualifications to become a mage, would have a very painful life. They were the minority of the minority. Because of the cognitive deviation from ordinary people, they were unable to integrate into normal society. Their minds were empty of useless knowledge, and madness was inevitable. Under Lyndon's introduction, the group passed through an area filled with stone pillars. There were many murals carved on both sides. The contents of the murals did not hide the trolls' admiration for penis and vagina. The god that the trolls worship is an ancient existence called Pool. Pool's spokesperson in the human world is the troll priest. The priest controls all the religious rituals related to the gods. And in this series of rituals, the ethereal conclave that is held once a month is the most serious and solemn. It is also the most absurd to outsiders. Look, the content of this painting is the ethereal conclave. When the meeting was held, all the men and women of the clan would meet each other frankly and freely. Under the witness of the gods, their bodies and souls will become one, and they will share each other's beautiful bodies without selfish desires. Under the extreme worship of reproduction and the worship of gods, the trolls formed a hybrid rearing model with clans as the unit. The male trolls in every clan treat their children equally. They think that these are their children. This is extremely rare in the history of civilization of all races. Another characteristic of the troll empire is that the priest system did not affect the rise of the magic civilization. Under normal circumstances, such extreme worship of gods will hinder the development of society, and it is difficult to form a powerful magic civilization. However, the troll empire is different. I guess this has something to do with God Pool. Although the gods deny the real existence of Pool, I believe that he does exist, and it is precisely because of his deliberate guidance. Only then could the troll empire magically develop a prominent magic civilization through the priest system. Lyndon continued to talk. At this moment, Stanley's brother-in-law suddenly interrupted. So what does this have to do with the treasure we're looking for? Lyndon said decisively. Of course. Do you know what you're looking for? I know. Let me tell you. As he spoke, he pointed to a mural beside him. The contents of the mural were similar to what Matthew and the others had seen on the stone wall. There was a huge cylinder below. Above it was a ring that was filled with an oppressive feeling. The only difference was, this mural was more complete, and Matthew could see the wider and smoother cross-section below the cylinder. The treasure that the green dragon entrusted us with is called Evil Crown. And in the troll culture, crown is a very specific term. It accurately points to one thing, and that is the male troll's penis, which is the cylinder below. Lyndon pointed at the mural and explained. And what corresponds to the crown is the pattern above. It's also the ring that symbolizes the female troll's vagina. Its technical term is Holy Grail. Look, the crown and the Holy Grail are a pair. So theoretically, with the sin crown, there is the sin Holy Grail. They were originally one. Hearing this, Matthew's eyes suddenly flashed. The Holy Grail of Sin? Chapter 968 Chapter 968, Redefine Grave Robbing. Chapter 968, Redefine Grave Robbing. Matthew only knew that the Sin Holy Grail was a treasure from the purgatory, the most precious treasure of the Suki family. But according to what Lyndon said, this thing could actually be traced back to the era of the Troll Empire? Stanley's brother-in-law was also dumbfounded. You mean the green dragon wants us to find the penis of the giant devil? Something's not right. She showed us the picture of the Holy Grail of sin. It doesn't look like it. Lyndon snorted. He suddenly stretched out his hand and used most of his sleeves and robe to cover the lower half of the cylindrical stone pillar, leaving only the mushroom-shaped pattern on the upper half. Look again now. Is it very close to the pattern she showed? Lyndon said coldly. That green dragon is hiding something from us. She obviously has bad intentions. She probably doesn't think that we can really find the evil crown for her. He didn't give Stanley's brother-in-law a chance to ask questions. Instead, he changed the topic and continued to explain the origin of the evil crown. Those who understand the history of the Troll Empire know that the empire was destroyed by the curse of the gods, but very few people know that Purgatory also contributed a lot to that long curse. The gods and Purgatory joined forces to corrupt the trolls through curses. This is the value of Purgatory. If it weren't for the evil source of Purgatory, the trolls would never have decayed as quickly as they did in history. This curse first took effect on troll females. It made them greedy, arrogant, selfish, and shameless. It was as if all the troll women were possessed by demons overnight. They even began to question the legitimacy of their traditional meeting. The curse's corruption of males also followed. In the blink of an eye, the troll males became lazy, slow, and unmotivated. Many of the originally strong and powerful troll warriors suddenly ate and drank under the influence of the curse, turning into lumps of walking fat meat. There are many similar examples. In short, under the curse of the gods and Purgatory, the Troll Empire's interior is deteriorating at an alarming rate. Of course, it's not that the upper echelons of the Troll Empire didn't notice this terrifying trend. In history, they've also made efforts. However, this effort seemed to be futile in hindsight. The Sin Crown and the Sin Holy Grail were also products of that effort. To be more specific, the higher-ups of the Troll Empire want to use a sacrificial ritual to get rid of the evil elements accumulated in the trolls' bodies once and for all. It was hard to tell if this decision was made by the higher-ups of the Troll Empire. Or perhaps it was with the permission of God Pool. In short, one day, trolls from all over the world, under the organization of the priests of the various clans, held an unprecedented meeting of the gods. While they were having sex, they were worshipping the gods. They were trying to cleanse themselves of their sins in this way. Under the leadership of God Pool, the trolls could feel the curse leaving them. After that, all the trolls were cheering. They could feel the fragrance of their souls and the souls of their compatriots. It was the aura of redemption. Yes, it was. All the evil elements had disappeared completely. However, to the trolls' surprise, the gods and Purgatory had also planned for this meeting. They had long known that the trolls would use sacrifices to solve their problems. Therefore, this curse was directed at God Pool. After that day, the troll priest could no longer sense the existence of God Pool. He seemed to have evaporated from the world. Until several years later, in a series of apocalyptic scenes, the trolls saw the terrifying phenomenon of Pool's death. No one knew what had happened to Pool. They only saw that all the limbs of this heavenly god had been burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. A large number of meteorites were thrown into the prime material plane. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the Troll Empire's capital and a few major cities. After the meteor shower dissipated, God Pool's body also fell into the endless void under the gravitational force of the astral world. After Pool fell, only 2 parts of his body turned into 2 balls of green flames and returned to the earth. I'm sure you've guessed it. His penis became the crown of sin. His vagina formed the Holy Grail of sin. The god of the Troll Empire bore all the sins for his people, and he himself eventually became the vessel of sin. After Pool fell, the belief of the trolls collapsed, and the empire fell apart. It didn't take long. The gods were exerting their influence on this land. This was also the first time the devils had stepped onto the land of the prime material plane. As for the 2 strange items left behind by God Pool, One of them, the Sin Holy Grail, fell into the hands of Barthur, the Lord of the Nine Hells. This item had been circulated several times after Barthur's death, and no one knew who had it now. However, there was news that the Suki family had obtained the Holy Grail of Sin a long time ago. This was also one of the reasons why they were able to rise so quickly in the Inferno Hell. The other evil crown was rumored to have been taken by the last prince of the Troll Empire. In the rumors, although Pool was a god with two natures, he was still a god. However, before he died, he still injected most of his power into the crown. The Troll Prince had spent his entire life trying to master the power of the crown, but because of his lack of talent, he could only die in depression. Chapter 969 Chapter 969, Redefine Grave Robbing. Chapter 969, Redefine Grave Robbing. After that, the evil crown changed owners a few more times. However, the story behind it was lacking. Throughout history, there were many ambitious people who tried to find the evil crown. They were not coveting the power within, but they had heard a rumor. It was said that the prince who took the crown had been determined to restore the country for the rest of his life. For this reason, he had buried a huge amount of wealth and resources in the treasury of the giant demon Holy Land, Blood-Drinking Mountain. And the only key to open this treasure vault. It is the Crown of Sin. After Lyndon finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. Matthew glanced at Lorraine, who nodded at him, indicating that Lyndon was telling the truth. If that's the case, the green dragon Fat Tina entrusted us to find the evil crown. It's very likely that she's going for the Blood-Drinking Mountain's treasure vault. But she doesn't seem to care if we can really find the crown. Could it be that for her, as long as we enter the tomb to find the crown, we can achieve our goal? Matthew frowned in deep thought. He recalled the news about the establishment of the Troll Kingdom in the north. Matthew deeply suspected that the green dragon Fat Tina might have already established a connection with the Troll Kingdom. The people of the Troll Kingdom definitely knew more about the Sin Crown than Lyndon. Perhaps they had some way to obtain this treasure through all kinds of unimaginable methods. As for the grave robbers recruited by the Green Dragon, they would probably become a stepping stone for others. But this has nothing to do with us. We're only here to explore the ancient aura. We don't really intend to help the Green Dragon find the evil crown. Matthew composed himself. He glanced at Lyndon. Although this guy was crazy, he did have some real talent. After all, there were very few historical records left behind by the Troll Empire. Most of the information was passed down through the long-lived race's mouth to form a secondary processing. But Lyndon was different. He had the ability to listen to historical echoes. This was an extremely unique ability. He could understand his origins and related history from the whispers of ancient objects. This guy's perception is definitely not lower than 19 points. Matthew looked at Lyndon deeply, and then another doubt rose in his heart. 19 points of intuition and 15 points of intelligence. Why didn't such a person become a mage? Isn't this a little unreasonable? Matthew sized up Lyndon seriously and secretly threw various identification methods at him. Not long after. On the data panel. Hint, you have noticed that Lyndon's soul has been imprinted with a special brand, Ether Outcast. Ether Outcast, this person is deeply hated by the Ether. He will never be able to use magic. Matthew was slightly shocked. What did this guy do to be blacklisted by all the Ether? Playing with elemental life forms? Not to that extent. Many mages are very open and even abuse elemental creatures. I've never seen them being blacklisted by Ether to this extent. Matthew was puzzled. As if sensing Matthew's gaze, Lyndon turned around. Fortunately, due to Camella's tyrannical power, he looked at Matthew with fear in his eyes. He only took a glance and did not dare to look at him anymore. He doesn't seem to be a very courageous person. Could it be that this mark is innate? Matthew thought to himself. The group of people talked as they walked, and they passed through the stonehouse area smoothly. Along the way, they also found many tools left behind from the troll era. Unfortunately, most of the tools had no spirituality. They could only be said to have some historical value, but they were not worth much. Occasionally, some gold could be found in the corners of the ruins. However, they were extremely rare. And most of them had been cleaned up by Matthew's undead. The others had almost no chance of getting their hands on it. The further west they went, the higher the terrain became. After leaving the stonehouse area, they came to the surface from the semi-underground space. It was not difficult to deduce. In a long period of time, at least half of the Jade capital city had sunk underground. However, the remaining space that had not sunk underground was also shrouded in darkness. Matthew looked around. As far as the naked eye could see, other than ruins, there were endless green vines. This vine was the green barrier they had seen before, and it was also the ritual ground used by the wood elves to seal the Jade capital city. Under the cover of the barrier that covered the sky, there was only an extremely narrow hole left in the sky. Occasionally, sunlight would seep in from above, but it could not dispel the shadow that had been accumulated for thousands of years. Fortunately, although the environment here was oppressive and humid, it did not seem to breed particularly powerful monsters. Along the way, they only encountered 2 treasure chest monsters, a well-hidden trapper, and a group of man-eating vines mixed in with the vines. Of course, these monsters could not stop them from advancing. In fact, the others didn't even need to make a move. Matthew's undead was enough to settle all of this. Just like that, an hour passed. The group arrived at the entrance of the giant demon underground palace. Compared to the graceful and elegant buildings of the elves, the houses built by the trolls were mainly majestic. The first thing that entered his sight were 8 stone pillars that soared into the sky. It was a familiar cylindrical shape. It was similar to totem worship. At the top of each pillar was a corresponding stone ring. The entrance to the underground palace was a cemetery. There were dense pine and cypress trees planted on both sides, but these plants had died over a long period of time and became nourishment for the strange vines. Chapter 970 Redefine grave robbing. Chapter 970 Redefine grave robbing. The cemetery was huge, with no end in sight. The ground between the stone pillars suddenly sank, forming an entrance that led down. The entrance was blocked by a huge stone door. On both sides stood tombkeepers of different races, including trolls, elves, humans, dwarves, goblins, and gnomes. They came here before us, but they didn't use the main entrance. Instead, they went around to the depths of the cemetery. Stanley pointed at the footprints on the ground and analyzed. According to my guess, they might have gone to look for other entrances. There are at least 8 entrances in the underground palace of the giant demon. The doors of some of the entrances might have been damaged during the passage of time. Some places might even have collapsed. If we can find such places, it will be very convenient to enter. Lorraine nodded in agreement. Then, he came to the stone door and gently tapped the surface of the stone door with the jade green piccolo. 3 traps and 1 mechanism. There are 5 similar stone doors, but they can only be controlled by 1 mechanism. Therefore, even if we successfully remove the trap, it seems that we have to leave someone outside to control the mechanism. Lorraine quickly marked the location of the trap and looked at Stanley. Do you want to take a look? Stanley didn't hesitate either. He checked it carefully and nodded. There are indeed 3 traps, but I can eliminate all 3 of them. I've also found the mechanism. Apart from that, I've also found a magic trap that can be triggered. We can't use magic on this stone door. Otherwise, the 5 stone doors at this entrance will be locked at the same time, and there might even be a bad chain reaction. Camilla stepped forward. We can't use magic, but did it say that I can't use divine spells? Stanley quickly stopped her. Not even divine spells. This trigger trap is used to detect any form of supernatural energy. It should be hidden in a secret compartment above and below one of the stone doors, but I can't determine its exact location. Camilla shrugged. So what do you mean? Stanley said in a deep voice. I think we should look for other entrances. The others from Jewel Bay nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, Matthew's voice sounded. Wait, aren't we here to rob the tomb? Stanley looked strangely at Matthew, who was walking quickly to the stone door. Yes, but... In the next second, Matthew leisurely raised the shovel in his hand and hacked at the stone door. Slash! A subtle but sharp sound rang out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Matthew's shovel was like a silver knife cutting into butter, directly cutting the stone door guarding the entrance into 9 squares. Since you're here to rob the tomb, there's no reason to let this door go, right? I think the quality of these stone materials is quite good, Matthew said as he pulled out his shovel. Then, he ordered the mummy and the zombie to move forward and carry out the pieces of stone that had been cut into 9 squares from the stone door. In just 1.5 minutes, the first stone door was emptied. Matthew carefully avoided the trap, then raised his shovel and aimed at the second stone door. Then came the third, fourth, and finally, the fifth. As the undead team went in and out, the obstacles in front of him quickly disappeared. It was replaced by a high wall made of stones on the right side of the entrance. 8 minutes later, Stanley and the others stared numbly at the empty underground entrance. The tunnel ahead was deep and dark. However, the tunnel had already opened its arms to them. Is this how you guys rob tombs nowadays? Stanley couldn't help but ask Lorraine. New information popped up in front of Matthew. Hint, you have redefined tomb raiding to a certain extent. You have made a breakthrough in the domain of tombs. Do you want to explore the deeper parts of the domain of tombs? Chapter 971, Chapter 971, Eternal Underground Palace. Chapter 971, Eternal Underground Palace. Matthew was not in a hurry to explore. After activating his domain so many times, he was already familiar with the rules of exploring the domain. If he had accumulated more exploration opportunities, he might have been able to explore the domain deeper. In comparison, a single exploration would be more random, and there might be a lack of room for choice. It would also be impossible to go further and obtain higher results. Ever since he grasped the authority of a loving father, Matthew's desire for authority surpassed his domain ability. At the same time, Matthew had specially marked the domain of the grave. Previously, he had obtained information about the secret treasure of life from the traveler god, and the latter's coordinates pointed to the mass graves in the Crow Pavilion Demon territory. That was Viscount Fan's territory. At the same time, it was also the place where Matthew's dead brother, Orlin, came into contact with when he first entered the grave domain. At that time, Matthew was very curious about Orlin's identity, although according to the latter, he seemed to be just an ordinary person. However, Matthew believed that it was impossible for a mortal to survive in such a dangerous place as the Crow Pavilion Demon domain. There must be something unique about Orlin. If possible, Matthew hoped to accumulate more opportunities to explore the grave domain to increase the chances of meeting Orlin a second time. I'm going to enter the tomb next. As long as I'm a little more diligent, there should be a high probability of triggering the tomb domain again. He thought about it. Matthew took the lead and stepped through the door with a shovel in his hand. The others followed closely behind. Behind the gate of the underground palace was a long tunnel. On both sides of the pathway were murals and stone carvings. Most of the paintings were singing praises as if they were recording the great achievements of a certain troll priest. According to Lyndon, the contents of the stone sculpture pointed to the lifetime achievements of a troll prince who was stationed in the territory of the elves. However, even after looking at it for a long time, the others could not see where this achievement was. After all, the content of the murals was either a group of trolls opening a god meeting, or the trolls would drive humans, elves, and other second-class races to work in the wilderness. Perhaps the trolls would feel a sense of immersion. However, in the eyes of humans, perhaps the trolls that were remembered were closer to the type of demons and devils, purely negative images. At the end of the tunnel was a huge stone wall. The thickness of the stone wall was comparable to the 5 stone doors outside. The wall spread out to both sides, forming 2 slanted downward passages. Matthew threw out a mage's eye to take a look. The two passages made a 90-degree turn at the end and then headed to the end in a nearly intersecting manner. In general, it formed a diamond-shaped path. And in the middle of this diamond was the first chamber on the first floor of the underground palace. According to our prior understanding, there are at least 3 to 6 chambers on each floor of the giant demon underground palace. The chambers are relatively safe, but the most dangerous place is the passageway leading to the chamber. There are countless mechanisms buried here. Stanley pointed at an inconspicuous corner in front of them and reminded them. There's a dragon fire mechanism there. If we go there rashly, the walls on both sides will shoot out a large amount of fire that will spread like a dragon's breath and cleanse all life. I can try to remove most of the traps, but it will take time. Matthew nodded. He pointed the sharp end of the shovel at the stone wall facing him. So the first chamber is behind this, right? Stanley gulped. He already knew what Matthew was going to do next. Yes. There are no traps in the stone wall, right? Matthew asked cautiously. Stanley shook his head. Normal tomb owners wouldn't set traps in the walls. The Troll Empire was even older, so I don't think they would be able to guard against this. Matthew confirmed with Lorraine again and received his approval. He revealed a knowing smile again. So sometimes, it's better to be direct. If we just move this wall away, won't the problem be solved? As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully waved the shovel and began to knock and dig on the stone wall. The sharpness of the shovel was indeed beyond imagination. The stone was cut like butter. Matthew didn't even need to use much strength to cut a small door in the wall. Immediately after, he began to spread to the surroundings. After digging out a space that was almost as spacious as the tunnel, he continued to go deeper. In less than 10 minutes, Matthew successfully hollowed out the wall. Other than leaving 2 stone pillars to bear the weight, the rest of the stone was ordered to be moved away by the undeads. These stones were all good things left behind from the era of the Troll Empire. Their strength might be average. However, due to being buried underground for a long time, it was deeply corroded and assimilated by negative energy. It was very suitable for building buildings in the cemetery and strengthening ritual fields related to negative energy. Necromancers do have a unique advantage in tomb raiding. If I want, I can even take more people from the cemetery and empty the tomb. The labor that the undead, especially the zombies, can provide is really too rare in a tomb raiding operation. Matthew instructed the undead to move the stones while placing a teleportation stone tablet at the entrance of the underground palace. After some adjustments, he found that due to the green barrier left behind by the elves, the effect of the teleportation stone tablet was not very stable. Chapter 972 Eternal Underground Palace. Chapter 972, Eternal Underground Palace. However, as long as he spent more time, he could still get the zombies to transport everything back. He left a few zombies to guard the teleportation gravestone. Matthew quickly returned underground. At this moment, everyone had already arrived at the first tomb. After Stanley and Lorraine worked together to eliminate a few poisonous traps, they announced that the threat in the tomb had been removed. The rest of them were free to move around. Lyndon stood in front of a stone tablet and read the contents of the stone tablet for Camilla. The tombstone says that the ones buried in this underground palace are the 3rd great divine priest of the Troll Empire, the chief mage, His Highness the Holy Prince Philip, and his retainers and descendants. Prince Philip is said to be 8 meters tall and has mastered the ability to communicate sexually with God Pool at such a young age. This should be a spiritual communication, right? I'm not sure. Trolls usually used crude words. They even used the same word for eating and pooping, but their tone was different. According to the tombstone, Prince Philip's greatest contribution was to introduce foreign women to the deity conference to alleviate the tension caused by the troll women's reluctance to participate in the deity conference at the end of the empire. It was said that he had even persuaded his good friend, the Elven Queen, to participate in the Trolls' deification conference. At first, the Elven Queen was unwilling. She and her daughter attended the last few times, and all of this was thanks to Prince Philip. Damn it, what was written here? This must be slander. Slander. How could the Elven Queen possibly participate in the troll's deity meeting? A pile of dog shit. As he translated, Lyndon suddenly flew into a rage. He lost his composure and slapped the surface of the stone tablet. In the end, because he was too weak, the stone tablet was not affected. Instead, his right hand showed signs of a slight fracture. It's not surprising that the Elven Queen is participating in the divinity meeting, is it? Not far away. Daisy, who had been very quiet, suddenly said leisurely. You once told me that even the great elves were enslaved by the trolls for more than 200 years. Since they were all slaves, of course, they couldn't decide what they wanted to do. Lyndon looked angry, but for some reason, his lips trembled violently, but he did not refute Daisy's words. Compared to the Elven Queen, I feel that they are more pitiful. Daisy pointed to the north of the tomb. There was a large collapsed space there. Everyone went over to take a look and saw that there were countless white bones in the coal pit. These bones were of varying sizes, and there were different parts of them. Even those who didn't know much about biology could tell at a glance that these skeletons came from different races. Humans, dwarves, goblins, and bound elf figurines, are they all sacrificial objects? Daisy sighed softly. Lyndon didn't say anything. The rest of them had serious expressions on their faces. Just from this tomb alone, it was not difficult to see the brutal rule of the Troll Empire. Perhaps the gods at that time, even the Purgatory, were considered relatively advanced compared to the Troll Empire. Logically speaking, Matthew should be happy to see so many bones. However, when he thought of the innocent victims behind these skeletons, the joy in his heart vanished, replaced by endless sighs and emotions. He had just checked. The first chamber was mainly made up of 3 parts. The central area was used to store more than a dozen coffins, the largest of which was 2 large coffins and 1 small coffin. The pit area was filled with the corpses of the dead. Other than the bones, the most valuable thing was the spirit figurines used to bind the elves. These spirit figurines were a natural breeding ground for the undead. Matthew could summon a group of banshees through them after a little processing. There were 4 separate rooms in the funerary area for funerary objects. Most of them were locked boxes, as well as some pottery and paintings. Not only are these boxes locked, but they also carry a very vicious corpse curse. Anyone who touches the items may quickly become an undead and eventually become a member of the tomb guards. Outside the burial zone. Camilla pointed at the treasure chest inside and introduced it. After saying that, she swaggered in and casually opened a treasure chest. There was a crisp crack. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Camilla forcefully tore open the lock of the treasure chest with a strange force. Immediately after, a large number of ores entered their sight. Holy Maiden Stone, Heart of the Dead, Tear of the King, Fellow Mithril, Azalea Sand. Looking at these gemstones, everyone's breathing could not help but tighten. After all, these were all very precious and rare magic gems. The key was that the box was full of them. If one were to estimate its value, this box might exceed 1.2 million gold coins. Not to mention that each of the 4 rooms had a similar treasure chest. Stanley's other lackey rolled his eyes and took 2 steps back. However, before he could sneak into the second room, he was grabbed by the back of his neck by a huge force. What do you want? Go and die? Stanley's face was pressed against the lackey's nose as he spoke in a low voice. No, boss, I just want to go and broaden my horizons. The lackey said embarrassedly. Didn't you hear her say that there's a corpse curse on it? Stanley's eyes were filled with disappointment. The lackey scratched his head. But isn't she fine? Chapter 973, Chapter 973, Eternal Underground Palace. Chapter 973, Eternal Underground Palace. Stanley was so angry that his nostrils bulged. He was about to scold his underling. Camilla walked out of the room leisurely. When she passed by the 2 of them, Camilla suddenly stopped. Stanley and his lackey's breathing tightened. Unexpectedly, Camilla said to Stanley in an unusually gentle manner. There's no need to be so nervous. If we don't let him try, how do we know if it works? It doesn't matter if he can't survive it. I happen to be a priest and am very good at saving lives. I can remove curses for 1,000 gold coins each time. Other than Lyndon, everyone can try it. The two of them were silent. Until Camilla left. Stanley quickly took out a white mouse from his sleeve. He threw the white mouse into the treasure chest. In an instant, a cloud of thick green smoke rose. The thick smoke surged into the white mouse's body. The latter twitched twice and quickly died. The lackey widened his eyes. Another 10 seconds passed. The dead white mouse suddenly waved its forelimbs stiffly and slowly got up from the ground. It had turned into a zombie rat. This time, the underling was completely afraid. Just as he was about to say something, a black shadow suddenly flew in from outside the tomb. Everyone focused their eyes. It was a rotten bird. As the bird flew, its feathers continued to fall. However, its feathers seemed to be endless, and it did not stop falling even after falling to the ground. Outsiders. Why did you barge in here? The rotting bird stopped on the largest coffin and questioned aggressively. Matthew glanced at him and replied in a relaxed tone. We're here to rob tombs. Bang! One of the rotten bird's eyes exploded. His voice was filled with even more anger. How dare you disturb the underground palace? How dare you blaspheme the dead? At this moment, Lyndon jumped out and said anxiously. Lord Guardian, I'm not with them. I'm an archaeologist, and they're real grave robbers. To be honest, I also think that they are in the wrong. It's fine if you came in to look for something, but you still have to respect the dead. Matthew looked at Lyndon strangely. Why should I respect them? Lyndon's eyes widened. Think about it, if you were the owner of the tomb, wouldn't you hate the tomb robbers from 100 or 1,000 years later? Matthew nodded. That's true, but why should I put myself in the shoes of the owner of this tomb? Why should I empathize with these nobles from who knows how many years ago? I'm a necromancer, and I'm always with a bunch of skeletons and zombies. When I summoned the undead that was formed after the death of ordinary people, you didn't tell me that it was blasphemy. Why is it blasphemy for me to do the same thing in the tomb of a big shot? Lyndon was speechless. He turned to Lorraine. What about you? Aren't you a bard? You think you're an artist too. Do you think it's right to rob tombs? Lorraine was holding his green piccolo in his mouth and the book of Hebrews in his hands, looking like he was deep in thought. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes at Lyndon. What does it have to do with me? Lyndon was furious. He shook his head again as if he wanted to find someone to support his words. This time, however, he saw Camilla rolling up her sleeves. Lyndon was so scared that he stomped his feet on the spot. I won't lower myself to the same level as you uncultured people. Then, he ran behind Stanley and Daisy and hid. Matthew couldn't be bothered to argue with the psychopath. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy had some real talent, he would have long thrown this guy away. He faced the rotting bird. On the data panel. Hint, you have encountered a clone of the Tomb Guardian Banshee of Death. Warning, the Banshee of Death is summoning a skeletal behemoth with a long-range spell. Banshee of Death? It seems that the elves who transformed into the undead eventually stayed in the tomb and became loyal guards. Matthew had already put away the spirit figurines in the pit. No one fought with him for this thing, and in the process, he also discovered that many of the spirit figurines were empty, which meant that some of the elves had already transformed into undead. With the support of a wave of magic energy, a tornado began to blow into the pit. White bones rose into the air and formed the framework of a giant creature in the air. Do you need help? Stanley approached cautiously. Matthew nodded. Yes. Stanley was very understanding. He saw that Lorraine was thinking about the article and that Carmela did not seem to be easy to deal with, so he took the initiative to say to Matthew. If there's anything, just tell me. Matthew quickly pointed back. Take your people and quickly leave this tomb. My next spell might accidentally injure you. Remember to keep an eye on Lyndon. Stanley was stunned. Just this? Don't you need anything else? Matthew looked at the skeleton beast that was about to take shape and the rotting bird that was resting on the coffin. He said firmly. No need. Stanley decisively ordered everyone to retreat. He used his high movement speed to send the others away, but he himself stayed behind. You should go too. Be careful of accidental injuries. Matthew reminded. Stanley pointed at Lorraine and Camilla. What about them? Matthew shrugged. If they were accidentally injured by me, I would suspect that it was a scam. Stanley no longer hesitated and left quickly. Matthew turned around and faced the ferocious skeleton beast. This thing's appearance was close to that of an abomination and a bone dragon. It was a little like a stitched monster made of countless bone blocks. It looked quite scary. It was indeed very powerful in the tomb. However, Tier 4 spell, Bone-Crushing Hell. When Matthew's short chanting sounded in the tomb, the summoning of the skeleton beast came to an end. When the giant beast finally fully formed and pounced on Matthew, the latter suddenly opened its mouth. Suddenly, an extremely sharp sound wave tore through the soul fire of the giant skeleton beast. Under the impact of that terrifying sound wave, the giant skeleton beast collapsed. All the feathers on the rotten bird's body shot out, piercing holes in the stone wall. It turned into a puddle of muddy water. Walala! Bones rained down from the sky, forming a spectacular bone rain. Outsiders! Do you really want to challenge the eternal underground palace? A cold voice sounded from the depths of the tomb. I told you, I'm a necromancer. Matthew's tone was rather calm. I don't want to challenge anyone's dignity. I just like this tomb and want to take it for myself. In the next second, he slowly opened his grave domain. Warning, do you wish to engage in a territorial battle with Brianta, the tomb guardian of the eternal underground palace, the Banshee of Death? Chapter 974, Chapter 974, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? Chapter 974, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? Matthew did not hesitate to confirm. If the other party was a real necromancer, demigod, or crow, he might be afraid. A mere banshee of death. Instead, it exposed the weakness of the tomb. As expected. The next second, a smile appeared on Matthew's face. Hint, you have seen through the Banshee of Death's intimidation. The Banshee of Death, Brianta, rejected your domain duel. She chose to escape. You will use the grave domain to openly infiltrate the tomb in front of you. 20 hours at most. This tomb will become your temporary domain. She's indeed playing tricks. Matthew silently sensed the changes in his surroundings. As the Banshee of Death retreated without fighting, the grass and trees nearby seemed to have become more amiable and gentle. This was the effect of the domain. In other words, Matthew was only at the initial exploration level in the tomb domain. The corresponding domain had a smaller range and the penetration speed was slower. If it was an oak tree, an undead, or a tauren, it would probably only take an hour for the area within a few kilometers to become his temporary territory. Matthew closed his eyes and sensed carefully. He could feel that with the friction between him and Brianta, a part of the tomb seemed to have come alive. It was a sign that the cemetery guards were all mobilized. But Matthew wasn't worried. With the graveyard domain, he quietly used the earthwalking technique. With the support of the grave domain, this spell could allow Matthew to understand all the information about the grave in the shortest time possible. Very quickly. A large amount of information surged into Matthew's mind. Just as he had predicted, the threat level of this tomb was not high. Its owner, Prince Philip, was not a person who was passionate about necromagic, so there was no similar ritual venue in his tomb. Under the natural conditions of the prime material plane, it was very difficult to form a very dangerous grave. Matthew quickly scanned the information. It was confirmed that the Eternal Underground Palace had 3 floors, which corresponded to the burial places of Prince Philip and his two brothers. Prince Philip himself was buried on the third floor, where there were a large number of sacrificial objects and priceless treasures. In contrast, there were even more dangerous traps and mechanisms. The number of traps on the third floor has actually reached this level? If I'm not careful, the entire underground palace will collapse? Matthew frowned. It seemed that he had to be especially careful when entering the third level. Other than traps, there were only 3 monsters that could pose a threat to them: the spirit figurine, the skeletal troll, and the snake vine. Among these 3 monsters, the first 2 were undead units, while the snake vine was a plant-type monster. Its level was not high, so it was not difficult to deal with. After reading it, Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Camilla, who was looking around. The red-robed priest did not lie. This tomb was indeed relatively safe and was more suitable for a newbie like him to practice. In Ander, especially in the prime material plane. The longer the history of the tomb, the more dangerous it would be. The more important deciding factor was whether there was the intervention of external forces and the inclination of the negative energy plane. If this place were run by a lich for years, it would be extremely dangerous even if it did not have a long history. If there was no external intervention, and there was no intersection with the plane of negative energy, then even if the tomb formed an undead, the undead would consume themselves over a long period of time. The undead had a lifespan too. They just looked more like undead than living people. Especially a tomb like the Eternal Underground Palace. Due to the lack of a timescale in the history of Ander, it was impossible to determine whether the Troll Empire was active thousands of years ago or tens of thousands of years ago. Such a long period of time was enough to destroy most of the undead who had developed their own intelligence in the underground palace. The remaining ones were unlikely to be world-shocking experts. This was the cruelty of time. In the face of time, there was no such thing as true immortality. After thoroughly understanding the Eternal Underground Palace, Matthew decided to increase his efficiency. It was different from usual. This time, there were 2 legends holding the fort, and it was a grave that he knew very well. Naturally, there was no need to be too sloppy. Immediately, Matthew took out Ursul's reprimand and activated the undead domain. Under the effect of the domain surge, he had once again obtained the temporary status of King's Manners. At this moment, he was standing in the 2 domains of the tomb and the undead, holding a long whip that could be said to be the nemesis of the undead. No matter what kind of tomb guards he encountered, he would be able to crush them. Coincidentally, at this moment, Matthew sensed that the teleportation gravestone he had placed earlier had also stabilized. It was time to summon more people. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind came from above. A group of skeletal bats flew out from a fist-sized crack. Their eyes were fierce as they headed straight for Matthew. However, Matthew was not afraid at all. He chanted the summoning of the undead loudly while using the whip in his hand to whip the bats. Pa, pa, pa. Even though Matthew wasn't proficient in whipping, the weapon's undead dispel effect alone was enough to wipe out this group of blind bats. A few seconds later, a huge dark purple portal quickly took shape on the ceiling. Chapter 975. Chapter 975, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? Chapter 975, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? Immediately after, a faint dragon's might came from behind the door. A huge claw appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Master. Filey was still as respectful as ever. Please give the order. Matthew smiled. Before I give the order, let me show you something good. As he spoke, he led Filey to the front of the pit. The giant skeleton beast summoned by the banshee had already collapsed, and these bones fell back into the pit. Bones that had not turned into bone powder after tens of thousands of years. Naturally, it was of excellent quality. I'm here today to fulfill my promise. I know that you're already a king now and might not be interested in these bones, but they're yours. Not just these. All the bones in this tomb belong to you. Matthew said with a smile. The soul fire in Filey's huge head started to shake rapidly. His voice was also filled with intense joy. I didn't expect you to really. No, I always believed that this day would come. Thank you. In the next second, the skeletal dragon pounced into the pit and rolled on the ground. A large number of bones automatically attached themselves to its surface. A faint blue light emitted from Filey's body. He rolled a few times on the ground. In the blink of an eye, his body was much more bloated than before. There was only a pile of bone powder left in the hole. Filey opened his mouth and inhaled. Under the astonished gazes of the people in Jewel Bay, the bone powder also disappeared completely. Immediately after, he respectfully came before Matthew and lowered his head again. Bang! The skeletal dragon spat out two things. Master, thank you for your gift. This is a small token of my appreciation. Matthew looked down. The first item was a small brown bottle. It was a spatial item filled with high-level bone powder. This was a treasure refined from ordinary bone powder by high-level undead units of the skeleton system. Matthew calculated. This thing was worth more than the bone powder that Filey had swallowed. However, Matthew did not stand at the ceremony with him and put it away. If he did not accept it, it was mainly because he was afraid that Filey would be worried. The second item was a bone the size of a coin. Matthew rubbed it in his palm, and it actually grew bigger and bigger. In an instant, it was the size of a palm. It looked like a small shield. Soon, Matthew figured out how to use this item. Under normal circumstances, this thing was only the size of a coin and was very convenient to carry. After injecting a small amount of negative energy, it would become a shield. The size of the shield could be adjusted according to the amount of negative energy injected. It could form a tower shield that was more than 2 meters tall. The shield's armor level could only be considered excellent. However, the advantage was that this thing did not require any weapon proficiency to use. It was easy to use and flexible. For mages, they could even control it directly through mental strength. In theory, it could withstand many physical attacks. You're so thoughtful. Matthew smiled and gently stroked the outermost bone armor of the spirit bone dragon. He could feel that Filey's strength had increased by a little. There was no shortcut for skeletal creatures to increase their strength. They had to find more and better bones or bone powder. If he could get all the bones in this tomb onto Filey, his foundation as a bone dragon would be more solid. This also laid the foundation for the spirit bone dragon to evolve again. Please let me do something for you. Filey firmly pressed his chin against the floor. The golden bone needle on his chin quickly retracted, forming a powerful hidden weapon. There's no hurry. Matthew continued to summon his own people. The second was Peggy. Matthew? I was just about to look for you. After Sif left, I've been very bored these few days. Who do you want to fight? Did they provoke you? As the towering skeleton spoke, she drew her golden bone blade and looked around. The faces of the people from Jewel Bay tightened. Matthew comforted her helplessly. Calm down, I'm just here to rob the tomb. I'm not here to tear down the house. They are not enemies. Peggy put away her knife resentfully. Very quickly. Death Knight 47, Soldier, Mother of Slaves, and the others also appeared beside Matthew. At the same time, Matthew did not hesitate to spend tens of thousands of gold coins and directly used the teleportation tombstone as the base point to activate the group teleportation spell a few times. For a moment, the first chamber became extremely crowded. Hundreds of zombies were ready to fight. Filey, go to the second tomb, the one on the left. Peggy, take a team to the third chamber. 47 and Soldier, each of you take a team to the fourth chamber. Ms. Myasage, please ask your zombies to cooperate with them and move all the valuable things back. Those who are worthless can move back if they have nothing to do. Move it properly. Be careful, don't make any mistakes. Mr. Stanley, if you're willing to cooperate with my undead to eliminate some of the traps on the non-main roads, I'm willing to share 10% of the harvest with you. Matthew turned to the people from Jewel Bay. At this moment, there was not much surprise on the faces of these colleagues. All that was left was a deep numbness. Stanley scratched his head. He looked at the zombies who were carrying rocks without complaint and felt that his worldview had been smashed. Chapter 976. Chapter 976, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? Chapter 976, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? He had never seen such a wild grave-robbing method. Before Stanley could speak. Behind him, Lyndon began to whisper again. But this time, his voice was very soft. This is a sin. This is destroying cultural relics. This is destroying cultural relics. Matthew smiled and walked up to him. Lyndon was shocked. He wanted to hide, but there were zombies behind him. He couldn't hide. Facing such a top-grade person. Matthew was also speechless. Troll relics? What does it have to do with a human like me? But I do need your help. Of course, as for whether I should help you or not, it's up to you. I'm different from Camilla. I'm easier to talk to, and I don't know how to threaten people. I won't threaten you by turning you into an undead. Lyndon shuddered. I'll help. Just tell me what you want me to do. Matthew pointed at Filey, Peggy, and the others at the front and said. I want you to help them distinguish which are valuable cultural relics and which are ordinary stones that can be recycled. Of course, I'll keep valuable things. In fact, this magic array leads to my cemetery. The cemetery is rich in negative energy and is the closest environment to a grave. There's no better place to preserve cultural relics than my cemetery. What do you think? Lyndon looked a little angry, but he didn't dare to look Matthew in the eye. He could only say weakly. I'll help. However, to do such a thing. Aren't you afraid that they will climb out of their coffins? He couldn't help but blurt out. Matthew followed Lyndon's gaze in confusion. The latter was looking at the 3 coffins placed in the middle. Matthew's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said. Thanks to your reminder, I almost forgot. The 3 of them can also get up and work. In the next moment. Under Lyndon's shocked and regretful gaze. Matthew chanted the universal summoning of the dead again. 10 seconds later. Hint, you have summoned a new undead troll zombie. Detected that the newborn troll zombie was a family of 3 when it was alive. Do you want to maintain the relationship when it was alive? Contract modification in progress, successful maintenance. You have obtained a new undead group unit, troll family, zombie. Matthew looked at the 3 troll zombies that climbed out of the coffin with interest. They didn't wear a lot of funerary items because of the troll custom. They had to be naked after entering the coffin. However, their corpses were still in a very high state of integrity. His status was self-evident. The 3 of you, carry your coffins back to the cemetery first. Then, you'll find the mother of slaves to do some work. Matthew quickly ordered. The 3 troll zombies looked at each other. Soon, with the help of the other zombies, they each carried a stone coffin and walked towards the portal. Mr. Lyndon? I wonder what else I haven't done well. You can remind me. Matthew looked at Lyndon with a smile. Lyndon fled. After running a few steps, he was lifted up by 47 and disappeared into the zombie crowd. Matthew looked at Lyndon's back, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He felt that something was wrong with this Lyndon. I'll go help remove the traps first. Stanley went to work. The others followed suit. Matthew's gaze swept across the people in Jewel Bay. Suddenly, he noticed the back view of the woman with a great figure. This woman, it seems very strange. Matthew stared at Daisy. At this moment, Lorraine walked over with a piccolo in his mouth and a pen and paper in his hands. He followed Matthew's gaze and said, Do you like this type? It's true that a woman like Daisy is too old for me, but it's just right for you. Matthew shook his head. No, I just think Daisy is a little too ordinary. She doesn't seem to fit in with this place. Lorraine complained. Everyone seems out of place in front of your grave-robbing technique, okay? And how is she ordinary? Her breasts are clearly very big and outstanding. Matthew was speechless. You really don't have any other feelings for her? Lorraine said decisively. Yes. Didn't you notice that her temperament is very similar to the bald huckster? The bald huckster was obviously referring to the red-robed priest, Camilla. Matthew was enlightened. He had a similar feeling before, but without Lorraine's explanation, it would have been difficult for him to realize it. This meant that Daisy was not an ordinary person. Is she also an ancient person? Matthew asked. Lorraine shook his head. Not necessarily. It's hard to say about temperament. It might just be an illusion. Besides, the huckster is here. She didn't say anything. Why should we waste our time? You've asked me so many questions, so you have to answer one of them. Matthew looked at the pen and paper in his hand and nodded. Sure, go ahead. Lorraine said without hesitation. Your masterbat, do you prefer to plant trees with your left or right hand? Matthew looked at him strangely. What kind of question was this? He casually said. I'm not sure. Sometimes I use my left hand and sometimes my right hand. Sometimes, I can use both hands. Why are you asking this? Chapter 977, Chapter 977, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? Chapter 977, Aren't you afraid they'll climb out of their coffins? Lorraine smiled. Writing the origin story for your weapon. I have to add enough details to make it look more real. Is that so? Matthew thought about it and added. Actually, I didn't come all by myself. Sometimes, I'll ask the zombies to help. Lorraine's eyes lit up, and he ran away with a pen and paper. Matthew looked at his back as he left. Matthew frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. However, it was time to work, so he did not have time to waste on Lorraine. I just dug up so many stones. I need to replenish my strength. He thought about it. Matthew took out a glass of milk from his luggage and gulped it down. The taste of the milk is still average. When I go to the floating city, remember to learn the milk tea technique from Vivian. He thought about it. He picked up the shovel again. He walked towards the stone wall of the next tomb. 6 hours later. In the fourth chamber on the second floor, the zombies were diligently transporting all the spoils of war up. Myosaxai was in charge of dispatching. Filey, Peggy, and the others were clearing the monsters. Matthew's job was much simpler. He only needed to maintain the domain and then count the spoils of war. The first 2 levels were swept smoothly. Matthew barely encountered any decent resistance. The only accident was when a zombie accidentally ran into a sulfuric acid trap while moving rocks. The extremely high concentration of acid corroded part of the zombie's body. But that was all. The corrosiveness of negative energy was indeed not as good as strong acid in the short term, but it was better on a longer time scale. Therefore, most of the undead had a strong resistance to strong acid. If it was a living person, they had probably turned into a pool of sour water by now. As for the tomb guards, even the female monster who led the group fled. The remaining stinky fish and rotten prawns were naturally not a match for the skeletal dragon. After settling these factors, Matthew also had the advantage of numbers. Naturally, it was extremely easy when sweeping. He did a preliminary inventory. He had obtained a large number of stone materials and cultural relics on the first 2 floors, as well as priceless burial items. The funerary objects were mainly made of gemstones, porcelain, and gold and silver. This portion was worth more than 3 million gold coins. This was because Prince Philip's other brother, who was buried in the second basement, was relatively poor. It could only be said that tomb raiding was indeed a quick way to earn money. Necromancers were the most suitable job for grave robbers. Of course, the average necromancer couldn't summon hundreds of zombies at once like Matthew. The cost was too high. They couldn't afford it. The next harvest was more than 30 spirit figurines. Matthew had already asked someone to carefully transport these things to the cemetery. To him, this was the undead blind box. Although most of the spirit figurines were Banshee-type units, the classification and functionality were different. Matthew was looking forward to it. Other than that, there were some magic books from the Troll Empire, as well as well-preserved magic tools. Matthew skimmed through a few magic books. Then, as expected, he was disappointed. Just like what he knew, the magic books of the trolls were rather crude, and their spellcasting system was not perfect enough. In terms of power, they could not be compared to modern spells. In the world of Ander, ancient magic was far inferior to modern magic. The spells of the Goddess of Magic's era were inferior to the current Union spells, not to mention the ancient troll spells. After all, the spells of the Seven Saint Alliance were unleashed under the pressure of the gods. In terms of quality, it was better than the old era in all aspects. Take Fireball as an example. If the power of Fireball in the Troll era was 1.0, in Isabel's knowledge base, the fireballs that had been deduced to the extreme were all above 6.5 in power. This did not even take into account the corresponding supreme magical ability. This world was constantly evolving. Not just mages. Even warlocks, who were famous for their bloodline inheritance, were the same. There were mages in the Alliance who had done research on this. The results showed that the power coefficient of the fireball spell of the Kobold warlocks in the Age of God's Enlightenment was about 1.1. Meanwhile, the power of the fireballs of the self-awakened Kobold warlocks was usually above 3.6. This meant that the changes in the environment were also pushing the bloodline inheritors to adapt. During the process of bloodline inheritance, the power of a warlock was also constantly being optimized and accumulated. At least in the field of magic. The phenomenon of Ander's ancient and modern times was quite obvious. These magic books could only be used as a historical reference, and their learning value was almost zero. Matthew planned to donate it to a magic academy in the Alliance. He would treat it as an increase in his reputation. Other than that, there were also 4 interesting items. The first item was called Deity Armor. It was a full body armor made of a mysterious black metal. This set of armor requires a troll bloodline to wear. Other than its outstanding basic attributes, the wearer could also burn his blood essence to enter the so-called God state. It was said that in the God state, the wearer could invite the god of Godpool's battle will to possess him, thereby obtaining invincible power. Matthew thought that this thing might be useful when dealing with the trolls, so he put it away properly. The second item was an inconspicuous and even somewhat dirty goblet. This item was called the Holy Grail of Tainted Blood. To be honest, after listening to Lyndon's introduction, Matthew was already a little sensitive to the word Holy Grail. However, this cup should be more normal and have its own characteristics. As long as you pour water into the cup, in less than 5 minutes, the water in the glass would turn into wine. The taste of this wine was slightly sour, but it could enhance a small amount of spiritual power after consumption, which was quite rare. After all, spiritual power determined the focus attribute. Matthew planned to go back and dig a pool, fill it with clean water, and then throw the Holy Grail of Tainted Blood into it to see if he could mass-produce this wine. If possible, this might become another way for him to make money. After all, which mage didn't need mental strength? The third item was the formula for the divine potion. The main function of the spirit potion was to enhance the ability to move. Matthew felt that it was useless. But to be safe, he still kept it well. The fourth item was called Tamarun's Herbal Secrets. It looked like a book on herbs. However, Matthew felt a wonderful power from it, and its nature was inclined towards evil. Hint: you have obtained Tamarun's Herbal Secrets. This is an enlightenment book from the realm of solitude. You can enter the domain of voodoo by reading this book in depth. Do you want to read it in depth? Only spellbooks required in-depth reading. This book was obviously unusual. Matthew did not open it for a long time, not because the voodoo domain had a bad reputation. He was already a necromancer. Naturally, he wasn't worried about adding insult to injury. He could only sense that there was a very evil power in this book. To be safe, let's get Camilla to appraise it first. Matthew looked up. At this moment, his perception suddenly moved. The undead contract told him that the undead who was leading the charge had encountered someone. Matthew immediately rushed over. 2 minutes later, outside a narrow room at the entrance of the 3rd floor, Matthew saw a group of mercenaries. It was his colleagues from Swordwinter. They seemed to have had an argument with someone. The reason was that they wanted to enter the room, but a tall figure stood at the door of the room and stopped them. If you want to go in, you have to answer one question of mine. If the answer is correct, you can get what you want. If your answer is wrong, you will be killed by me. For you, retreating now is the best choice. The tall figure with the Sphinx's face stopped the Tomb Raiders of Swordwinter and said indifferently. Matthew's interest was piqued. Isn't this the Sphinx? Shouldn't this guy be working in his cemetery? Why do you still have time to come here to work part-time? Chapter 978 Chapter 978, Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. Chapter 978, Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. They were in the direction of the 3rd underground floor of the Eternal Underground Palace. Matthew realized that it was different from the 1st floor. At the intersection of the 2nd and 3rd floors, a slanted layer appeared. The mezzanines might not have been the original design of the tomb, but rather, they had been formed over the years as the underground space slowly changed. The eastern part of the mezzanines was still faintly illuminated. Matthew narrowed his eyes. The light came from a huge well above. The people from Swordwinter must have entered through this courtyard. He just didn't know if this well was man-made or naturally formed. If it was man-made, this meant that the people in Swordwinter knew more about the Eternal Underground Palace than they did. I don't see any trace of that kobold warlock. Matthew was careful. Logically speaking, the kobold warlock had set off at about the same time as the Swordwinter group, and they were heading in the same direction. With the kobold's talent in the underground space, there was no reason for him to be slower than his peers dressed as mercenaries. Could it be that he has already entered the 3rd underground floor? In the midst of his thoughts, Matthew noticed a commotion in the group in front of him. There's a large group of undead approaching. There are so many zombies. It doesn't seem to be born in the underground palace. Idiot, there must be someone commanding this army. I think it's that necromancer from Bayen City. I didn't expect him to be able to summon so many undead at the same time. With the support of the grave domain. Although Matthew's hearing had not improved much, his high priority in sound transmission and observation allowed him to easily hear the whispers of his peers. He shouldn't have discovered us yet. Should we stall these zombies first and then quickly take the treasure chests in the room? A slightly provocative voice said. The grave robbers discussed for a while, but they still couldn't make up their minds. But very quickly, a middle-aged man wearing a red headscarf stood out. He looked like the leader of the Swordwinter people. Forget it, forget it. Let's just leave. Don't get entangled with the necromancer in the tomb. Remember our mission. The light voice seemed to be unwilling. We don't have to be so afraid of him, do we? The summoned creatures of necromancers are usually just for show. I've killed at least 300 zombies, if not 500. If he really dares to fight with us, we might not be the ones who suffer. The red headscarf said sternly. Don't cause any more trouble. Let's move aside. In the end, the group of people left the room. However, their footsteps still seemed to be a little slow. It was also because of this. Matthew, who was fishing in troubled waters among the zombies, was also able to observe the attire of this group of people. Each of them wore a headscarf, but the color was different. Some of them were young, some were mature, and most of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. They did not look like young men. The light voice came from a young man wearing a black headscarf. He was the only person who looked to be in his teens among the people from Swordwinter. I still think we should observe. Maybe the Necromancer will answer the question. Even if we can't get the treasure chest, we can still gain experience by watching this process. The black headscarf said in a low voice. The red headscarf agreed with this statement. You can observe for a while, but be careful to keep a distance from the undead. Be prepared for battle. If anything unexpected happens, we'll deal with the enemies before us first. Then, we'll help our companions. Remember our mission clearly. Try to escape the battle as much as possible. As they spoke, they found a corner. They looked at the door of the room from afar. Matthew had no intention of greeting them. Surrounded by the zombies, he quickly arrived at the door of the room. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in Swordwinter, Matthew took a step forward and arrived in front of the Sphinx. He looked at the Sphinx with a smile. However, the latter's gaze was tilted to the ceiling and did not look at Matthew at all. Matthew took a step forward. The Sphinx moved aside, his eyes still glued to the ceiling as if a wonderful show was going on. Matthew curiously followed his gaze. There were only cracked rocks on the ceiling, dusty cobwebs, and wet water seeping from the ground. Matthew immediately reacted. So that was the case. He laughed in his heart and swaggered into the room. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Each and every one of them was rather shocked. That fellow, why can he enter without answering the questions? Could he be the owner of the tomb? He used an invisibility potion? No, we can see him. Can't the Sphinx see him? Headscarves of other colors were still being discussed in the distance. The young and vigorous black headscarf had already rushed in front of the Sphinx. He also wanted to imitate Matthew and barge into the door. Pah! The Sphinx mercilessly lowered his thick hind legs, his cold eyes focused on the black headscarf as if he were judging him. Answer the question before you can enter. Trespassers will die. The black headscarf pointed at Matthew in the room. Then how come he doesn't need to answer the question to enter? The Sphinx's eyes were indifferent. Chapter 979, Chapter 979, Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. Chapter 979, Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. I didn't see anyone enter. The black headscarf looked angry. Are you helping him cheat? The Sphinx's eyes turned sharp. Cheating is a serious accusation against the Sphinx. Are you sure you want to stick to your words? Are you sure you want to incur the wrath of the Sphinx? The black headscarf wanted to say something. In the next second, his head was quickly pressed down. The red headscarf grabbed the young man's shoulder and dragged him into the distance. Idiot! Someone who can make the Sphinx go easy on him must be an expert who can make him feel fear. If you want to become a zombie, I won't stop you. Don't drag others down. Let's go quickly. Don't delay Miss Bai's important matter. Under the orders of the red headscarf, the group of people jogged away. What made them heave a sigh of relief was the Necromancer didn't seem to want to cause them any trouble. They passed through 2 long corridors in a row. They arrived in front of a cliff. There were 2 suspension bridges on the cliff. The suspension bridge meandered downwards. In the endless darkness on the other side was the 3rd level of the Eternal Underground Palace, which was also the resting place of the legendary Prince Philip. Let's go. The group quickly crossed the suspension bridge. Soon, they disappeared into the darkness. However, half a minute later, the black headscarf appeared again. He snorted coldly and cut off the ropes of the 2 suspension bridges. Puff! Puff! The suspension bridge broke at one end, and most of the bridge fell into the cliff at the foot of the mountain. It was accompanied by a creaking sound of shaking and falling. A faint fire slowly lit up under the dark cliff. It was as if countless candles were floating below. This is the treasure chest that I obtained with great difficulty. At the door of the room, Matthew introduced them to Lorraine and Camilla, who had arrived late. The Sphinx's mouth twitched. However, he did not say a word. Whose treasure chest is this? Matthew pointed at the shining treasure chest, which was the size of a person, and asked. The Sphinx said coldly. My professional ethics do not allow me to reveal the origin of the client. Matthew did not mind his cold attitude. Anyway, his body was quite honest just now. Shouldn't you be performing your duties in my cemetery now? Matthew asked curiously. The Sphinx snorted coldly again. He raised his chin slightly and said in a high and reserved manner. There are many people who entrusted me to guard treasure chests and secret treasures. I can't work for you alone. Although I will follow the agreement and spend most of my time in the cemetery. However, if there are signs of human activity near other guarded grounds, I will immediately appear elsewhere. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. However, Lorraine interrupted. He's lying. Matthew was interested. Which part? Lorraine said without hesitation. He said he had a lot of clients. That part was a lie. The Sphinx's expression changed. Matthew chuckled. So only a few people actually entrusted you with the task of guarding the treasure? The Sphinx stubbornly turned his head away. This has nothing to do with you. Lorraine was holding a piccolo in his mouth as he scribbled on the book of Hebrews. He mumbled. He's very nervous now. And this sentence is also a lie. The Sphinx was shocked. Oh? Matthew was also a little surprised. Could it be that the content of his question involved a very important field? The Sphinx's client? Last time in Rieger's ancestral grave, he said that Queen Letitia wasn't his client. The real client was most likely the necromancer who took Melinda away. Matthew's thoughts raced. In that case, it was very likely that the necromancer entrusted the Sphinx to guard the treasure of the Suki family and left this glittering treasure chest here. But why did he do that? Matthew was suddenly curious about the necromancer's identity. After all, in the history of the Alliance, there weren't many famous necromancers, and most of those who made a name for themselves were notorious. It could be an outsider, related to Melinda, and has a friendship with Letitia. It's most likely someone from Storlek Industries, which is a space necromancer. Matthew speculated. It was highly likely that he was one of the two big shots in the Storlek industry who ranked above the Prince of Undead. Hence, he tried asking. Is it that necromancer? The Sphinx's expression changed drastically. Wow. He actually started vomiting black blood. Stop asking. The Sphinx's voice was filled with fear. I'm already suffering the backlash of the contract. It's not good for you to force me to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a white divine light lit up on his body. Immediately after, a majestic life force surged from the Sphinx's body. His spirit was suddenly shaken. Don't worry. With me here, you won't die. Camilla said lightly. The Sphinx held his breath and said. It's not about dying. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid of death for no reason. The Sphinx emphasized the last sentence in exasperation. Camilla raised her eyes and calmly pointed at Matthew. Don't worry. With him around, you'll still be useful even if you die. Chapter 980 Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. Chapter 980 Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. The Sphinx's vision went black. He almost fainted on the spot. I beg you. Hurry up and open the treasure chest. Let me finish my duty and leave this damn place. The Sphinx pleaded. Lorraine's gaze suddenly shifted from the book of Hebrews to the Sphinx's chest. Is this how you beg? The Sphinx was stunned for a moment and then revealed an extremely embarrassed and angry expression. His gaze swept across the three of them one by one, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Fortunately, at this moment, Matthew raised his hand and signaled Soldier to open the box while he stood beside him. Soldier's movements were light, and with a crisp sound, the treasure chest opened. A strong light shot out. Matthew, who was prepared, did not feel dizzy from the strong light. After the light faded, he looked inside. He found a beautiful woman with exquisite features lying in the treasure chest. The beauty's entire body was wet as if she had just come out of the water. She had long emerald green hair that reached her waist, giving off a charming feeling. Her upper body was wearing thin clothes, and her waist was extremely slender. Under her perfect waist and buttocks was a round snake tail. Warning, you have encountered Medusa Priestess Nea. Pupil Shatterer, legendary creature sealed Lord mode. Medusa's priestess slowly woke up, and a pleasant moan came from her lips and nose. She subconsciously straightened her body and wanted to climb out of the box. During this process, her upper body collided violently with the edge of the box. Her eyes slowly opened during this process. However, at this moment, Matthew, who felt the intense danger, strode forward. The shovel in his hand fell mercilessly, and the Medusa priestess head was cut off in an extremely smooth manner. Medusa's head flew for a distance in the air before it was stepped on by Lorraine, who had also reacted. Her face was facing the floor, and she was almost deformed by the stomping. Soldier looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. However, this was not the end. A third figure squeezed into his field of vision. Camilla took a big step forward and reached down with her right hand. Her index and middle fingers were as accurate as an eagle's claws as they grabbed the Medusa priestess eyeballs out of her skull. In the next second, she grabbed the two eyeballs with both hands and squeezed them hard. There were two pops. Medusa's eyeball was instantly crushed. At this moment, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Why did you chop off her head? It's a little too extreme. Camilla looked at Matthew. To deal with Medusa, you just have to dig out her eyes like I did and crush them. Matthew spread his hands. It was just an instinctive reaction in a state of crisis, so he naturally did not think too much about it. Lorraine bent down to examine Medusa's corpse, then revealed a trace of regret. She's at least 1,000 years old. But she's still a virgin. Unfortunately, you killed her with a shovel. Matthew explained. I didn't do it on purpose. In that instant, I sensed great danger. If I let her open her eyes successfully, we might all turn into stone statues. Oh right, can she be resurrected? He looked at Camilla. Camilla muttered. It's hard to say, but I can try. Matthew nodded. If she can't be resurrected, let me revive her. Lorraine couldn't help but clap. Looks like the three of us are indeed a perfect combination. Both of your resurrection spells have their own characteristics and complement each other. There's no one in the world that the two of you can't pull up. Camilla looked at him sideways. So what does it have to do with you? Lorraine said seriously. A team without a bard is lacking in soul, and it will also make the companions lack motivation. Camilla said lightly. I've heard of this saying. But isn't the meaning behind this sentence because bards are too useless? As long as you have a bard in your team, the others will definitely not be at the bottom. Therefore, no matter what the bard does, it will more or less have a motivating effect on your teammates. Lorraine smiled cheekily. It was indeed like this before legend. But now, I'm already a legend. Camilla replied with an "oh" and suddenly rolled her eyes. I heard that bards can actually resurrect, and it's a group resurrection? Lorraine said self-deprecatingly. Theoretically, bards are omnipotent. But on the practical level, we often only tell people that we are powerless. Matthew and Camilla were amused. The former reminded them. Let's revive her first. The corpse will be cold soon. Only then did the three of them turn their attention back to Medusa's corpse. At this moment, the Sphinx, who was watching coldly from the side, finally couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily. Do you have a grudge against her? Do you have to torture her like this? You just have to put her back into the box in one piece and open it 5 minutes later. She will return to the moment she leaves the box. Matthew turned to the Sphinx. Now you're not worried about the backlash of the contract because of leaking the secret? The Sphinx said angrily. Since you guys have opened the treasure chest, the period of absolute secrecy has passed. Of course, I can say something. This Medusa is indeed a very serious threat, but as long as you know what's in the box in advance, prepare a piece of cloth and cover her eyes when she comes out. Chapter 981 Chapter 981, Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. Chapter 981, Resurrection Spells with Their Own Characteristics. You don't have to kill her. Matthew nodded. Thank you for your reminder. The Sphinx puffed out his chest proudly and could not help but ask. Do you have clothes? You need a black one. Matthew thought for a moment. Quite a lot. If you want, I can give you some. As he spoke, he took out a large roll of black cloth. The cloth was emitting a faint negative energy. Some of them had blood stains on them. The Sphinx took the cloth and sniffed it, then nodded in satisfaction. This kind of cloth is fine. Medusa's petrified gaze can't penetrate it. What is this originally used for? Matthew explained. Corpse shroud. The Sphinx shivered. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he returned the shroud to Matthew and resolutely disappeared from the spot. Soldier, carry her back and close the box. Matthew ordered. 5 minutes later. The box was opened again. Lorraine skillfully wrapped the shroud around the Medusa priestess' eyes. The latter's subconscious resistance seemed so powerless under the three people's turns of monster stop. After a short period of testing and communication, the three of them realized that the Medusa priestess was already highly bound to this treasure chest. She became a part of the treasure chest, or rather, she was sealed inside the treasure chest. She was unable to leave the treasure chest, be it the dimensions of time or space. Matthew and the others concluded the following rules. The priestess of Medusa would return to the treasure chest automatically after leaving the treasure chest for more than 10 minutes or more than 30 meters. The treasure chest could not remain open for a long time. It would automatically close after about 10 minutes at most. This treasure chest could only be opened 3 times a day, and there was a 30-minute cooldown after each opening. The Medusa priestess did not speak the common language. The language she spoke was similar to the dragon language and some ancient underground common language. Language proficiency was not enough to remove the communication barrier. Lorraine speculated that this Medusa was at least 1,000 years old. However, compared to the time and space that Camilla had lived in, this was not too long ago. Therefore, the only use of this thing is to suddenly open it to the enemy. Then, with the help of the petrification ability of the Medusa priestess, we can petrify the enemy on a large scale. Matthew quickly concluded. Medusa priestess's gaze had a very wide range. The furthest range was about 200 to 500 meters. The attack area was generally fan-shaped. After all, it was a legendary creature. The petrification ability of this thing was something that even the 3 members of the Underground Alliance were afraid of. It might be a trump card to deal with enemies with strong resistance. The only flaw was, this treasure chest could not be stored in a storage device, so it could only be carried by someone. Matthew had the advantage in numbers. With a clap of his hands, 4 zombie underlings would come over and carry the treasure chest. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to deal with. After using up the number of times he had opened the treasure chest that day, the group of people continued to sweep the second underground floor at a moderate pace. Matthew's purpose for this trip was not that strong. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to his peers from Sword Winter. Moreover, tomb raiding was a technical job. It did not mean that whoever went down first would be able to make a profit. Immediately, Matthew continued to lead the zombies to cut through the mountains and dig the soil. With the cooperation of the people from Jewel Bay. Very quickly, Matthew was about to empty the remaining part of the second underground floor. What was worth mentioning was, at the final stage of the cleanup operation, Camilla was suddenly ecstatic that she had found a trace of ancient aura. The ancient aura was actually an extremely ordinary mirror. After she finished inhaling the breath from the mirror, she threw it to Matthew. Matthew looked at it. It had no special attributes. Other than its long history, it was just an ordinary mirror. But it could make Camilla feel the ancient aura. This mirror definitely had its merits. Matthew specially marked it and put it away. Then, when they passed by the room that the Sphinx had once guarded, Matthew glanced inside. He found that Lorraine was placing the Book of Hebrews on his knees and writing rapidly with a quill in his hand. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He activated his dark night cloak and sneaked behind Lorraine from the edge of the door. "I want to see what you secretly wrote for me." Matthew tiptoed and stuck out half of his head. However, he was disappointed. Lorraine wasn't working hard. Instead, he chatted with a girl named Rosie through the Book of Hebrews. "Lorraine, I encountered something interesting today. My friend Matthew found a treasure chest. There was a Medusa sealed in the treasure chest, and it was a legendary creature. That treasure chest was not simple either. It was filled with the power of time and could reset Medusa to the state she was in when she opened the chest at any time. Isn't it amazing?" "Rosie, amazing. Lorraine, I'm curious about something else. If I had a deep conversation with her after opening the box, then 10 minutes later, I would close the box, and 5 minutes later, I would open the box again and talk to her again. I would repeat this process more than 10 times. Would she still be a virgin when I opened the box again?" Rosie was speechless. "Lorraine, don't be so serious. We're just having a casual discussion. Creation requires a creative mind. Rosie, virgin or not, I think it all depends on her attitude. If she thinks she is, then she is. Lorraine, if so, then what about the dozen times I opened and closed the box?" Rosie, the imagination of a third-rate bard. Lorraine, you know I'm not third-rate. Rosie, the obscenity of a vulgar bard. Lorraine, smiling news reports should respect the facts. Rosie, the perverted bard's imagination. Lorraine, gradually annoyed I can complain to the Alliance about your malicious slander. Rosie, I can also file a complaint to the League about malicious harassment. Do you want me to publish those photos? Lorraine, quickly admitting defeat. A kind and lovely girl like you would never do that. Rosie, sorry, you know I'm neither kind nor lovable. I will not think too highly of myself, nor will I misjudge my identity just because of a few words of flattery from others. I knew that I was just an ordinary girl who happened to enter the perverted bard's field of vision when he was bored. So please don't waste your time on hitting on me. Write your article properly. You still have 2.5 days. A perverted bard, huh? Matthew couldn't help but poke Lorraine's back. Lorraine did not think much of it. He held up his quill and asked, "If it were you, how would you respond to this?" Matthew smiled. "I'll ask her if there are any other rewards if I can meet the deadline earlier." Lorraine's eyes lit up. "As expected, you're not a good person either." Matthew shrugged. "I just want more overtime pay. Let's give it a try. Maybe it can improve your relationship. This girl seems to have quite a personality. No wonder you keep laughing." Lorraine immediately wrote down Matthew's words. However, a few seconds later, the words that appeared on the Book of Hebrews made their expressions turn strange. "Rosie, do you think you can finish the draft in advance? I didn't expect that. I had underestimated your strength. I'm sorry. I'll immediately gather a new batch of information. I hope you can write more and better articles within 3 days." Swoosh swoosh. Another page of the Book of Hebrews. A large number of news materials and new requests for articles began to appear. Matthew dash. Lorraine held his head with both hands and wailed. However, Matthew had already disappeared. Another hour passed. The cleanup troops that had been reorganized followed the tracks left behind by the people of Swordwinter and set off for the depths of the underground palace. However, when they reached the cliff break, they found that the suspension bridge connecting the two banks had fallen. At the same time, a leisurely song suddenly came from the dark valley. Chapter 982 Chapter 982, Lava Banshee. Chapter 982, Lava Banshee. The song was melodious and clear, but it also carried an indescribable sadness. It was as if it had crossed countless time and space and quietly arrived in everyone's ears. The strange thing was, the song clearly came from the abyss at the bottom of the mountain. However, the feeling that fell into everyone's ears seemed to ring directly in their hearts. There was no sense of distance, no noise, and not even an echo. It was quite clean and bright. Under the contrast of the singing, the other sounds seemed to become extremely small and not worth mentioning at all. It's Naga's voice. Lorraine was the first to speak. His words pulled everyone back to reality. There's a certain charm, but because the distance is too far, it's very slight. It's not a big problem. Camilla looked at Lorraine in confusion. Are you sure? Lorraine nodded confidently. Because I slept with her before. As soon as he said this, a few surprised gazes could not help but be cast over from the side. Fortunately, Matthew and Camilla were already used to it. The former asked thoughtfully. Is it the Naga Queen? Or a female general? Lorraine smiled and said. It must be the Naga Queen. Only she has such a penetrating voice. Her voice is really not bad. Camilla looked at him with a strange expression, but in the end, she did not say anything. Lorraine listened for a while more. Then, he began to analyze it seriously. This is a song used by the Nagas to praise the world-ending twin snakes, Brook. Rather than calling it a song, it's more like a sacrificial prayer. The original Naga obtained power from Brook and also obtained the evil ritual to transform the Naga. Usually, this hymn will only be used 1 to 3 months before the large-scale transformation ceremony. It seems that the Naga kingdom has been causing a lot of trouble recently. Matthew understood what Lorraine meant. No matter where the hymn came from, behind the singing, there would definitely be a series of rituals to transform the original Naga. So is Brook the twilight creature? The one sealed in the endless ocean trench? Matthew asked. Lorraine nodded. He was also the one who was suppressed the most by the gods. Matthew understood. He had previously learned about the Twilight Creator who created the original Naga through various channels. Chen called them the world-ending twin snakes, so Lorraine simply told him their actual names. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized. It turned out that Brook and Galen had been paying special attention to him for a long time. As one of the Twilight creatures, he had a rather miserable life. The world-ending twin snakes, Brook, was the creator of the original Naga. However, Naga was different from Medusa. The former was a chaotic life created by Twilight, while the latter was a naturally formed mythical creature. Perhaps Brook made a reference to Medusa when he created the Naga. However, these two creatures were still fundamentally different. Medusa appeared in the treasure chest, and Naga's song came from under the suspension bridge. Could it be a coincidence? Matthew had another trick up his sleeve. He took the time to check his list of followers. Good heavens! There were only 13 Twilight creatures in total, which was considered extremely rare in the world of Ander, but 5 of them had already paid special attention to Matthew. They were. Galen, who was sealed in the shadow world, was a blood-colored slug. His domain was shadow, distortion, and slaughter. He was fanatically pursued by the evil monks in the Far East. The mad second hand, who was sealed in the arcane wilderness, used to be the god of luck, Loa. His domain was magic, madness, and time. This guy had a deep influence in the arcane wilderness and the fairy garden. He was also Isabel's old lover. His strength and goals were unfathomable. Then, there was the world-ending twin snakes, Brook. Not only was he the creator of the original Naga, but he was also suspected to have made a deal with the bright Sandalwood King. He was the source of the curse on the Sioux and now had a deep influence on the Naga kingdom. The 4th Twilight creature was a guy named Ashitana. Matthew realized that Ashitana had just noticed him, but he didn't know how. There were only 3 question marks for the 5th Twilight creation. This was a sign of Matthew's lack of knowledge. Apart from the Twilight creations. On Matthew's special attention list, there were also a large number of gods and middle-level and high-level members of other forces in the outer planes. There should be many other existences that have been secretly paying attention to me, but I haven't noticed. Damn it, I have to improve further the mechanism to block the vision of the outer planes. Otherwise, I'll have to wear the star-weaving robe wherever I go. Matthew withdrew his gaze from the data panel. Lorraine continued to explain. We don't need to pay attention to this song. She is very, very far away from us. The arrival of the song is just an accident in nature. Have you heard of the Sea Gate? It was a very peculiar space-time flow that was well located in the ocean. Creatures recognized by the sea could reach another sea gate through one sea gate. There were at least 3 sea gates in the Arune Sea where the Naga kingdom was located. I suspect there's one down here too. Since the sea gate was essentially a space-time flow, its carrier nature was higher than others. Therefore, if someone used these 2 sea gates recently, then the Naga song from the Arune Sea might be transmitted to the bottom where we are. Chapter 983, Lava Banshee. Chapter 983, Lava Banshee. However, none of this has anything to do with us. We just have to wait until the song is over. The reason why we have to wait. It's just for safety reasons. Stanley looked down the cliff curiously. There was a faint fire at the bottom of the cliff. The flames were like floating fragments that could not be seen clearly. Other than that, there was thick and viscous darkness. Stanley stuck his head out and asked. I heard that you only need a feather drop technique to slowly fall from the upper level of the underground space to the core of the earth. Lorraine patted him on the shoulder. I can give you a feather drop spell. Do you want to try? He looked at Lorraine's smiling face. Stanley couldn't help but shiver and then resolutely refused. Forget it. I only heard it from hearsay. Lorraine looked regretful. If you jump, I can take care of Julie and the children for you. Stanley raised his eyebrows. Lorraine laughed slyly. I'm just joking. I don't like children. I just want to tell you that entering the Underdark with just a feather drop is something that can only happen under the most ideal circumstances. In fact, the situation in the underground space is extremely complicated. If you jump deeper, it is very likely that you will not land until the effect of the feather drop spell disappears. Then, it is only natural that you will fall into a pile of meat paste. The more dangerous thing is that when you go deeper than 300 meters underground, you might encounter the gaze of the ancient god of darkness curled up underground. After that, all the dimensional laws you encounter might be slightly altered. At that time, you might be permanently lost in an underground maze where you can't find the exit, or a certain period of time you experience will be rolled into a loop and repeated endlessly. The brutal underground race and the harsh natural environment have never been the most dangerous places in the Underdark. The real danger is that ordinary people will encounter random events that will definitely lead to death. After listening, everyone looked at the abyss with even more reverence. In order to reduce the slight influence of the Naga's singing, Stanley's 2 underlings even stuffed their ears with cloth strips. In comparison, Matthew's Undead displayed a unique advantage in resisting these aspects. The Undead was immune to the Naga's song. Soldier was the only one who seemed a little strange. He paced back and forth as if he had fallen into some kind of preset automatic program. His movements seemed dull and mechanical. However, anyone could feel the violent aura from this skeleton. Matthew could only gently comfort Soldier. Nagas were the natural enemies of the sword dancer. It was no wonder that Soldier was so obsessed every time he met a Nagas. Speaking of which, it's time for Soldier to complete his advancement mission. At the same time, he can also complete Chen's mission. After the work here is over, if there's still no result from the Jade Court, why don't I let Lorraine lead the way and catch up with the Naga Queen? In his thoughts, Matthew couldn't help but size up the people from Jewel Bay. Stanley and his 2 underlings were fine. Lyndon was hiding in a corner, muttering to himself. Matthew took a few steps forward and found that the other party was encouraging himself in the Elven language. These words were repeated over and over again, sometimes contradictory, sometimes unclear. It was more or less, I'm the best. Everyone else is wrong. Only I am righteous, it's not shameful to lower my head occasionally, I will be reborn very soon. This guy was really crazy. Matthew noticed that Lyndon's most unusual trait was his ever-changing emotions. He was sometimes excited, sometimes sensitive and suspicious, sometimes brave and self-proclaimed as a righteous messenger, and sometimes suddenly cowardly. It was not rare to see these strange traits alone. However, it was mixed with one person. It seemed very fragmented. There are no other souls in his body. There are no signs of schizophrenia. Other than the imprint of an ether-abandoned disciple, he looks like a normal person. Matthew composed himself. It seemed that the abnormality in Lyndon's body was mostly due to this ether-abandoned disciple. He subconsciously shifted his gaze from Lyndon to Daisy. However, he suddenly noticed that Daisy's lips were also moving. More importantly, the opening and closing of her lips seemed to be in sync with the distant song coming from underground. Matthew narrowed his eyes but did not say anything. On the other hand, Daisy seemed to have sensed his gaze and suddenly turned to look at Matthew. Seeing this, Matthew simply asked, "What are you doing?" Daisy combed her hair, which was draped over her shoulders, and smiled gently. "When I was working in the Free Islands, I once heard some sailors sing Naga songs. This is one of them. I thought this song was very nice, so I couldn't help but sing a short part along." "What's wrong?" Matthew looked at her deeply. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or some other reason, but after Daisy spoke, the Naga song from underground also disappeared. However, on Daisy's body, Matthew didn't notice anything unusual. No matter if it was his insight, perception, or X-ray vision, he couldn't find any flaws in her. As for the last trump card, equalized perception. Since he could only use it twice a day, and it was in a place like a tomb, Matthew did not want to use it recklessly. Chapter 984, Chapter 984, Lava Banshee. Chapter 984, Lava Banshee. But even so, in his heart, he had long marked Daisy and Lyndon as suspicious units. These two people. It was definitely not as simple as a prostitute and a whoremaster. While Matthew and Daisy were talking, Camilla and Lorraine also looked at the latter with different gazes, which made Matthew even more determined. However, the three of them had an unexpected tacit understanding and did not continue to probe. After waiting for a few minutes, the Naga's singing stopped. Stanley said, "How do you plan to get there?" Lorraine shrugged. "Let's rely on our own abilities." As he spoke, they heard rumbling footsteps. The bone dragon, Filey, who was originally holding the line at the back, came to the front. He leaned against the cliff and relied on his huge body to easily block the two sides, forming a stable and sturdy bone bridge. Matthew calmly walked across the bone bridge. Death Knight 47 also wanted to follow him, but he was flung away by Filey's tail. "Only Master can trample on my body." Filey's low roar echoed on the cliff. Peggy shrugged nonchalantly and dashed to the edge of the cliff. With a strong kick, her figure drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed steadily on the opposite side. Soldier lowered his head and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the opposite shore. 47 took out a javelin from somewhere, tied a rope to his tail, and threw it at the cliff in front of him. Bang! The javelin was stuck in the crevice of the opposite rock. With this rope, the Death Knight successfully reached the other side. As for the other undead, Matthew planned to leave them on the other side for the time being. If there were a need, he would erect another teleportation tombstone. But considering the cost, he planned to scout first before teleporting. In any case, it was enough to have the help of elite units in a fight. These zombies were purely coolies. Lorraine took out his piccolo and played it for a while. Then, he cast a flight spell on himself and flew over lightly. Camilla whispered, "I can walk in the air." Then, she walked over in the air. The trio turned to look at Stanley and the others. To their surprise, Stanley hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's not go over. I was planning to try my luck and see if I could find the Holy Grail of Sin, but since you guys are interested, I might as well quit. Let's go our separate ways. He looked at Lyndon. Lyndon immediately jumped up. That's great. I've already told you that finding the evil crown is the most meaningless thing. You should fulfill your promise and escort me to the core area of Jade Capital City. Stanley nodded. The three people on the other side looked at each other. Although they were a little surprised, the other party's words were very honest. They had no reason not to let him go. Thus, they nodded and let them leave. They watched as Stanley and the others returned to the second floor of the underground palace. Lorraine couldn't help but complain. Look, you scared him away, didn't you? It must be because your bald head looks too fierce. Camilla walked forward. Maybe he thinks your chest hair is eye-catching. Matthew ignored their bickering. Stanley only asked to leave after the three of them arrived on the other side, which meant that he was prepared to leave. After the three of them arrived at the other side, they had a buffer zone. He seems to be prepared to turn hostile. Matthew couldn't help but reflect on himself. Could it be that the way I plundered things was too scary? But I clearly promised to give him a share of the spoils of war after the matter was completed. He couldn't help but turn around and take a few more glances. Don't worry, I put tracing powder on each of them. I can find them at any time. When you were busy flirting with Medusa just now, I noticed Stanley and Lyndon whispering to each other. In the end, they don't trust us. They're even afraid of us. It's normal for them to leave now. Lorraine put his arm around Matthew's shoulder and walked forward. As they walked, he asked. So, do you have any other daily hobbies other than planting trees? I need more details to enrich the thickness of the origin story. Matthew thought for a moment. No. If I have to pick one, is it casting spells? But this shouldn't be considered a daily hobby, right? Lorraine rolled his eyes. Then what is your most commonly used spell? Matthew said uncertainly. Mage's Hand? As he recalled, he couldn't help but look in Lorraine's direction. The latter grabbed a quill and scribbled on the notebook. Matthew quickly caught a glimpse of a corner. Character detail 69, likes to use Hand of Magic. Matthew's vision went black. He was about to argue with Lorraine when something unusual appeared on the ground in front of him. The three of them walked along the uneven ground. They could clearly feel that the terrain was tilting downwards. A huge underground plane was formed in front of him. They were walking on a path that could barely be seen with the naked eye. It was probably opened up a long time ago. On both sides of the road, blank tombstones appeared. The tombstones were very simple and unadorned. Although the workmanship was rough, the quality of the stone was excellent. They stood quietly on both sides of the road. Chapter 985 Chapter 985, Lava Banshee. Chapter 985, Lava Banshee. It gave people the illusion that they had come to a mass grave. Why are there so many tombstones here? Matthew could not help but ask. It looks like Prince Philip prepared it for his descendants. According to the troll tradition, only the direct heir and his family are qualified to be buried in the eternal underground palace. These blank tombstones were prepared for the later heirs. Unfortunately, not long after Philip's death, the troll empire fell apart. Lorraine said. Camilla looked around and was disappointed. It was obvious. She did not find the ancient aura that she was looking for in these tombstones. Then, she looked at Matthew. What did you find? From the beginning, your eyes have been looking back and forth between these tombstones, and you seem to be muttering something. Matthew was stunned for a moment, then chuckled softly. I'm just calculating how many zombies are needed to carry these empty tombstones back in one go. You guys don't need this thing, right? If you don't need it, I'll take it all. Camilla was speechless. Matthew was in a good mood. These blank tombstones could be used to provide shelter for the zombies. It could also be slightly processed. They could become tombstones with various special functions. It was different from the tombstones that Matthew had made himself. The stone materials here were of the highest quality. Correspondingly, the effect of the tombstones made from them would be much better. Matthew was even suspicious. Some of the tombstones here might have the ability to carry the territory pact. This was not something that ordinary stones could do. Matthew's cemetery was actually very short of stones now. Rolling Stone Town used to have many good stones, but that was in the past. Ever since the mining industry disappeared overnight, Rolling Stone Town was short of stones. Especially good stones. The stones that Matthew dug out from the ground could not be compared to these tombstones in terms of material. He counted. There were more than 3,000 empty tombstones here. These tombstones are definitely worth more than 300,000 gold coins. After moving these back home, I can directly build a special ritual ground for the zombies. This way, I can quickly breed more high-quality zombies and obtain more high-quality labor. Matthew erected a teleportation tombstone by the side of the road and began to pull people in. The situation was similar to the first level. The teleportation spell here was more seriously interfered with, and it would probably take longer to activate. He was not in a hurry. The three of them continued to walk into the darkness. As they walked, the air became slightly moist. A gentle breeze blew in front of them. Although it was all darkness, some fluctuations appeared in the darkness not far away. The light of the fire demon hit the mirror in front of them. The deep darkness was quickly dispelled as if it had turned into a liquid that rose and fell gently with the breeze. The surface of the water glistened. It's an underground lake. There's a pier up ahead. There are footprints here. The people from Swordwinter left from here. They went to the center of the lake. Underground lake port. On a pier that had been abandoned for an unknown period of time. Lorraine pointed at the footprints on the pier and the marks on the stake next to it and said, "There should be 2 ships docked here, but they've driven them away." At this moment, Camilla also pointed to the depths of the underground lake and said, "Over there. There's an island there. The burial place of the troll prince is on the island." Matthew couldn't see what was in the direction that Camilla was pointing at. However, the legendary priest's gaze was unquestionable. He flung the carpet out. The three of them got on and slowly flew in the direction that Camilla pointed. About 15 minutes later, some flames appeared on the surface of the lake in front of them. A huge shadow was cast in the middle of the lake. The shadow was even darker than the darkness beside it. Matthew's gaze was not on the shadows but on the sky above the lake. As the magic carpet approached, he finally realized that the island that Camilla was pointing at was not floating on an underground lake. Instead, it was floating in the air above the underground lake. Yes, it was. The underground space here began to greedily expand upwards. It formed an extremely spectacular underground space around Sky Island. In one direction was a cliff. Large amounts of lava flowed from the cliff and poured into the underground lake. There was still boiling lava above. When it hit the surface of the lake, it turned into a dense white mist. The floating island was about 50 to 80 meters above the water. The island was very small. It could only accommodate a dozen people standing. At the center of the island, a familiar pillar rose into the sky. Above the pillar was the familiar mushroom head and the suspended ring. Matthew raised the carpet. The flowing lava illuminated his face, and he could clearly see 3 coffins on the ring. On the narrow platform above the mushroom head, there were even mountains of dazzling treasures. Gold, silver, jade, gems, there were also many dazzling treasures. They were piled up on the platform. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of outsiders. The 3 sarcophagi were no different from the coffins used by the buried people on the upper 2 floors. The only thing that bothered Matthew was that he noticed that one of the stone coffins seemed to have been opened by someone. Chapter 986, Chapter 986, Lava Banshee. Chapter 986, Lava Banshee. On the island at the base of the ring. At this moment, 2 groups of people had already gathered. They were the Headscarf squad from Swordwinter, as well as the Kobold Warlock Will and his clones. when Matthew and the other two approached. The kobold was issuing a stern warning to the people of Swordwinter. Don't go near those treasures. That's a huge trap. I'm not reminding you not to be stupid out of kindness. If anyone touches the treasures on it, the entire island will automatically be stripped away. Everything around us, including the entire underground palace, will fall into the astral plane irreparably. Even if you want to take away these treasures, you must first crack this trap. Otherwise, you will be courting death. Among the people of Swordwinter, the youth with the black headscarf was obviously not convinced. The leader of the red headscarf, on the other hand, appeared much more composed. He muttered, "We are not here to find the evil crown entrusted by the green dragon. We have another request. We don't care about the treasures here. I just want to take the thing that our employer wants us to take away." The kobold will snorted coldly. "I don't care what you want to take with you. Before you break this trap, no one is allowed to act rashly." The red headscarf frowned. "But I didn't sense the trap you mentioned." The kobold laughed. "That's your problem. But I can give you a piece of advice. If you can't even see through such an obvious trap, you'd better consider changing your profession." The people of Swordwinter were furious. However, the kobold spoke as if he was serious, so they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, they also saw Matthew and the other two approaching, and their expressions were different. The people of Swordwinter were instinctively wary. Meanwhile, the kobold man seemed a little frustrated. And a trace of panic? Matthew quickly glanced at the platform. In the next second, he saw a shadow tiptoeing around, holding a bag and frantically packing things in the pile of treasures. That figure was short and ugly. Didn't it look like a kobold? Hint, you have seen through Will's bluff. Matthew was about to point it out. But at this moment, the lava on the other side of the cliff suddenly surged. Immediately after, under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge woman whose entire body was made of lava and black smoke climbed up from the lava. Whoosh! The female giant stepped on the underground lake. It immediately stirred up a storm. Her upper body was covered in raging flames, and the scorching heat made the people on the island feel a little suffocated. "I told you. Trespassers of the underground palace, die." A sinister smile appeared on the female giant's face. She bent down and opened her mouth, spraying a mouthful of lava at the island. Walala! The lava that filled the sky directly covered the small island. In the chaos, Matthew quickly adjusted the magic carpet's height. Filey, who was originally following behind, stepped forward and blocked Matthew's path with his flying skill. But at this moment, the female giant's eyes suddenly locked onto Matthew. "What a cute bone dragon. Now, he's mine." At that moment, Matthew was shocked to feel a huge force tearing at his soul. Hint, you have encountered Lava Banshee Brianta, Death Banshee Mutant/Lord. You realize that Brianta the Banshee of Death has used camouflage and deception on you. Warning, Brianta has used instigation on your undead. Chapter 987, Chapter 987, No one knows petrification better than me. Chapter 987, No one knows petrification better than me. Hint, your grave domain has received a new knowledge, Brianta. Brianta, a member of the Wood Elf royal family. She was Prince Philip's mistress when he was alive. As she was not qualified to be buried in the tomb, she became a sacrificial victim. By chance, Brianta awakened and became the Banshee of Death, and thus became the tomb guard of the eternal underground palace. Is this woman the ancestor of the elves? Matthew sized up the huge lava banshee with a cold gaze. Although she had the appearance of an elf, her facial lines were more rugged compared to the elves of the future. She even bared two giant tusks at the corner of her mouth. Matthew was not surprised by this. At that time, the Troll Empire ruled the world, and all races were vassals of the trolls. Some of the vassals worshipped the trolls. Therefore, they imitated the trolls in every aspect of their lives, habits, and appearance. It was common for her to install 2 decorative fangs on herself. Outsiders, leave this place. Otherwise, even if I can't expel you, I'll still activate the self-destruction program of the underground palace. At that time, this place will turn into a sea of fire, and the entire eternal underground palace will fall to the astral plane. You will also fall. The lava banshee let out a low and rough voice. At that moment, she really looked like a giant troll. She's not lying, Camilla said calmly. This underground palace was indeed tampered with at the beginning of its design. From the perspective of plain science, the area where the underground palace is located can easily fall off by itself. As long as someone lights a fire, this falling process will be irreversible and unstoppable until everything is automatically stripped off. Then, what welcomes this underground palace is only the endless coldness of the astral world. Lorraine played with the piccolo in his hand. But the prerequisite is that someone can start a fire, right? Camilla nodded. Even if it's a tomb guard, it'll take some time to start a fire. As long as we can take her down within 3 minutes, everything she said just now is just a bluff. The lava banshee's expression changed drastically. She looked at the 3 of them in disbelief, as if she could not understand why they knew this underground palace like the back of their hands. So, do it. Lorraine yawned. Do you want to do it, or should I? Camilla said calmly. You do it. I don't hit women. Lorraine looked at her in surprise. Camilla continued. And she has your favorite big breasts. Don't you want to try? Lorraine looked at the mountain-like giant, and the expression on his face couldn't help but become a little exaggerated. This is a little too big. Although he said that, he picked up the piccolo, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to make his move. However, at this moment, Matthew suddenly stepped forward. Let me do it. He was very interested in Brianta now. The other party would actually instigate a rebellion. This was the first time Matthew had encountered someone else who had this ability. Other than that, when facing Brianta, Matthew found that the title New Star of the Civil War that he had just obtained was actually shining. This meant that Brianta was technically his peer. As long as he could defeat Brianta, this title was very likely to be further strengthened. There's nothing wrong with it if you think about it. Brianta, this lava banshee, is obviously a banshee who has advanced through some method. The banshee herself is both a spellcaster and an undead. There's definitely nothing wrong with it being considered an internal strive. He thought about it. Matthew stepped on the magic carpet and flew straight towards the huge and ferocious lava banshee. Brianta looked angry. In the next second, she raised her right hand high up and grabbed the back of her head with force. Then, she swung it into the sky. The banshee's movements were slow but firm. As she waved her huge arms, the banshee's chest rose and fell violently. Large patches of flames and lava fell from her chest, forming a layer of armor made of flames and black smoke on her surface. Whoosh! Brianta opened her fingers, and countless sparks shot out from her palm. The sparks were like homing missiles, flying toward Matthew at a high density and an exaggerated speed. Tier 5 spell, Starry Skyfire Rush. Each spark represented a fire blast, and each fire blast had the power, damage, and impact of a Tier 5 evocation spell. Facing the honeycomb-like missile swarm, Matthew was fearless. His right foot tapped on the magic carpet, and he suddenly flew towards the banshee's chest at an extremely fast speed. Legendary flight. Isabel's spell was indeed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Matthew successfully bypassed the group of starry flames and arrived in front of the banshee. Immediately after, Matthew opened his arms, and the ability spell was activated. Spell Ineffective Barrier. With Matthew as the center, a transparent sphere with a radius of 18 meters suddenly appeared in the air. Because both sides were very close, therefore, a considerable part of Brianta's huge body was also suppressed by the spell nullification barrier. Brianta might be huge. However, Matthew's thoughts were clear. She was still a banshee. Banshees were natural spellcasters. As long as her spell ability was sealed, her strength would be greatly reduced. Chapter 988 Chapter 988, No one knows petrification better than me. Chapter 988, No one knows petrification better than me. Do you think that I'm useless without spells? Brianta was stunned at first, but then she laughed strangely and used her big hands to grab Matthew. Matthew was calm. He first fixed the center of the spell nullification barrier on the magic carpet that flew over. This way, the barrier would not move with Matthew's movements, nor would it disappear on its own because of Matthew's actions. In the next moment, Matthew jumped off the magic carpet. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind blew past his ears, and the lava banshee's huge hands were about to swat Matthew to death like swatting flies. In an instant, a dragon's roar sounded. Brianta's body instantly stiffened as the dragon's might assaulted her face. Immediately after, a silver dragon flew out from her hands. Wilderness form, silver dragon. Judging from its size, the silver dragon that Matthew had transformed into was even bigger than the lava banshee. Puff! He pounced on the banshee's upper body from below. Brianta was panicking. The silver dragon raised its neck high and then charged down. Whoosh! Spray, frost blast. The terrifying ice element instantly engulfed the banshee's chest, neck, and head. A large amount of white gas rose from the lava, the place where the two sides came into contact. They quickly formed pieces of black charcoal that fell down. Just like that, the white smoke rose up, and the black charcoal fell down. The silver dragon's dragon breath gradually extinguished the lava flowing on the banshee's body. Her upper body was almost frozen. No, no, no. Get lost. Brianta struggled to turn her hands around, trying to push the silver dragon away from her chest. But Matthew was unforgiving. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down on the giant banshee's chest. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of ice shattering rang out one after another. The lava banshee raised her hands and leaned her upper body backwards. She could not help but wail in pain. Under Matthew's crazy gnawing, Brianta's armor was torn into pieces. The relatively weak spirit body was thus exposed to the silver dragon. One had to know. Banshees were a type of semi-spirit, and their forms were between tangible and intangible. The half-spirit was actually quite awkward. Banshees were not like real spirits, who were immune to a large amount of physical damage and had special abilities such as passing through walls. It also couldn't be as strong as the undead units that had physical bodies. This made banshees relatively easy to kill. Of course, at the cost of these shortcomings, the banshees gained rare spellcasting abilities and high intelligence among the undead. They were almost the highest level spellcasters among the undead. Above that was the lich. Compared to ordinary banshees, Brianta was actually more difficult to deal with after she had integrated the characteristics of lava and giant territory. If he wanted to kill her, he had to peel off the layer of lava armor that clung to her skin, which was extremely sturdy. This was an extremely difficult proposition for an average necromancer. But Matthew was different. Although the silver dragon's physical combat ability was not outstanding among the dragons, it was more than enough to deal with the half-spirit banshee. Moreover, although this demoness was very big, she was not proficient in any actual combat techniques. Matthew easily obtained an overwhelming victory. Boom! 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 Waves rose from the underground lake. Under Matthew's suppression, Brianta was forced to retreat. Soon, the lava banshee's back was pressed against the cliff. Buzz! 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 A large amount of lava poured down from her back and shoulders, immediately relieving the negative effects of the frost dragon breath. Brianta also regained some vitality. At this moment, she was completely out of the range of the magic nullification barrier, so at that moment, the banshee suddenly used her large hands to hold the silver dragon's neck tightly. Then, she started chanting loudly without caring about anything else. No matter how Matthew attacked her body, even if the silver dragon's fangs were already tearing at her spirit body. The female monster was still unmoved. Thrust. Matthew tore a big hole in her neck, and Brianta's chanting became a little weak. But in the next second, the part of her body that had been torn apart suddenly turned into a huge face. The other parts of the banshee's body also began to collapse automatically. Matthew felt his lower body lighten. The place where he touched the banshee became soft. The silver dragon's body slowly descended. Very quickly. Under Brianta's incantation, the banshee's body turned into a huge, hideous face. The giant face opened its bloody mouth. It was about to swallow the silver dragon whole. "If you bite me, I will swallow you." He. The banshee's strange laughter echoed in the underground space for a long time. The bloody mouth was getting closer and closer. There was even a huge gravitational force coming from it. Matthew did not dodge. He even took the initiative to enter Brianta's mouth. "Do you want to swallow me? Can your mouth be enough?" Matthew sneered and crawled to the mouth of the bloody mouth. Immediately after, an extremely vast force of nature suddenly exploded from his body. The silver dragon's body also expanded rapidly. Ability, Nature Giant Spirit. Boom. In just 2 to 3 seconds. A loud explosion sounded in the air. A few slaps. That huge, hideous face was directly blown up. Matthew stopped the process of enlarging. The expansion just now was not Matthew's limit but the limit of the space. Chapter 989. Chapter 989, No one knows petrification better than me. Chapter 989, No one knows petrification better than me. If he continued to grow, the entire eternal underground palace might explode. After the giant face exploded, countless bat-like ghostly shadows flew out from those fragments. One of them was fleeing in a panic. Whoosh! The silver dragon's body quickly swept across the water's surface, and the lake water parted to the two sides, forming layers of mountain-like waves. An elegant and exquisite dragon claw reached out like lightning and grabbed Brianta, who had degenerated into a banshee of death. Then, the silver dragon flapped its wings and turned around on the surface of the water before quickly whistling back. "Pa!" Matthew stopped at the top of the mushroom head. Over there. There was also a kobold who was stealthily stealing things in the chaos. Under the intimidation of the dragon's might and the suppression of his bloodline, Will, who had not expected Matthew to arrive so quickly, was instantly unable to move. Matthew reached out his other paw and suspended it above Will's head, but he didn't press it down. The kobold's face was instantly filled with despair. This is the suppression of a giant dragon. It was different from Will and Brianta's fear. Matthew felt relaxed and comfortable. He was starting to like his identity as the silver dragon. Before the interrogation began, he even had the time to take a look at the data panel. Hint: you have defeated Lava Banshee Brianta. Your title New Star of Civil War has been upgraded to Expert of Civil War. Your additional damage to your peers has increased by 35%. You have successfully resisted a rebellion in battle and won the final victory. Your Tauren domain has received a great boost. A brand new authority was about to be formed in the domain. The elements were as follows: Tauren. Resist. Forced. Assist. Instigate a rebellion. Current progress, 33%. Remark: any actions related to the 5 elements and the Tauren domain may increase the speed of the nurturing of authority. Would resisting, instigating, or similar actions speed up the formation of authority? Matthew had a premonition. This authority was most likely not too proper. Fortunately, other elements can also increase the speed of the formation of authority. Otherwise, where would I find so many people who can instigate rebellion? Wait, if I deliberately find someone else to be a Tauren, does this conform to the definition of the Tauren domain? The terrified banshees and kobolds would never have thought that the silver dragon was thinking about these questions. Putting aside authority, the benefits of strengthening the title and increasing the damage were still considerable. A Civil War expert would have a 35% increase. Matthew was looking forward to the increase in the next few levels. In his thoughts, his gaze shifted downwards. Under the dragon claw, although the kobold will had regained his ability to move, he tactfully stood where he was and did not make a sound. Lorraine and Camilla had also arrived on the platform. Matthew did not return to his human form. He knew that using the silver dragon form would be a better way to torture and prove that the kobold warlock was a thief. Stealing the spoils of war when others are fighting. This is a profitable business. They were clearly speaking in the common language, and Matthew even had a hint of mockery in his tone when he spoke. However, when these words came out of the silver dragon's mouth, they immediately carried the dignity of a superior. Will wasn't scared to the point of peeing. However, it was not difficult to tell from his expression that the kobold must be in great pain. Honorable Lord Silver Dragon, forgive me for not being able to see through your true identity. I hereby solemnly apologize to you. Will was quite straightforward. He placed the yellow leather bag in his hand on the ground and then took out the items one by one. I returned all the spoils of war I stole to their rightful owners. Can you let me go? Matthew chuckled. These are our things to begin with. You said yourself that you're returning them to their rightful owners. So, is this your way of apologizing? Will's expression tightened. He thought for a few seconds and sensed that the silver dragon seemed to be getting more and more impatient. The kobold quickly raised his hands. I'm willing to pay a fee to express my apology. The silver dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. How much? Will gritted his teeth. 100,000 gold coins. The silver dragon turned its head and looked at Camilla. I think his arm needs treatment. What do you think? Camilla said calmly. I think both his arms need treatment. As she spoke, she quickly walked towards Will. Although Will didn't understand what Camilla was about to do to him, his sense of danger was clearly far superior to ordinary people. He immediately waved his hands and said, No, I was wrong just now. It's 200,000 gold coins. Camilla was unmoved. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Will, and her calloused hands reached straight for the kobold's shoulders. The kobold raised his hands with a pale face and shouted. 300,000 gold coins. This is all I have. No, I don't even have that much money. I have to mortgage some things. What made Will feel despair was. As she said this, Camilla still had no intention of stopping. She wanted to fight to the death. However, his bloodline was suppressed by the silver dragon. The bald, red-robed priest in front of him also put irresistible pressure on him. He realized that he did not even have the ability to cast spells. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Matthew finally said, Wait a minute. Camilla stopped in her tracks. Chapter 990, No one knows petrification better than me. Chapter 990, No one knows petrification better than me. Are you really willing to pay 300,000 gold coins to buy your life? The silver dragon lowered its huge head and looked at the kobold warlock. Will mustered his courage and looked up. The dragon's gaze made him dizzy, but he still tried to organize his words. I'm willing. A true dragon and 2 legends. I didn't even notice it before. Not only did I offend you, but I also tried to steal something right under your noses. I should pay the price for my stupidity. 300,000 gold coins are indeed expensive, but I think it's not unacceptable to exchange them for a life and a valuable lesson. His expression was pained, but his tone was decisive. This was indeed very rare for a kobold. Seeing that Will had been pushed to his limit, Matthew smiled in his heart and said, Perhaps I have another way here that can save you 300,000 gold coins. The kobold warlock looked surprised. Matthew said indifferently, I have a companion who might be interested in you. I can ask you to recommend him. He will conduct a test on you for a period of time. If you can pass this test, you will have the opportunity to become one of us. Since you are one of us, we naturally will not ask you for this fee. Will was stunned. His reaction was rather quick. Was your target me from the beginning? Do you want to recruit me? Of course I am willing. You should know that the bloodline in my body comes from a golden dragon. Will revealed a happy expression. It was common for kobold warlocks to chase after dragons. If he could move around the dragons, he might have a chance to undergo a second awakening. However, Matthew quickly interrupted his words. It's not that I want to recruit you. It's just that my partner might recruit you. I'm only giving you a chance to participate in the assessment. Whether you succeed or not will depend on your own performance. I'll make it clear in advance. If it fails, you'll still have to pay the money. Matthew didn't really care about the 300,000, or rather, he was extorting the kobold warlock. It was because he wasn't just representing himself. His actions represented the interests of Lorraine and Camilla. If he could make Will one of his own, it would be fine. If not, with the way these two legendary big shots did things, Matthew was already quite kind to ask him to cough up 300,000. If it were them, they would personally take action. Who knew what would happen? And if the person in charge was changed to Saria? Not only would Kobold lose all his assets, but he would also have to bear a debt of millions. I understand. I'm willing to participate in this assessment. Will agreed, sweating profusely. In the next moment, Matthew transformed into his human form and quickly activated his spore domain. He was about to try communicating with Husman and pass on Will's situation. However, the moment the spore domain touched Will, the latter's body actually rapidly disintegrated into dandelions. Immediately after, the dandelions turned into specks of light. Then, he completely disappeared within the domain aura. I got him. Thank you, Matthew. You actually found someone like me. Dudley's voice rang in Matthew's ears. The spore domain slowly dissipated. Matthew glanced at the data panel. Hint, the rotten sack lord, Husman, used the power of the spore domain to take away the kobold warlock, Will Clent. You have obtained more information about Will. Disintegration warlock Will, as an awakened descendant of the golden dragon, Will not only has powerful dragon spells, but he has also formed a contract with some fungi. Will had the domain of decomposition and was extremely good at decomposing any life or non-life into organic or non-organic combinations. You banished Will Clent. You have completed a part of the side quest, a peers meeting, extremely jealous. The duration of your ability, Nature's Giant Spirit, has been increased by 10 seconds. How could this work? Matthew thought about it carefully. If he had sent Will to Husman through the spore domain, wouldn't that have been the same as banishing Will from the underground palace? It was reasonable to consider it as completing the mission. The people from Swordwinter wouldn't have been wiped out by the lava banshee's lava, would they? It was only 10 seconds. Matthew's thoughts flashed as he focused his gaze on Brianta. Brianta was just an ordinary banshee of death. Matthew, in his human form, no longer had dragon's might. However, it possessed a dragon that was even more terrifying than the dragon's might. Brianta curled up under Matthew's intimidation. She no longer had the imposing aura of the magma golem. How did you manage to instigate a rebellion? Matthew asked. Brianta's eyes flashed with fear. I can't say. Matthew frowned. As you can see, I'm a necromancer. A necromancer has 10,000 ways to torture a banshee. Do you want to experience it? Brianta became even more frightened. She bit her lip and said, Are you a necromancer or a silver dragon? Matthew said with a pleasant expression. I can be a necromancer or a silver dragon, depending on my mood. Brianta said blankly. But how could a silver dragon become a necromancer? Matthew shrugged as if he was used to it. Just treat it as a necromancer evolving into a silver dragon. The female monster couldn't help but widen her eyes. This is impossible. Chapter 991, Chapter 991, No one knows petrification better than me. Chapter 991, No one knows petrification better than me. Anything is possible. Matthew said calmly. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, where did you learn how to instigate a rebellion? He actually had an estimation in his heart. Brianta was a banshee. Although elves hated banshees, fairies did not. The fairies of the arcane wilderness would occasionally take in some banshees as their believers. Matthew's own instigation came from a spellbook in the fairy wilderness feast house. He guessed that Brianta's instigation came from the fairies in the arcane wilderness. I really can't say. Brianta's face was filled with fear. I dare not say. I dare not say. Matthew frowned. He could sense that Brianta's fear came from the depths of her soul. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it. She wasn't really afraid that someone would kill her just because she opened her mouth. It was simply suppressed by fear. This fear was deeply implanted in her memory when the other party taught her how to instigate a rebellion. Looks like I can only try brainwashing. Matthew sighed. His brainwashing technique was not yet mastered, or else he wouldn't have used physical brainwashing. Do you need help? Camilla seemed to have noticed Matthew's difficulties. Matthew suddenly had an idea. Do you know any hypnosis divine spells? Camilla shook her head. I don't know how to hypnotize. But in the next second, she said indifferently, I only know how to brainwash. Don't you necromancers also know how to brainwash? Lorraine couldn't help but laugh. Priests are good at resurrection, and necromancers are also good at resurrection. Priests like to brainwash, and necromancers also know how to brainwash. So the two of you are actually in the same class, right? Matthew spread his hands. It's my fault for not learning well enough and embarrassing the necromancers. As he spoke, he stepped aside. Don't dash. Brianta still wanted to escape, but Camilla grabbed the air and pulled the banshee back. Her hand emitted a bright white light. Her eyes also began to turn white, and her eyeballs rolled up involuntarily. Her expression became abnormally strange. I see him. Camilla muttered. But in the next second, her eyeballs suddenly burned. Immediately after, her ribs flipped up at all sorts of strange angles, then pierced into her heart one after another. Wow. Camilla spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes became a little panicked. What did you see? Even Lorraine became serious. Camilla stood there in a daze for a full 30 seconds. A moment later. Then, she pulled out the ribs from the heart as if nothing had happened and inserted them back into their original places. Then, she cast a major restoration on herself. I see the evil crown. So it's hiding in this stone pillar under our feet. The problem now is that it's buried very deep, but once we cause irreversible damage to the stone pillar, it's possible to trigger the falling sequence of the eternal underground palace and cause it to slide into the astral plane. What should we do? Camilla's voice was as steady as before. Matthew and Lorraine looked at each other, both of them quite surprised. It was obvious. Camilla did not tell the truth. She must have seen something very scary. However, she chose to change the topic. Matthew didn't intend to continue pressing her. He believed that Camilla must have her reasons for being so insistent. He pondered and asked, Is the crown of sin in the stone pillar? Do you know the exact location? Camilla nodded. Seeing Matthew and Lorraine's relaxed and calm expressions, she couldn't help but feel curious. Did you guys think of a way so quickly? Matthew smiled. Lorraine probably has several nights of experience with rocks. Lorraine was even more confident. I dare say. Even if we include the entire Seven Saint Alliance, no one knows more about turning rocks into mud than I do, except Lady Isabel. Chapter 992 Chapter 992, The Grim Reaper Likes to Drop Gold Coins? Chapter 992, The Grim Reaper Likes to Drop Gold Coins? Camilla immediately walked around the stone pillar. Then, she made a red mark on a third of the stone pillar. Right here. Go straight in, about 18 inches away. Can your turn stone into mud cover that area? Lorraine made a relaxed gesture. Don't talk about 18 inches. Even if it's 28 inches, I can do it. As he spoke, he took out the piccolo from his waist and placed it by his lips. Matthew was much more relaxed when he saw this. Lorraine said it casually, but he did not slack off because of it. Instead, he was quite serious. Bards could cast spells in many ways. However, only the spells cast by the best instruments were the strongest. Since Lorraine had taken out the piccolo, it meant that he would give it his all. Beep toot. Sure enough, cheerful music sounded, and light blue musical notes accurately hit Camilla's mark. Under the effect of the music and magic power, the originally sturdy surface of the stone pillar suddenly crumpled like a pond. Ripples spread out from the center of the mark. Drip, drip, drip. The stones in the surrounding area had already turned into liquid and were dripping down very slowly. However, with Lorraine's hard work, the mud fell down for some distance and then shot up in an extremely abnormal manner, forming arcs in the air. In a short period of time, the mud and the stone pillars formed a stable, sealed area. Hurry up. Lorraine urged them vaguely. Matthew looked at Camilla, who suddenly walked away quickly. Go get it. I just discovered an item over there that has a vast ancient aura. I need to check it out. Matthew watched her leave. A moment later, he saw that Camilla had indeed grabbed something from the pile of treasures. Then, she walked to the side and stared at the thing in a daze. Matthew's expression was a little strange. Because if he was not mistaken, the thing that Camilla casually took was gold. Spittoons. It was obvious. The so-called ancient aura was just an excuse. She just needed some private time. It was just that the thing that she saw was able to make Camilla feel a little lost. Matthew couldn't help but feel even more curious about what she saw. However, the other party was unwilling to say anything, so Matthew naturally could not ask for more. He glanced at the banshee beside him. Brianta's condition was worse than Camilla's. Perhaps the brainwashing spell was too strong, but she was now lying on the ground with her eyes rolled back and drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. I hope she can recover. Matthew composed himself. Under Lorraine's urging gaze, he quickly walked to the side of the melted stone pillar. This stone pillar had been solidified by magic before, so it was impossible to use the wall-phasing spell or the earth-walking spell to enter. Matthew tried to use the hand of magic in the mud. However, just as he reached in, he felt a strong resistance. There was an endless pressure around him, and the mage's hand was squeezed out. Poochie! Matthew shook his weak hand of magic. Too soft. Use force. Lorraine grimaced. Matthew reached out his right hand, but as soon as he put it in, he immediately pulled it out. There was no other reason. The hand of equalization contained a large amount of life force and negative energy. This energy field was too powerful. Once it entered, it would severely compress the mud. If it was forced in, it was very likely that Lorraine's spell would fail, and the entire stone pillar would be destroyed. In this case, the underground palace would fall into the astral plane, and all their previous efforts would be in vain. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome to retrieve something from the mud. Matthew muttered to himself as he cast his third spell. Astrid's Claw. In the next second, the soft tentacles pierced into the mud silently, digging in extremely smoothly. Just one poke, and it was at least 10 inches deep. This works. Matthew's eyes lit up. He immediately controlled Astrid's Claw to continue moving forward. Not long after, it touched something hard. And at the moment of contact, Matthew felt a burning pain. He gritted his teeth and immediately wrapped his two tentacles around it. The pain began to intensify. Matthew didn't dawdle. He endured the immense pain and pulled hard. Pa la la. Mud splashed all over him. Astrid's Claw seemed to have been burned by some kind of power. There were originally 4 tentacles, but now there were only 2 left. On the ground in front of Matthew, there was also an oval-shaped item wrapped in mud. Matthew bent down to examine the item. It was arched in shape, with a slightly raised tip and smooth sides, like a hemisphere with many small lumps. There was a crack on the top of the item, and there were sharp projections on both sides of the crack, like a pair of fine antennae. There were countless spiral stripes on the antennae, giving off a mysterious feeling. Is this the evil crown? Lorraine also came over. Matthew cancelled Astrid's claw, but he could still feel a sharp pain in his left hand from time to time. He knew that the source of the pain and burns was this item. The evil crown's attribute is actually justice. And it's extreme justice, masculinity, and passion. Matthew pinched the fingers of his left hand and then switched his right hand to the healing hand. Only then was he barely able to pick up the scalding crown. Therefore, the name of the item is very likely to be a trap. Whether it's the rumors during the inheritance or the smears in the future, many times, when you analyze the name of an item based on experience, it's very likely that you will come up with a completely wrong estimate. Chapter 993, Chapter 993, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? Chapter 993, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? Lorraine shrugged. The simplest example is myself. I am known for my honesty in the circle of demigods. Only a few people know my true identity. Matthew was slightly stunned. So, do they really call you the honest demigod? Lorraine smiled. Loyalist, Lorraine. That's me. Matthew was speechless, but he thought about it again. The circle of demigods in Ainder wasn't big, so there probably weren't many people. It was normal for Lorraine to be able to deceive people for a while. Matthew held the crown and looked at it carefully. After only a few seconds, his eyes felt a little stinging. It felt like he was staring at the sun. He could feel the energy contained in the crown that was hotter than the sun. That energy. It was as if it could destroy everything. So, we found the reason why Barthur only took the Holy Grail and not the crown. The Holy Grail left behind by Poole is indeed sinful and very suitable for the bloodline of demons. However, the crown is different. This is an item with great, righteous energy. Barthur was unable to control it, so he gave the Troll Prince a chance to control it. Unfortunately, the latter was unlucky and did not obtain the power of the crown in the end. Matthew speculated. Perhaps it's because the Holy Grail is more famous, and later generations subconsciously think that the crown is equally evil, so there's a misnamed name. It's possible that the trolls thought that these two items killed their god, Poole, so they vented their anger on the treasure. In their eyes, this crown is a sin. Even if it shines as brightly as the sun. At this point, Matthew couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He could feel the history and vicissitudes contained in the crown, and this feeling was melancholic. Do you want to take a look? Matthew handed the crown to Lorraine. The latter immediately waved his hand. No need. I'm not interested in other men's dicks, and it's the same for God's. Matthew was surprised. The legend of the crown and the Holy Grail should only be conceptual, right? Lorraine smiled and said nothing. After a while, he took out the book of Hebrews and a quill. The truth is that I feel that this thing is against me. If I hold it, I'll definitely be scalded. Besides, I still have to write a manuscript. As he spoke, he squatted down and began to write. Matthew had to study the crown alone. In the next second, he raised the crown in front of his face and stared at the front of the crown. The feelers of his spiritual power slowly touched the surface of the crown. However, at that moment, an extremely irritable voice exploded in Matthew's ears. This world needs to be cleansed. Look at those people. They have so many sins on them. Only the scorching sun and flood can wash away the filth of this world. The voice was extremely loud. Matthew's ears buzzed. Matthew almost took half a step back because of this. He asked calmly in his heart. Who are you? God of heaven, Poole. The irritable voice said. No, you're not. Matthew looked at the crown calmly. You're just a part of your spirituality left on the crown. You're worlds apart from the real God of heaven, Poole. The irritable voice roared. You have so many sins on you. I've already tolerated you for a long time. How dare you disrespect me now? I'm going to burn you to death. Before it finished speaking, the surface of the crown was ablaze with flames. Matthew, who was already prepared, quickly switched his healing hand to pale hand. Terrifying negative energy poured out, and a cold aura spread to the area around him. In an instant, the flames on the crown were extinguished. You don't deserve me. Take your dirty negative energy hand away. The irritable voice continued to shout in Matthew's ear. Matthew said coldly. Yes, I'm not worthy. But my toilet should be worthy of you. The crown roared. You dare. Matthew threatened mercilessly. If you continue to speak rudely and can't talk properly, I'll throw you into a manure pit and seal you for 100 years. The crown was silent for a few seconds. Then, he said in an unfriendly tone. I will not accept the threat of a necromancer. Matthew didn't give him a chance to continue. If I can do what I say, then it's not a threat anymore. In the next second, Matthew quickly opened his interdimensional space and stepped inside. He randomly found a place to dig a hole and threw the crown into it. Wait. The crown's tone was slightly flustered. I can temporarily withdraw my anger. Matthew walked away without looking back. But I can't take back my anger. Pa. He casually threw a few blood-stained shrouds into the pit and stacked a few high-purity negative energy stones beside it. After finishing all of this, Matthew directly blocked Crown's roar. This thing is even more troublesome than the Holy Grail. Matthew frowned. The Holy Grail was just a tool, a temptation, and a depravity, like a wicked witch with a venomous heart. The crown was like a complete idiot, constantly forcing the holder to do things that seemed righteous to him but were unthinkable to others. Extreme justice is indeed very hot. Matthew transferred Peggy over to personally guard the crown. He himself came to the beach at the edge of the demiplane. Compared to last time. Chapter 994, Chapter 994, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? Chapter 994, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? There were a few more wooden boxes there. However, just like last time, the wooden box was still empty. The more Matthew looked, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he kicked a wooden box. Crackling. The wooden box was smashed into pieces. Matthew felt extremely comfortable, so he kicked all the wooden boxes on the beach into pieces one after another. After doing all this, only then did his mood relax. No, my emotions seem to have been affected. Matthew rubbed his butt. When he kicked the box just now, he used too much force and couldn't stop it. His hip seemed to have a slight strain. However, it was not a big problem. He glanced at the data panel. Hint, under the influence of the god's crown, your mood has become extremely irritable. You have obtained a wisp of the power of justice from the god crown. You have acquired a new ability, Dagger of Justice. Dagger of Justice, you can throw a dagger at an enemy. The target that is injured by the dagger will be burned by the burning energy. Lasts for 30 seconds. Under the effect of the burn, the enemy's focus will continue to decrease. In particular, when you throw the dagger of justice from behind the enemy, you will cause double damage and burn duration. Remark, accumulate more power of justice, you will have the opportunity to step into the domain of justice and obtain more related abilities. Warning, the domain of justice has a strong sense of repulsion. If it cannot be successfully reconciled, it may cause damage to your other domains. It really is because of the crown. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He decisively activated his control domain to calm the remaining anger in his heart. I only had a short contact with the crown, and I obtained the ability from the domain of justice. What was that troll prince doing back then? Is it because I have mastered short weapon mastery? If I'm good at other weapons, this ability might form a characteristic that can adapt to other weapons. Matthew thought to himself. No matter what, the crown of justice was a treasure, and Matthew could draw power from it. However, extreme justice was too dazzling. If he did not have any protective measures, he might also be swallowed by this power. The sudden outburst was a warning. Perhaps I should go and learn some sealing techniques. Matthew calmed down completely. The evil demon seal could restrain the holy grail of sin, but it could not restrain the crown of justice. Therefore, he needed a new sealing spell. However, this was not difficult for Matthew. In the domain of the undead, there were many spells that could tarnish justice. When he left, he was still daydreaming. What if the crown and the Holy Grail were placed together? Forget it. These two things were left behind by the gods. Their energy is very powerful, but they need to be guided and developed. Before I become a legend, it's better not to let them meet. He returned to the floating island. Matthew looked back and saw Lorraine holding a quill and writing quickly. From the strange smile on his face from time to time, he could guess. He definitely wasn't seriously composing at the moment. As for Camilla, she was still in a daze, but the thing in her arms had changed from a golden spittoon to a golden pony. Was that a pony? Matthew looked at the bump on the back of the pony. He was a little uncertain. The two legendary big shots had their own things to do, so Matthew had no choice but to organize his spoils of war. Prince Philip's funerary objects were extremely gorgeous. A large pile of gemstones was piled up together, and they were as resplendent as the starry sky on a summer night. One look and one could tell that they were priceless. However, when Matthew really examined it, he realized. We've been tricked. The value of Prince Philip's funerary objects is far less than his two brothers on the 2 floors above. Matthew's expression was rather complicated. The reason for this was that Philip's funerary objects were mainly made of colorful flash stones. In the era of the Troll Empire, it was limited by mining methods and natural distribution. Flash stones, which were rich in elemental energy, were very precious. Each flash stone was priceless, especially the red, blue, and yellow flash stones. Prince Philip's funerary objects had a large number of red, yellow, and blue flash stones. This might have been a symbol of wealth back then. But now, times had changed. The secret of man-made flash stones had been broken through by enchantment spells, and Roderick's alchemy factory had long been able to mass-produce all kinds of high-end flash stones. After that, the value of this thing fell like a cliff. Matthew estimated that he would be lucky if he could sell the flash stones here for 200,000 gold. I heard that Soria developed artificial flash stone. At first, she was still holding on to the source and refused to let it go. Later on, as a large number of flash stones entered the market, other mages imitated them, and more artificial flash stones appeared on the market. After that, she worked with Roderick to establish the flash stone factory in the north. Matthew shook his head with a bitter smile. The final harvest this time was not as high as he had imagined. It was all Soria's fault. Of course, Prince Philip himself also had a problem. If only he could be as honest as his brothers and keep some adamantine, mithril, or other magic gems. Other than the flash stones on the ground. Matthew also found some interesting items or props. Disciple Scroll X2, by consuming this scroll, you may obtain the recognition of a random extraterrestrial sect master. After undergoing a series of tests, you will become his disciple. Chapter 995 Chapter 995, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? Chapter 995, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? When the scroll is consumed, if there is an extraterrestrial sect master beside you or you are under his gaze, you may directly become his disciple. Instructor Spear, when a humanoid creature with strength greater than 14 points and at least one arm holds this spear for a week, he will be promoted to a spear-throwing player. Transformation Talisman, when you wear this talisman, all spells and abilities within your transformation domain will be slightly enhanced. In particular, after transformation, you will obtain a layer of hidden magic shield. Only when your transformed form receives severe damage will the magic shield automatically activate and be immune to that damage. Tamaro's Illusion Ball, every week, the illusion ball will refresh the illusion target. During this period, use the transformation ability of the transformation ball, and you will transform into the target and inherit all the appearance and details of the target. Unknown Legendary Scrolls *3, your knowledge is unable to identify the true contents of these 3 legendary scrolls. Only the blood of the trolls can unlock the usage of the scrolls. Tamaro's Human Body Mystery, a book that probes the mysteries of the human body. With this book as a medium, you may be able to master the domain of flesh and blood. Matthew did not expect to find a disciple scroll here. This thing was a rare thing, and only the higher-level sect masters of the Outer Realms had the ability to make it themselves. Isabel had asked him to be the extraterritorial sect master, but he only had Lara as his disciple. And with this disciple scroll, Matthew could continue to carry forward this profession and recruit more disciples for his own use. The effects of the instructor's spear and the transformation talisman were obvious. The former could train an unlimited number of pikemen for Matthew. Although they could only produce 48 pikemen in a year, with the accumulation of time, it would definitely be considered a fortune. Matthew planned to bring it back and let the zombies try it first. If the zombies didn't work, he would find other races. The latter could increase the effect of the transformation domain, which was equivalent to having an additional layer of life-saving magic shield in the wilderness. Matthew liked it quite a bit. After checking that there were no problems, he wore it on the spot. As for Tamaro's illusion ball, it was probably just fun. Matthew looked at it. The current target of the illusion was the rooster. As long as Matthew wanted to, he could make himself look like a rooster, but in fact, he was still a human. This was the effect of illusion. Matthew estimated that although the illusion effect of this illusionary ball could not reach the legendary realm, it was definitely at the peak of the 5th rank. This was obvious. Tamaro must have been a powerful mage when she was alive. Matthew recalled. He really found Tamaro's origin in the tomb's information. So she was Prince Philip's first wife. Matthew was enlightened. Tamaro also left behind the remaining 3 legendary scrolls and the book. He carefully placed the 3 scrolls away. It was better to be safe than sorry. Who knew if there was a malicious curse attached to the scroll? As for the book, Matthew muttered to himself as he took out Tamaro's herbal mystic book. He stacked the 2 books together. The evil power was even more obvious. Flesh, voodoo poison, it's indeed not a good domain. Matthew was secretly vigilant. He cast protection from evil on himself before opening the 2 books. However, he was not done yet. Lorraine's voice came from the side. You'd better not touch those 2 books. Matthew looked back and saw that Lorraine was still chatting with Rosie. The quill in his hand was still replying, but he raised his head to look at Matthew. You can touch it, but you must take protective measures. I'm talking about good protection measures. It has to be at least a high level or higher protection against evil. Matthew retracted his hand. Do you know Tamaro? Lorraine shook his head. I don't know them, but I can sense a familiar aura from those 2 books. Do you remember Ashitana? The twilight creature that corrupted Flynn's demigod status. Everything I did in the Marsh City before was to get rid of Ashitana's brand. It's troublesome to be targeted by him. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Then, he looked at Ashitana on the list of followers and smiled bitterly. I think I've been targeted by him. I was a little confused before, but now I understand that the medium he targeted me was these 2 books. Lorraine put away his quill, got up, and walked over. If that's the case, you'll be making a loss if you don't read these 2 books properly. Anyway, I can already feel the gaze of many Twilight creators on you. It doesn't matter if you have 1 or 2 more. Matthew thought for a moment. So Prince Philip's wife, Tamaro, is actually a believer of Ashitana? Lorraine nodded. It's very possible, but the greater possibility is that Tamaro is Ashitana himself. Don't look at me with such a surprised expression. The Twilight creator will seduce anything. Let alone trolls, and they will even kill goblins as long as they can achieve their goal. Although the fall of the Troll Empire was led by Barthur and the gods, other forces might have taken the opportunity to take a share of it. Chapter 996, Chapter 996, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? Chapter 996, The Death God Likes to Drop Gold Coins Too? Ashitana is one of the more active and weaker ones among the Twilight creations. He only controls the fields of flesh and blood, voodoo, plague, and so on. He loves to create avatars to influence the human world. It was said that at its peak, Ashitana had more than a dozen incarnations walking in the prime material plane at the same time. What was even more ridiculous was, as these incarnations have no memories of each other, they have even fought each other. Lorraine explained the news about Ashitana wantonly. Matthew quickly put away the 2 books after listening. He definitely had to read these 2 books. But not now. He wasn't ready to face the Twilight creations, even if it was a spiritual imprint. At the very least, he had to obtain more divinity. As the 2 of them spoke, the Banshee Brianta's temperament changed. However, she still looked terrible. Her eyes were blank, and she couldn't stop drooling. "I'm sorry, Matthew. I miscalculated." Camilla walked over with the golden pony in her arms. The brainwashing spell backfired, and almost all of her memories were washed away. However, she doesn't know much. "If you're interested, you can ask me directly." Matthew nodded. He didn't directly ask Camilla what she had discovered during the brainwashing but made a joke. "You were holding on to these 2 gold items just now. Did you discover something?" Unexpectedly, Camilla actually nodded. "I found something." "What?" Matthew was curious. Camilla stuffed the golden pony and the golden spittoon into Matthew's arms. "These 2 things are gold-plated." Matthew weighed the item in his hand and sighed again. As expected, it was not pure gold. This meant that the profits would drop by a small margin. However, no matter how thin a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. With this mentality, Matthew still put away these 2 golden things. Then, he used the Undead contract to take Brianta. The latter had been brainwashed and lost her mind. It was very easy for her to become Matthew's Undead. Hint, you have obtained a new summoned creature, Banshee of Death Brianta. You command Brianta to open up her graveyard domain to you. The order was successful. Brianta's loyalty had dropped to 60 points. You have annexed Brianta's grave domain. During this period, a spell you mastered resonated with the grave domain. Your spell Astrid's Claw has been upgraded to Death's Touch under the enhancement of the grave domain. Compared to the original Astrid's Claw, the Touch of Death had the following additional effects. The number of tentacles has doubled, meaning that you can obtain 8 tentacles at the same time. The size, length, and number of suckers of the tentacles have been doubled. The higher the damage dealt by the Touch of Death, the older the person, and the closer the person's lifespan is to death. When the Touch of Death kills a unit over 100 years old, you may obtain a number of gold coins from the storage items carried by the target unit. Touch of Death? This spell effect increase was interesting. Matthew touched his chin. He could feel the malice of the Touch of Death towards the elderly. Could it be that the Grim Reaper also likes to bully old people? Just as he was thinking this, a strong wave of arcane energy suddenly came from the sky above Lake Island. The 3 of them sensed something and quickly looked over. A teleportation gate quickly formed in that area. Immediately after, 2 graceful figures walked out of the portal. Matthew had sharp eyes. Those were 2 demons. One of them looked familiar. Hint, you have encountered a fairy sorcerer, White. You have encountered the great fairy Tata, the incarnation of the Midnight Queen. Remark, Queen Midnight has paid special attention to you. Chapter 997, Chapter 997, Astrid Stripping Technique. Chapter 997, Astrid Stripping Technique. The 2 fairies that walked out of the portal were extremely beautiful. The one on the left was tall and had fair skin. Her beautiful eyes were moving as she looked around. Her innocent eyes had a kind of innocence and clarity. The occasional arc of the corner of her mouth gave people an extremely obedient and sweet feeling. This was the fairy warlock that Matthew had met several times before, White. Previously, the two sides had met in the dragon cultivation field of the dragon worship sect. At that time, White was Matthew's prisoner. Matthew considered that she had just joined the dragon worship sect, so he let her go. However, he found out later. The magic ship that escorted the prisoners of the dragon worship sect to the Black Suwa Mountain prison had an accident. Therefore, Matthew could be considered White's savior. The one on the right was shorter. However, in terms of appearance alone, this pure-blooded fairy was even more beautiful than White. She had a head of white and smooth long hair and a furry tail. She was wearing a bright and thin dress. The most important thing was, her figure was very domineering. She was short and had a hot body. In the eyes of some mages who specialized in the domain of fairies, she was an out-and-out top-grade creature. Matthew also cast more of his gaze on this great vixen. This was not because of the latter's outstanding appearance but because this great demon had a greater background. She was the incarnation of the Midnight Queen. Queen Midnight was an extraterrestrial sect master who could compete with the god of midnight for authority. Matthew didn't know much about great fairies. However, he also knew some common sense. For example, a fairy warlock like White, who looked more like a human, was actually the offspring of a human male and a fairy female. According to the calculations of the other races, she should be considered a half-fairy. However, there was no such thing as a half-fairy in the concept of great fairies. They believed that a goblin could only give birth to a goblin. However, according to the results of marriages between different races, they would divide their descendants into many subspecies. Those who were born with humanoid creatures were humanoid fairies. Fairy dragons were born with true dragons. And so on. The root cause of this was that the great fairies who came into contact with the outside world were all women. In order to make up for the lack of men, they would vigorously attract males from other races to reproduce. Due to the stubbornness of the fairy bloodline, even a race like the true dragon, which had the ability to reproduce and penetrate, could not change the fairy attributes of their descendants. Therefore, this method of reproduction had not changed in the past tens of millions of years. As for the male fairies, most of them would die on the spot because their magic power was too weak. Therefore, most of the faces in the great fairies were female. This extremely cruel screening method was quite similar to the drows in the Underdark. However, unlike drow, great fairies often gave people the impression of innocence and absurdity. Because they had lived in the arcane wilderness for a long time, they possessed powerful magic powers and were also the targets of many big forces competing for marriage. "It's you?" White noticed Matthew. "Do you know him?" The great fairy called Tasha also focused her charming eyes on Matthew. White's expression froze when he saw her expression. "I owe him a favor." Tasha smiled and said, "I don't like owing others favors. If I were you, I would go and kill him now. That way, I won't have to owe him any more favors." White's expression changed. She tiptoed nervously as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Seeing her like this, Tasha's sweet face revealed an exaggerated smile that did not match her temperament. "Of course, I'm joking. How could we kill someone just because of this? We fairies love to joke around. You won't mind, right?" For the last sentence, Tasha looked at Matthew. Matthew replied calmly, "I'm relieved to hear that. I'm sure you won't mind when my friend makes fun of you later." He patted Lorraine on the shoulder. The latter made an awesome gesture. "Of course, no one is better at joking than me. Not even fairies." The exaggerated smile on Tasha's face slowly disappeared. She obviously understood Matthew's meaning. Tasha was about to say something when an anxious voice suddenly came from the lake beside her. "Miss White, please save my brothers." Everyone looked over and saw a few small boats floating on the pitch-black lake. On the boats lay 6 figures whose lives were unknown. The only survivor was the guy with the red headscarf. His body was wet, and there were many magic materials and 6 shattered magic gems on the boat. There was also a torn scroll beside it. It was obvious He was the one who opened the portal. It was only then that Matthew remembered that other than the kobolds, there were also mercenaries from Swordwinter who were on the island. However, the lava banshee's attack was too sudden. 6 of them were directly burned by the flames. Although they were brought to the small boat by the red headscarf, they were currently on the verge of death. "Did you find what I wanted?" White asked coldly. The red headscarf said awkwardly. "I haven't. We just arrived here and—" White interrupted. "If not, why should I help you? You can't even do the most basic things well. Why should I save a bunch of trash?" Chapter 998 Chapter 998, Astrid Stripping Technique. Chapter 998, Astrid Stripping Technique. The red headscarf looked embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and begged White for help, but the 2 fairies were indifferent. A mocking smile appeared on Tasha's face. Matthew was not surprised. The Great Fairies were one of the races that knew how to curry favor with the powerful and bully the weak. They were usually respectful to the strong and willing to be slaves, but in front of the weak, they would not hide their love for bullying and sadistic nature. "Those people are going to die soon," Camilla suddenly reminded him. The red headscarf looked desperate, while Lorraine sighed softly. "If you go and beg those 2 fairies, why don't you beg this lady beside me? Although she's not as good-looking as them, I'm afraid no one here is better at saving people than her." White looked at Lorraine with dissatisfaction. "These are our people. Are you sure you want to interfere?" However, when her gaze turned to Matthew, her tone softened a little. "Of course, I can give you face. If you want to do him a favor. I have to remind you that the burns on their bodies are not so easy to treat. I can feel very active magic energy. Only by completely removing that magic energy will they have a chance to recover completely." Matthew didn't say anything. He was observing Tasha and thinking about the purpose of the fairy sect master's visit. At this moment, the red headscarf finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned to look at Camilla and begged loudly. "If you are willing to save them, I can give you all our wealth. I will always remember this favor and do my best to repay it for the rest of my life." Camilla shook her head. "I can save you. I don't want your wealth, nor do I need you to remember my kindness. I only need the 6 people I saved to believe in my God after they recover." Gods? Perhaps this term was a little unfamiliar to the red headscarf, but he was still stunned for 2 to 3 seconds before he reacted. Sure. I will believe in your God." Camilla nodded slightly. Just as she was about to make a move, a nimble figure flew over the lake like a breeze. It was Tasha. The silver dress on Tasha's body flashed with starlight on the lake. Her slender little hands conjured up crystal clear beans one after another. Tasha placed the beans between the lips of the 6 unconscious people and had them swallow them. Not long after, the 6 of them released healing power one after another. That power was extremely powerful. Even Camilla was slightly surprised. This is the resurrection immortal bean. As long as the person who eats it is still breathing, even if his head is chopped off, even if part of his body has been turned into a pile of meat paste, he can still survive and recover. Tasha said lightly with the red headscarf. After that, I will send them to a place for training. As long as they pass the training and assessment, they can become the agent of the arcane wilderness in the main material world. Of course, you will be included. As she spoke, she handed the 7th crystal clear immortal bean to the red headscarf. The red headscarf grabbed the immortal bean with a face full of disbelief. He first went to check on the condition of the other 6 brothers and obtained a good observation result. He wanted to express his gratitude to Queen Tasha on the spot. However, Tasha did not look at them again. She waved her hand and said, "Hurry up and leave. Carry them into the portal and wait for my news." The red headscarf quickly nodded in agreement. However, he looked up and saw that the portal was in midair. He was alone now, and it seemed a little difficult for him to carry 6 unconscious people in. Seeing that Tasha and White were not willing to talk to him anymore, The red headscarf gritted his teeth and took out a roll of rope. He was about to tie them one by one to himself before sending them out. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the sky-floating island. Immediately after, a huge flying shadow flew over. It was a winged dragon wind god. Don't be nervous. I'm just giving you a ride. Under the red headscarf's surprised and touched gaze, Matthew quickly grabbed the figures with his claws and put them into the portal one by one. When it was the last one's turn, the red headscarf said gratefully, "No need, I can do it myself." However, the winged dragon wind god completely ignored his protest. Whoosh! Matthew grabbed the red headscarf with his huge claws and threw it into the portal. After doing all this, only then did he fly back to the floating island and slowly remove his wilderness form. White looked at Matthew with bright eyes. "You're quite kind-hearted." Matthew glanced at the data panel and smiled without saying a word. Hint, you have exiled your peers from Swordwinter. You have completed more additional targets for your quest, peers meet, and your eyes are red with envy. The duration of your ability, Nature's Giant Spirit, has been increased by 10 seconds. Current duration, 50 seconds. As expected, throwing them out without any malice could also be considered a form of exile. Matthew was secretly pleased. He came back to his senses. He looked at the curious White and the mysterious Tasha. "If you're here for Prince Philip's burial items, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Chapter 999, Chapter 999, Astrid Stripping Technique. Chapter 999, Astrid Stripping Technique. His words were a clear indication of his attitude towards the two fairies. This place already had an owner. The same was true of Prince Philip's burial objects. White said unhappily, "Although you saved my life, don't be so impudent." "Do you know who she is?" Matthew nodded. "The Queen of Midnight of the Arcane Wilderness, the extraterrestrial suzerain of many sorcerers. Her alias is Tasha, but your real name should be Natasha, right?" Natasha was a fairy with profound magic power. She had lived for a long time, and her strength was unfathomable. The famous Natasha's wild laughter was her masterpiece. White was shocked. Natasha was very calm. She blinked her eyes and suddenly asked Matthew, "Are you interested in going to the Arcane Wilderness?" Her attitude when she spoke to Matthew was completely different from when she spoke to the red headscarf. Matthew could feel the gentleness and a little seduction from her. Hence, he nodded. "Of course. But not now." Due to the unusually abundant ether, the Arcane Wilderness was a paradise for mages, but it was also a highly dangerous place. Not only were there a large number of fairies but there were also creatures from other outer planes. Even the main body of the Mad Second Hand was sealed on that fertile land. There was a strange rule in the Arcane Wilderness. If a legendary mage wanted to visit the Arcane Wilderness, he would be targeted by all the natives. They had to go through many tests before they could officially enter the depths of the Arcane Wilderness. However, if a mage below legendary visited the Arcane Wilderness, they would be warmly welcomed by the Aborigines. A large part of the natives here referred to the fairies. However, there was something strange. According to incomplete statistics, at least 2/3 of the non-legendary mages went missing on the spot after visiting the Arcane Wilderness or lost contact with them after that. Some of them went crazy not long after they returned. The missing mages. Many people thought that they were addicted to magic and could not extricate themselves. In the end, they were stuck in the mud and could not escape. Of course, it was more believable to say that it wasn't the charm of magic that made them sink into the mud but the gentleness of the fairies. As for the legendary mages, they were very secretive about the special outer plane of the Arcane Wilderness. Even in the internal information of the Seven Saint Alliance, Matthew couldn't find any more records. According to his personal preparations, it was necessary to go to the Arcane Wilderness before becoming a legend. However, he had to make sufficient preparations. "It's better to choose the right time." Natasha smiled and said, "I'll bring you over to take a look now, okay?" I guarantee that there will be something fun waiting for you. As she spoke, her short and domineering figure slowly flew over. Her fair hand was spread out from afar, and she was about to hold Matthew's hand. However, she had only flown halfway. Her movement stopped. It was because Matthew had an unassuming shovel in his hand. At the same time, a mini comet emitting a light blue light also began to revolve around Matthew at high speed. The skull of Augustus emitted a dangerous and cold aura. The temperature in the air seemed to drop abruptly. White couldn't help but tighten her body as she watched from afar. Her fairy instincts allowed her to detect an extremely dangerous signal. "Lady Tasha." White called out softly. "What are you doing?" Natasha turned around impatiently, a hint of anger in her eyes. White immediately understood. Hence, she answered shyly. "No matter what, Mr. Matthew is my savior." Natasha snorted and immediately flew back. "For your sake, I won't argue with him." Seeing this scene, the white light that had just lit up on Camilla's body quickly dimmed, and Lorraine's right hand once again put the piccolo back on his waist. The three of them could clearly sense it. At that moment, Natasha seemed to really want to snatch him away. However, the trio's reaction made her decisively give up on this idea. As for White's words, it just gave her a way out. Although she is the enemy of the Midnight God, the Fairy Queen is not a kind person either. Matthew was secretly vigilant. However, there were two legends beside him. After Natasha failed to probe, she probably would not dare to open fire with them. "Why are you here?" Matthew turned to White. White rolled her eyes and stole a glance at Natasha. She said in a clear voice, "We're here to find one thing. It's that golden pony behind you. We're willing to exchange a treasure with you." "Golden pony?" Matthew looked back at the strange-looking thing in surprise. "Are you sure it's this thing? It's just gold-plated on the outside." While he was talking with White, Matthew even exchanged opinions with Lorraine through their eyes. Both Camilla and Lorraine agreed to give the golden pony to Natasha and White. It seemed that they did not want to have a conflict with the Fairy Queen's clone. "I have a magic book here. You should be able to use it," White said. "Give me the golden pony, and this spell book is yours." Matthew thought for a moment. "These spoils of war are not mine alone. If you want to exchange something with me, then my two friends should have something to gain as well." Chapter 1000 Astrid Stripping Technique. Chapter 1000 Astrid Stripping Technique. White put her hands on her hips in dissatisfaction. "This item is worthless to you. It's already very profitable to exchange for this magic book." Natasha interrupted her. "Give them 2 immortal beans." Matthew looked at Camilla and Lorraine. They nodded slightly. Thus, the deal was made. The trio handed over the golden pony, the other two received a resurrection immortal bean, and Matthew received a magic book. He checked. A happy smile appeared on his face. Without a doubt, this was a magic book from the Feast Sect Inn. In other words, it was a treasure that could allow one to master a natural spellcasting ability by eating it. However, his attention was not on the magic book at the moment. After White obtained the golden pony, she immediately handed it over to Natasha. Natasha took out a shiny dagger and slashed at the pony's back. Puff! After a soft sound, the bulge on the horse's back was cut off. Immediately after, Natasha held the gold-plated bulge in her hands, and her hands lit up with pale blue flames. The flames slightly burned the metal on the surface. Under Natasha's extraordinary magic manipulation, drops of gold liquid flowed down from the surface of the bulge. She just let the golden liquid fall onto the surface of her palms. She looked at her palms in a daze. A moment later, as the golden liquid completely flowed out, Natasha's eyes were misty. Matthew and the other two, who had been staring at her palm, also revealed a horrified expression. Because after removing the gold-plated surface, there was actually a miniature humanoid creature hidden inside. However, he had died many years ago. That's a fairy. Matthew's voice was a little distorted because he was too surprised. She is my grandmother. Natasha's voice was calm, but Matthew could hear the uncontrollable hatred in her words. I know very little of her, but I know how she died. A long, long time ago. She rode a fairy horse to visit her good friend. As a result, they encountered a giant mage who had intruded into the arcane wilderness on the way. One of the mages simply thought that my grandmother's writing was very funny, so he used magic to freeze them and then poured gold water into them on the spot. I've been searching for them. Today, my wish is finally fulfilled. Thank you. As she spoke, the blue flames in Natasha's hands continued to roast the golden pony. After the juice dripped off the latter's body, an extremely cute fairy horse was revealed. Whether it was the fairy horse or Natasha's grandmother, they all had cheerful smiles on their faces. Obviously, at that moment, they did not notice the arrival of death. This scene caused the trio to fall silent. The brutality of the trolls was indeed despicable. At this moment, Matthew suddenly realized that even without the conspiracy of the gods, the troll empire would have fallen apart sooner or later. Natasha's emotions came and went quickly. She wiped her tears and suddenly said to Matthew cheerfully, "The arcane wilderness is always open to you. If you want to find me, you can go to Sword Winter City to find White or go to Cannon City to find a great fairy called Felic. They will guide you." After saying that, she waved at White, and the latter and Matthew nodded. The two sprites immediately flew toward the portal. Just as the two of them were about to enter the door, Natasha suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "For Grandma's sake, I'll share a piece of information with you for free. The reason why the Green Dragon Fat Tina suddenly recruited grave robbers to explore this underground palace is because she wants to use the aura of a living person to disrupt the balance of the underground palace's elemental field. The further you explore in the underground palace, the more seriously this balance will be disrupted. She wanted to wake up an old lady who was hiding in Jade Capital City by doing this. However, she did not dare to confirm it herself. Therefore, she could only probe him in a roundabout way. If my guess is correct, that old fellow is currently awakening." After saying this, the two fairies disappeared into the portal. "Old thing?" The three of them looked at each other. Camilla nodded and said, "It should be that immemorial green dragon. She has been missing for many years. It is very likely that she took the risk of entering Jade Capital City for some reason. When I was brainwashing Brianta, I saw this scene. The ancient green dragon once broke into the underground palace and took away a part of the sacrificial objects. Those sacrificial objects were left behind by Tamaro. It contains a large number of professional books on death, flesh, voodoo, and other domains." Matthew thought for a moment. "Is she dying?" Camilla shook her head. Lorraine muttered, "No one knows how long that ancient dragon can live, but she has indeed been active in this world for more than 3,000 years. Matthew clapped his hands. "So, if Queen Natasha is not joking with us, we might run into an ancient green dragon at any time, or rather, a Dracolic?" Dracolics were extremely terrifying creatures. This was especially true for Dracolics, who had been transformed from immemorial dragons. Their strength was at least at the legendary level, because they were proficient in draconic magic. The combat power of a Dracolic was definitely above that of an ordinary lich. If he could choose, Matthew would rather fight the immemorial green dragon head-on than run into a newly transformed Dracolic. As for the former, he had just obtained the touch of death, so he could try to see if it could trigger an insta-kill. As for the latter, even if they were as strong as the trio, they had to be prepared to run away at any time. "Don't be nervous. The more powerful a dragon is, the harsher the requirements for transforming into a dragon lich." Lorraine was very calm. "Anyway, I'll definitely be able to run away when the time comes, and I'll run faster than the two of you." Matthew was a little speechless, and then he looked at Camilla. Unexpectedly, the latter also said in a serious manner, "I'm also very good at running. The stronger one is, the better they are at escaping. Because you'll always meet enemies you can't defeat, right? Matthew said nothing. He directly erected a teleportation tombstone on the sky-floating island. Be prepared to run away at any time. Immediately after. He then placed the magic book in his palm, his teeth trembling slightly as he drooled. But at this moment, Lorraine suddenly came over. Spellbooks from the feast section? How do you think this magic book is made? Matthew was stunned. He had never considered this question before, so he asked. How? Lorraine blinked. I don't know exactly how it was made, but you should have heard that many mages went to the arcane wilderness and never came back, right? The number of spellbooks produced by the Feast Sect Lodge is limited every year, and there's no pattern to the number of books produced every year. What do you think is the reason? Of course, all of this is just rumors and speculation. There's nothing wrong with the spellbook itself. I just think that you should have the right to know about it. Also, if you really want to go to the arcane wilderness, you must be prepared. I don't want you to be made into a magic book and eaten one day. After saying this, he shook his head and walked to the side. He took out the book of Hebrews and began to write on it with a strange smile. Only Matthew stood where he was, looking at the spellbook in his hand with an uncertain expression. Strip, Tier 5. After mastering this skill, you can instantly strip off all the target's clothes, armor, weapons, and props. The target will enter a barehanded state for 16 seconds. Chapter 1001 Chapter 1001, I Am God. Chapter 1001, I Am God. The reason why Matthew was slightly hesitant was not because of the way the spellbook was made. Even though what Lorraine said was terrifying, every magic book might have the life of a mage behind it, Matthew had always been an extremely pragmatic person. His bottom line was unbreakable and flexible. Therefore, he wasn't particularly upset. The fundamental reason why he hesitated was that when he had the thought of swallowing this magic book, he could smell a very strong smell. The smell was extremely stinky, 100 times more stinky than stinky tofu. Matthew opened his spellbook. Sure enough, there was a description from the Feast Sect Inn. Congratulations on winning the lottery. This book records a highly rare spell. We believe that only rarer delicacies and more bizarre smells deserve such a spell. So it's as you heard. This is a delicacy with the smell of a dragon's armpit and the taste of an exploding sweet egg tart. Please enjoy, Zizi, Chief Chef. It was this guy again. The last time Matthew ate the food to incite rebellion, it was also made by this Zizi. He guessed that this Zizi must be a very famous fairy in the arcane wilderness. But then again, do dragons also have body odor? With this thought in mind, Matthew hesitated for a moment, then he held his breath, opened his mouth, and started chewing. Unexpectedly, the taste of this magic book was surprisingly good. It was as if he was really eating a pile of egg tarts. The thing that was criticized was that this thing was too sweet. That sweet feeling made Matthew sick of it. He couldn't help but take a few breaths while eating. As a result, the strong stench entered his nose, and the taste unexpectedly became a little refreshing. In order to neutralize the sweetness, Matthew couldn't help but take a few more breaths. And during this process, he suddenly felt that the taste from before did not seem to be so difficult to accept. Matthew quickly finished the spellbook. Just like last time. During the process of consuming it, a large amount of knowledge surged into Matthew's mind. This knowledge could be instantly transformed into spells. After eating everything, he had mastered a natural spellcasting ability, Astrid stripping technique. Matthew closed his eyes. He carefully searched through all the details of this spell in his mind. Without a doubt, this was a very powerful spell. Because it was a natural spellcasting ability, it could be used immediately without the need for casting materials and complicated steps. Matthew loved to use his ability to cast spells. This spell could strip the target of all items, including items and equipment. This meant that it could greatly reduce the opponent's combat strength. For most professions, losing their weapons was already a difficult task, not to mention that the strip skill covered all the items on their bodies. It could be said that all professions except the monk would be in trouble when facing Matthew's strip skill. Especially in the middle of a mage civil war. The value of the strip technique was infinitely increased. A mage without equipment. Just thinking about it was hilarious. Of course, this spell was not omnipotent. First of all, it could be countered, reflected, offset, or exempted. This meant that this spell would not be so useful against legendary units with high magic resistance. Other than that, among the non-legendary units, if the other party had a high resistance to the transformation domain, then it was possible to directly avoid this spell. The last point. If the target had strong goodwill towards the caster, this spell would not work. It might even cause a backlash. In other words, he would lose all his items and items within 16 seconds. Why can't it be used on friendly targets? Matthew was also puzzled about this. Could it be that Astrid, who created a series of notorious necromancy spells, was a pure person? No matter what. He had to be careful when using this spell on unfamiliar targets. Perhaps, before I use this spell, I can do something to provoke the other party and dispel their goodwill. Soon, Matthew found a way to crack it. Of course. He thought that he would not use such a despicable method like stripping on a target who was truly kind to him, right? Therefore, there was no need to worry too much about a backlash in this area. After digesting the spellbook, the three of them arrived at the ring above the sky-floating island. There were 3 coffins here. From the tombstones beside them, it could be clearly recognized that the 3 coffins belonged to Prince Philip himself, his wife Tamaro, and Prince Philip's best friend and lover, Enzo. Wait. Matthew pointed at the troll text on the stone tablet. Are you sure you didn't translate it wrong? Camilla blinked. I don't think so, right? Didn't you notice that these 3 coffins are the same size? So there's no reason for the remaining body to be the child's or someone else's, right? Matthew was speechless. So, was this world like this from the beginning? The Chaos Lock was not an excuse for the mages to indulge in their own behavior, was it? Matthew immediately summoned 2 undead to open the coffin. However, to their surprise, the 3 coffins on the ring were all empty. One of them had obvious signs of being moved. Chapter 1002 Chapter 1002, I'm a god. Chapter 1002, I'm a god. Someone beat me to it? Matthew frowned. Is it that immemorial green dragon? Camilla shook her head. It's not her. Matthew said thoughtfully. Could it be that necromancer? Camilla nodded slightly. Then, she quickly said. I know what you want to ask, but I can't describe him. He's too terrifying. I don't even dare to say his name. In my opinion, he possesses extremely powerful strength. He might even be in existence on the same level as the great god of the first moon. When she said these words, Camilla's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes became a little messy. As if she felt some kind of powerful pressure, even her language became unsmooth. Matthew and Lorraine looked at each other. Both of them realized how terrifying that necromancer was. After all, what Camilla had just said was blasphemy to a priest. The fact that she dared to use such a description was enough to prove the value of the necromancer who left the treasure chest. I can sense a very strong ancient aura from his body. It is very likely that he does not belong to the present world. Moreover, he has been to many worlds. Camilla slowly added. A long time ago, I heard from the god of the new moon that there are some higher dimensional existences that can return between the multiverses. I think that the necromancer is one of them. He might not even have come to this universe but only walked in the higher dimensions, inadvertently leaving such footprints in our world. It's hard for me to describe this knowledge. The simpler way to express it is that he should have left similar footprints in many tombs in this world. These footprints may be the treasure chest that we found before or some items, knowledge, or treasures from another world. He probably left these behind on purpose. I don't know why he did it. I only know that his footprints lead me in a certain direction. Next, I will follow in his footsteps. But this time, it ends here. After saying this, a deep sense of fatigue appeared on Camella's face. If you have any other questions, ask me now. I'll answer them according to the situation. She added. Matthew could feel the uneasiness in her eyes. Hence, he asked simply. Is that necromancer a space necromancer? I mean, he should have some connection with the Unto Empire, right? Camella hesitated. Then, she nodded her head gently. But in the next second, her eyes started to bleed. Seeing this scene, the two of them dared not ask more. They all let Camella rest. At this point, although it was not perfect, considering the safety aspect, the first archaeological trip of the Underground Alliance was nearing its end. Matthew originally wanted to explore the possible sea gate at the bottom of the cliff. However, Camella was not in a good state, and there was a Dracolic eyeing them covetously. It was better to stop while he was ahead. Matthew found 2 hidden places nearby and made a spell coordinate. In the future, he could teleport over at any time. Of course, due to the green barrier, it would cost more than 3 times the teleportation fee to teleport from the outside world to the underground palace. There was not enough value. It was impossible for Matthew to come back a second time in the short term. Next, he went to the edge of the cliff and asked the elite undead to use their own methods to transport a portion of the zombies over. After that, he began to move the empty tombstones left here on a large scale. After finishing all of this, Matthew seriously swept through the underground palace on the upper 2 floors again. 3 hours later, after confirming that no fish had escaped the net, Matthew planned to return to Rolling Stone Town through the teleportation tombstone. At this moment, 3 familiar figures walked down from the top of the underground palace. Their movements were agile and familiar. Matthew looked at it. It was Hero Bandit Stanley and his 2 underlings. Didn't you guys go to the Jade Capital City? Matthew looked at the 3 of them. Stanley nodded. We followed the agreement and sent Lyndon to the core area of Jade Capital City. We didn't encounter anything unusual along the way. After doing all this, we returned the way we came. I kept feeling that there was something wrong with the core area of the palace. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at us from behind. This place is a little too strange. After thinking about it, I felt that it was safer to come to you. You must have a way to leave, right? Lorraine smiled. Didn't you just come for the teleportation gate? Don't tell me you didn't prepare a random teleportation scroll. Stanley said without changing his expression. The scroll is very expensive and unstable. I plan to save it for the next operation. Lorraine asked. So, can you accept that this operation has failed? Stanley said calmly. In our line of work, it's normal to return empty-handed. You'll only have another chance if you're alive. I keep feeling that this time is too strange. Fortunately, I met you guys. I wanted to persuade Daisy to leave with us, but she refused. At that time, I felt a little regretful. But along the way, I recalled some things and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Now that I think about it, it might be our greatest fortune that she didn't accept my invitation. Chapter 1003, Chapter 1003, I am a god. Chapter 1003, I am a god. Matthew narrowed his eyes. Why do you say that? Stanley was conflicted. At first, I sympathized with Daisy and felt sorry for her. But after thinking about it, she's the only one who can tolerate someone as annoying as Lyndon. Obviously, she's not a normal person. Moreover, when I walked through the ruins of Jade Capital City, I kept feeling that Daisy's aura had undergone a subtle change. That feeling is difficult to describe. Just as Stanley was thinking hard about the adjectives, Camella, who was resting at the side, suddenly strode over. Did you encounter any special creatures or touch any strange objects when you entered the Jade Capital City? Stanley was stunned. Why do you say that? Camilla said expressionlessly. Don't you feel that your shoulders are a little heavy? I remember that the three of you didn't have the habit of hunchbacks before, right? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He also suddenly realized that compared to before, Stanley and the other two were slightly hunched. This point was actually very easy to overlook. Because the three of them looked a little tired, it was hard to say that it was abnormal for a person to stand slightly less tense when they were tired. But ever since Camilla pointed it out, Matthew's perception began to frantically be on alert. My shoulder? Stanley hadn't reacted yet. Camilla put her hands together and rubbed them hard. Holy light spell. It was accompanied by a dazzling white light that illuminated everything. 3 skeleton monsters that were half the height of a human appeared on their shoulders. These 3 skeletons looked like monkeys. The soul fire inside their skulls condensed into pitch-black eyes, and their eyes looked extremely vicious. However, under the effect of the holy light spell, the movements of these 3 skeleton monsters seemed to be a little slow. Warning, you have encountered the Dragon Lich's slave, the Cursed Skull X3. What is this thing? Get off me. Stanley and the other two scratched their backs nervously. But at this moment, the 3 monkey-like resentful skeletons suddenly jumped down. They let out a strange cry and then pounced towards Matthew and the other two. Facing the menacing cursed skull, Matthew flipped his wrist, the shovel in his hand, and directly slashed at the face. It pierced. The shovel sliced off the skull of the cursed skull in an incomparably smooth manner, and even the soul fire inside was instantly shattered. The second skull pounced at Lorraine. The latter casually took out his piccolo, and then a white light shone. The piccolo in Lorraine's hand suddenly turned into a flintlock. There was a loud bang. White smoke and fine bullets came out of the gun barrel. It directly shattered the upper body of the skull. As for Camilla, she stood rooted to the ground. The cursed skull pounced on her, and the latter pressed down on the other party's head before pushing it against her own head. Walala. The pitiful resentful skull was instantly smashed into powder. The cursed skull's strength was not considered strong. However, his concealment ability was excellent. Wanting to pose a threat to the trio was indeed a little wishful thinking. However, at this moment, black smoke suddenly rose from the 3 resentful skulls' corpses. The black smoke gathered together. It condensed into a very scary and strange face. I'll remember your auras. He he he. Matthew blew hard, and the black smoke instantly dispersed. Stanley and the other two looked shocked as if they hadn't realized what had happened. Camilla said seriously. This is a warning from the Dracolic. Matthew nodded. So Lyndon and Daisy have fallen into her hands. Camilla said. Most likely. Her original plan was probably to kill all the entrants, but because our strength exceeded her imagination, she was also afraid of us. That's why she hid and tried to scare us away. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Stanley seemed to understand now. Dracolic? Is there a Dracolic nearby? She tried to scare you away? So what do you plan to do? Matthew muttered. We plan to do as she wishes. The Dracolic was not their target. It was unwise to have a sudden legendary duel when Camilla was not in good condition. Moreover, Lyndon and Daisy's identities were a little special. If Stanley or someone else had fallen into the hands of the Dracolic, the 3 of them might have been able to negotiate with it. However, if it was these 2 people, Matthew's willingness in this aspect would decrease a lot. Let's leave this place directly. Matthew made a decisive decision. As for the green dragon, Fat Tina, he did have the intention to slay a dragon. Later on, he thought that it was good to keep her around. At the very least, she could distract Jade Court. Otherwise, who knew what the elves would do? In his thoughts, Matthew skillfully used the teleportation tombstone to open a portal to Rolling Stone Town. You guys go first. Matthew pointed at Stanley and the other two. When they passed through the portal, Matthew also very naturally pushed the 3 of them behind their backs. This action made the three of them feel a little strange. However, they soon understood. Is he afraid that we won't be used to it since we haven't made a teleportation gate before? This necromancer is quite enthusiastic. On the other side of the portal, Matthew looked at the data bar and smiled with satisfaction. Hint, you have exiled your peers from Jewel Bay. You have completed the ultimate goal of your quest, peers meet, eyes red. Chapter 1004, Chapter 1004, I am a god. Chapter 1004, I am a god. The duration of your ability, Nature's Giant Spirit, has been increased by 10 seconds. Perfect completion of the submission. You have received an additional reward from the Grave Domain. Ability, Temporary Imitation. Temporary Imitation, when you transform into a nature spirit in wilderness form, you can make one of your cemetery units gain the same size as you, but the duration is only 10 seconds. Matthew was naturally in a very good mood after completing the peer mission perfectly and even obtaining an additional reward. He had the zombies return through the portal one by one. After sending away all the undead, only then did the three of them pass through the portal. Matthew could not help but heave a sigh of relief when his feet landed on the ground of the cemetery. It seems that the Dracolic is eager for us to leave, so it didn't stop us. Just as he thought about this, Matthew suddenly noticed a figure that didn't look very harmonious among the zombies. Just a glance. He recognized that it was not his zombie. Is that the Dracolica's spy? Matthew didn't say anything. First, he calmly counted all the zombies in secret to make sure that the other zombies were fine. After that, he thought of an interesting idea. Matthew secretly found the mother of the slaves, Myosaxi. He arranged the follow-up work for this zombie who was fishing in troubled waters. The ruins of the Jade Capital City. In a dark basement. The sound of dripping water echoed in the small room. Coupled with the strange hissing sound coming from the ceiling, it formed a depressing and terrifying atmosphere. Lyndon and Daisy stood in the corner of the room. Their bodies looked a little stiff, and it was obvious that they had lost control of themselves. On the ceiling, a ball of black gas wandered around like a headless fly. Then, it suddenly sank. It barely condensed the image of a humanoid creature. The two of you are here for me, right? The Dracolica's voice was deep, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Lyndon looked dumbfounded. Instead, Daisy greeted him calmly. Long time no see, Stephanie. The Dracolic said coldly. You know my name, but I don't feel any familiar aura from you. You don't even have a trace of spirituality. What's going on? Daisy said in a relaxed tone. I'm just an ordinary person. This is the only way I can hide from the world. My memory has also been cut. Other than what I need to do, I can't remember anything else. But you guessed right. I'm indeed here for you. The Dracolica's gaze instantly turned cruel. Who exactly are you? Why are you looking for me? Daisy smiled bitterly. I told you, I don't remember who I am. I only know what I have to do. I only have one purpose for coming here, and that is to bring him to you. Daisy couldn't move either. But the he she was referring to was obviously Lyndon, who was in the same room as her. Hearing this, Lyndon panicked. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand your conversation? The Dracolic looked at Lyndon impatiently. So, who are you? The latter stammered. I'm just a down-and-out archaeologist. Daisy smiled and introduced. Do you still remember the tragedy that forced the Wood Elves to move their capital? Very few people know that the initiator of the tragedy was not the Wood Elves themselves, but Nicholas, the Night Elf King who went to the Jade Capital City as a guest at that time. After that, for some reason, Nicholas did not throw himself into the light transformation pond to end his sinful life. Instead, he chose to use the Sea Elf reincarnation spell to reincarnate. And he is the reincarnation of the Night Elf King Nicholas. You should know his use, right? Hearing this, Lyndon was shocked. Aren't I the king of the Wood Elves? Then, he pondered in a low voice. The Night Elf King seems to be better. Night elves have always been a little nobler than wood elves. But in the next second, the Dracolich suddenly flew behind Linden. A short knife appeared in her hand, and she slashed down. Linden's head fell to the ground without warning. Immediately after, his soul was extracted by the Dracolich. Vaguely, one could also see the golden light in Linden's soul. Under Linden's terrified gaze, the Dracolich quickly took out a long-mouthed teapot and chanted a spell to absorb the soul. Bang! The teapot was tightly covered. Ding-dong-dong sounds came from inside, and after a while, there was no more movement. His soul is indeed very useful. I think I know what you want me to do, but why should I be at your mercy? Dragon Lich Stephanie flew to Daisy's side. Now, give me a reason not to kill you. Daisy smiled. You can kill me directly. Anyway, my mission has been completed. I was born in this world in advance and have already enjoyed the joy of the mortal world for decades. I've lived enough. The Dracolich was silent for a moment. Suddenly, her pale eyes lit up. So it's you. Omodochi. Daisy looked curious. Is my original name Omodochi? Stephanie nodded. Chapter 1005, I'm a god. Chapter 1005, I'm a god. Your main identity in the Outer Planes is the evil spirit lord, Omodochi. Only a few people know that Omodochi is just a cover. Your true identity is the joy god of the Heavenly Family Palace. At this point, her gaze became a little complicated. When I was still an immemorial dragon, I pursued you for many years. But you rejected me every time. Now, you are mine. After saying that, she released Daisy's immobilizing spell and hugged the latter in her arms. Daisy let out an extremely charming grunt. Then, she said with a faint smile. Lich? Can you still do it? Pa. Stephanie suddenly flew into a rage and slapped Daisy. Bitch. The latter fell to the ground. A bright red and green claw mark immediately appeared on his face. Daisy was not angry. Instead, she looked at Stephanie provocatively. Can you use more force? The Dracolich snorted coldly. I don't have time to play with you right now. The spies I sent out should have already mixed into the nest of those outsiders. Let me see where these people come from. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a huge crystal ball in the room. The crystal ball spun slowly. It displayed everything that the zombie, who was acting as an eye, could perceive. What are they doing? These zombies are farming? The scene in front of her not only surprised Stephanie but even Daisy came over curiously. They saw that the spy zombie was being asked to reclaim a piece of land with farming tools. Not far away, many zombies were busy working. The one closest to him seemed to be his partner, a zombie with a special aura. This zombie is a little special. Stephanie keenly noticed her partner's abnormality. She couldn't help but control the zombie spy to approach the other party. Immediately after, she then released a portion of her spiritual power. She wanted to parasitize this zombie remotely through a dragon language spell that had the effect of soul parasitism. Accompanied by the Dracolica's whisper. The scene displayed in the crystal ball changed from the surrounding environment to the spiritual space of the abnormal zombie. Let me see what the background of your zombie is. The Dracolich snorted coldly. She brazenly chose to forcefully parasitize him. In the next second, the crystal ball turned into a mist. The Dracolich pierced through the mist with her mental strength, trying to attach her consciousness to the zombie. But at that moment, a bright light dispersed all the fog. A great fear struck the Dragon Lich's heart. When the inconceivable screams rang out in the room, the crystal ball was already shining brightly. That was a radiance as warm as the sun. Ah! The Dracolica's body rapidly collapsed like snow under the sun. The crystal ball shattered into pieces. After a very long time, she was slowly resurrected with the phylactery hidden in the dark. She returned to the room. The Dracolich looked at Daisy, who was laughing with a gloomy expression. "What are you laughing at?" Daisy stopped smiling. "I was just thinking, what was with that zombie just now?" The Dracolich said solemnly. "That's a god. Damn it, why did a god become the slave of a necromancer? Fortunately, I was rational enough not to get into a conflict with them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Has the current intercontinent become so terrifying? No, I must recover my strength to my peak condition before I can leave this place. Go out and help me tell that foolish granddaughter, Fat Tina, to stop using such childish methods to test if I'm still alive." Daisy nodded. Then, she asked with interest. "So what about that necromancer?" The Dracolica's face was ashen as she said. "Let him go for now. Rolling Stone Town, north of Oak Forest." Matthew slowly walked out of the forest. He saw that the zombie spy's body was burning with flames. In the blink of an eye, it was burned clean. Then, he looked coldly at the lonely zombie. "Who exactly are you?" Matthew did not expect to get an answer. But who knew that at the next moment? Not only did the other party slowly turn around, but he also said, "I don't remember who I am. I only know that I am God." Chapter 1006, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Chapter 1006, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Crazy! A leather whip suddenly lashed out from the side, and with just this, a deep, bone-visible scar appeared on the zombie's arm. The mother of coolies, Myasage, rushed over from the side while cursing. "You just had a little spirituality, and you don't know where to put yourself. I don't even dare to talk to Lord Matthew like you. Kneel down." As she spoke, she whipped the zombie again. The soul fire of the lonely zombie trembled violently. However, he still raised his chin stubbornly and proudly. "I am a god. Gods will not kneel before a mortal." A hideous smile appeared on Myasage's fat and ugly face. "God, right? You don't want to kneel, right?" She whipped the zombie's knees 3 times in a row, and the latter's kneecaps were instantly shattered. His body started to sway. But even so, with the support of some kind of power, he did not kneel down. This completely angered Myosax. The fat mother of slaves pounced over and pressed down on the zombie's back. Step, step, step. The sound of bones breaking rang out one after another. This time, the zombie finally could not hold on any longer. He staggered and knelt on the ground. His hands also supported him in the mud, barely maintaining his balance and dignity. The mother of slaves grinned hideously and used her huge weight to suppress the zombie's movements. Then, she used all kinds of methods to ravage the other party. "Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? Do you still dare to offend Lord Matthew? Do you want to do it again?" Then, she raised her head and said to Matthew confidently, "Lord Matthew, this zombie has gained a bit of spirituality." He suddenly drifted away. "Let me take him away. This time, I must tame him." Matthew had yet to express his opinion. The zombie that was pressed under her struggled to raise her head. "I'm really a god. Although I don't remember most of the things, I know some secrets." The mother of slaves grabbed his head and kicked it into the mud. "Perhaps you were once a big shot. But you're just a zombie now. If you can't figure out your place, then I'll have to help you." After saying this, a loud and clear syllable burst out from her throat. Not long after, 4 muscular coolie zombies rushed over. They held the tall zombie from all directions. Under the latter's humiliating gaze, they carried him to a dry well on the 2nd floor of the cemetery and threw him in. This dry well was the residence of Myasage. There was another world in the well, which was the place she usually used to tame the zombies. At this time, Myasage's fat figure jumped in after him. Very quickly, waves of wails came from the bottom of the dry well. At the edge of the dry well, after observing for a while, Matthew's expression was still solemn. He had already guessed at the moment the zombie opened his mouth, not to mention that his perception had already gathered new information on the data panel. Hint, the Draculica's puppet attempted to parasitize the lonely zombie and encountered strong resistance from the latter's spiritual space. The lonely zombie passively released the divine fire and destroyed the Draculica's puppet. The dragon lich Stephanie died because of this. Stephanie was successfully resurrected in the phylactery. The lonely zombie has awakened a small amount of memories. You can sense that a little divine source of power has appeared in his soul fire. That power was very likely to point to the following domains or divine positions: war, fighting, the sun, betrayal. Although it was a little ridiculous, all kinds of strange signs showed that this zombie was very likely one of the divine fragments that the second-generation god of war Vasnov threw to the human world. Considering that the Witch of the Dragon worship sect had killed a lot on that night, this guy was most likely the last fragment left behind by Vasnov. If this was true, then this set of zombies could almost be regarded as Vasnov himself. It was just a version of amnesia and losing most of his power. So this guy was the one who slipped through the net that night? Matthew was secretly shocked. Although he had noticed the zombie's abnormality long ago, if the Draculica's probing had not threatened the latter's spiritual space and triggered the unique divine fire and divine source, he would have been able to kill it. He simply couldn't connect this humiliated undead in front of him with the high and mighty war god. Perhaps reality was just so absurd and wonderful sometimes. Has the god of war become my zombie? Matthew spent more than 10 minutes repeatedly confirming more details. He began to think about how to deal with this guy. This was the most important thing. It would be a pity to kill him directly. Matthew calculated in his heart. No matter what, the second-generation war god was once one of the 3 giants of the heavenly palace. The value that could be exploited from him was unimaginable. Destruction was the least beneficial. Of course, he was also very clear. He had to report the fact that he had obtained the undead possessed by the war god to one of those big shots. Isabel, Edmund, or Soria. After all, his strength and knowledge were still lacking. Even if he wanted to squeeze something out of the war god, it would be safer to cooperate with the big shots. Therefore, when Matthew realized that the god of war was beside him, his first reaction was to look for Isabel. Chapter 1007, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Chapter 1007, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. If I go over empty-handed, I'll look useless. At the very least, I have to make a few plans in advance. This way, when the teacher asks, I won't be completely at a loss as to how to answer. He thought about it. Matthew immediately called for Peggy and Soldier to help keep an eye on the zombie. He devoted himself to studying how to deal with this matter. 2 days later, Matthew took a big gulp of black coffee, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and hurried to the Crucible house. Fortunately, he was lucky. This time, contacting Isabel went smoothly. The two of them soon met in the starry cabin. This meeting. Isabel looked much better. She was more like a normal person than Matthew had ever met. So, the last fragment of Vasnov's divinity is with your zombie. What do you plan to do? Isabel's reaction was very calm. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had gradually figured out Isabel's personality and made preparations in advance. He took out a thick document and handed it over. Then, he said with assurance. With my level of knowledge, there are only 2 ways to deal with it. The first is complete destruction. The second method is to restrict and control him. The detailed plan is written here. Isabel waved her hand lazily. It's too long. I'm too lazy to look at it. You talk about everything. First, you talk about complete destruction. How do you plan to kill a god? Even if he's already at death's door. Matthew muttered. As far as I know, the consciousness and soul of a god are largely fused with the divine persona. Their will can be revived on any divine fragment. However, as long as we can shatter the divine fragment and then destroy the soul in the fragment, we should be able to destroy the last means of revival left behind by God in the world. This method should be enough to completely destroy a god. Isabel nodded calmly. You have read the right reference books. But have you ever thought about what you plan to do? Divine personas are extremely hard, and even if they're fragments, they can't be easily shattered. Before she finished speaking, she saw Matthew take out a shovel from somewhere. I have this. Matthew waved the thing in his hand. Isabel was surprised. She took the shovel from the air and looked at it carefully. Her eyes were filled with surprise. A moment later, she returned the shovel to Matthew and said approvingly, "It seems that you have already walked some distance on your own path. This is good. However, even with such a weapon, it's still very difficult to completely shatter the divine fragment. You'll need a lot of power to do that. Dasnov's divinity has been highly condensed. Even I can't completely destroy it. I can only seal it up for now. If we want to truly destroy it, we might need the help of creatures like the Titan or the Behemoth that control the Great Strength domain." Matthew nodded lightly. He actually knew that his plan was just an idealistic solution. However, he felt that this was enough. In front of Isabel, who was proficient in all domains, Matthew only needed to show his hard work. Where there was a real loophole, Isabel would naturally make it up to him. In fact, she probably didn't care if Matthew's proposal was feasible. She only cared about Matthew's attitude. As expected, Isabel continued in a light tone. "What about the second plan? How do you plan to control him? He's Dasnov, the second-generation war god who killed his brother and superior. If backstabbing and rebellion had a higher coverage in the underworld, Dasnov would have become the supreme god of the heavenly palace. Aren't you afraid of controlling such a god?" He had been dealing with Isabel for a long time. Matthew was equally calm. "I'm not afraid. Necromancers are never afraid of their subordinates rebelling." Matthew was not pretending. In terms of soul control, necromancers had a unique advantage. "But as far as I know, you haven't done any in-depth research on soul control," Isabel reminded. Matthew said, "It's not too late to study it now. I'm not completely ignorant about it. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll focus on studying the soul domain this winter. Before that, I plan to use a deep contract to bind his soul." Dasnov gave up everything. Other than his incomplete experience and divinity, what he left behind was the divine source. Putting aside the divine source, his soul itself is also incomplete. "If I can't even control an incomplete soul, there's probably no need for me to be a necromancer." Matthew wasn't being arrogant. The mental strength of a necromancer was higher than that of an ordinary mage. Thus, they had the advantage of dealing with incomplete souls. Moreover, he had been studying the relevant theories for the past 2 days. It was not uncommon to find similar cases in history. Chapter 1008, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Chapter 1008, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. It could be seen that things like gods. He was indeed a god when he was high and mighty. However, after falling into the mortal world, they were weak. "So, do you prefer the first or the second?" Isabel asked playfully. Matthew said without hiding anything. "The second option. I think the soul fragment of the god of war is valuable. If possible, I hope to develop it together with you." Isabel thought for a moment. "Sure. But don't expect me to help you in this matter. You have to deal with Dasnov's possible betrayal at any time. I must remind you that a creature with divine source grows very quickly. Even if you have a deep contract with him, he can still find a way to bypass the contract. Of course, he will definitely pay a high price for it." Matthew nodded. "I understand." To be honest, he was actually a little surprised. In Matthew's impression, Isabel was an extreme hardliner in the alliance. To the gods of the heavenly palace, she had always advocated destruction. He didn't expect that she would really be willing to let him keep the soul fragment of the second-generation war god. Moreover, it didn't take much effort. Teacher's mental state has been so good recently that it's worrying. Matthew was secretly delighted. At this moment, a colorful ball suddenly flew over. Matthew grabbed the ball. The feel and size of this thing were not much different from that of a tennis ball. Only the brilliance on the surface was very dazzling, giving people a dreamy feeling. This thing can be used to find the divine fragment on his body. You should be able to use it. Remember, you must have a backup plan. When necessary, you must kill him without hesitation, understand? Isabel warned. Matthew nodded repeatedly. He glanced at the data panel. Isabel's flying catcher, you can use it by injecting mana and spiritual energy into the flying catcher. After activation, the flying catcher will automatically absorb and capture all divinity or divinity fragments within a radius of 500 meters. You can also use this orb to capture humanoid creatures or other animals that are not supergiant or below superior legend. The captured creature will suffer from amnesia that lasts indefinitely depending on how long it stays in the flyball. Current capture space, 1/3. Remaining usage, 2. Below superior legend? Matthew was shocked. Did this mean that this small rainbow ball could even capture legendary creatures? Wait. There's another creature in the capture space? Before Matthew could ask further, Isabel said, "There's one more thing. There's an accident at Jade Court. I'm afraid the Scar of the Dead project that I discussed with you before will have to be put on hold for a while." After hearing this, Matthew was even more surprised. He couldn't imagine how Jade Court dared to say no to Isabel. He didn't expect Isabel to let the Wood Elves off so easily. Could it be that she had really changed recently? Even her temper had disappeared? If it were in the past, the Wood Elves' hometown would probably be gone by now, right? I understand. Matthew responded. Isabel seemed to have sensed what he was thinking and took the initiative to explain. I've used up my quota for killing people this year. Although I can pay next year in advance, I don't have the habit of paying in advance. She said seriously. Matthew felt even more ridiculous when he heard that. It was as if the unspoken rule of killing targets could have much binding force on Isabel. Matthew would rather believe that there was another reason for Isabel to temporarily tolerate the elf's insolence. Hence, he casually replied. Can you actually pay in advance for this kind of thing? Is there really a mage in the Alliance who would advance the kill quota? Isabel actually nodded. There is. In order to subdue those stubborn barbarians, Roderick's killing quota was advanced to 50 years later. Even now, the barbarians on the icy plains still harass Roderick's territory from time to time. Matthew was amazed after hearing it. It seems that the advance payment of the kill quota won't solve the problem. Isabel raised her eyes. Roderick took out too little in advance. Matthew was stunned. Then, he asked curiously. How many kill quotas does a legendary mage have? 1,000. Isabel said concisely. And for a 4th-rank mage like you, the number of legal kills per year is 5. You should understand the definition of legal and reasonable. The units that are not recognized or protected by the Alliance are not included in the quota. Matthew nodded. Although he had gradually accepted the absurd and cruel style of this world, he still felt uncomfortable discussing the murder quota with others in such a grand manner. Fortunately, Isabel quickly changed the topic. It seems that you are not curious about what happened in the Jade Court. Matthew shrugged. I'm not curious. Maybe it's just my impression, but I guess what happened in Jade Court is just some bullshit. Speaking of which, for me, if I can't start the treatment project of the Scar of the Dead as soon as possible, this is Jade Court's loss, not mine. A satisfied smile appeared on Isabel's face. You're right. It's indeed some bullshit. Chapter 1009, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Chapter 1009, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Many years ago, at a meeting to discuss how to deal with the elves, a few other mages and I raised different opinions. My idea was to kill all the disobedient elves, but Soria thought that I was too extreme. She felt that we only needed to kill half of them. The idea of that pedantic old man, Link, was to propose an open and fair magic duel to the higher-ups of the elf race and make them obediently accept their fate by showing our muscles. Edmund's suggestion was to try to turn enemies into friends. If he really couldn't do it, he would first incite internal strife among the elves and then attract the invasion of external evil forces. For example, abyssal demons. When the elves are almost completely massacred by the demons, we will descend as saviors. In the end, everyone unanimously objected to the proposal. Everyone felt that it was too troublesome. If you were there, which plan would you prefer? Matthew scratched his head. He didn't understand that Isabel was just discussing this with him on a whim. Or perhaps there was a deeper meaning behind it. Hence, he just said randomly. Your method is obviously the most efficient. Lord Ekman's method is the least efficient, but it's relatively mild and has fewer side effects. Personally, I don't have any inclination. The choice depends on what effect the Alliance wants to achieve. So, in the end, what did the Alliance choose? Isabel crossed her arms. We didn't choose anything. Look, this is the result of a meeting between a group of holy mages and legendary mages. When people disagree and can't convince each other, the only thing we can do is to do nothing. Actually, the Alliance has always been troubled by these independent territories. It's fine in the Watcher Highland, but the elves in Jade Court and Eversong Forest can always cause us trouble. They still act like they're independent and autonomous, which makes people angry. According to my secret investigation, whenever the elves encounter something bad, they will pour all the dirty water on humans or the Alliance. Even if the Wood Elf Queen were fucked by the evil art master, when the Wood Elves gathered together to discuss the matter, they would curse, it's all the fault of the humans. Their reason is ridiculous. They actually think that the evil art master was led into Jade Court because of the Alliance's negligence. However, when they were considering this problem, they forgot that when the Alliance wanted to interfere in the Jade Court's affairs, they insisted that the elves must maintain their independence. The more Isabel spoke, the colder her expression became. It was obvious. This wasn't the first time the elf clan had caused trouble for the Alliance's higher-ups. It would be fine if it were any other time. As the Calamity Days were approaching, the entire Aender continent was filled with uncertainty. This made the elves' annoying behavior even more prominent. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. For Isabel to be able to swallow her anger, the Alliance had finally decided to take action against these restless fellows. And the handling of the Scar of the Dead this time was probably an opportunity. This was the reason why Isabel had asked him that question. Thinking of this, Matthew suddenly said, Actually, I have an immature plan for dealing with the elves. Isabel suddenly became interested. Tell me. Matthew muttered. If the Alliance only wants to increase their control over the Jade Verdant Court and the elves, then my plan might be more efficient. As far as I know, the elves aren't united. Let's not talk about the conflict between the Wood Elves and the Night Elves. Even the Wood Elves have many factions. What I understand is that the Elder Council that the Wood Elves currently hold power in is very rotten. Many elves hold a grudge against them. If it weren't for the fact that elves naturally have a high degree of obedience, I'm afraid that these people would have long jumped out to fight against the Elder Council. My idea is very simple. I will support the opposition within the Jade Court to suppress the faction in power. Then, I will launch a coup at the right time. In the process of nurturing them, we can use all sorts of excuses to put in our own people among the elves. Matthew described a framework in detail. Isabel's eyes lit up. This plan is not bad. You do it. Matthew waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't have time to worry about these complicated things. Lord Edmund is clearly more proficient in this than I am. It's safer to let him be in charge. In the end, I'm just a necromancer from a small place. It's all right to talk about the theory and framework, but I'm definitely inexperienced and full of loopholes in the actual implementation. Isabel frowned. Ever since that meteor shower, the Eternal Stronghold has been in a semi-active state. A few of them have to take turns outside the stronghold. Edmund won't be able to come back to take charge of these matters for the time being. Matthew insisted on refusing. Then let's change it to someone else. I believe we can find suitable talents within the Alliance. Isabel thought for a few seconds and didn't insist. All right then. Right, I have a piece of news to tell you. Ronan will be back soon. He's been thinking about you. When he comes back, he'll be able to look for you at any time. When the time comes, just tell him that you're already my student. He'll understand what to do. Chapter 10:10, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Chapter 10:10, The Heir of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Isabel instructed. Was Ronan coming back? Matthew was delighted. He was still very respectful of the great mage Ronan. If it weren't for the latter's support, he might still be worrying about the lack of funds for planting trees. He chatted with Isabel for a while. The latter was getting impatient. Matthew tactfully suggested leaving. Just before he left, he handed Isabel a package that he had prepared beforehand. It contained the flash stones left behind by Prince Philip and some cultural relics of the Troll Empire. Isabel didn't say anything after accepting it. However, the expression on her face became more amiable. Matthew quickly left the Starry Sky cabin. Then, he went to Tower Spirit 177 and Isabel's spell library to collect a large amount of knowledge and information about the soul. After returning to the cemetery, Matthew began to study the deep contract that was exclusive to necromancers. The specialization wasn't a difficult topic. Matthew also had extremely high comprehension and talent in the undead domain. Soon, all the difficulties were solved. A whole new domain. She opened her arms to Matthew. However, Matthew was not in a hurry to put it into practice. He chose to play it safe. After he maxed out his theoretical knowledge, he would practice with others. After ensuring that everything was safe, that was when he would try to control the incomplete soul of the second-generation war god. Peggy, a cup of coffee. In the pile of books in the cemetery's workshop, Matthew called out. Another 3 days passed. In the office hall of the Lord's residence, Matthew yawned as he walked in. 2 surprised gazes fell on him. Oh? Look who's here. What a rare guest. Rhaegar was dressed in pajamas and had a newspaper on the table. He looked at Matthew with an exaggerated expression. Matthew gave Rhaegar the middle finger. Did anything happen while I was away? Rhaegar shook his head. Nothing happened at all. You can take another month off. Zeller smiled and walked over. I was just about to go to the cemetery to look for you. There's a confirmation letter here that needs your signature. As he spoke, he spread out a piece of good quality parchment in front of Matthew. The title read, Rolling Stone Kingdom, Rolling Stone Town and the surrounding 3 towns and 1 hill confirm the rights and interests of the territory. Zeller flipped to the 3rd page. Matthew glanced at it. This was the part about the heir. First in line to the throne, Sif Suki. Second, Blake Suki. Third pick, Patton Suki. The 4th and subsequent positions were currently blank. Matthew looked up and asked, Do you need me to be a notary? Zeller smiled and shook his head. Rhaegar and I both hope that you will be the 4th pick. You don't have to change your surname to Suki. You just need to add Suki to your middle name. I don't even know your surname. How about it? Are you willing? Matthew looked back at Rhaegar. Although the latter looked indifferent as he read the newspaper, his rolling eyes revealed his thoughts. Wait, I have to ask a question first. Matthew read the entire document again, then pointed to the words King Rhaegar and asked. Has the Rolling Stone Kingdom been established? When did this happen? How come I don't know anything? Chapter 10:11, Mudong Festival and the Mechanical Titan. Chapter 10:11, Mudong Festival and the Mechanical Titan. Matthew was puzzled. Rhaegar yawned. Is there a possibility that you've been too busy recently? I've talked to you about the preparatory work in this area before. Matthew rubbed his hands awkwardly. But I didn't expect it to be implemented so quickly. Zeller smiled and explained. It's all settled. It's all thanks to the pressure from the Seven Saint Alliance that things have been so smooth. Currently, the territory of the Rolling Stone Kingdom includes the Moss Green Hills, the High Leaf Territory, the Red Mountain, the Golden Fertile Field, and the Rolling Stone Town. The other 3 territories were not out of our expectations. The fact that the Frogman tribe in the Moss Hills wanted to join us was surprising, but it's a good thing. Since last week, we have been using the Rolling Stone Kingdom as an official announcement. The expansion of Rolling Stone Town is also in progress. It is estimated that the expansion in the northwest direction will be completed in the first half of next year or the second half of next year. At that time, we will have the initial framework of Rolling Stone City. Then, in the summer or winter of the year after next, the Rolling Stone Kingdom will be officially announced to the public. The middle-aged man in pajamas reading the newspaper in front of you will also become the first human king of this land. Zeller briefly explained the plan for the establishment of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Matthew nodded repeatedly after listening. Although he didn't know much about this, Zeller's ability in internal affairs was impeccable. He gave people a feeling of admiration after listening to him. So it will only be officially established the year after next. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. I thought I had traveled through time and missed the kingdom's founding celebration. Rhaegar blinked. Based on how busy you are right now, it's indeed possible that you'll travel through time one day in the future and miss out on something important. But perhaps this is what mages are like. The great wizard Ronan was like this in the past. I hope that on the day the kingdom is established, you can at least send a clone or mirror image over. That would be our greatest honor. Matthew couldn't be bothered to bicker with the eccentric Rhaegar. He pointed at the second heir's name and asked. I thought Patton would be ahead of Blake. Zeller said. That was the original plan, but after Ms. learned of this, she persuaded Rhaegar. She told us that Blake had no intention of becoming a lord. After that, under her mediation, Blake signed an agreement to give up his inheritance rights and automatically postpone it. This agreement is still confidential for the time being, and little Patton doesn't know about it. The meaning of this is actually to make it look better on the surface and conform to the rules. After all, many factions on this continent place a lot of importance on seniority when passing on power. Matthew nodded. But I'm an outsider. It doesn't seem appropriate for me to become the 4th heir without doing anything, right? Rhaegar impatiently raised the newspaper and shouted. It's just an autograph. Why are you so wishy-washy? I don't care? What do you care about? Madam Wesley, a pot of coffee. Before he finished speaking, the elderly Madam Wesley walked in with a coffee pot. As she walked, she smiled and said, I guessed that you should be shouting at me at this time. Look, Rhaegar, I told you I knew you like the back of my hand, but you didn't admit it yesterday. Even if you just move your butt, I can tell if you want to fart or if your butt is just itchy. Rhaegar's face darkened. He wordlessly took Madam Wesley's coffee, but he didn't drink it immediately. Instead, he turned to Matthew and said, Actually, signing this confirmation letter is just a formality. I think I can live a long time, maybe longer than you. Madam Wesley put down her tray and interrupted. Don't listen to Rhaegar's stubborn words. When he was drawing up this list, his mood was very changeable. He was worried that Rolling Stone Town would fall apart after he passed away. Rhaegar didn't refute Madam Wesley, which was rare, but went on. So, will you? He asked the 3 of them seriously. What if that day really comes? If I die, will Rolling Stone Town also be burned down? Matthew and Zeller remained silent. Obviously, no one could answer this question. Only Madam Wesley smiled nonchalantly. Don't joke around, child. When I lost my husband, I felt like the sky was falling, but the days are still coming. This world will not stagnate without anyone. Even if I admit that you are indeed a rare good overlord. As she spoke, she took the cleaning tools and walked into the room. Rhaegar heaved a sigh of relief. However, an inexplicable melancholy appeared on his face. He seemed to want to say something. But he was interrupted by Madame Wesley, who had just entered the room. Rhaegar, next time you use sword oil, can you not dirty the restroom? Ever since Sif left, you've become more and more unruly. Can't your lover serve you in the bedroom? Rhaegar coughed violently. Leave it there. I'll clean it myself. Come on. Madame Wesley shouted loudly. I won't let you find an excuse to fire me. Chapter 10:12, Winter Festival and the Mechanical Titan. Chapter 10:12, Winter Festival and the Mechanical Titan. When you become the king, I will be the king's butler. This honor is not something that ordinary old ladies can enjoy. Not long after. She walked out with big and small bags. The sword oil I filled you up with last time has been used up again. I'll go to the basement to get some. But remember to take it easy. Don't have an illegitimate child. Sif will be sad. Her voice was still very energetic. Rhaegar held his forehead with one hand and moaned weakly. Jenny isn't that ambitious. Madame Wesley was unmoved. Jenny might not have it, but others will. And people change. You're already a king now. If you really want a child, you'll have to discuss it with many people. But the first person you're looking for must be Sif, and of course, Matthew. She patted Matthew's shoulder with a smile. Matthew waved his hand awkwardly. If Rhaegar wants to have children, there's no need to discuss it with me. Madame Wesley shook her head and said. Silly child. If I were you, I would definitely help Sif keep an eye on Rhaegar. He's different from before. Who knows how many women are throwing themselves at him. If I were you, I would secretly use magic to disinfect him. Of course, don't let him hear this, or he'll definitely fire me. As she spoke. She then left the room. Only the speechless Rhaegar was left. He looked at Matthew suspiciously. Is there really sterilization magic? Matthew nodded. Yes. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly clarified. But don't worry, I definitely won't use it on you. Rhaegar coughed heavily. Quickly use it on me. I can't wait. You don't know, but those sheep intestines and fish bubbles are not very useful. Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. He handed the confirmation letter back to Zeller, who took it and smiled with satisfaction. You signed it just like that? Let me see. Rhaegar came over. I thought you would decline again. Wait. What the hell is a Hyusuki mat? Zeller corrected him. It's a Matsuki HEW. Then, he looked up at Matthew. Are you a member of the Su clan? Matthew shook his head. It's just that the place I used to live in has a similar naming format. Then, he asked. Is there anything I can help you with regarding the establishment of the Rolling Stone Kingdom? Zeller thought for a moment. There are still some mountain tribes in the west of Highleaf Ridge and the northwest of Moss Green Hills. We plan to annex them before the celebration. This will be very helpful for the future development of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. The scale of these tribes is not large, so they do not meet the conditions for a large-scale battle. I plan to send a force to deter them. I believe they will understand the direction of the wind. If possible, I hope you can send a portion of the undead to become a member of this army. Matthew readily agreed. No problem. Do you need a bone dragon? Zeller smiled gently. That would be great. An ordinary bone dragon will do. Matthew was still discussing the details with Zeller. Puff. The sound came from behind the desk. Rhaegar raised the cup of coffee with an incredulous expression. Is this pot washing water? Why are they all dregs? Madame Wesley? Madame Wesley? There was no response to Rhaegar's shout. He pressed the cup on the desk indignantly. This old woman is always hard of hearing. Next week. I'll definitely fire her next week. Zeller reminded. But next week is the winter festival. Rhaegar hesitated for a moment. Then, he vowed. Next week then. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of December. The cold winter had unknowingly arrived. Matthew's shoes left a foot-deep mark on the white snow. The cold wind from the Helen Mountains slapped his face. He could not help but wrap his clothes around himself. It has been more than 3 years. He walked in the snow-covered forest. Matthew was rather emotional.